Chapter 926. You actually helped the Holy Ghost get rid of its curse. How did you do it? Little Sovereign exclaimed, looking as if he had seen a ghost. His gaze then turned to the black ball in Zhou Xuanji's hand and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is the mysterious power attached to the Holy Ghost. I feel that it was because of it that the Holy Ghost ended up like that," Zhou Xuanji replied. When Little Sovereign heard this, he began to carefully look at the black sphere. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Now you can tell me why the Holy Ghost was born, and what is your relationship with the Holy Ghost?" At first, he felt that the relationship between the Holy Ghost and Little Sovereign wasn't ordinary. "Fine, I'll tell you then. In fact, this Holy Ghost was once my disciple. He pursued power excessively and searched for the ancient power. In the end, he ended up like the Holy Ghost. I still don't know what that power is. Legend has it that it has existed since the birth of the Kunlun origin court." Little Sovereign began to talk about the Holy Ghost's past with a melancholy look on his face. He disappeared for 20,000 years before reappearing. At that time, I had already become a supreme being, and it was I who personally sealed him. According to the records, there were other examples like this in the past, and they were called Holy Ghosts by the senior supreme beings. I once spent some time investigating the reason for the birth of the Holy Ghost, but I only know that there is such a force. As for what it is, I don't know. This is also an unsolved mystery of the Kunlun origin court. He looked at the Holy Ghost and sighed faintly. As a master, he was unable to save his own disciple. He was truly a failure. He then looked at Zhou Xuanji, and his expression immediately cleared up as he smiled and said, "Boy, you're becoming more and more powerful." What was he doing at Zhou Xuanji's age? He couldn't remember it clearly, but he knew that he didn't even dare to dream about becoming a supreme being at that time. "I let your disciple reincarnate?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was more concerned about the black ball in his hand. As for the Holy Ghost itself, it had nothing to do with him. Little Sovereign nodded and said, "It's good to experience it once, lest there be a shadow in my heart." With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Xuanji sent the Holy Ghost into reincarnation. Then, he focused his attention on the black ball. Little Supreme Being didn't disturb him. He got into the Lesser Supreme Sword and slept peacefully. A few months later, Jianghu returned. When she saw Zhou Xuanji, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly went up to him. "When did you come back?" Jianghu stood beside Zhou Xuanji and asked charmingly. Only in front of Zhou Xuanji would she show such a cute side. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have been back for a few months. You have done a good job as Shitian Goddess Mother. There are already many statues of you in the origin court." He put the black ball in his hand into his sleeve to avoid accidentally hurting Jianghu. "Isn't it all because of you? Have you seen your grandson?" Jianghu covered her mouth as she laughed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, she truly felt carefree. She did not know much about what was happening outside the court, but she believed that Zhou Xuanji would be able to shake the heavens and earth, while everything within the court was very stable. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Tanhua is not bad. He has a child so soon. Is it fast? Earlier than you?" Jianghu rolled her eyes at him and suddenly thought of Zhou Shaoxian. She didn't know when she would be able to get married. Zhou Shaoxian wasn't interested in love affairs. She only wanted to cultivate or play around. Zhou Xuanji could tell what was on her mind and comforted her. "She is still young. What's the hurry? When the time comes, she will naturally come. Moreover, with your current vision, who will be your son-in-law?" Hearing this, Jianghu felt that it made sense. If Zhou Shaoxian really got married now, she would not be at ease. After all, this girl would always have the heart of a child. Zhou Tanhua was just physically young, but this girl's heart was immature. After that, Zhou Xuanji began to talk about his experiences during this period of time. Jianghu listened to the story, but when she heard that Zhou Xuanji was in danger, she couldn't help but worry. Just as she thought, Zhou Xuanji had turned misfortune into blessing and even obtained a great opportunity. Hongmeng Heaven? Aren't you going to become the top ruler of the endless universe soon? Jiang Shui sighed. Even as Zhou Xuanji's wife, she was used to his speed of growth. But she still couldn't help but feel shocked. This was too outrageous. She carefully sized up Zhou Xuanji, wondering if Zhou Xuanji was the reincarnation of Hongmeng Heaven. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not anyone's reincarnation. I'm just lucky." He increasingly felt that the Supreme Legendary Sword System was one of the sovereign's serendipity. Although the Supreme Legendary Sword System was becoming less and less helpful to him now, a tall building starts from a flat ground. Along the way, his greatest reliance was the Supreme Legendary Sword System, which was the serendipitous opportunity of the primordial world. Be careful in the future. Don't be arrogant at any time, understand? Jiang Shui exhorted. The higher you stand, the more you revere. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had been reminding himself. Even someone as powerful as a sovereign, invincible in the world, didn't he still fall? Next, I will stay in Kunlun Origin Court to cultivate. When I go out in the future, I will bring the Kunlun Origin Court with me, Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile as he pulled her into his arms. Jiang Shui snuggled in his arms, quietly feeling the warmth of his body. Jiang Shui snuggled in his arms, quietly feeling the warmth of his body. On this day, Zhou Xuanji summoned the 12 Law Ancestors and all the God Pillars. Hearing his voice, the 12 Law Ancestors were very excited. They were one of the few who knew that Zhou Xuanji had left. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had returned safely, they were finally relieved. After coming to the Supreme Palace, everyone knelt down and worshipped Zhou Xuanji. Get up. I called you all here today to start the plan outside the court, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Then, he roughly explained the situation in the boundless universe. Knowing that there were countless courts and domains in the outside world, everyone in the palace was shocked. A god pillar asked carefully, "Since it's so dangerous outside the court, won't we?" Zhou Xuanji was not angry but replied with a smile, "Do you want to wait for the enemy to find us, or do you want us to take the initiative to explore a wider domain? I have already set my eyes on a court realm and am prepared to kill its sovereign and take over its court realm. I will act alone without you. Can you understand the mentality of those great sovereigns?" Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The strong preyed on the weak. The plan is not to go outside the court directly. I need to gather a large number of geniuses. I will teach them the Tao personally and nurture them, Zhou Xuanji continued. Then, he changed the topic and said, "When the time comes, you will gather with all the branch lords, and I will teach you the Tao alone." As soon as he said that, everyone became excited. The Tao of the Sovereign. Even Origin Fusion Divine Lord would benefit greatly from it. The Sovereign is benevolent. A Law Ancestor cried out excitedly. The others expressed their gratitude as well. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. How could they not look forward to the future by following such a sovereign? Throughout history, how many sovereigns were as benevolent as Zhou Xuanji without losing his ambition? Chapter 927. A piece of heavy news suddenly spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. The sovereign was going to select geniuses and train them personally. The sovereign divine ranges each had 100 spots, the super divine ranges each had 20 spots, the superior divine ranges each had 10 spots, the middle grade divine ranges each had 3 spots, and the low grade divine ranges each had 1 spot. As soon as the news spread, it shook the entire Kunlun universe. All the divine ranges were bustling with noise and excitement. The range masters and god pillars discussed this matter together. They all had to implement Zhou Xuanji's philosophy and be as fair as possible. Therefore, all the divine ranges began to hold aptitude tests. While the Kunlun Origin Court was in jubilation, Zhou Xuanji secretly came to the Emperor Sword Divine Range and sealed the spacetime to give special treatment to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. All the disciples who had gone out were brought back by him, including Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. He directly preached in the ancestral voice, immersing all the disciples in it. In just one day, thousands of disciples had broken through. In order to prevent alarming the other divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji turned his sovereign divine power into spiritual qi and poured it into the Emperor's sword divine range to ensure that the disciples could break through smoothly. 10 years had passed in the Emperor's sword divine range, but only a few breaths had passed in the outside world. Zhou Xuanji stopped preaching and said with a smile, "This matter can't be spread, understand?" He said it in a relaxed manner as if he was joking. But when his words reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but smile. After Zhou Xuanji left, all the layers of the Emperor's sword divine range were boiling with excitement. Awesome! Zhou Shaoxian pulled Zhou Tanhua and kept talking excitedly. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Chen Bantian, and the others also had a look of fanatical worship on their faces. After Zhou Xuanji's preaching, everyone had a breakthrough. The ancestral voices preaching had made their Tao heart qualitatively change. Their future cultivation would also be more stable. Zhou Tanhua sighed and said, "Father has been working hard after becoming the sovereign. Just the language that he didn't understand gave me a lot of insights." Except for those who could learn the ancestral voice, anyone who listened to the ancestral voice would stimulate their creativity and greatly improve their cultivation. Such a voice of creation, it was hard to find a second one in the endless universe. It seems that the outside plan is true. Master really plans to lead the Kunlun origin court. Xiao Jinghong said excitedly. His fists were tightly clenched. His eyes were full of expectation. It had been a long time since he had fought with Zhou Xuanji. The others began to fantasize as well. Zhou Shaoxian asked Zhou Tanhua to talk about the magnificence of the endless universe. This time, Zhou Tanhua didn't avoid talking about what he had seen and heard. Everyone exclaimed from time to time. After returning to the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji continued to study the black ball. His spiritual will was already able to enter and endure the terrifying burning power. Inside the black sphere was chaos. Apart from the gray mist, there was nothing else, not even light. He did not believe that it was that simple. There had to be some kind of power, or else how could the Holy Ghost become a cursed existence? Anyone who was touched by the Holy Ghost would be cursed to death. He wanted the power of the curse. If he had the ability of the Holy Ghost, wouldn't his combat strength be off the charts? Unkillable. Anyone who touched him would be cursed. Just thinking about it made his heart burn. When the Kunlun Origin Court was selecting geniuses, he would seclude himself in the Supreme Palace and focus on studying the Black Sphere. In the blink of an eye. 5 years passed. Zhou Xuanji gathered the 12 ancestors, the God Pillars, the Range Masters, and the rulers of the various Origin Court's power centers in the Sovereign Plane. He also used the ancestral voice to preach the Tao, allowing them to enter a state of epiphany. He was not afraid that someone would surpass him because he was confident in himself. The stronger the Kunlun Origin Court, the better he would be able to display his abilities. Back then, there were many powerful cultivators under the sovereign heaven. Many of them were even famous in history. Their legends were still circulating in the endless universe. The sovereign is really getting more and more powerful. Nanmutiani sighed from the bottom of his heart after hearing the ancestral voice. Although he could not understand the ancestral voice, it could inexplicably move him. Countless insights emerged in his mind. He sighed while restraining the urge to have an epiphany. Next, like the other range masters, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. After a while, the spiritual qi and Tao energy of the entire Kunlun Origin Court were drawn, rushing toward the sovereign plane like a hurricane. The creatures wandering in the Kunlun universe raised their heads in shock. What's going on? Don't panic. The Sword Emperor is here. What's there to be afraid of? It should be the Sword Emperor preaching the Tao to the powerful cultivators. My range master mentioned this to me before. Awesome. I really want to listen to the sovereign preaching the Tao. This is definitely an unprecedented golden age. Looking back in history, when has there ever been an era where everyone worked hard to cultivate without fighting? All the creatures felt deep veneration for Zhou Xuanji. Although Zhou Xuanji had not become the sovereign for a long time, he had already convinced everyone. The spiritual qi riot this time would go down in history. Because this was the beginning of the Sword Emperor's kindness. After 10 years of preaching, the geniuses of each divine range were successfully selected. After only half a year of rest, all the geniuses were sent to the sovereign plain. They levitated in the void, looking at the sovereign palace in the distance. All of them were nervous and excited. Among them were many of Zhou Xuanji's acquaintances. Their feelings were the most complicated. They could only look up to the existence that they once regarded as immortal. Now, they had to come and listen to the preaching. They were not indignant. Instead, they felt an inexplicable sense of honor. Zhou Xuanji began preaching the Tao. With the ancestral voice, all the geniuses quieted down. Inside the palace, Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao while refining a black sword with both hands. This sword was made from the Holy Ghost's black sphere. He could not analyze the true power of the black sphere, so he had a sudden idea to refine it into a sword. He only succeeded after the sword spirit helped him refine the sword. Or else, he could not refine the black sphere by himself. I wonder what grade this sword will reach. Zhou Xuanji thought in anticipation. He could already sense a horrifying power stirring within the black sword. The preaching this time lasted for 10 years too. All the geniuses benefited greatly. When the preaching ended, they bowed to the sovereign palace together. Thank you, sovereign. Their voices gathered together and resounded across the sovereign plain, shaking everyone's heart. Cultivate well when you go back. The Kunlun origin court will depend on you in the future. Maybe one of you will be the next sovereign. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, and the geniuses were overwhelmed with emotions. After that, they were sent out of the sovereign plain by Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's sword was successfully refined. The sword spirit took the black sword and helped him tame it. At the same time, he determined its grade. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He had finally gotten rid of the black sphere. However, he waited for a year and still did not hear from the sword spirit. So, he went to look for his grandson. Now, Zhou Tianyuan had grown up and became a peerless genius in that great world. He was full of mettle. Chapter 928. Under the sea of clouds, a giant city floated in the air. The buildings in the city were majestic, and countless divine beasts circled the edge of the giant city. It was heavily guarded. On top of the tallest tower in the city stood a palace. It was grand and magnificent. Inside the hall, Zhou Tianyuan sat on the jade bed, stroking the sword in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was still thinking about Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji bestowed him with invincible cultivation, his life had undergone tremendous changes. Every time he was about to swell up, he could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji. Compared to that expert, he was still far from it. Just as he was pondering, the sound of footsteps could be heard. It was his mother, Yan. After so many years, she was still devastatingly beautiful. However, there was now a hint of worry between her brows. She came before Zhou Tianyuan and asked, "Still no news of your father's whereabouts?" Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Mother, don't think too much. Father will come back." From the beginning to the end, his eyes never left the sword in his hand. Over the years, Yan had often asked about Zhou Tanhua's whereabouts, and he had already gotten used to it. Yan frowned and said angrily, "You're already so strong. Why don't you go look for your father?" Ever since Zhou Xuanji moved Zhou Tanhua back to the Kunlun origin court, he had never returned. That cultivation maniac was in seclusion. It was not that he had forgotten about Yan, but before he left, Zhou Tianyuan had already obtained a cultivation base that was unrivaled in this boundless world, so he was naturally at ease. "Mother, the boundless universe is so big. Furthermore, father is not weak. He must be cultivating." Zhou Tianyuan said helplessly. He had never fought against Zhou Tanhua since he was a child. He was looking forward to that day. He wanted to prove to Zhou Tanhua that he had surpassed his father's generation. Therefore, he also wanted to find Zhou Tanhua very much. However, he had sent his spies all over the world to search for his father, but they still couldn't find his father's whereabouts. Murong Yen walked to the side and sat on a chair. She sighed and said, "Does your father have a new lover? After so many years, why hasn't he come to see me?" Zhou Tianyuan felt a headache coming on and comforted her. "Mother, don't think too much. Do you think that with father's personality, he would find a new lover? Him liking you back then was already a miracle." Murong Yen glared at him. What was he talking about? But thinking about it carefully, that guy was indeed a blockhead. All he thought about in his head was how to become stronger, even more exaggerated than Zhou Tianyuan. "Now that my son is so powerful, even if he were to look for a new lover, I would still have you to support me," Murong Yen said with a complacent smile. Zhou Tianyuan could only go along with it. I'll kill whoever dares to fight for your favor." Murong Yen beamed with joy as he listened. He was no longer worried. "Yo, your killing intent is so great." A voice sounded out as Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of the gate and walked towards them. "Who are you?" Murong Yen immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice. As soon as she saw Zhou Xuanji, she inexplicably fell into a trance. She didn't know why, but she immediately recognized him as Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Xuanji changed into a set of white clothes and suppressed his aura of a sovereign. He looked just like a scholar in the mortal world. "Senior," Zhou Tianyuan stood up in excitement, his entire body trembling, not daring to believe his own ears and eyes. He could not forget Zhou Xuanji's voice. "Senior?" Murong Yen looked back in surprise. She had heard from Zhou Tianyuan that he had obtained the inheritance of a senior, which allowed his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. As early as when Zhou Tianyuan was young, she had seen a mysterious person teaching him. These things had always been in her heart, and she had yet to solve them. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Long time no see, you have grown up." Zhou Tianyuan couldn't hold back his excitement. He quickly took a few steps forward. He had too many questions to ask. "Do you know what's beyond the Great Thousand World and what's above it?" Zhou Xuanji took the lead to ask, stunning Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen. "Beyond the Great Thousand World are the 3,000 Great Worlds, and above it is the heavenly law," Zhou Tianyuan immediately replied with a firm tone. He had met people from other great worlds before, and had even experienced a fierce battle. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "What about above the heavenly law?" Zhou Tianyuan frowned. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Great Tao?" "What about above the Great Tao?" Zhou Xuanji revealed a meaningful smile. This stumped Zhou Tianyuan. Murong Yen couldn't help but be curious. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, a thought emerged in her mind. Could this person be related to Zhou Tanhua? Is he Zhou Tanhua's brother? The Great Tao is just a small place in the void boundary. The vast universe is divided by the void boundary. Above the layers of the universe is the Kunlun Origin Court. There are countless experts in the Kunlun Origin Court, and there are divine ranges. Those creatures have mastered a Great Tao and even have strength that surpasses the Great Tao, Zhou Xuanji explained leisurely as he glanced around the palace. This kid has a good eye. He has his own style. Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen fell into shock. They knew that there were countless mortal worlds below the Great Thousand World, but they didn't think that the Great Thousand World was just a small place. There was a vast world above it that they couldn't imagine. "Are you from the Kunlun Origin Court?" Zhou Tianyuan asked cautiously. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "Your father is in the Kunlun Origin Court. He is in closed-door cultivation, so he didn't come to find you and your mother." As soon as he said this, Murong Yen immediately became excited. She took 2 steps forward and asked, "What is your relationship with Tanhua?" "Brother?" Zhou Tianyuan came back to his senses. He suddenly realized that Zhou Xuanji looked very similar to Zhou Tanhua. Back then, he didn't see Zhou Xuanji's face clearly and only remembered his voice. So now that he recognized Zhou Xuanji, he was so excited that he didn't pay attention to his face. "I can't say. I've granted you unrivaled cultivation. Are you happy? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that didn't seem like a smile as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan felt a little guilty under his gaze, but he forced a smile and said, "Thank you, senior." Zhou Xuanji said, "Your cultivation seems to have stagnated for a long time. You seem to have become addicted to your current power." This time, Zhou Tianyuan could no longer pretend to be calm. He lowered his head in shame. "Do you think that you are already very powerful? Do you know how powerful those who taught you when you were young were? They could destroy the current you with a single breath." Zhou Xuanji's tone was casual, as though he was joking. Zhou Tianyuan raised his head abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. He knew how powerful he was. Compared to the seniors he had met when he was young, was there such a big gap? Go out and walk more. Don't stay here all day looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and deliberately showed a look of pity, which made Zhou Tianyuan feel even more ashamed. He took a deep breath, looked up at Zhou Xuanji, and asked, "Why does my father cultivate?" If he guessed correctly, those seniors were also from the Kunlun origin court. And so was his revered teacher. The reason why they were willing to teach him was probably because of his father, Zhou Tanhua. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he said, "He just wants to become stronger, so he has been cultivating. If there's a goal, it's to become the most powerful." Chapter 929. The Strongest. Zhou Tianyuan revealed a blank look. He subconsciously asked, "Who is the strongest in the Kunlun origin court?" Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not speak. Murong Yen suddenly asked, "Senior, when will the Tanhua be back?" She was annoyed to learn that Zhou Tanhua was in closed-door cultivation, but she also felt relieved in her heart. At least this guy didn't have a new lover. You'll have to ask him himself. Don't worry and wait. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After that, he turned around and left. He said, "I came to see you this time. Your swordsmanship is too shallow." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already disappeared. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan's face and ears turned red. She felt ashamed and held her sword tightly. Murong Yen was thinking about Zhou Tanhua, and the hall fell silent. After leaving the palace, Zhou Xuanji did not leave immediately. He wandered around Zhou Tianyuan's huge city. It had been a long time since he had descended to the mortal world to play. The swordsmanship in this city was very strong, and almost everyone carried a sword. The Holy Ghost cursed sword you refined has been successfully born. The voice of the sword spirit suddenly sounded in his mind, and then the confidence of the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in front of him. Sword name, Holy Ghost cursed sword grade, myriad flowers origin court description, refined from the evil will of the creator of the Kunlun origin court. It is immortal. Once touched by the blade, bad luck will plague the body and it will cause a violent death. Using this sword requires one to be at least a great supreme of the three courts. What a tacky name. However, to be able to reach the myriad flowers origin court made Zhou Xuanji very excited. He just so happened to meet the requirements of this sword. Zhou Xuanji moved to a deserted forest and took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword. This was his first myriad flower origin court divine sword. Ordinary ore, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, Armageddon. Ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heavens, heaven span, 9 extremities, primordial chaos. Profound way, honored Lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. The myriad flower origin court, the Lord of Karma Cauldron, the great calamity. The supreme legendary sword systems level was updated again and again, always keeping up with his growth. The Holy Ghost cursed sword was completely black, and the top of the blade was shaped like a tooth. Under the sunlight, the blade reflected a frightening cold light. He gripped the sword tightly and could feel the vast power within it. The evil thoughts of the creator of the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji was quite curious. Who was the creator of the Kunlun origin court? Even the Palace of Historical Records of the Origin Court had never clearly stated this. No one knew how long the Kunlun Origin Court had existed, and no one knew what it looked like before. The answers to these puzzles are impossible to imagine. Lightly waving the Holy Ghost cursed sword, Zhou Xuanji immediately put it away, lest he accidentally destroyed this great world. The evil energy in the sword was so massive that even Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. With this sword, my strength has increased tremendously. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji chuckled before he disappeared. Within the dark void, a small boat was moving forward. A figure stood on the deck with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was tall, his white hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was handsome. There was a sense of hostility between his brows, and 2 clusters of flames burned on his shoulders. He was Gu Tianlin. He was a peerless genius of the present age. His cultivation was exceedingly high. His fame was not inferior to the Qilin 9 absolutes. Behind him, a short and fat old man was making tea. The old man picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "Young master, it's still far from the Kunlun Origin Court. Take a seat first." Hearing this, Gu Tianlin shook his head. He looked ahead and said, "This is my first time coming to the Kunlun Origin Court. Someone said that I would be defeated in the Kunlun Origin Court. Do you think I will lose?" The old man blew the steam off the teacup and said with a smile, "I don't know, but you rarely lose, don't you?" Gu Tianlin narrowed his eyes. He thought of Shen Nianqing's mockery of him. "You are a peerless genius? It's just that you haven't met the Kunlun Origin Court Sword Emperor. Otherwise, you would understand how mediocre you are. By the way, Hong Qin Saint Lord met the Sword Emperor and imparted his Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao to the Sword Emperor." When she said this, Shen Nianqing's face was full of a contemptuous smile. It still stimulated him. "Sword Emperor? Just wait, I will defeat you in front of all your subordinates. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy," Gu Tianlin murmured. His eyes were cold. He looked as if he had Zhou Xuanji in the bag. The old man glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. He didn't say much. Inside the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice reverberated. He was sitting on the golden throne with Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua on his left and right. Sovereign Hongchen was meditating below. The 3 women were immersed in the ancestral voice, unable to extricate themselves. Zhou Xuanji looked at their epiphany and couldn't help but think of the location of the Origin Court that he had memorized before. "I have to find a chance to take away the court realm. At that time, I will let Xian Xianghua and Sovereign Hongchen take charge. I can absorb the rules and become stronger." Thinking of this, he immediately sent out an outer soul avatar to check the situation. "I hope that the court realm is still there." His outer soul avatar immediately left the Kunlun Origin Court. But as soon as he came out, he saw a familiar figure. Sovereign Wu Zhou. To be precise, it was a strand of Sovereign Wu Zhou's soul. "Quickly call your main body." Sovereign Wu Zhou's face was pale, and his aura was weak. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately ended his preaching. He left these words and left, "Continue your cultivation. I'm going out for a while." The 3 women didn't open their eyes. They were still immersed in the enlightenment. He came to the dark void. Zhou Xuanji looked at Sovereign Wu Zhou and asked with a frown, "What happened to you?" Sovereign Wu Zhou took a deep breath and said, "Sovereign Heaven has revived and is capturing the Kunlun Origin Court sovereigns. Unfortunately, I encountered him and was destroyed by him with a palm strike. Before my main soul was captured, I was lucky enough to split a strand of my remnant soul." Sovereign Heaven? Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He couldn't help but think of the sea of corpses. What does a Sovereign Heaven want to do? To take revenge on the boundless universe? Protect the Kunlun Origin Court. If possible, I hope you can move the Kunlun Origin Court away. Be careful of the heavenly law. Sovereign Wu Zhou said with difficulty. After saying this, his remnant soul suddenly dissipated. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Be careful of the heavenly law? Each court realm had countless heavenly laws. How could he be careful? Sovereign heaven was also a heavenly law body. Could it be that he could control all the heavenly laws? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Also, how can I move the Kunlun origin court away? Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. After Little Sovereign learned of this, his face turned gloomy. What will come will come. Go and collect the Fang court realm that you found before, Little Sovereign said while rubbing his chin. He couldn't think of a solution for the time being. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left his out-of-soul doppelgangers to guard this place. After that, he immediately left, quickly leaving the dark void. At the same time, in the Kunlun origin court, in a dark ice palace, Zhou Tanhua was meditating and cultivating. Your chance is here. A hoarse voice entered his ears, causing him to open his eyes in shock. Who is it? Chapter 930. Zhou Tanhua frowned and scanned every corner of the ice palace. Even with his spiritual will, he couldn't find any aura of other creatures. Hurry up and come out. What are you hiding in the dark for? He shouted in a low voice. His aura exploded, shaking the entire ice palace. At this time, a wisp of black smoke appeared in front of him, and a hoarse voice came from it. The post-ancient sovereign three heavens have appeared, and the Kunlun origin court is wavering between creation and destruction. Leave the Kunlun origin court, your opportunity is waiting for you. Baffling. Zhou Tanhua's face turned ugly as he shouted, Who the hell are you? He subconsciously thought of Zhou Fa. Back then, Zhou Fa also liked to scare him like this, so he was unmoved. It was definitely an enemy trying to lure him away from the Kunlun origin court. Of course, if he was a tiger in the Kunlun origin court, there would be many dragons circling above him. I am sovereign carefree, and I was once a sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. Currently, there are invincible existences hunting down the origin court sovereigns, and I am also being hunted. I have divined that you will be the future pillar of the Kunlun origin court, and I hope that you can escape this calamity. The hoarse voice once again came out from the black smoke, causing Zhou Tanhua to frown. He had heard of Supreme Unfettered. He was a supreme who had left his name throughout the ages. There were still many legends about him circulating in the Kunlun origin court. He had heard from Zhou Xuanji that he had met Sovereign Xiaoyao at the Sovereign's gathering. Have you told my father about this? Zhou Tanhua asked. Sovereign Xiaoyao replied, Sovereign Wu Zhou has already told him that he has left the Kunlun origin court to search for other courts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's hostility began to fade. In that case, it was possible that the other party really did not have malicious intentions. If Zhou Xuanji had not left, this guy would not have thought of him. Let's wait for my father to come back. Zhou Tanhua said in a deep voice. He had family and friends in the Kunlun origin court. How could he just leave like that? Supreme Unfettered's tone was solemn as he said, the catastrophe might descend at any moment. You can't hesitate any longer. I've made up my mind. Don't say any more, senior. Thank you for your advice. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said in a firm tone. After that, he sat down again. The wisp of black smoke dissipated. After that, Supreme Unfettered disappeared without leaving a single word. Zhou Tanhua heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that Supreme Unfettered would force him. However, when he thought about what Sovereign Xiaoyao said, he felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. His father was indeed powerful, but he wasn't invincible in the boundless universe. He looked up at the top of the ice palace, his eyes filled with worry. Within the space-time turbulence, a gray-robed man stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair was mixed with a few strands of green hair. Although his appearance wasn't outstanding, his aura was extraordinary. When space-time lightning approached him, it would transform into golden lotuses and float away. He was the unfettered Exalt. At this moment, his face was solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking. Since he doesn't want to leave, then forget it. A voice drifted over. A silhouette appeared 100 feet behind the unfettered sovereign. The silhouette shone with golden light, but its true appearance could not be seen. Supremacy Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and said, "But if that's the case, won't the Kunlun origin court's fate be cut off?" He shuddered at the thought of how powerful a cardinal heaven expert was. "There's no other way. You can't change anything. Go back, find a place to hide, and wait for the three heavens to descend. At that time, someone will restrain the cardinal heaven," the silhouette said in a meaningful tone, shaking its head. Supreme Unfettered frowned and said, "Who can restrain the cardinal heaven? Isn't Hun Tian in cahoots with him? Are you referring to the legendary Hongmeng heaven? Can he fight against the cardinal heaven and Hunyuan heaven alone?" Hunyuan heaven and cardinal heaven appeared on the same day. Both sides drew a boundary, oppressing one another without interfering with the other. The future of the boundless universe is not something you and I can speculate about. "Survive first," the silhouette said faintly. The light figure said faintly. Then, he turned into a star of light and disappeared without a trace. Supreme Unfettered stood rooted to the ground. He pondered for a long time before he finally sighed and left. Boom! 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 In the void, two silhouettes were fighting wildly. Zhou Xuanji held the Soul Kunlun sword in his hand. His sword chi was so powerful that his opponent could not get close. His opponent was a court realm sovereign who had already gathered the power of the court realm. His body was glowing with a blinding white light. He desperately cast his divine abilities, but no matter how he attacked, he could not break through the boundless sword chi. How can it be? How can he be so powerful? Great sovereign white light roared furiously in his heart. An unprecedented fear occupied his mind. In the void, the turbid mist billowed recklessly like a group of dancing dragons. Zhou Xuanji looked at his opponent calmly. He could easily suppress his opponent with the Soul Kunlun sword. If he took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword, he might be able to kill this great sovereign instantly. It's time to end this. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He just wanted to test his strength. Now that he had a rough understanding of his opponent, it was time to end this battle. He raised the Soul Kunlun sword and swung it casually. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Boom! Endless sword chi came at him. Sovereign white light could not react in time and was engulfed by the violent sword chi. Both his body and soul were destroyed in an instant. Instant kill. When a court great sovereign used the power of the court realm, his strength was at most equivalent to that of the great sovereigns of the three courts. Zhou Xuanji had already reached the great sovereign of the three courts. With the origin court reversing sword in his hand, killing his opponent was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Surging supreme divine power poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. The absolute invasion saint body perfectly absorbed this divine power. Next, he looked at a tiny piece of sand. There was a court realm hidden in it. He waved his right hand and took the sand into his hand. He turned around and quickly flew toward the Kunlun origin court. Shuttling through the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji scanned the court realm in the sand with his divine will. This Fang court realm had changed a lot compared to what he had seen before. The number of creatures inside had increased dramatically. He had no idea what had happened. Huh? Zhou Xuanji suddenly noticed something. He raised his brow as a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Time rule. That great sovereign had used the time rule on the court realm. No wonder the number of creatures in the court realm had increased so quickly. There was also the time rule in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji could control the time in the Kunlun origin court, but he couldn't do it with such a big difference. According to his estimation, a year in the Kunlun origin court was equivalent to 1,000 years in this Fang court realm. The difference of 1,000 times was enough to prove that this time rule wasn't simple. Could it be that this rule doesn't belong to this court realm but comes from the endless universe? Zhou Xuanji curiously thought. He decided to absorb this time rule. After a few hours, he returned to the Supreme Palace and began to absorb the court realm in the sand. In the depths of his soul, he had already opened 3 court realms. It was enough to store this court realm. He took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign to stay by his side. In case he encountered any problems, he could ask Little Sovereign for help. You killed a great sovereign so quickly. Little Sovereign cried out in shock. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Apart from his fall, Zhou Xuanji had yet to seize a court realm. Chapter 931. Why are you so surprised? It seems like I have far surpassed your peak. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile. He felt very happy to see Little Sovereign so shocked. Little Sovereign crossed his arms and snorted, "Smelly brat, you have indeed surpassed me. Don't leave me behind in the future. I still want to stand at the peak with you and look at the myriad halls realm." He had heard Zhou Xuanji mention the 9 souls before. In the mortal realm, Zhou Xuanji had relied on the 9 souls in the legendary swords to escape danger many times, and in the end, Zhou Xuanji had helped them revive. It sounded like a beautiful story, but he did not want that. He wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji forever. He believed that this kid would surpass his imagination. I won't abandon you. Right, there's a law of time in this court realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded before explaining how powerful the time law was. Little Sovereign touched his chin and guessed, according to what you said, it might really be from the endless universe. But how could that guy have such a treasure? It can't be that the time law came knocking on my door, right? Zhou Xuanji thought about it carefully. Could it be that the great sovereign had a serendipity in the boundless universe? He might even have a backer. He shook his head. So what if he had a backer? Currently, the boundless universe was in turmoil and chaos, so what if he provoked another powerful enemy? Following this, Zhou Xuanji began to focus on absorbing the court realm. His supreme divine power was extremely powerful, and he was able to forcefully merge the spacetime of the court realm with his own soul. After the fusion of time and space, he had to adapt the rules of the realm of the dynasty to his soul aura. This process would take a long time, but Zhou Xuanji could afford to wait. As he waited, he sent his divine will into the courtyard realm. After some investigation, he had a general understanding of this Fangting realm. Jianghu court realm. Its creator was also a supreme of the Kunlun origin court, and his seniority was even lower than that of a little supreme. Up until now, true noble court realm had already given birth to 12 exalts. In terms of the number of origin fusion divine lords, it was inferior to the Kunlun origin court, but in terms of overall number, it was not a small number. All living beings of the true Su court, heed my command. Your sovereign has fallen. From today onwards, I, the Sword Emperor, will control all of you. I will make the true Su court even stronger. In the future, all of you will belong to the same faction as the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the true Su court. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. To the living beings of Jianghu court, they had no way of knowing what was happening outside, much less the battle that had just occurred. Therefore, all of this was too sudden for them. What? Did Jizun die? Sword Emperor. Who is he? Isn't the Kunlun origin court the legendary place of origin? Impossible. Jizun will be defeated? Oh my God, have we been subdued? What happened? Who is he? What kind of place is the Kunlun origin court? The various planes of true Su court realm were shaken, even the millions of mortals sighing in admiration. The name of the Sword Emperor instantly became known to everyone. Zhou Xuanji sent an outer-of-soul doppelganger into the court. Taking in the true Su court was very complicated, and it was not as simple as just placing it in his soul. Next, he would arrange for Exalt Hongchen and Xian Xianghua to enter the true Su court realm and help him control this realm. At the same time, it would also allow them to absorb more of the source laws, strengthen themselves, and charge towards the Grand Supreme Realm step by step. Then, he summoned Supreme Crimson Dust and Xian Xianghua. What is it? Xian Xianghua asked. She was thinking about improving her cultivation technique, but she was moved here. Naturally, she felt a little depressed. Supreme Crimson Dust, on the other hand, was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's strength. This time, facing Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine power, She couldn't even detect it. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the sovereign palace. The gap between the two was growing rapidly. Thinking of this, Supreme Crimson Dust's mood became complicated. I have just subdued a court realm. It's called the True Su Court Realm. Later, you will be the sovereign and rule this court realm. How about it? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Hearing this, the two women were stunned. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had this plan, but they didn't expect it to come true so soon. Really? Xian Xianghua asked excitedly. She knew very well what it meant to control a court realm. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. A court realm could give birth to a grand sovereign, and after hundreds of millions of years, another one could be born. This was the inheritance of a court realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I will tell you first, so that you can prepare. When the time comes, you can bring your subordinates with you. It's up to you. Xian Xianghua asked, not now? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I'm still fusing with it. I have integrated the True Su Court realm into my soul. No matter where I go in the future, I will take it with me. Xian Xianghua's eyes lit up when she heard this. Doesn't that mean that I will never be separated from Zhou Xuanji in the future? Supreme Crimson Dust asked, then, can you also integrate the Kunlun Origin Court into your soul? Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then told them about the calamity that Supreme Wu Zhou had mentioned. Sovereign Heaven. Hunyuan Heaven. Hunting Origin Court Great Sovereigns. Supreme Crimson Dust furrowed his brow and said, then you have to hurry up. Don't let your guard down. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, don't worry. Go back and prepare quickly. Don't delay me. After saying this, he waved his right hand and sent the two women back. TSK, don't you think the tenderness of a daughter is beautiful? Little Sovereign raised his brow and teased. Zhou Xuanji proudly smiled and said, beautiful, of course it's beautiful. Are you envious? Do you want me to find you a female ghost? Little Sovereign's smile immediately froze. Just as he was about to curse, Zhou Xuanji suddenly put Little Sovereign into the Supreme Warehouse. Next, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the Kunlun Origin Court and came to the dark void. He wanted to absorb the Kunlun Origin Court into his soul. The Kunlun Origin Court made him. Therefore, it didn't reject his supreme divine power at all. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji successfully integrated with the Kunlun Origin Court. In an instant, his cultivation began to improve significantly. He could feel that he could mobilize the power of the Origin Court anytime and anywhere. In the future, no matter where he went, once he fought, it would be as if he was fighting near the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He immediately turned around and left. He decided to live in another place. The place he chose was the Absolute Time Realm. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion in the Absolute Time Realm. When his cultivation reached the point where it couldn't grow anymore, the strength of the Kunlun Origin Court would definitely undergo earth-shaking transformation. The Absolute Time Realm was still empty. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relaxed after returning here. He had once transformed here. He was filled with a sense of closeness to this place. Only here would he not feel a sense of crisis. He sat down and meditated as his consciousness entered the Kunlun Origin Court. He focused his attention on Zhou Tianyuan. In any case, this was his first grandson. How could he not care about him? When Zhou Tianyuan broke out of the great world, he would focus on cultivating this grandson. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua found Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yan. The family reunited. The atmosphere was very warm. They were eating in a wooden hut on the cliff, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Murong Yan mentioned Zhou Xuanji and the Kunlun Origin Court and snorted, Tanhua, you have a lot of things to hide from us, mother and son. Is it really okay? Chapter 932. Zhou Tanhua felt a headache when he heard his wife mention Zhou Xuanji. He wanted to tease his son a little more. Should he continue to hide it now? Sigh. He had wanted Zhou Tianyuan to rise from the ordinary and rely on his own efforts to experience the world of mortals. Unfortunately, his plan had been foiled. "Father, who was that senior? What do the seniors I met in my childhood have to do with you?" Zhou Tianyuan asked with anticipation. In the past, he had achieved great success in his cultivation and felt that he had already surpassed his father. Now that he saw his father again, he realized that he could not see through his father's cultivation at all. He was really a frog in a well. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said, "I can't tell you for the time being. When you go to the Kunlun Origin Court, you will know that those seniors are indeed my old friends. They can even be said to be my relatives." Murong Yen widened his eyes and asked in astonishment, "You have relatives? So many?" Previously, Zhou Tianyuan had already told her how many seniors she had met when she was young. So many powerful beings were her husband's relatives. Before meeting Zhou Xuanji, she even thought that Zhou Tanhua was an orphan. After all, she hadn't seen any of Zhou Tanhua's relatives or even friends since they got married. "I will bring you back," Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. He turned his head to look at Zhou Tianyuan and said seriously, "Son, I'm going to take your mother away. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. We will wait for you in the Kunlun Origin Court." Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan's expression changed. Murong Yen was originally very surprised, but when he heard that he had to leave his son behind, he immediately became anxious. "If we're leaving, we'll leave together. Why do you have to leave your son behind? How long would it take for Zhou Tianyuan to surpass the heavenly saint realm and reach the Kunlun Origin Court? He has grown up. It's time for him to be independent." Zhou Tanhua shook his head and smiled. Zhou Tianyuan thought about Zhou Xuanji's words and nodded. He wanted to be like that senior, free and unfettered. "TSK, you have the nerve to say that. How long have you been by father's side? You've never been independent so early." At this moment, Zhou Xiaoshuan's voice sounded. The door was pushed open and she walked in wearing a black dress. Upon seeing her, Zhou Tianyuan stood up abruptly. "Fairy Xian." Zhou Tianyuan cried out in surprise. Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua almost spurted out his saliva. Murong Yen blinked. She looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and then at Zhou Tanhua, and suddenly understood something. Zhou Xiaoxian sat next to Murong Yen, waved her hand and said with a smile, "In the future, don't call me immortal aunt. Just call me auntie." "Aunt?" Zhou Tianyuan was stunned and instantly understood. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, "Sister, what are you doing here?" "Sister," Zhou Tianyuan's expression became complicated. "Your mother is about to go to another heavenly court. She wants to take me there. Aren't you going?" Zhou Xiaoxian propped her chin up with her right hand and said casually. She glanced at Murong Yen and sized him up with a teasing look in her eyes. Murong Yen shyly lowered her head. This was the first time she was meeting her husband's relative. "Another court?" Zhou Tanhua raised his eyebrows. Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Murong Yen and Zhou Tianyuan, then said, "Bring the mother and son with you. Training can be found anywhere, it doesn't necessarily have to start in the mortal world. For people like you, who were born extraordinary, to descend to the mortal world to gain experience, it's simply a show-off. When the time comes, there will be too much karma left. How can I escape unscathed?" Zhou Tanhua looked at her in surprise. When did she become so reasonable? It was as if he had become another person. "The master you've acknowledged is actually your grandmother. Your grandmother is about to become the supreme ruler of a court. Impressive, isn't she?" Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Zhou Tianyuan and smiled. "Supremacy." Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yan's eyes widened. After listening to Zhou Xuanji, they felt that supremacy was the strongest existence. But they didn't expect Zhou Tanhua's mother to be so ridiculously strong. "No wonder she is so good to me," Zhou Tianyuan murmured. In his heart, Xian Xianghua was like his other mother. Ever since they parted, he often missed Xian Xianghua. Murong Yen fell into shock. Her family was prominent, so her father looked down on Zhou Tianhua. It was only after Zhou Tianyuan's rise that her father changed his opinion. But he still didn't have a good impression of Zhou Tianhua. After all, Zhou Tianhua hadn't visited him for a long time. But now it seemed that she had climbed up a high branch. It's settled then, bring them with you next time. Zhou Shaoxian threatened Zhou Tianhua. After that, she disappeared into thin air. Zhou Tianhua smiled bitterly and helplessly. His plan was ruined. Now that Zhou Tianyuan already knew about his identity, he couldn't hide it anymore. In that case, you will come with me. I will take you back to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range first before leaving the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Tianhua took Murong Yan's hand and said with a gentle smile. It's better this way. Our family will not be separated. His father always took his family with him wherever he went. He should continue this tradition. Could it be that the senior who came to us before is? Zhou Tianyuan suddenly thought of a possibility and asked nervously. Zhou Tianhua smiled but didn't say anything. In the absolute time realm, Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice reverberated endlessly. He was reciting the ancestral voice to help him improve his cultivation. Although he had absorbed the cultivation of a great sovereign, he was still far from the great sovereigns of the four courts. Jianghu sat beside him, quietly cultivating. The absolute time realm was too lonely. He deliberately brought her out so that she could accompany him while cultivating. At first, Jianghu was also amazed by the absolute time realm. Only after a long time did she enter the state of cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and murmured, "The time law is really difficult to control." He had already extracted the time law of the true Su court realm. He and Jianghu were absorbing it, trying to fuse the time law. Really? Why do I feel that it's okay? Jianghu said without opening her eyes, making Zhou Xuanji glance at her. Huh? Does learning the time law also pay attention to talent? That's good. It's good that she can become the source sovereign earlier. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. Although it was a little difficult for him to learn the time law, it wasn't difficult with the help of the ancestral voice. After a few years, Jianghu finally mastered the time law, and her cultivation soared. Zhou Xuanji immediately poured his sovereign divine power into her body to help her break through smoothly. In the dark void, Gu Tianlin stood on the boat, frowning as he looked ahead. The short and fat old man stood behind him, also observing the surroundings. Strange, where is the Kunlun Origin Court? The short and fat old man asked in surprise. He had clearly divined that Zhou Xuanji was here. A long time ago, he had also come to the Kunlun Origin Court. Gu Tianlin took a deep breath and said, "He escaped. He is probably hiding from the cardinal heaven." A look of disdain appeared on his face. This sword emperor was just a so-so. He was also a coward who was afraid of death. Then what are you going to do next? The short and fat old man asked. He wanted to calculate Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts but he couldn't find anything. This surprised him. There were not many existences in the endless universe that he couldn't calculate. Gu Tianlin muttered, "Let's wait a little longer. What if he comes back?" Chapter 933. Zhou Xuanji still didn't know that Gu Tianlin was looking for him. He could cultivate peacefully in the absolute time realm, so he wasn't in a hurry to go out. Now, apart from cultivating, he was integrating the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court. His outer-of-soul doppelganger had already met the higher-ups of the True Su Court. In the face of his domineering strength, those powerhouses chose to accept their fate. Zhou Xuanji had a plan, which was to establish a connection between the two courts. He could hold a grand event like the Superstar competition to let both sides understand each other. The Superstar competition wasn't just a simple competition. It was more interesting. So, he summoned the 12 ancestors and the 9 honorable officials of the True Su Court to let them get to know each other. This meeting wasn't warm, but it wasn't awkward either. Both sides were interested in the other court. Especially the 9 honorable officials. In the history of the True Su Court, the Kunlun Origin Court was the origin. Whether it's the Kunlun origin court or the true Su court, we will all be one family in the future. Of course, there is still a hierarchy. I won't allow you to fight without permission, but I also don't want the lower courts to provoke the upper courts. Understand? Zhou Xuanji said. His first sentence made the 12 ancestors puff out their chests and raise their heads. The 9 honorable officials were instantly moved. Their faces were extremely ugly. Wasn't this trampling on their dignity? Their expectations for Zhou Xuanji were instantly gone. In the future, I will control even more kingdoms. Just like what I said before, the future kingdoms will have to respect the previous kingdoms. Of course, if you are not strong enough and are surpassed, my words will not make the other kingdoms truly respect you. The true Su court might seem to be suffering some grievances right now, but without me, there will be other grand sovereigns who will come to swallow you up. The weak have no choice. But if there are other grand sovereigns controlling you, can you guarantee that your treatment will be even better? I can bring you peace, but I also want to give my old subordinates confidence so that they can trust me. They believe that no matter how many courts I conquer, I will not forget their support. In the future, the true Su court will also be the pillar behind me. I can't forget your contributions and trust, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These words were deeply engraved in the hearts of the 9 honorable officials. The 12 ancestors were also excited. He spoke with sincerity and vigor. A magnificent vision unfolded in front of them. Even the 9 honorable officials couldn't help but imagine that countless courts would respect them and look up to them in the future. If that was true, then what was the point of being the second strongest? Of course, I also hope that you won't go and bully the lower court realms for no good reason. It's meaningless, and it's a loss of the demeanor of elites. The ancestors couldn't help but laugh. The 12 ancestors burst into laughter. The 9 honorable officials couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Zhou Xuanji continued with his plan. His plan was huge and detailed, causing the 12 ancestors of law and the 9 supreme officials to sink into deep thought. Zhou for him, for Zhou for him, for him for. Zhou Xuanji not only wanted the Kunlun origin court to become stronger, but he also wanted the true Su court to become stronger. However, he for Tian for him that he for Kuden from for him. That Kuden from Zhou for the sect, he could Su court Tian. The Chen of heaven for Gu Chen. Zhou of Chen for the Jifram from. Hearing this, the 9 honorable officials frowned. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, "Don't think that I'm giving them a chance. I'm giving you a chance. I don't have so many women and children. Some courts will choose their own sovereign, but it will make it more difficult for them to win." His words moved the 9 honorable officials again. The 12 ancestors couldn't help but admire Zhou Xuanji. He really knew how to say nice things. All of this was because Zhou Xuanji could take in more courts. He was so high-spirited and full of provocation that people couldn't help but believe his words. What I want isn't just 1 court or 2 realms. I want to rule over everything. Go and make your preparations. I hope that one day, all of you can help me conquer the court realm. I hope that one of you will become a grand paragon and spread my might. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, he didn't give them time to react. He waved his right hand and sent them back. After that, he let in the people who had been waiting outside the palace. They were Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Sovereign, Zhou Shaoxian, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Tianyuan, and Murong Yan. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was high above, Zhou Tianyuan was excited. Murong Yan, on the other hand, was incomparably nervous. He felt like a stinky daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. "Are you ready to go to the true Su court?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He looked at Zhou Tianyuan and began to plan in his heart. This boy's talent was very good. Although he wasn't as good as Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had more possibilities. "You can go anytime," Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly. She had never left the Kunlun origin court. Xian Xianghua was similarly excited. "Now? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You guys go first. Tianyuan and Xiaoyan stay behind. I will send them over after some time." A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Supremacy, Zhou Xiaoxian, and Zhou Tanhua disappeared into thin air. Only Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen were left in the hall. Both mother and son were very nervous. They did not know where to put their hands. "Don't be nervous. I kept you guys here because I wanted to preach the Tao to you. Your cultivation bases are too weak," Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile, which made the mother and son feel ashamed. Especially Zhou Tianyuan. He had always been very conceited. It was not until recently that he realized how weak he was. Zhou Xuanji did not waste any time. He started talking about the ancestral voice, allowing them to enter a state of enlightenment. In a dim temple, the ancestor Buddha slowly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly and said in a low voice, this frequent ancestral voice. "That brat really knows how to squander." A mocking laugh came from the darkness. "The ancestral voice won't stop. Do you think everyone is like you, afraid of another person hearing the ancestral voice?" The ancestor Buddha looked displeased and said, "The ancestral voice is a supreme creation. How can it be heard by mortals? This is blasphemy to the ancestral voice." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He wanted to find Zhou Xuanji and strip him of his ancestral voice memories. Ha ha ha, if he wants to become Hongmeng Heaven and fight against Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven alone, he will have to rely on this method. Otherwise, he will not be able to fight against the other two heavens alone. The voice in the darkness sounded very playful. In response, the ancestor Buddha could only remain silent. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the temple. "Ancestor Buddha, long time no see. Open the door quickly." The other party spoke impolitely without a trace of respect. The ancestor Buddha closed his eyes and said, "Gujuagio, you are not worthy of the ancestral voice. Give it up." Gujuagio. The number one person below the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. "If I'm not worthy, who is? You have been here more than 10 times. Have you ever remembered a phrase of the ancestral voice?" Gujuagio was silent. The temple trembled as though he would charge in at any moment. "Other than me, no one in the endless universe can learn it. Are you really going to cut off the ancestral voice's inheritance?" Gujuagio asked again. Chapter 934. Someone has already learned the ancestral voice, so you don't have to worry about inheriting it. The ancestor Buddha replied coldly. He wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing such a powerful ancient genius. "What? Who?" Hearing this, Gujuagio became furious and roared. "I can't say. You will meet him sooner or later and learn the ancestral sound. You will definitely rise up from nowhere and dominate the world." The ancestor Buddha replied calmly, intentionally provoking Gujuagio. Gujuagio didn't explode. His voice didn't ring out again. For a long time, he did not speak. He left. The fact that the ancestral voice had been learned by someone greatly stimulated him. "Gu peerless genius, your era has already passed. So many years ago, you were unable to dominate the boundless universe. Now that the primeval sovereign three heavens has revived, you still want to fight?" The ancestor Buddha revealed a mocking smile. He was mocking Gujuagio for overestimating himself. That's not necessarily the case. All living beings reminisce about the past, but they don't know that in those legendary eras, all living beings were also looking up to the past. The voice in the darkness rang out again, its tone intriguing. The current boundless universe is actually very exciting. Even a peerless genius like Gujuagio couldn't dominate, and now there's the appearance of a post-primeval three heavens. Perhaps the next primeval era is coming. When the ancestral Buddha heard that, he felt that it made sense and nodded slightly. Absolute time realm. Jiang Shui stood in front of Zhou Xuanji. Her entire body was wrapped in silver radiance. She had already become a sovereign of laws and grasped the powerful laws of time. Her temperament had also become even more extraordinary and refined. She had the cold temperament of a mortal supremacy, but there was a faint smile on her face, making her look very holy. It's a pity that I can't use the time law here. I still don't know how powerful I am now. Jianghu said regretfully, but the smile on her face never disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, then you can try entering the court. After saying that, he took Jianghu into the Kunlun origin court. He continued to cultivate. He had also absorbed the laws of time. He wanted to fuse all the laws he had mastered together to create a new sacred art. It would be best if it was a divine ability that could kill in one strike. He had an idea. He was working on it. Time flew by. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 6,000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, court reversal, mysterious destroyer sword, myriad flower origin court, divine sword of coercion. The sword spirit's voice sounded in his mind. The sword spirit wasn't referring to the absolute time but the Kunlun origin court. No matter how long Zhou Xuanji stayed in the absolute time realm, his age would not change. But if a year passed in the Kunlun origin court, he would grow 1 year older. He slowly opened his eyes and checked the information of the two swords. Sword name, Mysterious Destroyer sword level, court toppling description, a sword created by the Profound Destruction forefather. Among the 3,000 great Daos, there is the Tao of Destruction. After a long period of time, the Profound Destruction sword was created, and a trace of the Profound Destruction forefathers will is hidden within the sword. Sword name, Oppressive Divine Sword Grade, Myriad Flowers Origin Court, description. During the primeval era, mighty figures often collided with each other, distorting time and space. This sword specializes in absorbing pressure and can also release it. To use this sword, one must be at least a great supreme of the 6 courts. Both divine swords were very good, and each had its own advantages. Among them, Zhou Xian had heard of forefather Profound Destruction before. The Profound Destruction forefather's status in the boundless universe was about the same as the Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch. Did the appearance of this sword mean that the Profound Destruction forefather had already fallen? Zhou Xuanji was just a little curious, but he didn't think too much about it. He was very interested in the oppressive divine sword. Unfortunately, he was still far from the great sovereign of the 6 courts. He was still 1 step away from the great sovereign of the 4 courts. He felt that he needed an opportunity. Since I have woken up, let's go out for a walk. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he exited the absolute time realm. He began wandering in the void. He wanted to find the next court realm. At present, Xian Xianghua and Mortal Sovereign had already taken control of the true Su court realm. Ever since Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao in the ancestral voice in the true Su court realm, all living beings in this realm had been convinced. The previous sovereign had never preached the Tao to them. Now, the atmosphere between the 2 realms was very harmonious. Both knew of each other's existence and were preparing for the superstar competition. Everything was developing in a good direction. Zhou Xuanji took out the Emperor Sword of Life and Death and stepped on it to wander the universe. Along the way, he was enjoying the scenery. His flying speed wasn't very fast. Along the way, he had been looking for a court realm, but it would take time to find it. After flying for a long time, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped and saw a black shadow in front of him. It was a pair of black wings wrapped together, with a pair of horns on top. Apparently, it was a mysterious creature. The aura of a great sovereign. Kid, didn't anyone tell you that you need to be careful in the endless universe and not be so reckless? A cold voice came, which made Zhou Xuanji want to laugh. The other party was also a great sovereign of the 3 courts. Why did he think that he could defeat him? Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand. He said with a mocking smile, "It's useless to say more. Let's fight." Hua, the black shadow spread its wings suddenly. It was an existence with a humanoid body and a dragon head. Its chest was covered in red hair. Its body was muscular, and its aura was extremely terrifying. It charged straight at Zhou Xuanji. Its claws tore the space apart, creating two cracks. Countless spacetime lightning spilled out like thousands of poisonous insects scrambling to crawl out. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and slashed upward. Sword chi shot out. Boom! The black shadow blocked his sword chi with its claws and even shattered it. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. No wonder it was so arrogant. It was powerful indeed. He did not panic but was delighted instead. I need a whetstone. He took out the Emperor's sword of life and death and charged forward with both swords in his hands. At the same time, on the other side of the dark void, the short and fat old man opened his eyes suddenly and said, Zhou Xuanji has appeared. He is fighting with a great sovereign. Having heard this, Gu Tianlin opened his eyes immediately. Bring me there, he said with a deep voice. A hideous smile appeared on his face. His smile was extremely cruel. Zhou Xuanji, you finally appeared. Your death tribulation is here. The short and fat old man immediately controlled the boat to travel through the spacetime. Boom! Zhou Xuanji clashed with the black shadow again. His swords were blocked by the opponent's claws. Is that all you can do? He said with a mocking smile. Looking closely, the black shadow's claws were bleeding. Facing Zhou Xuanji's provocation, the black shadow snorted coldly. It turned into countless black feathers and exploded in this broken domain. These black feathers turned around and turned into blades that shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his right shoulder, and a golden Buddha appeared suddenly. Thousand-hand sword Buddha. It rose into the air majestically. Ding! 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 All the black feathers were blocked by the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji, who was inside the sword Buddha's body, froze the entire domain. The black shadow's movement slowed down immediately. The black shadow was shocked and terrified. Just when he wanted to retreat, the Emperor's sword of life and death landed on his neck from behind. Chapter 935. What's happening? What happened just now? The black figure was terrified. The Emperor's sword of life and death was at his neck, and he could sense an extreme murderous intent. It was as though his soul would be destroyed if he moved. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and stared at him with a smile. Don't you understand? The black figure was facing the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and Zhou Xuanji was inside the thousand-hand sword Buddha. A clone. When did this happen? The black figure was horrified. His body tensed up and did not dare to move. The Emperor's sword of life and death's power of life and death wrapped around him. It was extremely corrosive. Submit or die. Zhou Xuanji said coldly with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. He did not want to kill too many great sovereigns without court realms. Having heard him, the black figure gritted his teeth and said with a smile, Fine, my subject. Before he could finish, he turned around and slammed his palm toward Zhou Xuanji. PFFTT. Zhou Xuanji jerked his right hand and decapitated the black figure. Next, he began to absorb the black figure's sovereign divine power. The Soul Kunlun sword appeared above his head and absorbed his soul with extreme speed. Ah! The black figure cried out miserably, and his voice disappeared into the Soul Kunlun sword. Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the black figure's sovereign divine power. He chanted the ancestral voice to speed up the absorption process. About 10 breaths later, he completely absorbed the black figure's sovereign divine power, and the sovereign divine power in his body transformed. He immediately sat down and adjusted his sovereign divine power. He chanted the ancestral voice again to take this opportunity to break through. However, after speaking for a full incense stick's time, the surging supreme god force suddenly calmed down. I still can't break through. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and thought with a frown. He did not expect it to be so difficult to break through to the great sovereigns of the four courts. Forget it. Zhou Xuanji got up and flew on his sword. Standing on the Emperor's sword of life and death and holding the Soul Kunlun sword, he began to communicate with the black figure. With his soul suppressed, the black figure was terrified and quickly compromised. This guy's name was Demon Sovereign Chiyu. He came from an unknown court realm. It had been 50 million years since he stepped down from the sovereign's position. He roamed the boundless universe and looked for people below the great sovereigns to attack. The reason why he hunted grand sovereigns wasn't for his cultivation, but because he wanted to use the grand sovereign's supreme god force to refine supreme crystals, which was equivalent to creating wealth. You can stay in the sword for a while. I'll let you out when you're truly convinced. Zhou Xuanji chuckled. Before Demon Sovereign Chiyu could beg for mercy, he isolated the sealed space within the sword. He continued to walk aimlessly, hoping that a Grand Supreme would find him. If there were a few more existences like Fiend Exalt's Scarlet Brilliance, not only could he give them cultivation, but he could also raise them as slaves in the future. Zhou Xuanji thought about the plan as he smiled. Your strength is indeed not bad. The great supremes of the three courts are nothing in front of you. A cold snort came, and Zhou Xuanji immediately stopped. He narrowed his eyes. Just one sentence from the other party was enough to make him feel a great deal of pressure. The newcomer was very strong. A small boat suddenly appeared, and Gu Tianlin stood at the top of the boat. The short and fat old man stood behind him, examining Zhou Xuanji. Tell me your name. Zhou Xuanji chuckled. Although the other party was unfathomable and gave him a very dangerous feeling, he didn't panic. In the endless universe, it was impossible to meet people weaker than him all the time. There would always be some powerful cultivators. As long as they weren't ridiculously strong, he wasn't afraid. Gu Tianlin said in a cold voice. As soon as he saw how young Zhou Xuanji was, his anger surged. What Shen Nianqing said was true. Judging from the age of this guy's soul, he was really a peerless genius. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a playful smile, "Then I understand. It seems that you are here for Saint Rainbow Qin. Although you have no choice, you have no choice." He directly used the sword fusion technique, raising his aura to the peak. Gu Tianlin smiled disdainfully and said, "Your aptitude is indeed excellent, but you only have the cultivation of a great sovereign of the three courts. It's not enough." After speaking, he threw a palm at Zhou Xuanji. The spacetime distortion of the entire domain was sucked into his hand. Zhou Xuanji was then sucked into his palm. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned into a sword light and escaped. Gu Tianlin raised his brow and asked, "You have also absorbed the time law of the endless universe?" There were many time laws in the endless universe, but it was very difficult for ordinary great sovereigns to absorb them. "Are you surprised?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. A bright silver light burst out from his body. He held his sword with both hands and thrust it at Gu Tianlin, leaving behind a dazzling silver shadow. The eyes of the stout old man on the ship lit up. He exclaimed, "What an exquisite sword technique!" This sword technique wasn't affected by time and space. It couldn't be captured by divine will. It seemed to be a straight-line attack, but it contained infinite variations. Gu Tianlin waved his hand, and an invisible gale took shape, sweeping over. Zhou Xuanji's figure appeared behind Gu Tianlin out of thin air. Silhouettes appeared behind him, intertwined with silver light, forming a bond. At first glance, it seemed like hundreds of Zhou Xuanji had appeared behind Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword. Gu Tianlin turned around and slammed his palm. With a loud bang, Zhou Xuanji's sword cut through his sovereign divine power. The blade pierced into his palm, splattering blood. Huh! Gu Tianlin furrowed his brow. He was terrified. How is this possible? How was his sword able to hurt me? Gu Tianlin was infuriated. He no longer showed mercy. A violent flame burst out from his palm, forcing Zhou Xuanji back. Zhou Xuanji disappeared from his spot again. He kept moving and thrusting his sword. Gu Tianlin displayed his extraordinary power. He blocked Zhou Xuanji's fierce attack without moving his feet. The stout old man watched the battle from afar. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Young master is powerful indeed. No matter how devilish the opponent is, he can't win." He could see the huge gap between Zhou Xuanji and Gu Tianlin's cultivation at a glance. Even if Zhou Xuanji had great serendipity, it was impossible for him to defeat Gu Tianlin. No. If it was the sovereign's serendipity, it might be possible. Zhou Xuanji also noticed the gap. Gu Tianlin wasn't serious at all. His opponent was toying with him. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. He raised his right hand, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand. He slashed with all his might. The sword chi exploded, as though it had cut the entire universe in half. The edge of the sword chi was filled with endless resentment. Gu Tianlin's eyes turned cold. He took out a white jade fan from his sleeve and waved it toward the sword chi. Boom! The sword chi collided with the white jade fan, and the sword chi immediately exploded. However, the white jade fan turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cursed resentment. Gu Tianlin's expression changed. He instinctively flung the white jade fan away. Almost instantly, the white jade fan turned into a black jade fan, which was eerie and horrifying. The stout old man squinted his eyes and mumbled, "That power is." Zhou Xuanji continued to swing his sword. His speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. His sword chi was violent and unstoppable, like a river that had burst its banks. Gu Tianlin dispersed all of his sword chi with his palms. His movements were casual and looked extremely relaxed. Chapter 936. Zhou Xuanji, is this all you can do? Gu Tianlin laughed presumptuously. Although he was startled by the curse's resentment, Zhou Xuanji's strength was no match for him. At most, Zhou Xuanji's flesh was injured. I've played enough. Next, it was time to settle this old grudge. After killing this kid, the Rainbow Qin sage monarch wouldn't dare to accept any more disciples. This was because it was very difficult for Hong Qin's Saint Lord to find another peerless genius like Zhou Xuanji. After saying that, Gu Tianlin raised his arms, and torrential flames rushed out from his limbs and 7 orifices. He turned into a majestic giant and roared. A visible shockwave swept in all directions, and Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword. The Holy Ghost cursed sword spilled out, covering the shattered universe like ripples of water, forcibly resisting Gu Tianlin's aura. Time and space shattered, the laws became chaotic, and yin and yang were reversed. Everything was in chaos. A powerful light shone on Zhou Xuanji's face, and his expression greatly changed. So strong. Exactly which hall's cultivation is he at? Zhou Xuanji trembled in fear. No wonder Gu Tianlin was so mighty. No wonder so many beings in the Thunder Alliance feared him. This guy was really strong. Zhou Xuanji immediately wanted to retreat. He could feel that Gu Tianlin's aura was still increasing. If the fight continued, Gu Tianlin would probably reveal his full strength. However, he was very curious as to why Gu Tianlin did not directly show his full strength. Was it because this guy was too conceited? Are you wondering if I'm playing with you? Gu Tianlin's laughter suddenly rang out, and his words were filled with contempt. I have 9 layers of seals. Every time I unseal a layer in battle, my strength will increase by 100-fold. Just the first layer of the seal is enough to make you despair. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There was such a weird setting. You make it sound like you're as strong as the later primeval supreme 3 heavens, yet you still need to seal your strength? No matter how Zhou Xuanji thought about it, he felt that Gu Tianlin was acting. He shook his head and said with a smile, then continued to remove the seal. Just as he spoke, space-time turbulence appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, and he fell backwards, disappearing without a trace. Trying to escape. Gu Tianlin smiled disdainfully and disappeared. As soon as he entered the space-time tunnel, he heard a strange sound. Ancestral voice. What's that sound? He frowned and mumbled. His eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and his vision suddenly became blurry. Head over heels. He was dazed for a moment, and Zhou Xuanji completely disappeared. Gu Tianlin stopped, his face extremely gloomy. He tried his best to recall the ancestral voice, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. It was a very strange feeling. The short and stout elder appeared behind him, his expression grave as he said, "Could it be that what he said just now was ancestral sound? Ancestral voice?" Gu Tianlin frowned and asked, "What is the ancestral voice?" The old man took a deep breath, shook his head, and said nothing. There were some things that Gu Tianlin could not understand for the time being. If someone as conceited as him knew how powerful the ancestral sound was, he would probably do everything in his power to obtain it. However, the short and stout elder knew how difficult it was to comprehend the ancestral voice. Gu Tianlin's father, Gu Juejiao, had sacrificed so much for the ancestral sound that he was almost possessed. Gu Tianlin's expression turned extremely ugly when he saw that the short and stout old man refused to speak. "Can we still find him?" he asked in a low voice. He could no longer remember what the ancestral voice was. He could not remember it at all. Under such circumstances, he could only turn his attention to Zhou Xuanji. "No, I don't know where he went. His fate and aura have been isolated." The short and stout elder shook his head. His brows were still furrowed, and he was still wondering why Zhou Xuanji knew the ancestral voice. The ancestral Buddha was such a transcendent existence. How could Zhou Xuanji come into contact with it? He suddenly thought of Shen Nianxing. That woman. His eyes widened as he sucked in a cold breath and mumbled, "What do you want to do? You even dare to make such a heavy oath?" Gu Tianlin glanced sideways and asked unhappily, "What do you mean?" It was a pity that the short and stout elder only smiled and said nothing. Within the absolute time realm, Zhou Xuanji was meditating to heal his injuries. He was injured in the battle with Gu Tianlin, and even his soul was somewhat consumed. He opened his eyes and thought hard. He was wondering why Gu Tianlin could continuously remove the seal. Somehow, he seemed to have caught on to something, but he was not sure. "Hold on." Zhou Xuanji's pupils suddenly dilated as realization dawned on him. Removing the seal. Actually, it could be said in another way. Cultivation eruption. His divine rainbow monarch Dao could cause his will to erupt and his cultivation to soar. It was similar to Gu Tianlin's seal removal. It was just that he couldn't increase it by 100 layers. 100 layers. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. He had a bold idea. Just as he was racking his brains, his crisis was also approaching. In the silver starry sky, there was a huge golden tree. Under the tree, Shen Nianxing was meditating and cultivating. Specks of light drifted in front of her and condensed into a figure. It was a slim woman. She was 6 feet tall, wearing a black robe. Her skin was pale and she had no eyebrows or eyelashes on her face. But her hair was very long and her eyes looked very empty. Shen Nianxing opened her eyes and asked, "What are you doing here?" Looking at the black-robed woman in front of her, her face was filled with displeasure. The black-robed woman said, "Hand over Hong Meng Heaven." Her tone was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. She was like a ruler above all living beings. She looked at Shen Nianxing with cold eyes. "Hong Meng Heaven? That guy disappeared a long time ago. You want him from me?" Shen Nianxing asked with a strange look on her face. The black-robed woman said softly, "It's the person named Zhou Xuanji. He has learned the ancestral voice and will definitely become Hong Meng Heaven. It's better to hand him over to me than to be found by Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven." Shen Nianxing shook her head. She had an expression that said she didn't understand what she was talking about. She had poured so much effort into Zhou Xuanji. How could she hand him over? "If you don't hand him over, I will find him myself. At that time, you won't be able to stop me. He may die," the black-robed woman continued. Even if it was a threat, she said it very indifferently. Her tone didn't fluctuate at all. Shen Nianxing shrugged her shoulders and said, "It's up to you." The black-robed woman turned around expressionlessly. Whoosh! Her black robe suddenly rose as 3 black-haired tails emerged and lashed at Shen Nianxing's body. Shen Nianxing erupted with divine power, blocking the black-haired tails. The giant golden tree swayed non-stop, and countless golden leaves fell down. It was a very beautiful scene. "Crazy woman, you still want to attack me?" Shen Nianxing said with a cold snort. She raised her right hand as golden leaves gathered together, forming a golden whip that lashed at the black-robed woman. There was a loud bang. The two women immediately started fighting. Zhou Xuanji, who was comprehending the divine rainbow monarch Dao, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. "It seems that trouble is coming again," Zhou Xuanji murmured. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. But how could he have such a feeling in absolute time? Could it be that the enemy will break into the absolute time realm? He took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign, asking if there were any other existences besides the extermination body that could break in. Chapter 937. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be. Only the absolute invasion supremacy can enter the absolute time realm. However, nothing is absolute, and I am not the strongest existence. In this boundless universe, there are simply too many things that exceed my imagination. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes upon hearing this. These words were as good as not saying anything at all. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, "If an enemy could really barge in, wouldn't I expose this place? Looks like I should travel through the boundless universe. Unless I have no other choice, I should try not to come here." Little Supreme nodded and said, "Isn't Cardinal Heaven hunting the Supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court? Maybe it's because of him that you feel uneasy. You can go to Shen Nianxing. Her strength is unfathomable. Maybe she can protect you." Divine Nianxing? Zhou Xuanji subconsciously furrowed his brow. Although he had learned the ancestral voice under Shen Nianxing's guidance, he always felt that she was up to no good. Until now, he still couldn't figure out what Shen Nianxing was plotting. If possible, Zhou Xuanji hoped to stay away from her. "We'll see." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Immediately, he returned to the endless universe with the lesser supreme sword. He hid his aura, stepped on the life and death emperor sword and flew forward. The endless universe was huge, and there were many strange places. The myriad domain demon lair was not unique. Perhaps he could find a place to hide from these disasters. Along the way, he didn't let Little Sovereign fall asleep. "Can't you fly by yourself?" Little Sovereign yawned and complained. After falling for so long, he already liked the feeling of deep sleep. Sinking into dreamland was also a very pleasant experience. "Tell me about what you saw and heard in the boundless universe," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He was bored anyway. Little Sovereign was helpless and could only brag about his past. At first, he was reluctant, but as he spoke, he became high-spirited. With his company, Zhou Xuanji felt that the journey was no longer boring. 3 years later, Zhou Xuanji entered a universe filled with countless floating ice crystals. The stars here were like massive floating hailstones. He felt a bone-piercing cold. Even though he was a great paragon of the 3 courts, it was still somewhat unbearable. "Where is this place?" Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully as he called out Little Sovereign. As soon as Little Sovereign's soul body flew out, it instantly froze, making him speechless. He had no choice but to take Little Sovereign back. He circulated the supreme god force in his body to warm himself up. After that, he flew forward. Somehow, he felt that there was something waiting in front of him. He did not notice that the fated fate pearl had flown out of his body and was hovering above his head, absorbing the ice crystals that were flying towards him from all directions. After flying for a while, Zhou Xuanji suddenly did not feel so cold anymore. The ice crystals in the distance were still so dense, but the area around him was not affected by the ice crystals. He looked up and was stunned when he saw the fated pearl. He clearly did not sense the appearance of the fated pearl. Does this treasure have a spirit? His hair stood on end. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his hand and grabbed the fated pearl in his hand. A warm current flowed into his palm and into his bones, and soul. He was no longer cold. He even felt hot. Is there something here that's attracting you? Zhou Xuanji mumbled as he looked ahead. The end of the universe was a vast expanse of whiteness. Even he couldn't see it clearly. He immediately moved forward, wanting to find out what was going on. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he came to an island. This island wasn't big. There was a tombstone with 3 strange characters carved on it. The characters were still wriggling as if there were several black insects moving about. As soon as Zhou Xuanji landed, the fated fate pearl in his hand flew out and landed on the top of the tombstone. Rumble, the entire island shook violently. Rays of light overflowed from the tombstone and drilled into the fated fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The fated fate pearl can absorb other kinds of energy? He couldn't help but look forward to what kind of changes the fated fate pearl would bring. Crack, the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. He glanced around and saw spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the ground within a radius of 100 feet. Ice crystal insects drilled out crazily like an army of cockroaches as they rushed toward the tombstone. They quickly climbed up the tombstone and then crashed into the fated fate pearl like moths flying into a flame. Then, they were instantly burned. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought as he watched this scene. He didn't feel the existence of some kind of energy. Maybe his cultivation was not high enough. In less than 20 breaths' time, all the ice crystal insects died, and the tombstone was turned into ashes by the fated fate pearl, which dissipated with the wind. The fated fate pearl returned to Zhou Xuanji's hand. It became cold and no longer hot. That's it? Zhou Xuanji mumbled with a frown. There was quite a commotion just now, and it calmed down just like that? He couldn't understand it at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the fated fate pearl shone brightly, and a terrifying icy cold power instantly sealed him in ice. He immediately turned into an ice sculpture and froze on the spot. The island no longer shook, and everything returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji, who was frozen, opened his eyes in confusion. He could sense that his body was being modified by a strange energy. But he couldn't move, and his divine sense couldn't break out of the ice either. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Do you have to do this to me? Zhou Xuanji thought helplessly. Could the fated fate pearl's feedback be more gentle? However, he didn't expect that he would be sealed in ice for longer than he imagined. Whoosh, whoosh, countless ice crystals danced in the air, and a small boat flew in. Gu Tianlin and the short and fat old man stood on the boat. They scanned the universe with a strange expression. Are you sure it's here? Gu Tianlin asked with a frown. Previously, the short and fat old man had sensed Zhou Xuanji's fate, so they chased after him at full speed. But now, Zhou Xuanji's fate was cut off again. Looking at this lifeless universe, Gu Tianlin felt a little frenzied. He felt that he was being played by Zhou Xuanji. The short and fat old man mumbled, could this be the legendary Ice Demon Emperor? Ice Demon Emperor? Gu Tianlin's expression changed and asked, Ice Demon Emperor? A powerhouse at the Cardinal Heaven stage? What do you mean? Are you saying that this universe was created by the Ice Demon Emperor? The short and fat old man nodded and said, the Ice Demon Emperor is very powerful and participated in the great battle against Cardinal Heaven cultivators. After that battle, he was severely injured. It's said that he turned into a moving universe and continued his unfinished journey in the boundless universe. Legend has it that all creatures that enter this universe will have their souls frozen and become Ice Emperor insects. Gu Tianlin raised his brow. So terrifying? He asked with his eyes if he should retreat. The short and fat old man didn't reply immediately but observed his surroundings. The Ice Demon Emperor's power seems to have disappeared, and this universe is on the verge of collapse, the short and fat old man said in surprise. He was bewildered. After saying that, he immediately flew forward. Gu Tianlin hurriedly followed. The two of them began to float in the universe. Countless ice crystals landed on their bodies. Even though they used their divine power to resist, a layer of ice and snow accumulated on their bodies. Chapter 938. What are you looking for? Gu Tianlin asked in a deep voice. He hated the chunky old man for hiding everything from him, as if he had not grown up yet. However, the short and stout old man was his father's trusted aide. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. The short and stout elder replied, "There must be a reason. Let's look for it. Don't worry, your biggest weakness is that you can't keep your cool. It's the same for your father. Otherwise, he would have reached the cardinal heaven level long ago." Gu Tianlin frowned. He really wanted to explain, but he felt that the short and fat elder's words made sense. His father was more impetuous than he was. The two of them continued their search. Not long after, they arrived at the ice island. Their gazes locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and their expressions became strange. "He's finished just like that?" Gu Tianlin asked. He felt that this was a little unreal. He had spent so much effort to find Zhou Xuanji, but this brat fell here? The short and fat old man walked forward and said, "He's not dead. Although I can't feel his life force or soul fluctuations, his eyes are bright." After that, the old man pressed his hand on the ice and wanted to touch Zhou Xuanji through the ice. Gu Tianlin frowned. He was wary of his surroundings, afraid that the ice devil emperor would appear. "Not good, retreat quickly," the short and stout old man said in a deep voice. He turned around and quickly grabbed Gu Tianlin, and the two of them disappeared from the island of ice. At the same time, the ice statue, Zhou Xuanji, began to shake violently. He was excited. "We're finally going out," Zhou Xuanji roared in his heart. His body had been frozen for hundreds of years. In these 100 years, he could only use his extra soul doppelganger to pass his days in the two realms within his soul. A domineering cold energy was transforming his physical body. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the impervious body, he would have died long ago. He was very curious about what this power was. Ping! The layer of ice cracked open, and Zhou Xuanji could gradually move. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his purple eyes. With a boom, the layer of ice on his body shattered. The whole ice island shattered into pieces, turning into ice sand and mist. That domineering cold force erupted from his body and swept in all directions, engulfing this part of the universe. Everything was frozen. Zhou Xuanji's body was covered in ice shards, and there were also some tiny ice flakes on his face. His aura skyrocketed, and he directly began to break through to become a supreme of the 4 courts. Like a hot knife through butter. Almost without any pause, he forcibly broke through to become a great supreme of the 4 courts. Then, all the ice crystals in the universe gathered toward him, forming a huge vortex. His cultivation was rising crazily. The fated fate pearl rose from the top of his head and released a resplendent light that enveloped his entire body. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Xuanji began speaking the ancestral voice. With the ancestral sound, the growth of his cultivation became even more stable. What a great opportunity! Zhou Xuanji praised. At the same time, he had a bold idea. The fated fate pearl could absorb great amounts of energy and then pour it into his body. If he could make good use of this, the speed of his cultivation would increase greatly. However, he wasn't sure if this cultivation method would have any drawbacks. After all, he had yet to fully understand the fated pearl. Previously, he had treated the fated bead as an evil dharma treasure. Soon, all the ice crystals in the universe were absorbed by him. He had grasped a type of frost power. It could freeze the laws. I don't know what kind of power this is, but it's really strong. I have never felt such a powerful ice power. Little Sovereign exclaimed. He scanned the surrounding universe and found that it had turned into absolute darkness. The universe had disappeared and turned into the void. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Xuanji and said in admiration, "Kid, are you really from Hongmeng Heaven?" By now, he was convinced that Zhou Xuanji wasn't just lucky. This kid is destined to be extraordinary. Or rather, this kid was born to be the ruler of the endless universe. This ice power is really strong. Although I have only broken through to the 4 courts, great sovereign, I feel that it can make me stronger than the four court's great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji sighed with emotion. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He began to adjust the icy power in his body. Little Sovereign said with a teasing smile, continue flying forward. Guess how many great opportunities will you encounter? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied with a smile, how can it be so easy? We rarely encountered great sovereigns along the way. About half an hour later, his cultivation had been consolidated in the four court's great sovereign realm. The tyrannical ice power in his body had also been completely suppressed. The excessive ice power was put into the Tianxia map. The Tianxia map had been with him for so many years. Under the cultivation of his sovereign divine power, it was no longer an ordinary item. After resting for a while, they continued to move forward. Zhou Xuanji suddenly found that his heart had become calm. He was no longer restless. Was the crisis resolved, or was the crisis no longer a crisis due to the increase in his strength? After absorbing the ice power, Zhou Xuanji didn't know how strong he was. But he felt that the ice power was ridiculously strong. Even if he was facing Gu Tianlin, he was confident. Zhou Xuanji flew even more confidently. He was no longer as cautious as before. So was Little Sovereign. It's time for your name to appear in the endless universe. Little Sovereign burst into laughter. He was very pleased to see Zhou Xuanji's rise to this day. Zhou Xuanji was in high spirits, but he didn't reply. He could become more confident, but he couldn't be arrogant. You have absorbed the power of the Ice Devil Emperor. You are indeed a top expert. An ice-cold voice came, startling Zhou Xuanji into stopping. Little Sovereign shouted in a deep voice, who is it? Come out. Not long after they flew out of the void, they encountered an enemy. And they didn't even notice it. This made them feel like they had been slapped in the face. Black geese appeared in front of her and condensed into a woman in a black robe. Her face was cold and her skin was pale. It was the mysterious woman who confronted Shen Nianqing that day. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Seeing him, his heart beat faster. He felt uneasy again. You can call me Supreme. Hongmeng Heaven, you have to make a trip with me. The black-robed woman stared at Zhou Xuanji and said indifferently. Supreme? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and glanced at Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's complexion changed greatly as he said in a trembling voice, Supreme. The legendary existence of the post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens period, isn't that an illusory character? The Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch had once said that there was no supreme existence in the boundless universe. The black-robed woman said, the supreme that people understand doesn't exist. You can call me Supreme Incipient God Realm. Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice, why are you taking me away? Just because I'm Hongmeng Heaven? I don't have the qualifications to enter Hongmeng Heaven now. As soon as he flew into a rage, his icy power spread out, freezing the surrounding time and space. It quickly spread for millions of miles. Supreme Incipient God said expressionlessly, I have my own arrangements. I can't let Cardinal Heaven or Hunyuan Heaven find you. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are looking for Hongmeng Heaven. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had fallen into a big conspiracy. Chapter 939. Will he die if he follows you? Little Sovereign stared at the Supreme Incipient God and asked. He was deliberately stalling for time, thinking about how to get rid of this guy. Zhou Xuanji was also trying to think of a way. His rationality told him that if he were to escape into the absolute time realm, he would not be able to escape and might even expose the existence of the absolute time realm. As long as you don't act recklessly, how can you die? Supreme Incipient God answered. From the beginning to the end, her face didn't change. It was hard for people to believe her. Right at this moment, a furious flow of icy energy exploded, sweeping toward Supreme Incipient God Realm Expert. Almost instantly, Supreme Incipient God Realm Expert was frozen. Zhou Xuanji turned and fled. He increased his speed to the acme and jumped out of the universe to get away from Supreme Incipient God Realm. Little Sovereign's soul had always been attached to the sword. But Zhou Xuanji's speed was too fast. It was so fast that his soul felt like it would be stripped away at any moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you can't escape like this." Before the Supreme Incipient God Realm could come, he would be crushed to death by the space wind. "That's right, you can't escape." Supreme Incipient God's voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji. It was like the sound of death, echoing endlessly. Zhou Xuanji did not look back. He once again exploded out with the power of frost. Along the way, he froze space and time. Zhou Xuanji put Little Sovereign into his sword lest this guy fell here. The intimidating cold energy could freeze the principles, but it couldn't stop a Supreme Incipient God Realm expert. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions came from behind him. Ice crystals pierced toward Zhou Xuanji and melted the moment they touched him. Supreme Incipient God Realm chased after him without any scruples. She had broken all the ice layers along her way. She was expressionless. She could have caught up to Zhou Xuanji, but she did not move at full speed. Zhou Xuanji frowned. His body tensed up, and he raised his speed to the maximum. He had never been so fast. However, even so, he couldn't shake off Supreme Incipient God Realm experts. What does she want? Zhou Xuanji felt furious in his heart. He was often threatened by others, and even though he had obtained serendipity and escaped from death, he disliked being threatened like this. This time, no matter what the Supreme Incipient God Realm wanted, he would never compromise. As if sensing his anger, the fated Fate Pearl flew up and hovered above his head. Bang! He immediately turned into a beam of silver light, traversing through space and time. The surrounding scenery was like a myriad of flowers blooming upside down, dazzling the eyes. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He fell into a wondrous state. This was a state that surpassed speed. He looked up, and when he saw the fated pearl, he immediately smiled. Sure enough, it was it. He turned around and couldn't see Supreme Incipient God Realm anymore. He looked ahead. At the end of the horizon, there were circles of light that alternated and changed. It was extremely beautiful. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji calmed himself down and sensed his current state. He continued to recite the ancestral voice, allowing his comprehension state to reach its peak. The other side. Supreme Incipient God Realm was moving through the chaotic space basin. Her face was dark and gloomy as she mumbled, "What was that?" She could not understand how Zhou Xuanji managed to shake her off. She noticed the Fengyuan pearl, but she did not recognize it. This was also the first time she had seen this pearl. What kind of treasure could allow someone to escape right under her nose? He has already reached the spiritless state. This isn't a state that a Grand Supreme can reach. Supreme Incipient God Realm murmured. She stopped and closed her eyes to track Zhou Xuanji's aura. Unfortunately, Zhou Xuanji in the spiritless state was too fast. Even Supreme Incipient God Realm could not track his aura. The endless universe was so vast that no living creature could observe the entire endless universe at once. The endless universe represented boundless. It was impossible to explore it thoroughly. Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the spiritless state while being led by the fated pearl. The circle of light in front of him suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji lost his balance and fell. The surrounding scene changed instantly. He fell directly on the white jade-like ground and almost knelt down. He supported his body with the Lesser Supreme Sword. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his legs were trembling slightly. He was under unimaginable pressure. It was as if he was carrying many quarts on his back. The pressure was suffocating him. He looked up and found that there was a huge temple in front of him. The gate alone was so tall that he could not see the top of the temple because it was shrouded in billowing black clouds. He looked back and saw the same black clouds in the distance. Except for the black clouds and the gate of the temple, he could only see the white jade-like ground under his feet. What is this place? Zhou Xuanji thought with a frown. He cast the sword fusion technique and stood up with difficulty. It was obviously shrouded in black clouds, but it was very bright here. Zhou Xuanji called Little Sovereign in his heart and asked, "Have you seen this place before?" Little Sovereign didn't dare to come out. His voice floated out from the sword, "I have never seen it before." "You escaped? Or were you imprisoned here by the supreme incipient god realm?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, "The fated pearl helped me escape. You didn't see my speed just now. It really felt like I surpassed everything. I don't even know how far I flew." Little Sovereign was shocked. He remained silent. Zhou Xuanji wanted to move out, but he found that the space-time here was extremely stable. It was even a little terrifying. He couldn't jump out of here at all. He even found it difficult to fly. He furrowed his brow as his eyes fell on the giant gate in front of him. Is the exit in the gate? After thinking about it, he stepped forward. He was thousands of feet away from the giant gate. In the past, this distance was almost nothing to him. But now, it felt so far away. With every step he took, the pressure on his body increased. Whether it was moving forward or backward, as long as he moved, his body would feel heavier. After walking for half an hour, he finally arrived in front of the giant gate, sweating profusely. Only then did he arrive in front of the giant door, sweating profusely. He stretched out his hand to push the giant door open, but he couldn't do it. He had no strength left. Even if he was at his peak, he couldn't push it. "Forget it," Zhou Xuanji said softly. He slowly sat down and began to recite the ancestral voice to himself. As soon as the ancestral voice came out, the pressure on him immediately decreased. But it was still there. "It's too terrifying. What is this place? Even great sovereigns will be crushed to death here." Little Sovereign sighed. His tone was filled with fear. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would die here. He died in a strange and unknown place. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He needed time to calm down. As the ancestral voice resounded, the fated pearl also rose up and protected him again. He instantly relaxed. "I have to say that the fated pearl is very stable. This pearl is appearing more and more frequently. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?" Zhou Xuanji pondered in silence. The power of the fated pearl was beyond his imagination. It seemed that no matter what kind of predicament he was in, the fated pearl could easily help him solve it. Even the mysterious supreme incipient god was left behind by him in an instant. The supreme incipient god didn't even put sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven in his eyes. He must be an existence that surpassed great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji suddenly wanted to study the fated pearl again. Chapter 940. It seems like the fated fate pearl is the legendary supreme opportunity. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Little Sovereign's voice came from the sword. His tone was complicated. Supreme opportunity? Zhou Xuanji instinctively shook his head. He already felt that the supreme legendary sword system was a sovereign serendipity, so how could the fated pearl be the same? There were a total of 3 great supreme opportunities, and he monopolized 2 of them? Impossible. Seeing how decisive Zhou Xuanji was, Little Sovereign continued, "To be honest, apart from this, I really haven't heard of a treasure stronger than the fated encounter pearl." These words came from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Aren't you just the 3 courts great sovereign at most? How much do you know about the boundless universe?" Little Sovereign choked. He suddenly realized that what Zhou Xuanji said made sense. Indeed, his knowledge of the boundless universe was not much. Under the illumination of the fated fate pearl, Zhou Xuanji felt less and less pressure. He could not help but lie on the ground and began to pant. The supreme godly power in the Tianxia map surged into his meridians like an endless river, nourishing his physical body. The absolute invasion body absorbed it perfectly, causing his condition to recover rapidly. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his invading immortal body seemed to have become stronger again. The terrifying pressure squeezed the body, which could temper it. He suddenly had a bold idea. That was to cultivate his physical body here. It had been a long time since he had worked on his physical body. Instead, he had focused on refining his cultivation and soul. Now might be an opportunity. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stopped thinking about how to escape. He stood up and put away the faded bead. The terrifying pressure that felt like the sky was collapsing came from all directions, and he almost fell down again. He used the sword fusion technique to forcibly stabilize his body. Whoosh, he panted heavily, his body trembling. He began to take a horse stance. This primitive yet effective method of tempering was the best method for him right now. And so, Zhou Xuanji focused on tempering his body. In this place, he wasn't worried that Supreme Incipient God Realm experts would find him. When he was tired, he would take out the faded Fate Pearl to resist the pressure. He could also return to the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court realm. Time flew by. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The first superstar competition between the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court had officially begun. Zhou Xuanji opened up a void between the two worlds and created an arena for the Saint competition. At the same time, he cast a spell so that everyone in the two worlds could watch the superstar competition with their eyes closed. The superstar competition this time was unprecedentedly lively. All the living beings were rejoicing, and at the same time, they revered the mighty power of the Sword Emperor. As far as the living beings of the two worlds knew, this was the first time the two worlds had interacted. In this superstar competition alone, the Sword Emperor's name will go down in history. That's not all. I feel like he's the strongest supreme being. Do you know how old the Sword Emperor is? Since ancient times, all geniuses have been overshadowed in front of the Sword Emperor, including those supremes. No words of praise are sufficient to praise the Sword Emperor. Who will be the most dazzling genius in this superstar competition? I blindly guessed the son of the supremacy, Zhou Tanhua. All living beings in the two worlds were in heated discussion. Among them, Zhou Tanhua's name was the most resounding. In the Kunlun Origin Court, everyone knew of him. Then, he came to the True Su Court and proved his strength to everyone here. He was a true genius. He had perfectly inherited the aptitude of the Sword Emperor. Now that Zhou Tanhua was representing the True Su Court, the Kunlun Origin Court was very dissatisfied, but it couldn't change anything. The living beings of Kunlun were just afraid that Zhou Xuanji would favor the True Su Court in the future. After all, the two supremes of the True Su Court were the Sword Emperor's women. The superstar competition hadn't changed much from previous competitions. After all, the purpose of the competition was to enliven the atmosphere of the two worlds and bring them closer together. Naturally, it wouldn't be a life and death competition. After Zhou Xuanji finished explaining the rules, the superstar competition officially began. Next, he returned to the outside world and continued to temper his body. After 1,000 years, his body had reached an extremely terrifying level. He felt that he could blow up the great sovereigns of the three courts with a single punch, destroying both their body and soul. This wasn't arrogance. It was really amazing. Although the pressure here was great, it contained some kind of miraculous effect. It could constantly strengthen his physique, and the speed at which it grew stronger was constantly increasing. Zhou Xuanji was training his sword under the pressure while looking at the giant door. He was very curious about what was inside. Could it be that it leads to another world? Zhou Xuanji didn't push it. He had a hunch that it might be difficult to come back after leaving. Although it was very dangerous here, it was also a great opportunity. I won't go out until I have the power to protect myself. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and murmured. The faces of Gu Tianlin, Shen Nianxing, and Supreme Incipient God flashed before his eyes. His will became even firmer. In the vast gray mist, Gu Tianlin and the chunky old man stood on the boat, vigilantly looking around. Is that thing still there? Gu Tianlin asked in a deep voice. The chunky old man took a deep breath and said, I'm not sure. I can no longer track his whereabouts. Gu Tianlin's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this. Ever since they escaped from Iceland, they had been followed by a mysterious existence. From time to time, they would be attacked. But after so long, they still couldn't see through the other party's true face. It's okay. We will reach our destination soon. With Master here, no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to mess around, the chunky old man said softly. The short and fat old man said softly, but the fear in his eyes did not dissipate. Gu Tianlin sat down cross-legged and coldly harumphed as he said, I don't know if Zhou Xuanji is dead or not. I feel like he's still alive. When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, he felt quite angry. After spending so much time, he was still unable to personally kill Zhou Xuanji. Despicable. He shouldn't be dead, he has great luck, the chunky old man replied. This was his intuition. There was something that he did not say. He saw the shadow of Gu Juejiao in Zhou Xuanji. Back then, when he had first met Gu Juejiao's demeanor was very similar to Zhou Xuanji's. If Gu Tianlin knew about this evaluation, he would definitely go berserk. In Gu Tianlin's heart, his father was incomparable and even more powerful than the ancient sovereign three heavens. Great luck? Humph. Gu Tianlin said disdainfully. That boy is alone in the end, he won't be able to go for long. The chunky old man smiled but did not say anything, allowing Gu Tianlin to belittle Zhou Xuanji. A brilliant light appeared ahead, like the other side of the world, divine and dazzling. Swish. The sound of the air being torn came from behind, and the chunky old man instinctively turned and slapped out with his palm. There was a loud bang. His right palm struck empty air, but their boat directly exploded. Gu Tianlin flew up and directly removed the seal, and his aura continuously grew. Kiki, Gu Tianlin. I'm going to kill you in front of your father. A sinister laugh sounded throughout this world, and before Gu Tianlin could react, a withered claw pierced through his chest. Chapter 941. How dare you? When the short and fat old man saw that Gu Tianlin had been injured, he was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to tear Gu Tianlin apart. There was no one behind Gu Tianlin, but the withered claw on his chest was real. What is it? Gu Tianlin looked back in horror and found that there was no one behind him. His heart thumped wildly, and he hurriedly unleashed his supreme god force to teleport away. But when he reappeared, the withered claw was still hanging from his chest. Withered claw suddenly turned around, and its 5 sharp nails pierced into his flesh, absorbing his supreme god force. Gu Tianlin grabbed the withered claw and tried to pull it out, but he was unable to do so. He began to pull with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, the withered claw seemed to be connected to his body, and he could not pull it off. The short and stout elder came in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Don't move." As he spoke, the short and stout old man stretched out his hand and tapped the withered claw. A series of black halos emerged from his right hand, and like phantoms, they drilled into the withered claw. In an instant, the withered claw shattered and scattered with the wind. "Let's go." The short and stout old man shouted in a deep voice. He grabbed Gu Tianlin's shoulder and casually threw him. Gu Tianlin was directly flung away and quickly disappeared into the strong light at the end of the world. Then, the short and fat old man turned around, his white hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were sharp and his appearance was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of the mysterious gate, Zhou Xuanji's body moved about as he practiced his sword on the white jade ground. Every time he appeared, he would leave behind a series of afterimages, creating a majestic sight. His posture resembled that of a white crane, and it was the first sword technique he had learned. White crane sword technique. This sword technique was simple, but every time Zhou Xuanji trained, he would choose the white crane sword technique. The Great Tao was the simplest. A simple sword technique could always temper one's Tao heart. Now, Zhou Xuanji could already adapt to the pressure here. But he didn't think it was enough. He wanted to see if he could break through the space with his body. As for the giant door, he would open it last. What if there were unimaginable dangers hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji did not want to take any more risks. The Kunlun origin court was in the depths of his soul anyway, so he did not have to worry about anything. Brat, what kind of height has your fleshly body reached? I'm very curious. I really hope that a strong opponent will jump out at this time. Little Sovereign's voice came from the little supreme sword in a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and smiled, me too. Apart from the passage between the two worlds, he had never stayed in one place for such a long time. He was very confident and looked forward to his own strength. He continued to practice with his sword. After practicing the white crane sword technique 100,000 times, Zhou Xuanji finally rested. He laid on the ground. The fated fate pearl flew out and covered him, allowing him to relax. He looked at the fated pearl with a solemn expression. Right now, he still couldn't control the fated pearl. However, when he wanted the fated fate pearl to appear, it would appear. When he calmed down, this feeling was so terrible that it made him shudder. Little Sovereign's soul body floated out and looked at the fated fate pearl, but he only took a glance. Stop looking. Have you forgotten what happened before? Little Sovereign reminded. They were once obsessed with the fated fate pearl, and every time he recalled it, he would feel a lingering fear. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, don't worry, I know. The current him wouldn't fall for it so easily. He noticed that the color of the fated fate pearl had changed. Its surface was crystal clear and glowing red. But inside, silver and purple flashed from time to time. It looked very dazzling. What the hell are you? Zhou Xuanji murmured. Even though he was already very strong, he still couldn't see through the fated fate pearl. At this moment, the majestic fog and clouds in the sky began to roll faster and faster, forming a huge vortex. He fixed his eyes on it and suddenly sat up. Little Sovereign also raised his head. His expression changed drastically. No way, I jinxed it, Little Sovereign muttered with a confused look. Little Sovereign muttered with a confused look on his face. Since when did his mouth become so smelly? As soon as he spoke, enemies came. The two fixed their eyes on it and saw a stone man floating in the vortex. It was 100 feet tall. It was a divine general wearing armor. Even though it was just a stone statue, it looked extremely majestic. It was holding a long spear in its hand, looking down at Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Who are you? Tell me your name. Little Sovereign shouted in a loud voice. His voice shook the sky. The stone man didn't answer. Instead, he raised his spear and thrust it down. Boom! A strong gust of wind descended from the sky, almost making Zhou Xuanji lie down again. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, his whole body was tense. Instead, he stood up against the strong wind. The clouds and mist were swept away, turning into all kinds of shocking shapes. Zhou Xuanji slashed at the sky with the lesser supreme sword in his hand. A silver sword chi soared up, breaking the sky and slammed into the stone man head-on. An invisible aura shield wrapped around the stone man, blocking Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. Zhou Xuanji flew up, broke through the aura shield, and slammed his shoulder into the stone man's abdomen. A loud bang resounded. The stone man shattered instantly, turning into a white mist. Little Sovereign was dumbfounded. The moment Zhou Xuanji jumped up, he felt that his soul was about to explode. How strong is this kid's body? Zhou Xuanji didn't relax. He turned around and charged again. Boom! Just as the stone man appeared, it was smashed by Zhou Xuanji again. Zhou Xuanji began to charge back and forth. Every time the stone man recovered, he would smash it. The cycle repeated. The stone man's aura grew weaker and weaker. In the end, it completely disappeared, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji returned to the ground. He was shocked to find that the fated pearl was still high up in the sky. It was absorbing the powder left by the stone man. Could it be that this stone man is also formed by some kind of power? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. According to his guess, the fated pearl could absorb all kinds of power. Especially when a powerful force appeared, it would automatically appear. Little Sovereign rubbed his chin and said, it should be. But this stone man came too suddenly. Will there be more danger later? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps came from all directions. The two turned around and saw that the sound came from the clouds. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were approaching. It can't be. Little Sovereign stuttered. Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of feet tall stone men stepped out of the clouds and mist from all directions. All of them were holding long spears in their hands. Their target was Zhou Xuanji and him. Zhou Xuanji's expression also turned solemn. He wasn't afraid of one stone man. But if there were tens of thousands or even more, how could he win? The stone men were still very strong. He had crashed into them so many times before he completely destroyed them. Why don't we run away? Little Sovereign suggested. His eyelids twitched wildly as he looked around. There were at least 100,000 of them. If they swarmed at him, no matter how strong Zhou Xuanji's body was, he would be blown up. Zhou Xuanji immediately turned around and arrived in front of the giant door. He pressed his hands on the door and began to push. Boom! 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 The stone men rushed toward Zhou Xuanji with unstoppable momentum. The ground shook violently. Chapter 942. Rumble. Under Zhou Xuanji's full push, the giant gate slowly opened. It was as though two giant mountains of creation were being moved, shaking the heavens and the earth. Legendary swords appeared behind him as he cast the primordial chaos sword Shadow with his back facing the stoneman army. The legendary swords trembled in unison as countless sword shadows swept out like a torrent. A deafening explosion resounded. The stone men were swept away, but more and more stone men rushed over. The fastest stoneman arrived behind Zhou Xuanji. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, wanting to throw him out. Zhou Xuanji's battle physique erupted as the sovereign divine energy in his body compressed and exploded. The stoneman was directly blasted into pieces, turning into a mist of powder and dissipating. Next, the stone men rushed over one after another with unstoppable momentum. The primordial chaos sword Shadow shot out one after another. Unfortunately, no matter how violent the sword river was, it couldn't stop the stoneman army's offensive. Bang! Zhou Xuanji felt a heavy blow on the back of his head. He almost fainted. The door moved forward a lot, but this distance was nothing compared to the entire door. He could only grit his teeth and push with all his might. No matter how many attacks were coming from behind him, he still had to keep moving forward. Can you do it? Little Sovereign cried out anxiously. Looking at the expressionless but unusually crazy stone men, he was scared out of his wits. In the Kunlun origin court, he could still be a sovereign with a calm demeanor. But in the endless universe, he was weak. Especially in such a mysterious place. There were countless dangers. He couldn't even see through the mysteries of it. Zhou Xuanji wanted to scold him, but now wasn't the time for idle chatter. All the legendary swords drilled into his body as he cast the sword fusion technique again. Even the myriad flower origin court sword was fused by him. Unprecedented power filled his body. Before, he didn't dare to fuse the holy ghost cursed sword. He had tried it before and his body almost exploded. After such a long period of tempering, the strength of his body had reached a new height. Under his explosive power, the giant gate opened faster and faster. His back suffered heavy blows one after another. He was in extreme pain. Open for me! He roared furiously. His legs began kicking wildly as he started running. Rumble. The massive door opened quickly, and a powerful light shone on Zhou Xuanji's body. Even though he was a great supreme of the four courts, he still couldn't withstand the intense light. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and his body plunged into the light. Those stone men swarmed forward and followed closely behind, but they were all drowned in the strong light. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. Suddenly, he staggered and almost fell. The commotion behind him stopped abruptly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a boundless prairie. Countless cows and sheep were eating grass. The sky was very high and very blue. A gentle breeze blew, making people feel refreshed. Zhou Xuanji frowned with a strange expression. What is this place? It had been a long time since he had seen such scenery. They usually appeared in the mortal world, and it was very difficult to find them outside of the boundless world. Little Sovereign emerged from the sword and scanned the surroundings. He muttered, "The aura here is still harmonious. There must be something fishy." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also felt that there might be danger here. At the very least, it wasn't as simple as it appeared to the naked eye. He stepped forward and scanned the area with his divine will. Soon, he was moved. This was because no matter how much his spiritual force expanded, it could not reach the end. This place was truly boundless. "I can't tear apart time and space," Zhou Xuanji whispered. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice. The space here was even sturdier than outside the giant door. From the looks of it, this picturesque world was actually a cage. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and moved forward at full speed. However, it was as if he had entered a maze. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't find the exit. The vast prairie and the blue sky made him feel like he was going in circles. But the number of cows and sheep on the prairie told him that he wasn't in the same place. "It's over, what should we do?" Little Sovereign asked in a panic. He looked vigilant, fearing that an enemy would suddenly jump out. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Let's wait. The test outside the gate is to push open the giant gate. And here, there must be a place leading to the next level." Little Sovereign nodded. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was right. They began searching for this place. They searched for half a year. After half a year, Zhou Xuanji, sitting on the grass, cursed, "Forget it. There is no exit at all." Little Sovereign was also very angry, but he tried to stay calm. At first, he was even more flustered than Zhou Xuanji. But after all, he had lived for countless years. He understood that he had to stay calm at this time. "Since you can't find the exit, it might be a test of your mind," Little Sovereign muttered. Little Sovereign pondered and said, "Maybe when you reach a certain state, you can directly jump out." In his life, he had encountered countless opportunities. In the end, the rules were actually the same. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and sat on the grass, thinking carefully. "You have to think about how you came in," Little Sovereign said meaningfully. He didn't point it out. First, he wasn't clear about it. Second, he didn't want to mislead Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's comprehension ability was better than his. He believed in Zhou Xuanji. "I have to go out the way I came in." Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought of the speed he used to escape. The speed that even a supreme incipient god couldn't catch up with. It was beyond the definition of speed. Is he going to leave in that state? He called the faded pearl, and it immediately flew out from the top of his head. Looking at the faded pearl, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He couldn't directly command the faded pearl. Right now, he could at most summon the faded pearl. He couldn't even find the secret to controlling the faded pearl freely. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Little Sovereign didn't disturb him. He relaxed his body and mind and began to seriously enjoy the scenery. In the gray domain, Supreme Incipient God was meditating. She was holding a jade book in her hand, carefully reading it. Shen Nianxing suddenly appeared beside her and coldly said, "Bitch. What did you do to Zhou Xuanji?" Thousands of years had passed. Shen Nianxing couldn't find Zhou Xuanji at all. She couldn't even deduce his fate. She was very flustered. She had placed great expectations on Zhou Xuanji. "I am also looking for him," said Supreme Incipient God without raising his eyes. His tone was calm, which made Shen Nianxing even angrier. She asked in a deep voice, "If you hadn't chased him, would he have disappeared?" Sovereign Heaven has already controlled a quarter of the known domains. He is fighting with the ancient geniuses. And Hunyuan Heaven has opened up a great sage land and recruited countless disciples. The situation is unimaginable. If he continues to delay, there will be no place for him to stand in the endless universe. Supreme Incipient God's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that the jade book was extremely attractive to her. Shen Nianqing became even more furious. She raised her right palm, preparing to attack. Hongmeng Heaven has comprehended the godly state, Supreme Incipient God suddenly said. Shen Nianqing was stunned. Godly state, how is this possible? Her eyes widened in panic. Chapter 943. Delirious state. How is this possible? He's just a supreme of the four courts. Shen Nianqing muttered to herself in confusion. She couldn't believe this fact. Supreme Incipient God Realm answered, I also think it's impossible. But he used the ethereal state to escape from me. Mentioning this, Supreme Incipient God had a gleam of fear in his eyes. She had always been curious about what serendipity Zhou Xuanji had obtained. Unfortunately, no matter how she flipped through countless books, she was still unable to find a corresponding treasure. There's only one way. Supreme opportunity. The three great paragons' opportunities were just an illusory legend. After ancient times, there were no more paragons' opportunities. If a supreme opportunity appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Shen Nianqing fell into a panic. She said to herself, if he really learns the state of spirit absence, then he already has the qualifications to step into that realm. I won't be able to control him. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. He doesn't belong to you. You should find another way to atone for your sins. You shouldn't waste your time, said Supreme Incipient God meaningfully. Shen Nianqing's footsteps paused. She hesitated for a moment before leaving. Supreme Incipient God Realm shook his head and said gloomily, what do you want after all, under the blue sky, on the grassland? Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and looked up at the fate pearl above his head. He kept chanting the ancestral voice. He had been chanting it for dozens of years, but it had no effect. However, he did not give up. Instead, he immersed himself in it. Little Sovereign would pop up from time to check on his condition. Compared to him, Little Sovereign was much more at ease. He didn't have any pressure and spent most of his time sleeping. That speed, that state, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He had already formed an obsession. He must master that speed state. As his obsession deepened, the faded fate pearl also transformed. Its interior gradually turned silvery blue, and there were many faint twinkling starlight. It was extremely resplendent. Another period of time passed. A ray of light shot out from the faded fate pearl, and Zhou Xuanji immediately shut up. He focused his gaze and his pupils dilated. That is, Zhou Xuanji mumbled with a grave expression. There was a face in the depths of the faded fate pearl. A face that was exactly the same as his. Most importantly, the eyes on the face were trembling slightly, as if they could open at any time. Even Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled as he watched. He quickly summoned Little Supreme Being and told him about the matter. What? Little Sovereign was moved. He followed Zhou Xuanji's gaze and saw a face that was exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. He said in shock, oh my god, could it be another Zhou Fa? Zhou Xuanji did not find it funny and asked instead, stop joking. If this thing gives birth to a will, can you imagine the consequences? The faded fate pearl was so powerful that it was almost omnipotent. It was stronger than any power he had ever seen. If this power formed its own will, it would definitely become the strongest existence in the boundless universe. No, this isn't a sign of a will forming. Little Sovereign frowned. He hesitated for a while before continuing to speculate. It's like a master recognition ceremony. Haven't you noticed? Its aura is gradually changing to the same as yours. Aura? Only then did Zhou Xuanji realize that the faded fate pearl's aura was changing. Previously, he was too nervous and neglected his aura. Looking at it now, the faded fate pearl's aura was indeed very similar to his. It was getting weaker and weaker, and he could clearly sense this change. Could it really be a master recognition ceremony? Zhou Xuanji looked at the face within the faded fate pearl, and he suddenly felt that his hairs were standing on end. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of closeness. He raised his right hand and gently held the faded fate pearl. A strange warm current drilled into his palm. Sure enough. You succeeded. You succeeded. Little Sovereign cried out in excitement as if he had been recognized by the faded fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji looked at the faded fate pearl in his palm and murmured, "Are you really willing to surrender to me?" The faded fate pearl burst out with colorful rays of light. In the next second, these rays of light surrounded Zhou Xuanji's body like gossamer. Zhou Xuanji sensed a mysterious state. Inexplicably, he got the name of this state. Soulless. It could pass through all dimensional planes and wasn't bound by any power. The soulless state was a shuttling state that great sovereigns couldn't understand. Once one entered the soulless state, no existence could shake or chase him. Soulless state. So that's how it is. What kind of cultivation can achieve this extraordinary state? Zhou Xuanji chuckled as his purple pupils gradually turned into the form of the faded fate pearl. There was a loud bang. The grassland shattered as sand and dust rose into the air. Zhou Xuanji floated in the air as countless rays of light surrounded him. In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the soulless state. Circles of light were still flying around him, dazzling everyone's eyes. You succeeded. Little Sovereign was extremely excited. Looking at the surrounding scene, he was wild with joy. Zhou Xuanji was also observing his surroundings. This time, there were no enemies chasing him. He could seriously experience the soulless state. Speed that surpasses everything. Do as you please. I can do whatever I want, Zhou Xuanji murmured in a low voice as he looked ahead. The faded fate pearl was still in his hand. It didn't resist him but instead provided him with a warm power. This kind of power didn't conflict with the cold power in his body. Instead, it blended with each other, helping the cold power grow stronger. Can you stop? Try it, Little Sovereign urged. He hoped that Zhou Xuanji could freely master the soulless state. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and replied, I can't. The reason why he could enter the soulless state was because of the help of the faded fate pearl. He had entered, but if he wanted to go out, he ordered in his heart, take me out. The faded fate pearl in his palm immediately became hot, taking him out of the soulless state. Zhou Xuanji only felt a flash before his eyes. In the next moment, he had arrived in a universe with very little pressure. He opened his eyes and looked around. The starry sky here was bright and filled with the unique strange spiritual chi of the endless universe. Didn't you succeed? Little Sovereign said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, although the faded fate pearl listens to me, I haven't truly mastered this state. He was fascinated by the power of the soulless state. But if he didn't master it himself, he really wouldn't feel at ease. What if the faded fate pearl turned its back on him one day? Don't think so much. You can take it slowly in the future, Little Sovereign comforted. The faded fate pearl had already recognized Zhou Xuanji as its master. So, he could freely enter the soulless state by relying on the faded fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then swept out with his divine will. He wanted to know if he had really returned to the endless universe. This is. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Thunder League. Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I actually came back here. There was a huge black area at the end of the universe. It was like a terrifying vortex. Even the stars looked so small in front of it. Hearing this, Little Sovereign immediately became nervous and said, hurry up and leave. A cardinal heaven might be nearby. Chapter 944. Cardinal Heaven. Hearing this name, Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. A Cardinal Heaven expert had resurrected here and was hunting down the Kunlun Origin Court Supremes. Wasn't this equivalent to a sheep entering a tiger's den? Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. Even though Zhou Xuanji did not learn the godly bodiless mode, he had already comprehended it. His speed was much faster than before, and he left the 10,000 domain devil lair's territory with a single step. Next, I need to find a quiet place to cultivate without being disturbed, Zhou Xuanji said as he moved forward. He could not wait to master the godless state. With such a state, where couldn't he go in the boundless universe? Just thinking about it made his heart burn. Little Sovereign was also excited. He sighed and said, "This is the first time I've experienced this state. It's more like a realm." As long as Zhou Xuanji entered the spiritless mode, theoretically, no one could catch him. Wouldn't that be equivalent to an invincible life-saving talisman? I think the fated predestined pearl can give me more surprises. The cold energy I've absorbed is really strong. Although it can't stop a supreme incipient god realm expert, it's more than enough to deal with Gu Tianlin, Zhou Xuanji said with a confident smile. Although Gu Tianlin had not completely revealed his trump card in front of him, he did not take Gu Tianlin seriously at all. Little Sovereign nodded and said with a smile, "If he knew that you have become so strong, he would definitely explode in anger." He suddenly looked forward to Zhou Xuanji running into Gu Tianlin. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but laugh. He also began to look forward to it. Perhaps if he wandered around for a while longer, Gu Tianlin would come. Zhou Xuanji moved forward at full speed. He used the Sovereign's divine power to protect Little Sovereign's soul. The two were talking and laughing happily. After surviving a calamity, one should laugh heartily. On a huge red tree, Shen Nianxing was leaning against the trunk to cultivate. She suddenly opened her eyes and revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. "This guy has appeared again." She immediately disappeared from the tree to search for Zhou Xuanji. But soon, Zhou Xuanji's aura disappeared. She stopped in the space-time turbulence and frowned. Could it be that he has really mastered the godless state? That's impossible. His fate energy has disappeared several times before. He's probably hiding in some dimension, Shen Nianxing muttered to herself. She didn't believe that Zhou Xuanji could master the godly state. She and the supreme incipient god both thought that some treasure was helping Zhou Xuanji enter the spiritless state. After thinking about it, she could only go back. The other side. Zhou Xuanji had already returned to absolute time. He took the fated fate pearl and continued to comprehend the godless state. The fated fate pearl brought him into the godless state consecutively. Every time he exited, he would no longer be in the absolute time realm but in an unfamiliar space-time. The distance covered by the godly soul estate was simply unimaginable. Under its guidance, Zhou Xuanji saw many races and worlds that he could not imagine before. The races in the boundless universe were truly innumerable, and each had their own strong points. Some had weak cultivations, yet they had special abilities that didn't require the consumption of magic power, and it was truly miraculous. Under such circumstances, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the godly absent status was finally on the right path. 100 years later, he returned to the absolute time realm and summoned a clone while his main body entered the soul plane. After the superstar competition between the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court, the two courts officially connected and began to interact with each other. Zhou Xuanji had set up a teleportation formation for them, allowing them to break through the court realm barrier. Inside the Supreme Hall, Zhou Xuanji summoned Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Mortal Sovereign, the 12 ancestors, and the 9 sovereign officials. He asked, "Is there any trouble in the development of the two realms recently?" Although he could see the situation of the two realms, he didn't have the energy to pay attention to every detail. "Sovereign, the peace rule has begun to work. Because we can't start a war, some divine ranges will use other means to suppress other divine ranges," an ancestor said. A technique ancestor stood out and said. His expression was nervous, afraid that he would say something wrong. The ban on war was issued by Zhou Xuanji himself. It had allowed the Kunlun Origin Court to maintain peace for thousands of years. From today onwards, the Kunlun Origin Court will return to how it was before. No large-scale war can break out, but there can be fights, Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Xuanji said as he nodded. Cultivators fought against the heavens and against humans. How unbearable would it be to have cultivation but not be able to fight with magical techniques? A sovereign official stood up and said, "Can you give us some of the unique treasures of the Kunlun origin court? In return, we will contribute some to improve the environment of the two courts. This matter involves the interests of too many divine ranges. It's not convenient for us to decide directly." Whether it was in the Kunlun origin court or the True Su court, the resources had been divided up by the divine ranges. If they wanted to trade on a large scale, it would affect the interests of each divine range. Zhou Xuanji said, "With my order, let them exchange with equal value. The divine ranges who are willing to exchange can enjoy one of my sermons." Hearing this, the 9 sovereign officials and the 12 ancestors were pleasantly surprised. They even wanted to hand over their resources. Back when Zhou Xuanji taught them the Tao, no matter how high their cultivation was, they would obtain a domain. Until now, countless creatures were fantasizing about the Sword Emperor teaching the Tao again. Next, the 12 ancestors and 9 sovereign officials continued to speak about the wishes of all living beings. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Mortal Sovereign stood at the side without saying a word. Xian Xianghua and Mortal Sovereign had already become the 2 sovereigns of the True Su court. They were highly respected. So, they had to maintain basic etiquette here. After the 12 ancestors and 9 sovereign officials left, Xian Xianghua said, "These trivial matters are giving me a headache. Managing a court is far more difficult than controlling a sect." Her tone was bitter and her face was full of helplessness. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said in a bad mood, "You have the nerve to say that. Most of the affairs have fallen on Mortal Sovereign's shoulders. You have been cultivating all this time. Are you tired? Why don't you give the sovereign's position to your grandson?" Zhou Tanhua was undisciplined by nature and liked to cultivate. He wasn't suitable to be a ruler. But his son, Zhou Tianyuan, liked power. Xian Xianghua curled her lip and said, "Is that kid qualified?" Jiang Shui smiled and said, "If Xuanji says he is qualified, then he is." Xian Xianghua also agreed. Zhou Xuanji ruled the 2 worlds. Whoever he appointed as the sovereign would represent him. No one dared to refute him. "How is my sister recently? Have you heard any news about her?" Mortal Sovereign then asked, a look of expectation in her eyes. She knew that Zhou Xuanji had been wandering in the endless universe. She had wanted to ask about it for a long time. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "She is very good, but she might not be." He didn't clarify his words, but Mortal Sovereign could understand what he meant. "I believe that Nianxing is still alive. One day, I will find her," Mortal Sovereign sighed faintly. This sisterly love moved Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua. They didn't know how to comfort her and could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stared at Mortal Sovereign and said, "I promise you, I will find out her identity and find Shen Nianxing." Chapter 945. After dealing with the matters of the 2 worlds, the 3 women left, while Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne and looked down at the various worlds. He looked at Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan was roaming the universe within the Jianghu court realm. He had established a sect called Heaven Sect. He had already reached the Tao ancestor realm, and his name had spread far and wide. Zhou Xuanji had high hopes for his grandson. Although Zhou Tanhua had great aptitude, his ambition was average. He only knew how to cultivate. Perhaps he could achieve unimaginable achievements in cultivation, but it would be very difficult for him to become the lord of the court realm. He could not, but his son could. Zhou Tianyuan inherited Zhou Xuanji's domineering nature. Zhou Xuanji sensed this the first time he met him. This was also the reason why he had bestowed Zhou Tianyuan with an invincible cultivation base. He wanted to see what Zhou Tianyuan would do once he became a sovereign. Unfortunately, this kid made him feel both disappointed and gratified at the same time. Zhou Tianyuan would not take advantage of his position to bully others, nor would he bully the weak. Of course, it was also very easy for him to stagnate. "I have to let this kid experience what I went through in the past." Zhou Xuanji smirked and sent out an Outer of Soul clone to test his grandson. After giving the order, he returned to the absolute time realm and continued to comprehend the godless state. He only had one goal now. That was to learn the godless state. If he didn't learn this state, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill his way into the boundless universe. With the fated fate pearl, he felt that he would be able to learn the godly state soon. Time quickly passed in the Kunlun origin court. When Zhou Xuanji was just over 6,900 years old, he finally comprehended the godly state. A strange energy surged out of the fated encounter pearl and drilled into his body. At this moment, he felt an existence that transcended the plane. It was very much like the absolute time realm. Once one entered such an existence, one would be able to transcend everything. This kind of existence could move, unlike the absolute time realm that was fixed in one place. Zhou Xuanji called this existence the godly nothingness realm. He attached the godly state to the surface of his body, as if he was wearing an invisible layer of clothes. He entered the spiritless state and began to roam freely. He could control the godless state as he pleased. He could stop when he wanted and move forward when he wanted. This feeling was simply too awesome. He summoned Little Supreme Being to share his feelings. Awesome! You learned it so quickly. Little Sovereign exclaimed in surprise. He had thought that Zhou Xuanji would take a long time to practice. Zhou Xuanji smiled modestly and said, "It's all right, I still need to improve. It would be perfect if I could see the scene above the boundless universe in the godly blank state. Only with vision could he know where to stop. Don't worry, this is already a big improvement. I guess only a few great sovereigns can comprehend the God-free state," Little Sovereign said with a smile. He could see that Zhou Xuanji was showing off, but he didn't point it out. After that, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the spiritless mode. In the next second, he arrived in a domain above the boundless universe. Coincidentally, as soon as he appeared, he sensed the aura of a court. The corners of his mouth curled up as he turned around. There was an expanse of multicolored light ahead. From afar, it looked like a sea of stars, magnificent and picturesque. Within the multicolored light was a court world that was smaller than the true Su court world. Zhou Xuanji sent his divine will into the courtyard realm. He immediately found the sovereign and called him out. It was a female sovereign with green skin. Although her appearance was exquisite, she had no hair. She had 4 horns on her head and was wearing a purple dress with phoenix feathers. She looked at Zhou Xuanji nervously and asked in a soft voice, "Your Excellency, what do you want?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I want to subdue your court world. You can choose to join me and serve me as your master. Or you can choose to die in battle." The female sovereign's expression slightly changed. She was at a loss. She could feel that she was no match for Zhou Xuanji. But how could she willingly follow Zhou Xuanji? She fell into a dilemma. Should she resist or not? I already control 2 courts. There will be more in the future. If you join me now, your court world will only benefit. You can regard me as your backer. I will make you stronger. To tell you the truth, the boundless universe is about to usher in a great change. Without me, you will be annexed by others or even destroyed, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He spoke very casually. He wasn't worried that the other party would refuse him at all. The female sovereign hesitated for a moment before asking, "How strong are you?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "My cultivation is only at the 4 court great sovereigns, but my strength is far more than that." After saying this, his aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The female sovereign's expression changed drastically. Fear was written all over her face. How could there be such a powerful being? She took a deep breath and knelt in the air, saying, "Greetings, Master." Actually, during this period of time, she often sensed a powerful aura passing above the court world, which made her tremble with fear. Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful being she had ever seen. Rather than being afraid, it was better to surrender. "Very good. I will make you and your being stronger together," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, he sent the female sovereign into the court world. He sent a telepathic message to the female sovereign, telling her not to be nervous. He was going to integrate the court world into his soul. After the female sovereign heard about it, she was greatly shocked and nervous at the same time. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji was deceiving her. However, Zhou Xuanji absorbed very quickly. He suppressed the rules of this Feng court world with his absolute cultivation. None of the beings inside felt any abnormality. Everything was so calm. Because of this, the female sovereign was even more in awe of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also learned the name of this Feng court world. Zhan Lanting Realm. Sovereign Yu. Zhou Xuanji did not let Zhan Lanting Realm communicate with the other two realms. Instead, he focused on the Kunlun sword in his soul. Back then, he was attacked by a great sovereign in the boundless universe and absorbed his soul. Demon Venerable Qiyu. After so many years of torture, Demon Venerable Qiyu had already surrendered. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into Demon Venerable Qiyu's ears. Do you want to go out? Demon Venerable Qiyu, who was on his last breath, immediately raised his head and cried out, yes. 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 He was extremely excited as though he had found a life-saving straw. After we go out, follow me and recover your body. After Zhou Xuanji spoke, he moved Demon Venerable Qiyu's soul out. At this moment, Demon Venerable Qiyu did not have the control he had back then. He was extremely weak, like a ball of flame. Zhou Xuanji injected his own divine power into his soul to help him maintain his soul power. He sat down and began observing Zhan Lanting Realm. Demon Venerable Qiyu was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, he took a deep breath and sat down as well. He kept a distance of 15 meters from Zhou Xuanji. He did not dare to get closer or further away. About 5 years had passed. Demon Venerable Qiyu's body was reconstructed. His cultivation was far from a court sovereign's. Zhou Xuanji settled Zhan Lanting Realm down. He asked Xian Xianghua, mortal sovereign, the 12 law ancestors, and the 9 supremes to meet Sovereign Yu. At first, Sovereign Yu was a little nervous. But after hearing the 9 supremes' description of Zhan Lanting Realm, she began to look forward to it. Following the Sword Emperor might be an opportunity. Chapter 946. In the Soul Treasury's tripartite court realm, Zhou Xuanji continued forward with Demon Venerable Qiyu. Master, what do you want to do? Demon Venerable Qiyu asked cautiously. Zhou Xuanji was giving off an aura that made him shudder. He was like a completely different person compared to before he was defeated. He was very curious about what kind of serendipity Zhou Xuanji had obtained during this period of time. Conquer the court realm and aspire to the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji replied casually, looking straight ahead. Demon Venerable Qiyu's heart beat wildly when he heard him. Such a big tone. If someone else said this, he might have despised it. But somehow, when it came from Zhou Xuanji, he couldn't help but think of that scene. Just thinking about it made him excited. Serve me well, and you will receive benefits in the future. Benefits that you can't even imagine now. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. He had already made a plan. Which was to conquer the court realm one after another. He wanted to imitate Gu Zun and create an era that belonged only to him. Demon Venerable Qiyu fell into infinite reverie. After flying for a few days, Zhou Xuanji brought Sovereign Yu out and brought her along to experience the endless universe's magnificence. Sovereign Yu had been staying in the Zhan Lanting realm. Even if she left, she would return quickly. So she was very curious about the endless universe. She felt better after seeing Demon Venerable Qiyu. Even someone with a higher cultivation than her was like this. What was there to be unsatisfied about? Demon Venerable Qiyu felt comfortable too. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who was conquered. Qiyu, tell me about the strange things you encountered in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji instructed suddenly. Demon Venerable Qiyu was stunned but didn't refuse. He thought for a while and began to tell his story. As someone who loved to hunt great sovereigns in the endless universe, his story was naturally interesting. Other than being bored, Zhou Xuanji also wanted Sovereign Yu to learn from him. Demon Venerable Chiyu became more and more enthusiastic as he talked. Sovereign Yu listened very seriously, which made the atmosphere very lively. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally let little sovereign out to compete with Demon Venerable Chiyu in eloquence. After a few months, they arrived at a cosmos with countless giant meteorites floating in the air. There were many corpses here, and there were creatures of all races. Blood energy wafted about, making one shiver in fear. There's a murderous aura. Demon Sovereign Chiyu reminded with a deep voice. He was not speaking to Zhou Xuanji but to Sovereign Yeyue. Venerable Yi Yu took out her Dharma treasure and prepared to fight. Zhou Xuanji took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword and released his right hand. The Holy Ghost cursed sword immediately shot out. Xiao! It turned into a beam of black light and flew around in this meteorite universe. Ah! A miserable cry came as the Holy Ghost cursed sword pierced through a person and flew back to Zhou Xuanji. This person was as thin as a match and looked like a dwarf. His skin was shriveled, his face was old, and he only had a few strands of hair. He cried out in horror, "It's none of my business. I haven't been here for long. Don't kill me." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said coldly, "What happened before?" The exterminating divine eyes emitted a strange purple light, and the old dwarf was strangely frozen. He replied woodenly, "I'm not sure. I've been on this path ever since I came." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and directly threw the person out. The old dwarf came back to his senses and immediately fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Scarlet Brilliance asked, "Should we leave as well?" This place was too dangerous, and it made him very nervous. "Let's go." Zhou Xuanji looked around and said softly. Other than the dwarf, there were no other living beings. The culprit must have left, and there was no need for him to waste time here. It's a pity that a court realm was destroyed just like that. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and sighed. These living beings did not have high cultivation, and they were evidently from a court realm. After the mysterious existence broke through the barrier, these living beings could not escape in time and were killed. Scarlet Brilliance did not feel anything, but Sovereign Yeyue frowned slightly. Fear could be seen in her eyes. If it was not Zhou Xuanji who found Zhan Lanting Realm but some other powerful cultivator, what would happen to Zhan Lanting Realm? Just thinking about it gave her lingering fear. "Master, do you know what happened?" There were many similar scenes along the way, Demon Sovereign Chiyu asked in confusion. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about what happened in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. After that, he told them about the legend of the post-ancient Sovereign Three Heavens. Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yeyue were both shocked. Such a catastrophe was coming to the boundless universe. The Sovereign Heaven that was sealed by all living beings in the boundless universe made a comeback. It was bound to take revenge on all living beings. Hunyuan Heaven and Sovereign Heaven joined hands. Is there anyone in the boundless universe who can resist them? Sovereign Yeyue asked with a frown. According to Zhou Xuanji, the post-ancient Sovereign Three Heavens were the most powerful existences. If they joined hands, they would be invincible. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, that was in the past. The current boundless universe is beyond their imagination. Little Sovereign once said that the ancient geniuses weren't weaker than the Three Heavens, but they couldn't have the same achievements as the Three Heavens. This was enough to explain a lot. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Chiyu became even more curious. What was the scenery at the top of the boundless universe? After the three left, the corpses turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the meteorites turned into flying sand and disappeared. 2 years later, Zhou Xuanji stood on the Lesser Supreme Sword, looking ahead with a calm expression. Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yeyue were besieging a great sovereign. This great sovereign had the cultivation of 2 courts, but he was at a disadvantage under the siege of the 2. Demon Sovereign Chiyu's strength had only barely recovered to the level of a court great sovereign. Fortunately, Sovereign Yeyue was a great sovereign of 2 courts. Damn, the great sovereign gnashed his teeth. He was already powerless against the 2 in front of him. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the distance, he became even more terrified. If this continued, he would lose without a doubt. Are you afraid? Surrender to me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. It felt so good that he didn't have to do anything himself. It seemed like he had to subdue more great sovereigns in the future. I swear not to surrender. The great sovereign cried hoarsely. Just as he finished speaking, a sword chi descended from the sky and killed him. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu were startled and immediately dodged. They instinctively looked back at Zhou Xuanji. Swoosh! The Soul Kunlun sword flew over and collected the great sovereign's soul. Demon Sovereign Qiyu said in a depressed tone, Master, didn't we agree not to attack? Sovereign Yeyue was also a little dissatisfied. By now, they no longer doubted Zhou Xuanji's strength. They also wanted to hone themselves through battles. Zhou Xuanji smiled softly and said, Next time, my opponent is here. Just as he finished speaking, a mighty pressure came from the depths of the universe, changing the color of time and space. It was Gu Tianlin. He was wearing black armor and holding a trident in his hand. The blade of the trident was shining brightly. Zhou Xuanji, I finally caught you. Just in time. Gu Tianlin said with a sinister smile as he charged toward Zhou Xuanji with the trident in his hand. His eyes were filled with hatred, looking even crazier than before. Chapter 947. Seeing that Gu Tianlin was coming at him aggressively, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless but excited. Good timing. He had been waiting for Gu Tianlin to come. After waiting for so long, he finally came. Let's just remove your seal. The current you is no match for me. Zhou Xuanji said with a domineering smile. With a wave of his right hand, the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand, and the other legendary swords fused into his body. Sword fusion technique. His aura exploded. He came up to Gu Tianlin in a single step and slashed at him. Gu Tianlin swung his trident, and with a loud clang, the surrounding space rippled visibly. At this moment, an icy power shot out along the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Gu Tianlin's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged, but it was too late. The icy power froze him, and the surrounding space was also frozen. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue's expressions changed. They could not escape in time, but just when the icy power was about to touch them, they stopped abruptly. The universe fell silent. Within the ice, Gu Tianlin opened his eyes wide. He could not believe that he was frozen. He was defeated the moment they clashed. How could it be? He was a genius. What was Zhou Xuanji? How long had it been since he was born? At this moment, Gu Tianlin was on the verge of breaking down. He wanted to remove his seal, but he could not do it. He hadn't even had the chance to display his most powerful self before he was sealed. This was simply a great humiliation. Not convinced? Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. The icy power melted instantly. Gu Tianlin opened his eyes wide and broke the seal straight away. His aura soared. The first seal. The second seal. The third seal. He activated the 100th seal straight away, and the surrounding universe crumbled. The scene was extremely shocking. Both Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue were frightened. The horrifying pressure almost suffocated them, and they felt as though their souls would be destroyed at any moment. So powerful, Sovereign Yeyue opened her eyes wide and mumbled in fear. It was her first time encountering such a powerful aura. So was Demon Sovereign Qiyu. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with worry in their eyes. Could Zhou Xuanji deal with such a powerful enemy? He had already sealed the enemy in ice, but he was playing with fire. They could not help but complain in their hearts. After all, if Zhou Xuanji lost, they would die. You asked for it. Gu Tianlin laughed ferociously. He raised his trident high and swung it down. The violent divine power was like a shining giant axe that chopped down. Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air, and his slash missed. The next moment, Gu Tianlin felt a chill, and he subconsciously turned around and brandished his halberd. The power of ice rushed towards him and froze him again. His pupils constricted. How was this possible? He was sealed again. It shouldn't be like this. Why? He roared in his heart. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and said with a cold smile, I feel the same as you, shocked that you are so weak. Gu Tianlin was so furious that he almost fainted. Utter humiliation. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt like they were in a dream. The powerful and invincible Gu Tianlin was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji just like that? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's image quickly grew in their hearts. Zhou Xuanji put his hand on the ice and began absorbing Gu Tianlin's divine energy. He could use Gu Tianlin to enhance his cultivation. He might even be able to break through to the supreme of the 5 courts. Gu Tianlin sensed that his divine energy was being sucked away and was enraged. But there was nothing he could do. The Ice Demon Emperor's power surpassed his cultivation level, and he could only endure it silently. Zhou Xuanji's aura began to grow, while his aura weakened. One side felt comfortable, while the other was in pain. This guy's cultivation is powerful indeed. No wonder he has 100 layers of seals. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. If not for the fact that his body had evolved, he might not have been able to withstand Gu Tianlin's power. Perhaps, he could really break through with this. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue could tell what Zhou Xuanji was doing. They did not dare to disturb him and could only wait patiently. If he had absorbed my divine energy back then, Sovereign Yeyue suddenly thought of this, and fear appeared on her face. In the blink of an eye. 6 hours had passed. Zhou Xuanji had yet to absorb all of Gu Tianlin's divine energy. His cultivation had reached a huge leap, and he was about to break through to the supreme of the 5 courts. Let him go. An ancient voice came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw the short and fat old man who had been following Gu Tianlin walking toward him. His eyes were cold, and the threat in them was evident. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, You think I'll let him go just like that? He did not underestimate the short and fat old man. Just from this exchange of glances, he knew that he was no match for the old man. But he had already learned the godless mode, so he had no reason to fear him. Previously, he suppressed Gu Tianlin with the godless mode. Even a supreme incipient god could not catch up to him, let alone Gu Tianlin. Young one, you are powerful indeed, but don't go to the extreme. You know who his father is. Once you anger his father, you will be finished. The short and fat old man threatened as he drew closer to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji pulled Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue toward him straightaway. The short and fat old man did not stop him. With him around, Zhou Xuanji could not escape. He disdained to attack Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue. You are right, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, Zhou Xuanji disappeared with the 3 of them. He entered the godless mode straightaway, transcending everything and jumping out of this universe. The short and fat old man was stunned. Oh no. He came back to his senses and immediately gave chase. But how could he catch up to Zhou Xuanji, who was in the godless mode? How could he be so fast? Could it be, the short and fat old man thought of a legendary state, and his face turned extremely unsightly. Zhou Xuanji's growth was just too fast. How could Gu Tianlin, who was far away, compare to him? Most importantly, Gu Tianlin was captured. Could he come back alive? Gu Tianlin had been hunting Zhou Xuanji for thousands of years. In the godless mode, Zhou Xuanji carried Gu Tianlin and moved forward. As for Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue, they had already returned to Zhang Lanting's realm. Within the ice, Gu Tianlin's eyes were filled with shock. What is this? He was dazzled by the high-speed circles of light around him. Evidently, it was his first time in the godless mode. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, No one can save you. You should have thought of this possibility when you were hunting me back then. After he absorbed all of Gu Tianlin's cultivation, he would kill this guy. Given Gu Tianlin's personality, he would surely bear a grudge against him. There was no need to let him live. Having heard that, Gu Tianlin was both furious and afraid. He did not want to die just like that. A while later, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the godless mode and entered the absolute time mode. Gu Tianlin was shocked by the absolute time mode again. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were shrouded in mist. Who is he? His heart was filled with bewilderment. Even Hong Qin's Saint Lord did not have such means. Zhou Xuanji saw his confusion but did not explain. Go to hell with your puzzlement. Chapter 948. Absolute Time. Zhou Xuanji kept absorbing Gu Tianlin's supreme divine power. Gu Tianlin, who was sealed in ice, couldn't resist or even speak. He begged Zhou Xuanji with his eyes, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji ignored him. Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Do you know who the old man beside Gu Tianlin is? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This was the first time he had fought with the old man. Although they had not exchanged blows, he could truly feel the old man's aura. It was indeed very strong. It was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. If not for the soul estate, he would most likely be dead by now. He should be a trusted aide of Gujuagio. This person is very strong. His identity is not simple to be able to follow Gu Tianlin. Little Sovereign pondered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, You really know how to talk nonsense. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. Now, there were fewer and fewer things he could help Zhou Xuanji with. His experience and knowledge were no longer enough to answer Zhou Xuanji's questions. Little Supreme Expert went back into the Lesser Supreme Sword in a depressed manner. Zhou Xuanji looked back at Gu Tianlin. At this time, Little Supreme suddenly appeared again and shouted, I remember now, there is a person next to Gujuagio. His name is Long Sheng. It's definitely him. Long Sheng is amazing. He was already born before the fall of the Cardinal Heaven. He is even older than Gujuagio. Dragon Saint? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, and a look of shock appeared in Gu Tianlin's eyes. How did this guy know? Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, I heard my seniors say that Long Sheng is very strong. I don't know why he hibernated beside Gujuagio. It's a complete disgrace to his strength and talent. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, what's the Dragon Saint's power level? Although he was already a great paragon of the four courts, the boundless universe was still mysterious in his eyes. I'm not sure, but he should be a level stronger than Hong Qin Holy Monarch. Little Sovereign muttered. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He was curious about how many Dragon Saints were around Gujuagio. Until now, he still didn't know how big Gujuagio's influence was. According to Little Sovereign, ancient peerless geniuses probably dominated a quarter of the endless universe. However, the boundless universe was too big. How big was a quarter of it? No one knew. Just as he was thinking, Gu Tianlin's aura became weaker and weaker. Gu Tianlin's eyes had already dimmed. He knew that he was going to die. Zhou Xuanji did not give him any hope. After his divine energy was completely drained, Zhou Xuanji extracted his soul and sealed it in the Kunlun sword before destroying his body. The reason why he didn't kill Gu Tianlin immediately was to stall for time. With Gujuagio's ability, if his son's body and soul were destroyed, he would definitely notice it. Although Zhou Xuanji had the spirit-bodiless state, he did not want to leave himself with no way out. He sat in meditation in the void, beginning to break through to the paragons of the five courts. Zhou Xuanji had to admit that Gu Tianlin's cultivation was indeed profound. Just by absorbing his cultivation, Zhou Xuanji had an opportunity to break through. Zhou Xuanji spoke the ancestral voice to help him. A long time passed. In the end, he became a supreme of the five courts without any hindrance. With the invading supremacy body, he perfectly absorbed Gu Tianlin's cultivation, and with the help of the ancestral voice, he could easily break through without using any techniques. After reaching the great sovereign of the five courts, Zhou Xuanji continued to adjust the sovereign divine energy in his body. After his cultivation stabilized, he left the absolute time realm. Returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji summoned Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue again. The two were stunned and looked around instinctively. After making sure that there were no enemies, they heaved a sigh of relief. That guy was all ready. Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked cautiously. He could not forget the scene of Gu Tianlin removing the 100 layers of seals. That aura was too horrifying. Just like you, Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. Demon Sovereign Qiyu heard him and shuddered. He did not want to recall the nightmare in the Kunlun sword. Let's continue, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He wanted to explore the boundless universe and conquer the court realms while looking at those mystical domains. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu caught up with him. This time, the two were filled with anticipation. They already believed in Zhou Xuanji's power and were looking forward to what they would encounter next. Master, how many court realms are you going to take? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked with a smile. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was quite approachable. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said calmly, I've never thought about it. The more the better. Amidst the layers of red clouds, a wooden hut stood on a sea of clouds. Outside the wooden hut, a middle-aged man sat at a stone table and drank tea. He was handsome and had white hair. He wore a blue robe and looked toward the horizon with a profound gaze. A red leaf floated past him, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. He grabbed the leaf and mumbled, It's been 10 billion years since a leaf has fallen. Could it be that another heretic has risen? Just as he spoke, a pillar of water suddenly rose from the ground beside him and quickly turned into a mirror. The mirror showed the scene of Zhou Xuanji, Demon Sovereign Qiyu, and Sovereign Yeyue advancing. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji and narrowed his eyes. Spiritless state, surrounded by ancestral voice. What a great opportunity, the blue-robed man mumbled softly. The blue-robed man murmured softly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He threw out the leaf in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the leaf turned into a human. It was a young man. Although he had a handsome face, he did not have a mouth. His body was slightly skinny, and his hair was combed under a jade crown. His eyes were calm like water as he silently looked at the blue-robed man. You shall be called Wuyan. Go take a look at this person and stay beside him. The blue-robed man pointed at the water mirror beside him and smiled. Wuyan looked over and memorized Zhou Xuanji's face before nodding lightly. Following this, the blue-robed man waved his right hand and sent him away. Post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens. It's a pity that your era has passed. There are already supreme existences in the boundless universe. I look forward to your clash. The blue-robed man smiled and said in a meaningful tone. Within the resplendent Milky Way, Zhou Xuanji and the other two stepped on the tiny stars as if they were walking up a flight of stairs. Demon Sovereign Qiyu looked around and said excitedly, There's a lot of court realm aura here. It's enough for you to collect as much as you want. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, No, this should be the court realm alliance, just like the Thunder Alliance. I can't do as I please. He could sense some powerful auras hidden in the dark. He felt that even the great sovereigns of the 5 courts were powerful. There were at least 7 or 8 great sovereigns. And there was more than one. Or else why would the court realms gather together so openly and reveal themselves? Sovereign Yeyue nodded and said, looking at Demon Sovereign Qiyu with disdain. Demon Sovereign Qiyu chuckled and looked into the distance. Following his gaze, there was a gigantic star surrounded by a river of stars. It was extremely majestic. This giant star was transparent, and there seemed to be a gigantic beast twisting within it. It looked like a dragon at one moment and a tiger at another. Chapter 949. What's inside? Demon Sovereign Qiyu pointed at the giant star and asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and said with a smile, A trapped beast. Someone placed it here intentionally to show off his victory trophy. What's his cultivation? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked. More powerful than you, Zhou Xuanji replied. Demon Sovereign Chiyu heard him and was stunned. Sovereign Yiyu covered her mouth and smiled. They continued to move forward, enjoying the magnificent scenery. Stop! A silhouette appeared on the Star River stairs. He wore mighty silver armor and held a broadaxe in his hand. His body was glowing with a silver radiance, and he looked extremely majestic with a furious expression. Zhou Xuanji did not stop and asked, "Can you introduce this domain to me?" "How dare you!" The silver-armored silhouette roared furiously. He swung his broadaxe at Zhou Xuanji. His sovereign divine power turned into an unstoppable crescent that shook the Star River stairs. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the crescent exploded. Streaks of silver light shot out from his body and came before the silver-armored silhouette in the blink of an eye. Greatly Avatar. He slashed with his sword. The silver armor shattered, and he was killed by the Greatly Avatar. Well done. Demon Sovereign Chiyu cried out in excitement. He should be so domineering. The other party attacked without giving him any face. He deserved to be killed. This is going to be a good show, Sovereign Yiyu said softly. Venerable Yiyu said in a low voice. As the sound of her voice faded, terrifying auras gathered from all directions, sealing this part of the universe. Circles of light appeared out of nowhere, and a silhouette walked out from each of them. Each of them emanated a powerful aura, and they were all above the great sovereigns of the three courts. The leader was a three-eyed man wearing green armor and a heavy helmet. He was expressionless as he stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly. You dare to cause trouble in the All-Stars domain. Do you know what you are doing? The three-eyed man snorted coldly. The third eye on his forehead kept moving as though it was another person's eye that was observing the universe independently. All-Stars domain? Zhou Xuanji looked around the universe and thought. The spiritual qi here was abundant, and there were so many courts. It was a good place to stay. He could not keep running around in the endless universe. Should I stay here? Such a thought appeared in Zhou Xuanji's mind. I'm talking to you. The three-eyed man roared. He slammed out with his palm, and the space around Zhou Xuanji distorted. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt his body being squeezed by the space around him. However, with the strength of his body, it was not a problem at all. He shook his shoulder and dispersed the invisible pressure. He smiled and said, "Are you the lord of the astral domains?" The three-eyed man's pupils shrank as he was secretly shocked. Who the hell was this guy? Facing his divine ability, he was actually able to break it so easily. It was too terrifying. Who exactly are you? What do you want? The three-eyed man asked in a deep voice. He could not help but feel nervous. The other party was definitely not a good person. This might be a great crisis for their astral domain. The other great sovereigns also became nervous. They could see that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. I was just passing by. I suddenly felt that this place is pretty good. Do you guys need a master? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He went straight to the point and spoke his mind. Fiend Venerate Chiyu became even more excited when he heard that. Domineering. As expected of his master. Venerable Night Moon couldn't help but carefully observe the star field. The environment here was indeed not bad and was worth settling down in. When the nearby Grand Supremes heard this, they all flew into a rage. How dare you? You're too arrogant. Kill him. Who the hell is this guy? He's so arrogant. Let's get into formation. Could he be someone from Cardinal Heaven? Hearing the great sovereign's words, Zhou Xuanji caught a glimpse of Cardinal Heaven. He immediately asked, Cardinal Heaven? Have you seen him before? When the three-eyed man heard this, he immediately understood what he meant. He heaved a sigh of relief and replied, Cardinal Heaven has been revived for some time. He is currently recruiting troops in an attempt to conquer the northern boundless continent. His subordinates are all powerful, and we met one of them before. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He knew that Cardinal Heaven wanted to unify the boundless world, but he did not expect them to be so powerful. It seemed that the corpses he encountered before were not the work of a cardinal heaven. That's right. With the rallying power of a cardinal heaven, it was unknown how many experts would scramble to worship him with a wave of his arm. Since you already understand the situation in the boundless world, do you think you can resist a cardinal heaven? Zhou Xuanji stared at the three-eyed man and asked meaningfully. The three-eyed man heard him and was immediately moved. He asked with gritted teeth, I can't, but can you? That's right. I can. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves and said with a domineering smile. He activated the sword fusion technique and pushed his aura to the peak, which shook the star's domain. The three-eyed man was not intimidated. Instead, he became even more furious. He waved his hand and said, Are you kidding me? Kill him. Get into formation. Yes. Hundreds of great sovereigns responded in unison. All of them turned into stars and circled around Zhou Xuanji and the other two at high speed. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt like the world was spinning around them. They looked left and right. Waves of different levels of pressure descended and rose one after another. It was a very strange feeling. Soon, Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt uncomfortable. They felt that their souls were about to be stripped away at any moment. What's going on? Demon Sovereign Qiyu cried out in fear. He could not control his sovereign divine power. It was very torturous. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. The Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared above his head. Countless sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the three. The sword tips pointed outward, forming a gigantic shadow sphere. Boom! The sword shadows exploded and clashed with the rapidly circling stars. Countless radiance shone brightly in the star's domain. Zhou Xuanji leaped up suddenly, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as though he had never left. He charged into the explosion straightaway and slashed with the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. The three-eyed man's expression changed drastically. He immediately raised his hand to block. His sovereign divine power created a barrier of light to block Zhou Xuanji's sword qi. The sword qi clashed with the high-speed meteor but did not break the formation. The hundreds of great sovereigns were still circling at high speed and were not affected at all. You are courting death. The three-eyed man roared with a hideous face. He spread out his arms, and a green shadow soared up with two gigantic sabers in each hand and slashed forward. The two gigantic sabers expanded rapidly and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji dodged, Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue would either die or be severely injured. He looked up suddenly, and his black hair danced wildly in the powerful wind. The thousand-hand sword Buddha rose up and blocked the sabers with its shoulders. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened as a silver radiance shot out from his eyes and swept across. After the silver radiance dissipated, countless sword shadows hovered in the air. Each of them had their own merits. Delusion Sword C. The three-eyed man opened his eyes wide. He felt that the time around him had slowed down. Time source. This guy. He was enraged by Zhou Xuanji. He was the Star Domain Lord. How could he lose? Chapter 950. The three-eyed man was furious, and he once again controlled the green silhouette to slash at Zhou Xuanji. This time, the green silhouette's saber swings became more frenzied. The two sabers slashed wildly, wanting to destroy the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The thousand-hand sword Buddha was getting taller and taller, and the dreamy thought sea of swords was still seething. Countless sword shadows attacked one after another. The meteors formed by the Grand Supremes weren't affected by the sword shadows and sword qi. From time to time, they would crash into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, riddling it with holes. This formation was very powerful. It looked simple, but it was ever-changing and indestructible. The most terrifying thing was that they couldn't break the formation. Zhou Xuanji couldn't see through this array even with the exterminating divine eyes. Amazing, no wonder they have the confidence to resist a cardinal heaven force. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed in his heart. Not only did he want to obtain the star multitude domain, but he also wanted this array. With that thought, he gripped the Holy Ghost cursed sword tightly. Holy Ghost, curse. His eyes were cold as he mobilized the true power of the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Court overturning was a technique that could overturn an entire world. It represented the power of a great supreme. The power of the myriad flowers origin court was a power that surpassed grand sovereigns. He had never truly used the power of the myriad flowers origin court, and the most important reason was that he had yet to find a suitable opponent. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the Holy Ghost cursed sword, causing the hearts of those who heard it to palpitate. The three-eyed man widened his eyes, looking at the Holy Ghost cursed sword. He suddenly felt uneasy. What sword is that? He gulped. The green figure's attack did not stop, but it could not stop the thousand-hand sword Buddha from rising. Accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls, the Holy Ghost cursed sword emitted a strange black aura and suddenly exploded, like a black light wave sweeping across the universe. In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing. The three-eyed man was like that, and so were Supremacy Chiyu and Supremacy Yiyu. Even the great supremes who were in the midst of arranging their arrays stopped. Other than Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was surrounded by the black qi. This is, Fiend Venerable Chiyu screamed in horror. As his voice fell, the black gas around him and Venerable Yiyu suddenly disappeared. However, those grand supremes were terrified. The power of the curse was eating away at their divine power and invading their souls. They couldn't isolate it, they could only slow it down. The Holy Ghost cursed sword's power surpassed the Holy Ghost itself. The Holy Ghost was only a puppet, and it had not completely released its curse power. Now, with the help of the supreme legendary sword system, the power of the curse was completely unleashed. Impossible, the three-eyed man was shocked. He struggled with all his might, wanting to throw off the curse power. However, the more he struggled, the faster the curse power invaded his body. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes, all of which were scenes of his misfortune. All kinds of tragic deaths forced their way into his eyes, stimulating his soul. Zhou Xuanji came up to him and placed the tip of his sword on his throat. You can't defeat me, he said with a faint smile, submit to me. The power of the curse was extremely crafty, and even in the boundless universe, there were very few powers that could resist it. Unless the level of power surpassed the power of the curse. The three-eyed man became more and more terrified. He fell into a great battle, not knowing what to do. Zhou Xuanji's sword pierced into his chest, and the curse power was like a ferocious tiger that had broken out of its cage. It was unstoppable, and his expression greatly changed. I submit. I submit. The three-eyed man immediately cried out, his expression filled with despair. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not stop immediately. He waited for a while before sheathing his sword. The power of the curse disappeared, and the entire universe regained its peace. All the grand sovereigns had frightened expressions on their faces, as if they had just survived a disaster. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in their eyes. Who was this guy? Tell me your name. Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the three-eyed man disdainfully and smiled. His smile was peaceful, but in the eyes of the three-eyed man, it was a horrifying murderous intent. Jincheng. The three-eyed man gritted his teeth and replied. His entire body trembled, unable to calm down for a long time. The power of the curse was too terrifying, causing him to have lingering fears. He instinctively wanted to get away from Zhou Xuanji, but his body was extremely stiff and could not move. Jincheng? Sure, you will still be the domain lord of the stars, but there will be an extra me above you, Zhou Xuanji said as he patted Jincheng's shoulder. Hearing this, Jincheng forced a smile. When the surrounding Grand Supremes saw that Jincheng had surrendered, they didn't dare to say anything. They were very angry, but they shuddered at the thought of the power of the curse. Demon Sovereign Chiyu was very excited. He kept howling as though he was the winner. Sovereign Yiyu's eyes were fixed on the Holy Ghost cursed sword. She was recalling the power of the curse. Greetings, Master, Jincheng cupped his fist and said with difficulty. At this moment, he wished he could find a spatial crack to hide in. He was too ashamed to face his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at the grand sovereigns. You are very angry today, but you will be very proud in the future. Wait for me to lead you to the peak. He laughed presumptuously and was in high spirits. Ever since he learned the godly bodiless state, his temperament had been changing. He used to be calm and collected, but now, he was gradually revealing his arrogance. This arrogance was not inflated but the awakening of his cultivation level. The post-ancient sovereign three heavens and the ancient absolute geniuses were all arrogant because their cultivation level was above all living beings. Master has mastered so many court realms at once. He is really soaring. Demon Sovereign Chiyu said to Sovereign Yi Yu in amazement. His tone was filled with admiration. Sovereign Yi Yu nodded and said, this will be the first step for Master to charge into the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. After that, under Jin Cheng's lead, Zhou Xuanji and the other two entered the stars' domain. Each star here contained a world. Among them, there were more than 100 true court realms. Some were giant stars, and some were just grains of sand. It was very difficult to see through them. Jin Cheng led Zhou Xuanji to his palace. After Zhou Xuanji sat on his throne, he took a deep breath and cupped his fist as he asked, Master, I have yet to know your name. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, Zhou Xuanji, the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Having heard this, Jin Cheng opened his 3 eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji. You are the eternal prodigy who learned the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao? Jin Cheng cried out in surprise. His voice was trembling. Rainbow Qin Saint Lord was a senior to him, and the Thunder Alliance was a transcendent force. The stars' domain also had dealings with them, so he had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, I need to understand the stars' domain. Can you introduce it to me personally? Since he wanted to control the stars' domain, he could not just talk about it. He wanted to understand the stars' domain and hold it firmly in his hands. Jin Cheng's attitude changed, and he quickly introduced it to Zhou Xuanji. The stars' domain had existed for countless years. At first, several great sovereigns had similar personalities, so they gathered the court realms together. Later on, more and more people joined, and the stars' domain became prosperous today. Jin Cheng's cultivation had reached the 7 court great sovereigns. He was extremely powerful, and he had 166 great sovereigns under him. Chapter 951. The stars' domain was very complicated. Zhou Xuanji only understood it after listening to Jin Cheng for a few months. He cracked his neck and said, Next, I will preach the Tao for the astral domain. Everyone can listen, including you. Preach the Tao? Jin Cheng was stunned. Just when he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji spoke first. Everyone in the star realm, listen up. I'm the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. From today onwards, I'm the master of the star realm. As newcomers, I will preach the Tao to all of you. I hope that all of you will be enlightened. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the stars' domain, allowing all creatures in the world to hear it. Before anyone could react, he began to recite the ancestral voice. Jin Cheng originally had some doubts, but when he heard the ancestral voice, he was moved. What exquisite language! He was soon immersed in it. Outside the hall, Fiend Supremacy Scarlet Brilliance and Supremacy Night Moon were also meditating on the spot, quietly comprehending. The ancestral voice was enough to raise Zhou Xuanji's image in everyone's hearts. Time flew by. About 100 years passed. Zhou Xuanji stopped speaking the ancestral voice. All beings wanted to continue. Jin Cheng opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. At this moment, he was completely convinced. He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed, saying, Master, your cultivation is truly impressive. What language was that just now? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I can't say. You can go now, I have other arrangements. Yes. Jin Cheng left with excitement in his heart. Just this ancestral voice alone was a great opportunity for the multi-star domain. He could see the light now. With Zhou Xuanji, the star range domain would grow stronger. The hall quietened down again. Zhou Xuanji raised his right index finger, and Xian Xianghua and Red Dust Sovereign appeared in the hall. The two girls were stunned and subconsciously looked around. This place is? Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She could feel that the aura here was very different. It was thick and warm. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, Stars Field. There are over 100 courts here. Who wants to take it? The two women widened their eyes when they heard this. More than 100 heavenly courts. How long had it been? The forces under him had already expanded to such an extent? Even if we want to, we don't have the strength. Autarch Crimson Dust shook his head. It was already difficult enough for them to control the true Su court realm. Just the thought of controlling the multi-star domain as well was enough to give her an enormous amount of pressure. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, That's true. So, you have to integrate into the multi-star domain first. I will let you take up positions first. I will send an outer soul clone to accompany you so that you won't be wronged. He was prepared to release the 3 realms in his soul and communicate with the other realms. In the following period of time, he would think of a way to integrate the star's domain. However, with his cultivation level, it was almost impossible for him to do so. If even the current incarnation of the Supreme of the 7 courts could not do it, how could he? In other words, he had to protect the myriad stars' domain, and it would be difficult for him to escape. In order to prevent his enemies from detecting him, he decided to leave his doppelganger behind and hide his true body in the absolute time realm. This way, he could avoid being tracked by his enemies. Of course, nothing was absolute. No matter what, he couldn't keep running. Just as Zhou Xuanji was making arrangements for the two women, the star domain was already in an uproar. All creatures were talking about the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. The merit of the ancestral sound made it so that none of the living beings rejected him. On the contrary, they were very passionate about him. All the great sovereigns announced to the realms and the various star realms that from now on, Zhou Xuanji would be the master of the star's domain. This caused a huge uproar. Zhou Xuanji forcefully entered the history of the various worlds. In the star's domain, Zhou Xuanji also learned a lot about the endless universe. The endless universe was divided into 4 parts: East Endless, North Endless, South Endless, and West Endless. Each of the 4 directions had an undying overlord, and among them were the ancient geniuses. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had been resurrected and were fighting on their own. The Cardinal Heaven was fighting for the North Endless, which included the Myriad Domain Devil Lair and the Stars Domain. The Hunyuan Heaven was fighting in the South Endless, and its momentum was no weaker than the Cardinal Heaven. Among them, the ancient geniuses were the overlords of the West Endless. The 4 directions and the endless universe were boundless. Other than that, there were still many unknown territories that were constantly expanding. In the endless universe, there were many unimaginable existences. Especially those who survived from the ancient sovereign era. They were unimaginable gods. It was said that because of their existence, the endless universe could no longer be unified. Those ancient existences overturned the ancient sovereign era and did not want to repeat the same mistakes. The ancient geniuses were restrained by them and could not rule the 4 directions and endless. After Zhou Xuanji learned about all this, he became even more interested in the endless universe. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had already begun to rise. As a Hongmeng Heaven, how could he bear the loneliness? He arranged for his out-of-soul clone to vigorously promote the communication between the various halls. The superstar competition had also officially landed in the star's domain. This grand event soon attracted the interest of all living beings. Countless geniuses were eager to participate. In the star's palace, Jin Qing respectfully looked at Zhou Xuanji's out-of-soul clone and reported the development and changes of the star's domain. Now, he had long forgotten the humiliation from before. Instead, he was very excited. Before Zhou Xuanji's arrival, he only thought about how to live in peace and how to plunder the living beings that came and went. Now, the entire star's domain was full of vigor and flourishing. Even the great sovereigns were working hard to cultivate. He had not felt such positivity for a long time. Master, there's a domain nearby. It's much larger than our star's domain. Its master's cultivation has reached the great sovereign of the 9 halls. He's very domineering. Every once in a while, we must pay tribute to him. After we rejected the Cardinal Heaven's recruitment, there was no trouble because of him. Jianghu changed the topic. His face turned ugly at the mention of the great sovereign of the 9 halls. There was fear, anger, and most of all, hatred. In order to protect the star's domain, he had received a lot of humiliation. Of course, these humiliation were not known to his subordinates. The 2 domains were far apart. The star's domain did not know of each other's existence. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, Great sovereign of the 9 halls? In the endless universe, is this cultivation considered top-notch? He had long felt that there was another realm above the great sovereign. The godly blank state was the best proof. Jianghu said hesitantly, it should be. Otherwise, how could that guy hold back so many powerful cultivators under the Cardinal Heaven? Zhou Xuanji asked, you mean the tribute time is coming soon? Jianghu nodded. His eyes were filled with anticipation. What do you want me to do? Continue to pay tribute or overthrow him? Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. Jianghu smiled awkwardly and said, of course, it's up to you to decide. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, let's ignore them for now. We won't be enemies with them for now. Compared to them, the Cardinal Heaven is a greater threat. We must be vigilant. Jianghu thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. That domain happened to hold back the Cardinal Heaven. Send someone to check on the situation. If there's an opportunity, we will take advantage of it, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Jianghu nodded. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze. Chapter 952. Who? Come out. Jianghu shouted in a deep voice as he scanned the entire hall. A burst of soft laughter came, and Zhou Xuanji heard it, and his expression became a little unnatural. Divine Star. Why is this guy here again? Shen Nianxing appeared by Zhou Xuanji's side out of thin air. She bent down and reached out to pick up a strand of Zhou Xuanji's hair. She said with a smile, you are really amazing. You have become the domain lord of the stars. Jianghu turned around and roared furiously, how dare you? Although he spoke, he did not attack. Since the other party could appear beside Zhou Xuanji, he was definitely not someone he could deal with. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Shen Nianxing and said, what? You want to catch me again? Now, he was not afraid of Shen Nianxing. Shen Nianxing shook her head and said with a smile, how can I be willing to capture you? I'm here to congratulate you and help you by the way. Zhou Xuanji did not believe it. There was definitely something fishy going on. You are really arrogant. You need to rely on my strength to deal with a Cardinal Heaven expert. Shen Nianxing curled her lips and said. Her eyes rolled around, looking mischievous. She said meaningfully, Zhou Xuanji, do you know how many Cardinal Heaven beings are more powerful than you? In all directions, how powerful are the great sovereigns of the 9 court? Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stared at her, waiting for her to continue. The ruler of the court realm is just the beginning in the boundless universe. You're still far from it. In the future, I'll follow you. Shen Nianxing rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji before turning around and walking toward the train. She waved her sleeves and ordered, lad, arrange a place for me to stay. I want a secluded place with good scenery. Jianghu was stunned and looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and left. After the 2 disappeared, Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. If Shen Nianxing came to help him, it was estimated that she had another intention. But this was good as well. With her around, Zhou Xuanji's pressure would be greatly reduced. After the thought, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. His original body was in the absolute time realm, and it was only an extra soul doppelganger. After Shen Nianxing joined the star field, it did not cause too much of a stir, and all living beings did not know of her arrival. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally send some elite disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range to study in the Stars realm, including his children and grandchildren. Zhou Tianyuan had already entered the Myriad Stars domain's strongest sacred ground, and Jin Sheng had also become one of his teachers. This arrangement made Jin Sheng very excited. As long as he took good care of Zhou Tianyuan, he could become Zhou Xuanji's trusted aide. If one day, Zhou Tianyuan took over Zhou Xuanji's position, wouldn't he be able to achieve meteoric success as well? Thinking of this possibility, Jin Sheng worked even harder, wholeheartedly cultivating Zhou Tianyuan. Absolute Time Realm. Jiang Shui snuggled in Zhou Xuanji's arms and enjoyed the rare moment of solitude. The astral domain is so big. It's hard to manage. Zhou Xuanji had been nurturing them, including the Emperor Sword Divine Range. But his pace was too fast. Even if they tried their best, they could hardly keep up with him. Even though Xian Xianghua was connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes, she could not follow him closely. Zhou Xuanji comforted, "Don't you have me? Take your time." He couldn't stop. He wanted to rush even faster. Jiang Shui looked up at him and smiled charmingly. "Do you want another son?" Zhou Tanhua was very promising. He was already independent. Zhou Shaoxian, on the other hand, was a little jumpy and impatient. She needed more training. So, she suddenly wanted to give birth to another child for Zhou Xuanji to share his burden. Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and said with a smile, "Why have so many children? Be careful of internal strife in the future." Now, he only had 2 children. He would not neglect any of them. But if he had too many children, there would always be neglect. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, "My children won't kill each other." Zhou Xuanji smiled and hugged her even tighter. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. After relaxing for so long, it was time to do something serious. On the Star River stairs, Zhou Xuanji walked slowly. Jin Sheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu followed behind him. "Master, you must be careful of the Million Dragon Great Technique of the Dragon Follower Domain. That formation is even more powerful than our Astral Multitude formation," Jin Sheng reminded. He had challenged the Dragon Follower Domain before but failed. Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked curiously, "Is the Dragon Follower Domain so powerful that Cardinal Heaven cannot devour them? Or is it that Cardinal Heaven is not as invincible as I thought?" Jin Sheng smiled and said, "Although Cardinal Heaven has revived, it is still far from the pinnacle. Those who dominate a region are prideful and arrogant. Why would they submit to him? Now, Cardinal Heaven can only be considered a top-notch leader below the endless overlords. It was not the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens after all. Countless living beings admired the legends of their predecessors, and many wanted to surpass them. According to what you said, the Dragon Follower Domain has just repelled the Cardinal Heaven's minions and is now collecting tributes from the surrounding domains to recuperate. My goal is not to defeat the Dragon Follower Domain but to intimidate them. Cardinal Heaven will surely make a comeback, so the Dragon Follower Domain must reconsider whether to offend us again," Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile as he looked ahead. "If they are smart, they might ally with us to fight against Cardinal Heaven." Jin Sheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu nodded. This was the best situation. Cardinal Heaven was also their enemy. More accurately, they were the enemy of the entire Northern Endless Realm. No one willingly submitted. Moreover, what the Cardinal Heaven wanted wasn't submission, but destruction and revenge. The Star River staircase was very long. It was specially built by the Dragon Follower Domain to make it easier to find the Star's domain. Not only here, but there were also Star River staircases between the Dragon Follower Domain and other domains. The silhouette of the Dragon Follower Domain could already be seen ahead. From a distance, it looked like a place where a group of dragons resided. Countless dragon silhouettes coiled around a gigantic ball of light. The boundless vitality could not be concealed at all. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in amazement. There were many living beings in the Dragon Follower Domain, and they were generally more powerful than the Star's domain. No wonder it could reign supreme over the 8 Directions domain. There was an aura that was very prominent in the Dragon Follower Domain. Even from such a distance, Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Very powerful. 9 halls great sovereigns indeed. Zhou Xuanji felt a little excited suddenly. He wanted to test the difference between him and the 9 halls great sovereigns. Without godly blankness, he would not be able to defeat the 9 halls great sovereigns. This was why he was so excited. So powerful. Has he already discovered us? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked anxiously. The further they went, the greater the pressure they felt. Jin Qing did not reply. He was nervous too. Zhou Xuanji suddenly disappeared in front of them, which stunned them. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji appeared above the dragon follower domain. He looked down at the vast dragon silhouettes, and his purple eyes flashed with fervor. He raised his right hand with the Holy Ghost cursed sword and was about to slash down. You want to attack the moment you come? You are too forceful. A sonorous and furious voice came, as though the sun was exploding. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the surrounding space was heating up rapidly. Chapter 953. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw the shadow of a dragon soaring into the sky. A ball of black flames burned on the dragon's head. A god stood within the black flames. He wore a Qilin red leaf armor and was muscular. He had a head full of wild black hair, and his eyes were so big that they looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. He held 2 gigantic spiked hammers in his hands, which looked extremely savage. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His murderous intent almost materialized into the black flames around him, burning fiercely. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said with a smile, "Rumor has it that there are great sovereigns of the 9 halls in the dragon follower domain. I'm here to learn from you." After that, he slashed down with his sword. 9 sword souls appeared out of nowhere. Some looked savage while others looked mighty. All of them turned into sword shadows that swept toward the red-armored god in a flash. The red-armored god swung his hammers to block the 9 sword souls. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. After the sword souls exploded, the curse's power seeped out and invaded his body. He immediately expelled the curse's power, but this power was very tricky, and he could not expel it by force. In that instant, he used his sovereign's divine power to suppress the curse's power before charging toward Zhou Xuanji. Once the battle began, he became hysterical and did not care about anything else. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur, and he was sent flying backward. But after flying a few thousand meters, Zhou Xuanji stopped. The red-armored god opened his eyes wide. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji's body to be so powerful. Even he felt pain from that collision. This guy must be eliminated. The red-armored god's eyes turned savage as he charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. This time, Zhou Xuanji used his full power. Under the sword fusion technique, his aura reached its peak. Facing the red-armored god, he charged toward him head-on. He slashed with his full power, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword landed on the 2 hammers. The berserk power numbed the red-armored god's arms. He cried out in his heart, "What kind of power is this?" It was his first time encountering someone with such a horrifying physical strength. Most importantly, the curse's power was still wreaking havoc in his body, ravaging him. Zhou Xuanji pursued. He did not pursue speed but power. Even so, he was still very fast. Without any divine abilities and with just the sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji completely suppressed the red-armored god and caught him off guard. The surrounding stars were crushed by the shockwaves caused by the battle, and the dragon's shadow below wantonly twisted. Dragon's rampage. Far away, Jin Cheng and Qiyu were speechless when they saw that. Too strong. From their point of view, the universe space distorted violently, causing Long Tsong's domain to look hazy like a dream. Zhou Xuanji continuously attacked the red-armored deity, and soon, the red-armored deity's body was covered with blood. His body could be destroyed at any moment. His strength is too strong. I can't block it. No. You can't do this. The crimson-armored deity thought with gritted teeth as he defended against Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. Facing Zhou Xuanji's attacks, he could not use any divine abilities, and the curse power was still in effect. Every time the sword and hammer collided, the curse power in his body would become stronger. Right now, he would rather die than live. You're no match for me. Where's your master? Why hasn't he come out? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. He had already held back, or else he could have killed his opponent. The Supreme of the 9 Halls had yet to make a move, which made him feel a little strange. Was she not here, or was she looking down on him? How could I lose to you? The crimson-armored deity roared furiously. He shook his arms, and his body exploded. He took out his soul and dodged the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Zhou Xuanji turned around and activated Universal Attraction. At the same time, he activated the Soul Kunlun sword. The crimson-armored deity's soul was sucked away in an instant, and he could no longer move forward. You! He turned around and cried out in fear. Not only could his soul not escape, but his sovereign's divine energy was also being sucked away. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his divine energy. Since no one can save you, then die, Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. The Soul Kunlun sword in his left hand sucked away the crimson-armored deity's soul while he raised the Holy Ghost cursed sword in his right hand, preparing to deal a fatal blow. The crimson-armored deity panicked completely, and despair filled his face. At this critical moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and kicked him in the chest. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward like an arrow, crashing through numerous dragon shadows. He looked up, and as he flew backward at high speed, he saw the other party's face. This person wore a long black and white robe and looked like a Taoist. His face was thin and resolute, and his eyes were cold. He was looking down at Zhou Xuanji with disdain, as though he was looking at an ordinary person. The Lord of the Dragon Follower Domain, Daozang Heart. His original form was a dragon, but no one knew what race he was. He was very powerful. In Jin Cheng's words, he had never been defeated before. Zhou Xuanji forcefully stabilized his body. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and charged toward Daozang Heart. Strands of blue wind coiled around Daozang Heart's body. The great sovereign of the 5 courts dares to fight against me, he said with a mocking smile. He raised his right hand and brought it before his eyes. His fingers were burning with blue flames. He waved lightly, and the blue flames fell down and transformed into a divine army that charged toward Zhou Xuanji with a roar. Zhou Xuanji sensed that the dark universe above him suddenly turned blue. He looked again and saw countless blue divine weapons appearing. Each of them was holding a different weapon, and they were unstoppable, as though the sky was collapsing. Kill! Billions of battle cries gathered together and were deafening. Even Zhou Xuanji was shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. Good timing. Zhou Xuanji laughed. He transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and soared up. Boom! The golden dragon broke through the blue divine army and charged toward Daozang Heart without any hesitation. However, before he could break through the blue divine army, he was stopped. The divine army at the last level was not any weaker than him. What divine ability is this? Zhou Xuanji frowned. There were at least 1,000,000 divine weapons in this row, and each of them was as powerful as him? What kind of freakish divine ability was this? Daozang Heart stored the red-armored deity's soul in his palm and said coldly, "Trash, you are 1 stage higher than him, but you still can't defeat him." The red-armored deity was ashamed. Just when he wanted to explain, Daozang Heart's left hand grabbed him and stored him in his sleeve. Boom! 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 The blue divine army below was pierced through by thousands of giant golden swords. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha stood up, and Zhou Xuanji stood on its head and stared at Daozang Heart. I know such a divine ability too. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Numerous silver duplicates flew out from his body and surrounded the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's head. 1,000,000. Greatly avatars. He led the 1,000,000 greatly avatars and charged toward Daozang Heart like a meteor shower. Almost in an instant, he and his greatly clones were above Daozang's heart, surrounding it from all directions. Daozong's heart looked up without any change in his expression. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. So weak. He waved his right hand, and the blue flames on his fingers turned into streams of light. All the Great Li avatars were destroyed instantly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed suddenly, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Daozong's heart appeared behind him and pressed down on his shoulder. Chapter 954. Daozong Xian's fingers were still burning with flames, and they quickly burned Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. His eyes were cold as he squinted at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are the new master of the star domain, right? You overestimate yourself. You dare to provoke the dragon follower domain with your little power." He squeezed his right hand hard. Boom! Zhou Xuanji exploded immediately, turning into countless sparks and scattering. Daozong Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to turn around, Zhou Xuanji's holy ghost curse sword pierced through his throat. The cursed power madly invaded his bones and tendons. He did not panic. Instead, he unleashed his sovereign's divine power and forced Zhou Xuanji back. At the same time, he sealed his throat with blue flames. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What divine ability was that?" Zhou Xuanji had suddenly disappeared, and even his divine sense could not detect him, making him feel quite shocked. A divine ability that Grand Supremes can't comprehend. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile before he disappeared again. Daozong rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His left hand ignited with a blue flame. He waved his arms fiercely, and violent blue flames rushed in all directions, burning space and annihilating natural laws. However, this domineering blue flame did not force Zhou Xuanji out. Zhou Xuanji was moving swiftly around the Daoist treasury's heart. This was a divine ability that he had only recently comprehended. It was very similar to the godless state, but it was a low-level version of the godless state. The difference in speed was like heaven and earth, but it was still enough to deal with a great supreme. He called it God speed. In godly supreme speed, he could peek into the real world and stop at any time to give the enemy a surprise attack. Zhou Xuanji suddenly exited godly supreme speed and appeared above Daozong Xian's head, slashing down with his sword. Daozong Xian's head was hit by the Holy Ghost's cursed sword, and his hair became messy. However, his head was not split open. His expression was still grave and stern. He grabbed Zhou Xuanji's wrist and pulled it down. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He immediately tilted his head, and the exterminating divine light shot out from his eyes and shined on Daozong Xian. Daozong's heart instantly froze, unable to move. Zhou Xuanji leaped away and raised his right hand. Gathering the sovereign's divine power, he slashed down. Great Enlightenment God slash. The sword qi lit up the universe, and Daozong's heart was drowned by this majestic sword qi. The space around him collapsed. Zhou Xuanji did not stop but continued to use other divine abilities of the way of the sword. Countless sword qi and sword light shot toward Daozong's heart from different directions. Explosions sounded one after another, and the dragons below roared and twisted. The dragon follower domain seemed like it would be destroyed at any moment. Fiend Venerable Qi Yu and Jin Cheng watched from afar, their hearts pounding. Master is actually suppressing the heart of the Tao mysteries. Jin Cheng said with a face full of admiration. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was well aware of how terrifying the heart of Daozong was. Back then, when he faced Daozong Xian, he was utterly defeated. In that battle, Daozong Xian had deeply humiliated him, making the realm of stars become the slave of the realm of dragon follower. Now that Daozong Xian was at a disadvantage, how could he not be excited? Demon Sovereign Qiyu was fine. He had already built up his confidence in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji continued to unleash divine abilities, but he felt that something was off. The aura of Daozong Xian remained in the midst of the explosion. It did not decrease nor increase, nor did it move. It was terrifyingly calm. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he had a guess in his heart. He immediately stopped. After the explosion subsided, the universe was in chaos. Space-time cracks were everywhere, swaying like glowing worms. "Come out," Zhou Xuanji said softly. Just when he spoke, strands of blue flames appeared on the tip of the Holy Ghost cursed sword and quickly formed into Daozong Xian's figure. Daozong Xian stood before Zhou Xuanji calmly and said, "Your divine ability is not bad. It gives off a feeling of godly stupor. Seems like your background is not simple." Godly stupor. This guy knew about it. It's a pity that it's not the true godly stupor. If you could learn it, you would be invincible. Even I would not be a match for you, Daozong Xian said seriously as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Then what was the divine ability you used just now?" He could tell that Daozong Xian was intimidated by godly stupor's speed and was asking for peace. "My innate divine ability, Hidden Heart Sacred Flame. As long as the sacred flame is not extinguished, I will not be extinguished. Wherever there is a sacred flame, I can appear there. And the sacred flame can be hidden in my heart, whether it's me or my enemies," Daozong Xian replied with a smile. His honesty further verified Zhou Xuanji's guess. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. What an amazing divine ability. Compared to godly stupor, the potential of the Hidden Heart Sacred Flame is equally great. This was from the bottom of his heart. With the Hidden Heart Sacred Flame, Daozong Xian could also be invincible. No wonder this guy could resist the pressure of a cardinal heaven. From today onwards, the All-Star Domain and Longsong Domain will be on equal footing. You and I will work together to resist cardinal heaven. What do you think? Daozong Xian asked. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sure. But if there's an opportunity, you and I will continue to spar. It's not easy to find great sovereigns of the 9 halls." Battling with Daozong Xian was thrilling, and he could learn many things. "Okay. If so, let's enter the Longsong Domain as a guest," Daozong Xian said with a smile as he pointed downward. Zhou Xuanji had no objections and entered the Longsong Domain with Daozong Xian. He was not afraid of Daozong Xian's tricks. Although it was their first time fighting, he was sure of Daozong Xian's temperament. This person was a proud person. If he had evil intentions, he would definitely continue fighting. It was not Zhou Xuanji's first time meeting someone like this. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Daozong Xian fly into the Longsong Domain, Demon Sovereign Qiyu grew anxious. He looked at Jin Sheng and asked, "Should we follow them?" Jin Sheng frowned and said, "No need. We will only be a burden to him. Let's wait and see." Since Daozong Xian said those words, it should be true. After all, there are many powerhouses from other domains in the Longsong Domain. How can we convince the others if we go back on our words? Although no one flew out from the Longsong Domain, they believed that many powerful cultivators were hiding inside to watch the battle. The commotion of this battle was so great that anyone with a little bit of cultivation would be able to sense it. The two of them waited where they were. About 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji appeared before them and said with a smile, "Let's go. It's time to go back." With that, he took the lead and walked in the direction of the multi-star domain. "Master, how's the situation?" Jin Sheng caught up with him and asked curiously. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's smile, their hearts itched as though they were being scratched by a cat. Zhou Xuanji replied, "We formed an alliance to advance and retreat together. We do not need to pay tribute to them. Moreover, the Longsong Domain will provide us with resources to help the All-Star Domain grow stronger." Having heard that, Jin Sheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu opened their eyes wide. Daozong Xian was so easy to talk to. Especially Jin Sheng, who was filled with suspicion. Could it be Daozong Xian's scheme? Chapter 955. Since he is so polite, could it be that Master has already defeated him? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked curiously. There was no doubt that the heart of Dao scripture was powerful. When the heart of Daozong suddenly emerged from the Holy Ghost cursed sword, he was scared out of his wits. This kind of divine ability was truly mysterious and made people tremble in fear. Both he and Jin Sheng heard what Daozang Xian said. A divine ability that could hide in one's heart could be said to be impossible to guard against. No, I can't defeat him right now. Of course, he can't defeat me either. This is why we can form an alliance, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he squinted his eyes. He still needed to continue developing the godless state. It would be perfect if he could use the godly emptiness state in battle. Right now, he couldn't do it. He had to increase his cultivation. Daozang Xian is indeed powerful, but Master is even more powerful. You are only a supreme martial artist of the 5 courts, but he is a supreme martial artist of the 9 courts. Chiyu Demon Venerable sucked up to Meng Chao in a timely manner. When he heard this, he came back to his senses. That's right. Perhaps that was why Daozang Xian had compromised. An existence like Zhou Xuanji should not exist. He was enough to topple any powerhouse's understanding. Since he could not kill Zhou Xuanji, he might as well rope him in and forge a good relationship with him. Now that he understood this point, he felt at ease. His mood improved, and he began to imagine the future. With the help of the draconic domain, the multi-star domain would definitely become stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, Daozang Xian was sitting alone in the splendid hall, leaning back on a chair and staring at the ceiling in silence. He muttered to himself, Zhou Xuanji, just who are you? Ethereal state. He had seen that state before, and it was an indescribably powerful one. He never imagined that such a state would appear on a grand sovereign. Now, he was filled with interest towards Zhou Xuanji. He was looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's background. After thinking for a long time, he took out a jade bead from his sleeve and crushed it. The powder drifted into the air, sparkling with specks of starlight. He looked at the powder and said softly, Senior Zhu Kong, I need support. The powder instantly disappeared, no longer existing. After returning to the stars field, Zhou Xuanji observed the cultivation of Zhou Tianyuan and the others before entering absolute time to cultivate. According to what Daozang had said, it would take some time before the minions of the Cardinal Heaven experts made a comeback. It was said that the Cardinal Heaven experts had gathered all their subordinates for an unknown reason. However, there was one thing that was clear. The Northern Limitless Realm would be even more difficult in the future. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert recovered to his peak, it would be a catastrophe for the North and even the entire Endless Universe. Although Daozang Xian was ambitious, he knew that survival was the most important thing. As for his ambitions, he would have to wait until he survived this disaster. While Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, his fame began to spread throughout the northern boundless continent. Becoming the disciple of the Rainbow Qin Sage. Dominate the stars' domain. The Great War Dao hid the heart and was undefeated. These things were enough to make Zhou Xuanji famous in the north. One must know that Daozang Xian was a formidable character in the northern limitless territory, and Hong Qin Sage was a senior. More and more living beings came to the All-Stars domain. Now, the All-Stars domain was no longer sealed and welcomed other living beings as guests. Zhou Xuanji wanted to turn the All-Stars domain into a central domain like the Thunder Alliance and Yen Alliance. He wanted to exchange resources and treat it as a cultivation sanctuary. This kind of alliance could attract living beings from all kinds of backgrounds and build up connections. Only then would it be able to survive. With Zhou Xuanji's help, Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya discussed development strategies with Jincheng. Although their cultivation wasn't good, with Zhou Xuanji's backing, no one dared to offend them, including Jincheng. The Kunlun Origin Court, Zhensu Court Realm, and Zhan Lanting Realm were also growing. Every day, a steady stream of resources would be poured into the 3 realms. In Zhou Xuanji's heart, the 3 realms were the most important. As for the All-Stars domain, it couldn't be taken away. It could be developed but not as the top priority. Life returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji cultivated every day and occasionally came out to preach the Tao to the living beings under him. His ancestral voice could inspire all living beings. Preaching the Tao again and again made him gradually deified in the hearts of all living beings in the All-Stars domain. The magic of the ancestral voice also attracted more and more living beings to come and watch. Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao every 100 years to attract living beings and improve the status of the All-Stars domain. He was also worried that the ancestral voice would attract unnecessary trouble. But he had the spirit void state. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the ancestral voice couldn't be learned. This was what Shen Nianqing told him. Shen Nianqing also supported him to do so. In this way, she could also listen to the Tao. She was naturally happy. This day, Zhou Xuanji returned to the All-Stars Palace. Just as he was about to take a seat, Shen Nianqing barged in. Behind her, Sovereign Hongqian followed closely. "Brat, can you control her? If she pesters me again, I will kill her," Shen Nianqing said, gnashing her teeth. Sovereign Hongqian, who was behind her, stared at her expressionlessly. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Can't you tell me where her sister is?" Shen Nianqing crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted, "Dead. I ate her. How many times do I ask? It's still the same answer." Sovereign Hongqian frowned. He took a step forward and said, "I don't believe it. I can feel that she is still alive." Shen Nianqing's face was full of impatience. She angrily said, "Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you?" She took a step and came before Sovereign Hongqian, placing her right palm on her forehead. "Okay, you go down first." "I will talk to her," Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, signaling Shen Nianqing to leave first. Shen Nianqing could only wave her sleeves and leave. Sovereign Hongqian walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said, "She is Nianqing, right?" She was so entangled, but Shen Nianqing didn't hurt her, which made her more convinced. "It should be, but she's not the same as before. Don't bother her anymore, it's useless. Spend more time on cultivation, and when you're stronger than her, won't you be able to answer your questions?" Zhou Xuanji said as he nodded. He didn't know why Shen Nianqing wanted to deny her identity, but it didn't matter. The past is the past. Zhou Xuanji would figure it all out sooner or later. He hoped that mortal sovereign could remain calm. Supreme Crimson Dust nodded and said, "I recently came across a fortuitous encounter and want to give it a try. What do you think?" After saying that, she flipped open her right palm. It was a piece of wood the size of a fingernail. It was dark green and had a strange character engraved on it. It was hard to read. "There's a map hidden inside. I felt the same aura as the star pincher. I just wanted to confirm it again. I want to go to that place now," Mortal Sovereign said as he handed the dark green wood piece to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took the dark green wood piece and sent his divine will into it. Immediately afterward, a vast starry sky map appeared in his mind, and there was an extremely prominent red dot in the center that attracted his divine consciousness. This aura, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He found that the aura in the map was very similar to that of the fated Fate Pearl. Is there any connection between the two? He immediately became interested and began to study the starry sky map. Chapter 956. Supreme Crimson Dust waited quietly, a look of anticipation in her eyes. It would be great if they could find the true whereabouts of Shen Nianqing from this star map. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What an exquisite map. If it's true, there is indeed a great opportunity in that place." In the center of the map, in addition to the aura of the fated pearl, there was also the aura of Shen Nianqing when she was in the passage between the two worlds. Zhou Xuanji was also very interested in that place. "Where did you get this piece of wood?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, staring at Sovereign Red Dust. Sovereign Red Dust replied, "It was near the star's domain. I came across it by chance when I was traveling." By chance? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally said, "Okay, let's go." He couldn't bear to look at Sovereign Red Dust's eyes. He could also learn about the origin of the fated pearl. "Remember, listen to me. Don't act recklessly," Zhou Xuanji exhorted. He was afraid that Sovereign Red Dust would lose control. Sovereign Red Dust rolled his eyes and said, I am indeed persistent in looking for her, but I haven't lost my mind to the point of losing my mind. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, let's go now. Anyway, he had nothing to do recently. The star's domain was developing steadily. The draconic domain was no longer a threat to the star's domain. He had time to go out. If he waited for a while longer, he wouldn't have the time to leave when the Supremes came. Zhou Xuanji left with Sovereign Red Dust, and the two disappeared from the star's palace. In the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji looked at the star map in front of him, lost in thought. Sovereign Red Dust stood beside him, also paying attention to the star map. Don't you feel that these stars look like a human figure when they gather together? Zhou Xuanji asked. This star map was very magical. The arrangement of the stars inside was constantly changing. Zhou Xuanji only needed to fly toward the red dot in the center of the map to find his destination. When his divine sense entered the dark green wood piece, he understood how to use the star map. The map had a spirit and would guide the explorer. Yes, it's ever-changing. It's hard to determine who it is, Sovereign Red Dust nodded. Autarch Crimson Dust nodded, a look of curiosity on her face. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and showed it to Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign looked at it for a while and said in surprise, interesting. This map is so mysterious that it actually contains the truth of the universe. The aura inside is ever-changing. Where exactly is that place? Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, so you don't know? All these empty things. I'm guessing this is the legendary land of miracles, the origin of all worlds. Little Sovereign glared at Zhou Xuanji and coldly snorted. Zhou Xuanji signaled him with his eyes to continue. As we all know, the starting point of the endless universe is the Kunlun Origin Court. When our ancestors left the Kunlun Origin Court, they used some kind of divine ability to reach the void. They opened different realms from the void and gradually connected them together. The starting point of the endless universe is the land of miracles, the origin of the myriad worlds. Little Sovereign narrated the legend with a proud look on his face. As if to say, don't underestimate me. Autarch Crimson Dust asked in puzzlement, say, do you think the passageway between the two realms can lead directly to those miraculous lands? Little Sovereign understood what she meant. He pondered and said, well, it's also possible. Your sister might have directly traveled to this miraculous place. Hearing this, Autarch Crimson Dust became even more expectant. Zhou Xuanji was wondering if there was more than one fated pearl. The fated pearl was born when the Kunlun Origin Court was established. Could it be that every origin of the myriad worlds has a fated pearl? Otherwise, how can I explain the aura of the fated pearl there? Autarch Crimson Dust continued to ask about the origin of the myriad worlds. Little Sovereign also became interested and told him everything he knew. Zhou Xuanji flew very fast. In less than 2 days, they arrived at their destination. This place was filled with colorful light and majestic mist. There wasn't a single star in sight. Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword with Little Sovereign hovering behind him and Autarch Crimson Dust beside him. The three of them flew forward while observing their surroundings. The red dot is here, but how do we get in? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He spread his divine will but he couldn't find the entry point. Little Sovereign also furrowed his brow. Did I guess wrong? This isn't the origin of the myriad worlds? Autarch Crimson Dust suddenly said, I can feel a trace of red dust chi. It's right in front. After speaking, she took the lead and flew forward, landing in front of a red glow. Zhou Xuanji came behind her and stabbed the red glow with the Lesser Supreme Sword. The blade pierced into the red glow. In an instant, a powerful suction wrapped around the two of them. Zhou Xuanji didn't resist. The next second, the two of them landed in the snow. The sky was full of snow. The sky and the earth were the same color. It was vast and empty. There was a towering mountain in front of them. Apart from that, they couldn't see any other mountains. Little Sovereign's soul flew out. He frowned and said, be careful, I feel something is wrong. Zhou Xuanji took out the Kunlun sword and the Holy Ghost cursed sword, ready to fight at any time. He could already feel a faint murderous aura. Autarch Crimson Dust raised her hand and pointed at the giant mountain in front of them. She said, "The red dust chi comes from there. There is a huge amount of red dust chi on the top of the mountain, along with other auras." Her tone was a little excited. She had already captured Shen Yanqing's aura, but she didn't act impulsively. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Follow me." He stepped forward and flew towards the giant mountain. Autarch Crimson Dust followed closely behind. The closer they got to the giant mountain, the heavier the murderous aura became. They flew for about 10 miles. "Stop. Don't go there. You will die." A voice suddenly came. Zhou Xuanji and the other two turned around. They saw a young man in a straw raincoat riding an ox. It was a green ox with a shoulder height of 6 feet. It was very burly, making the young man look like a dwarf. Little Sovereign raised his brow and asked, "Kid, you live here?" The young man in the straw raincoat nodded and replied, "I was born here. I have seen many people come here to seek opportunities. No one who entered that mountain came back." His skin was slightly dark and his eyes were bright like 2 pearls. "Oh. What about your parents?" Little Sovereign asked. "I don't have parents. I was born from a rock," the young man in the straw raincoat replied seriously. Zhou Xuanji and the other two didn't laugh. Their eyes were all focused on the green ox under him. This green ox had the cultivation of the 5 courts great sovereign. "Is there anyone else in this world besides you?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The young man in the straw raincoat shook his head. He then looked at Autarch Crimson Dust and frowned, saying, "My aunt is also here. She looks like you." Hearing this, Autarch Crimson Dust immediately became excited. "It's definitely Shen Yanqing. Can you take us to see her?" Autarch Crimson Dust asked, holding back his surprise. The young man in the straw raincoat nodded and turned around, leading the ox. Zhou Xuanji and the other two immediately followed. "There's something wrong with this kid. He's a puppet," Little Sovereign transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 957. "I know that the green bull is controlling him. Let's observe the situation first," Zhou Xuanji replied. Zhou Xuanji replied telepathically as he looked at the green bull. This green bull looked very simple and honest. It was no different from the green bulls in the mortal world. But it gave Zhou Xuanji a creepy feeling. Sovereign Hongchen wasn't blind either. Her eyes also fell on the green bull from time to time. The young man in the raincoat advanced toward the east of the giant mountain in silence. After half an hour, they landed in a basin that was still covered with snow. Below them was a city of ice and snow. It covered an area of dozens of miles. In this snow-covered world, it looked very small. After entering the city, Zhou Xuanji and the other two saw a terrifying scene. Ice sculptures were everywhere on the streets. All kinds of creatures were frozen in ice. Every creature had a look of horror and despair on their faces. At first glance, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. "Little guy, are these people here to seek opportunities?" Little Sovereign asked. His eyes were a little sharp, but he quickly restrained himself and put on a kind smile. The young man in the raincoat replied without looking back, "Yes, this city has existed for a long time. It existed long before I was born. It has always been frozen. Don't touch anything around it. You will be frozen as soon as you touch it." Zhou Xuanji felt the cold energy here, but he didn't care much. The cold energy here was not as good as the cold energy he had absorbed before. Supremacy Crimson Dust asked, "What is the background of that aunt of yours? Is she also here to seek opportunities?" The young man in the raincoat replied without looking back, "And is my aunt. She is the god who guards this place." God. Zhou Xuanji and the other two couldn't help but ponder over this sentence. Could it be that Shen Yanqing is trapped here and can't leave? Soon, they came to an ice and snow altar. A girl in a coarse dress was sitting on the altar. It was Shen Nianqing. She still looked the same as when she was in Anti-Kunlun. Sovereign Hong Chen immediately became excited. She didn't panic but cautiously asked, "Nianqing?" Hearing this, Shen Nianqing slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were so clear but there was a hint of worry between her brows. "Everyone, long time no see," she greeted. Her voice was a little hoarse as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Sovereign Hong Chen's heart trembled when she heard this. At this moment, endless regret, self-blame, unwillingness, and heartache filled her heart. Zhou Xuanji asked directly, "Someone is walking outside in your appearance. Do you know who she is?" He felt strange in his heart. This Shen Nianqing seems to be real. Which Shen Nianqing is the real one? She is me, just another me. Shen Nianqing replied. She slowly stood up, and 2 chains fell down along the bottom of her skirt. Nianqing, sovereign frowned and asked, "Xuanqing?" She frowned. Autarch Crimson Dust frowned. "Who trapped you here?" She took a step forward and wanted to help Shen Nianqing get out of trouble. The young man in the raincoat suddenly rode a green ox and stood in front of her. "It's me. Sister, don't come over. I know you've always been with me. That's why I revealed my whereabouts to you. Don't disturb the other me in the future. She has a mission, an important mission that concerns everything. It's more important than my own existence. I hope you can let go. Our fate has long since been severed." Shen Nianqing stared at Hong Chen and said seriously. Ice lotuses fell from the sky and landed in front of her. Little Sovereign touched his chin and guessed, "Could it be that the two of you are related to each other in a past life?" Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign couldn't help but be moved. Shen Nianqing turned to look at Little Supreme Sovereign and nodded. "Supreme Sovereign really has good eyesight. She is indeed my previous incarnation. She was the primogenitor who opened up the origin of the myriad worlds. If her consciousness hadn't awakened, would have died in the passageway between the 2 worlds. In order to save me, she brought me to the origin of all worlds. I can only live here. Once I leave, my body and soul will be destroyed." Supreme Crimson Dust felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood rooted to the spot. Zhou Xuanji was also shocked. That Shen Nianqing outside had such a background. Little Sovereign was moved and said, "Primogenitor? Then what is her mission?" Primogenitor, as the name suggested, was one of the earliest supremes. "I can't say." Shen Nianqing shook her head, then looked at Sovereign Hong Chen and said, "In addition to clarifying the misunderstanding, I will also give you an opportunity. In the future, you will live for yourself." With that, she raised her right hand. There was a loud bang. An ice coffin rose from her side. It was 5 feet high. The coffin lid was transparent. Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 could see an ice crystal staff lying inside. The top of the staff was like a crown, exquisite and noble. An ice dragon lingered around the body of the staff. It seemed to be made of ice chi. It was twisting slightly and looked lifelike. This is the artifact of the Ice Demon Emperor, the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. If you get it, you can get the inheritance of the Ice Demon Emperor, Shen Nianqing introduced as the coffin lid opened. Shen Nianqing introduced, and the lid of the coffin opened. Looking at the Ice Emperor Magic Staff, Sovereign Hong Chen fell into a trance. It was as if she was possessed. She stepped forward, wanting to get the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. At this time, Zhou Xuanji was 1 step ahead of her. He grabbed the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. Boom! A violent ice power erupted, instantly freezing Sovereign Hong Chen, Shen Nianqing, Little Sovereign, the young man in the raincoat, and the green ox. Zhou Xuanji's body was also covered with ice chips. So this is the power of the Ice Demon Emperor. Zhou Xuanji murmured, staring at the Ice Emperor Magic Staff in his hand. He had obtained the power of the Ice Demon Emperor a long time ago. At that time, Gu Tianlin and Long Sheng were so scared that they turned around and ran. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold as he absorbed all the ice power. Little Sovereign and the others were freed from the frozen state. The young man in the raincoat looked at him in horror, shivering. Shen Nianqing's expression changed. She asked in surprise, "How did you master the power of the Ice Demon Emperor?" Zhou Xuanji coldly snorted, "Do you want to kill your sister?" With Sovereign Hong Chen's cultivation, his soul would be frozen if he touched the Ice Emperor magic staff. This little girl has bad intentions. Tsk tisk, it's the power I got on Ice Island last time, Little Sovereign said excitedly. His eyes fell on the Ice Emperor magic staff. His eyes were full of curiosity. How strong is this Ice Emperor magic staff? I underestimated you. You will indeed freeze her, but I don't want to harm her. I just want to keep her here and accompany me forever, Shen Nianqing said with a faint look in her eyes. As her voice fell, she suddenly raised her arms. All of you stay with me. Be with me for all eternity. Her husky voice sharpened. Rumble. The entire ice city shook violently. The frozen creatures broke out of the ice. Every creature's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. They jumped up one after another and gathered above Zhou Xuanji's group of 3. The young man in the raincoat suddenly took off his straw hat. His body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. He quickly turned into a minotaur. The red hair all over his body fluttered in the wind. He looked like an ox demon bathed in blood. The green ox under him roared, its eyes bloodshot. Killing intent gathered from all directions, causing Crimson Dust Supremacy to feel a little suffocated. Chapter 958. This little girl has really changed, Little Sovereign cursed in a low voice. Little Sovereign cursed in a low voice. He looked at Supreme Hong Chen and jokingly asked, "Your chance has come. Do you want to stay and accompany her forever?" Mortal Sovereign's face turned ugly. He didn't say a word. She wasn't stupid. The companionship Shen Nianqing was talking about was the ice sculptures in the city. She stared at Shen Nianqing. Looking at her sister's ferocious face, she felt very distressed. Zhou Xuanji raised the Ice Emperor magic wand high up, urging the cold power in his body. The Ice Emperor magic wand rotated at high speed above his palm. Endless icy power rushed out like waves, sweeping through the creatures controlled by Shen Nianqing. The cultivation of these creatures varied. There were great sovereigns, origin fusion divine lords, 9 vast heavens, Tao ancestors, and so on. Facing the cold power, most of the creatures were directly frozen. But many great sovereigns quickly dodged. They still retained their fighting consciousness. Be careful, Little Sovereign warned. Just as his voice fell, the sound of ice breaking suddenly came from below. A big hand covered in white hair grabbed Zhou Xuanji's foot and pulled him down. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. He tensed his body, making the other party unable to pull him. His current physical strength was incomparable to most great sovereigns. He raised his right leg and directly pulled the man out of the ground. It was a burly man with a bare upper body. His face was scorched black, his hair was like withered grass, and his muscles were very exaggerated. One could feel his explosive power with the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji raised his left foot and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. This kick caused the burly man to disappear into the vast horizon. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand as countless light swords floated around him, circling him at high speed. Sword sect immortal ghost weep. The light swords chased after the creatures in all directions. The Tauren transformed by the young man in a woven rush over riding a green bull, forming a strong blood-colored wind in front of him. It rapidly expanded, crushing the flying snow in the sky. Zhou Xuanji waved the Ice Emperor magic wand and hit the blood-colored wind. There was a loud bang. The blood-colored wind was blasted apart. The strong wind scattered in all directions, smashing the pavilions in the city. Zhou Xuanji came up to the Minotaur with a single step, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared out of nowhere, slashing the Minotaur's throat. Sol Kunlun's sword descended from the sky and pierced the green ox's head, absorbing its soul. As soon as they clashed, Zhou Xuanji dealt with the Minotaur and green bull. He landed in front of Shen Nianqing and said expressionlessly, do you really want to kill your sister? He also felt guilty about Shen Nianxing. But he couldn't condone Shen Nianxing's misdeeds. So what if I am? You want to kill me? Can you do it? Shen Nianxing's face was as cold as frost. She slammed her palm on Zhou Xuanji's chest, and a bone-piercing chill penetrated into his body. However, Zhou Xuanji did not even frown and directly absorbed her cold energy. Shen Nianxing's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously retreated. Zhou Xuanji didn't continue to attack. Instead, he looked back at Mortal Sovereign and Little Sovereign and said, "Let's go, we should go to that mountain to take a look. Maybe there is a way to save her." The two of them immediately flew behind him and flew with him to the giant mountain in the distance. Shen Nianxing was stunned and in a trance. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji's speed was very fast. In almost the blink of an eye, he landed on the giant mountain with Little Sovereign and Mortal Sovereign. The snow-capped mountains here were endless, and they were vast and boundless. Little Sovereign said in a low voice, "Be careful, that girl seems to be very afraid of this mountain. I think there is something terrifying hidden here." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He raised the Ice Emperor magic wand in his hand to Mortal Sovereign and said, "After we go back, I will help you refine this treasure. I use swords. I don't like to use this thing." Mortal Sovereign nodded. She also understood that she couldn't control the Ice Emperor magic wand right now, so she didn't force it. But now, the Ice Emperor magic wand could exert its true power in Zhou Xuanji's hands. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward, holding the Holy Ghost cursed sword in his left hand. The Kunlun sword floated above his head. The wind and snow here were very strong and the direction of the wind was very strange. It seemed to be deliberately targeting Zhou Xuanji's trio. Wherever they went, the direction of the wind would change. Zhou Xuanji's divine sense was also blocked. He could only explore a radius of 100 feet at most. This distance didn't affect anything at all. With a move of his mind, hundreds of his out-of-soul doppelgangers flew in different directions. In less than 10 breaths, his out-of-soul doppelgangers had all exploded. He didn't even see anyone else. His out-of-soul doppelgangers exploded for no reason. It was very strange. There should be some powerful force guarding this place, Little Sovereign said with a solemn expression. Little Sovereign said with a dignified expression. He had once again spouted nonsense. Supreme crimson dust flicked his sleeve, and countless streams of crimson dust chi flew out in all directions. However, just like Zhou Xuanji, her red dust chi was quickly dispersed. "Let's go straight, we will run into something," Zhou Xuanji said, staring ahead. Zhou Xuanji said, staring ahead. Mortal Sovereign and Little Sovereign nodded. The trio walked forward and quickly disappeared into the flying snow. They kept moving forward. Aimlessly. This journey lasted for 4 whole days. There was no distinction between day and night. No matter where they went, all they saw was a vast expanse of flying snow. Zhou Xuanji stopped, frowning. He looked at Mortal Sovereign and said, "Wait for me in the Supreme Palace." Having said this, he took Mortal Sovereign into the Kunlun Origin Court. Immediately afterward, he activated the sword fusion technique and war physique. "What do you want to do?" Little Sovereign asked in horror. Feeling Zhou Xuanji's aura, he trembled with fear. His soul was on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "Destroy this place." Boom! A silver light erupted from his body, sweeping across the snow-capped mountain. Delusion Sea of Swords. Countless swords emerged from the silver light, covering the entire mountain. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold as the Delusion Sea of Swords erupted. All the swords wreaked havoc on the surrounding hillsides. Boom! 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 The entire mountain exploded one after another, giving rise to avalanches. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward in the air, looking left and right, scanning the surroundings. Little Sovereign was terrified. He cursed in a low voice, "Kid, you are getting more and more unscrupulous. How can you act so recklessly in such an unknown place? Zhou Xuanji ignored him and continued to destroy the mountain. At the same time, in Ice City, Shen Nianxing stood on the altar, looking at the giant mountain in the distance. Looking at the surging snow, she furrowed her brow. That thing is about to awaken, she murmured. A look of fear appeared on her face. Zhou Xuanji moved forward, destroying everything along the way. He could feel that there was a force stirring in the depths of the earth. Sure enough, someone is hiding here. Zhou Xuanji looked down. There was a hint of curiosity in his tone. What is hiding here? It must be stronger than the Ice Demon Emperor. Shen Nianxing's previous life had left her here. Perhaps it was because the power of that existence could maintain her soul. I don't care about you anymore. Take care of yourself. Little Supreme Being shouted. He really couldn't bear the pressure here. After he finished speaking, he entered the Lesser Supreme Sword. Chapter 959. Boom, the gigantic mountain began to shake. A faint roar came from underground, and Zhou Xuanji could hear endless hatred from the roar. It seemed like this guy was going to attack him directly. Zhou Xuanji continued his attack and bombarded the gigantic mountain. The mountain shook, and snow danced in the air. A horrifying silhouette slowly rose from the cracked ground. It was a magma giant. Magma flowed through the cracks on its body, evaporating the snow into steam. His body was bloated, and he barely looked like a human. He swung his gigantic fist toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block. Bomb! He was blasted away. This guy's strength, Zhou Xuanji was shocked. The magma giant's strength was beyond his expectation. He only stabilized himself after flying for a few hundred miles. He took a deep breath and channeled the power of frost into the Holy Ghost cursed sword. At the same time, he activated the power of the curse in the blade. When the two energies fused together, they became extremely destructive. He slashed with his sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Countless sword chi ravaged the magma giant from all directions and engulfed it instantly. Roar, the magma giant roared hoarsely, and its might shook the heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji activated his war physique and channeled his supreme divine power into the Holy Ghost cursed sword. He was prepared to deal with the magma giant with one slash to avoid unnecessary trouble. He finished charging quickly. With a slash, a silver radiance shone brightly across the heavens and earth. A loud bang resounded. The magma giant howled in agony as its massive body exploded. Rocks flew in all directions, and magma splattered everywhere. A violent gale came from the center of the explosion. Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time and was sucked in. His vision blurred, and next, he felt the world spinning around him. In less than 3 breaths' time, he landed on the ground. He opened his eyes, and all he saw was endless darkness. Even his exterminating divine eyes could not see his surroundings clearly. Where am I? Zhou Xuanji was confused. He spread out his divine sense, but it was blocked by a mysterious power within 15 meters. He could not see or sense anything. Such a situation was enough to make any great sovereign panic. Zhou Xuanji immediately summoned the Fated Pearl. The Fated Pearl rose from his head and shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. This was a graveyard. Tombstones were erected in front of the mounds, and they were separated by 2 to 3 feet. Looking at the flat wasteland, it was impossible to count how many graves there were. There were still bones near some graves. They were probably trespassers like Zhou Xuanji who had died here. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward. The Holy Ghost cursed sword and Soul Kunlun sword were in his hands, and the fated encounter pearl was above his head. At this moment, he did not feel any unease. Just what is hidden here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself curiously. His gaze swept across the tombstones he encountered along the way. The words were all different, but he could understand them with just a glance. All of them were grand supreme beings. There were even primordial sovereigns. Every name would be labeled with their cultivation level, and there were quite a few 9-hall supreme paragons. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that primordial sovereign was not just a status but also a cultivation stage. Who built their graves? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the front. He looked up and saw a candlelight in the darkness. He saw a hunchbacked figure walking over with an oil lamp in her hand. She was holding a walking stick in her other hand. She was wearing old black clothes, and her hair was coiled with a wooden hairpin. She looked to be in her 60s or 70s. She was a little fat, and her dead and numb eyes were staring straight at him. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The old woman replied, "The guardian of the origin of the myriad worlds. You can call me a wisp of smoke." "A wisp of smoke? What kind of name is this?" Zhou Xuanji felt strange in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He asked, "What is this place? What is your duty? Will you attack me?" A wisp of smoke calmly replied, "The graveyard of the origin of the myriad worlds, the graveyard of gods. My duty is to protect the graveyard of gods and erect tombstones for the newly buried." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "These dead guys were killed by you?" He couldn't see through a wisp of smoke. He guessed that those grand sovereigns and primordial sovereigns couldn't have fallen to their deaths. No, they couldn't stand the endless loneliness and committed suicide. Of course, some killed each other, a wisp of smoke replied indifferently. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion of aura came from afar. Next, a powerful gust of wind swept over. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block instinctively, but a figure dashed toward him. Clang! It was a man in tattered white clothes. His hair was messy, and his eyes were bloodshot. His right index finger touched the Holy Ghost cursed sword, and a horrifying force pushed Zhou Xuanji backward. Such great power! It's even stronger than the giants outside. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He immediately activated his war physique, mobilizing all the energy in his body to block. His backward slide began to slow down. The man in white raised his left hand and jabbed at him. Zhou Xuanji also raised his other hand and blocked with his sword. Clang! The sword and finger collided. It was a contest of strength again. This guy's finger was as hard as a divine artifact. Zhou Xuanji immediately entered godly speed and dodged the man in white. He came to his back and slashed at him with both swords. A wisp of smoke opened her eyes wide and mumbled softly, "Godly bestial state." No, not yet. She was suddenly very interested in Zhou Xuanji. Even the great sovereigns of the 5 courts could use godly bestial state. It seemed that this guy was really something. Boom! 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 Zhou Xuanji and the man in white fought intensely. He moved about and used his divine abilities continuously, which caught the man in white off guard. The man in white was very frustrated. "Oh! I'm going to tear you into pieces." The man in white roared crazily like a ferocious beast. His body was shrouded in blood qi, and his messy black hair danced in the wind. 3 demon god silhouettes emerged from his shoulders and back to defend against the attacks from all directions. This time, Zhou Xuanji could no longer toy with him. But Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He activated the sword fusion technique, and his body radiated with silver radiance, making him look like a silver god of war. Boom! The delusional sword ocean exploded. Countless swords of light levitated above the tomb of gods. The swords of light rained down toward the man in white like a storm. The man in white opened his arms and roared. The 3 demon god silhouettes grew taller and opened their mouths. Countless blood-colored beams of light shot out from their mouths. The blood-colored beams of light clashed with the swords of light like fireworks, illuminating the dark tomb of gods. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and activated heavenly sword descent. Majestic sovereign's divine power gathered on the blade. The sea of clouds billowed, and a gigantic sword of light appeared and slashed down like lightning. The man in white could not dodge in time and was struck directly. Zhou Xuanji swooped down and came up to the man in white. He stabbed his sword into the man's chest and absorbed his divine power crazily. Turn it into my cultivation. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. His eyes were sharp. Chapter 960. The white-robed man wanted to resist, but the fated pearl shot a beam of white light at him. He could not move at all. A strand of smoke's eyes locked onto the fated pearl. What treasure is that? She furrowed her brows, her heart filled with confusion. Why does this kid have so many serendipity? She did not intervene but watched Zhou Xuanji absorb the white-robed man's cultivation. About half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of the white-robed man's divine power. The white-robed man knelt before him with his hands hanging by his side. The three demon gods behind him had long disappeared. His eyes were dull as he mumbled, I want to kill you. I want to tear you apart. I want to go back. Zhou Xuanji walked past him and came before a strand of smoke again. What's hidden here? Zhou Xuanji asked. The serendipity of the origin of 10,000 worlds. If you want it, you have to find it yourself. Remember, don't go to the graveyard, a strand of smoke replied calmly. Mentioning the graveyard, Zhou Xuanji realized that the previous battle did not destroy any graveyard. Even the ground looked like it had not been through a battle. Zhou Xuanji pondered for a while. Then, he created hundreds of thousands of greatly avatars and sent them to search in different directions. A strand of smoke found a large rock and sat down. She was as calm as a wooden stake and did not move at all. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and said, Can you tell me about the origin of 10,000 worlds? I'm the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court. I want to know about the legends of my ancestors. Having heard him, a strand of smoke looked at him in astonishment and asked, You are the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court? She waved her cane, and a ball of light flew out from Zhou Xuanji's forehead and entered her mouth. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He raised his sword instinctively. Don't be nervous. I'm just looking at your memories. These memories are not related to your privacy. They are shallow memories and can be easily obtained, a strand of smoke said. After that, she closed her eyes and began to savor Zhou Xuanji's memories. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. The boundless universe was vast, and there were truly all sorts of extraordinary things. That divine ability just now was really amazing. He could not even detect it, let alone resist it. A while later, a strand of smoke opened her eyes. She nodded at Zhou Xuanji with a smile and said, You are indeed the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. You are amazing. Your growth speed and contributions are not inferior to the primordial sovereigns. A rising star. I like you very much. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked with cupped fists, May I ask if Senior was also the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court? The origin of all worlds was created by the ancestors of the Kunlun Origin Court. The other party guarding this place was definitely related to the Kunlun Origin Court. Not really. I once had the goal of being a paragon, but unfortunately, I was still one step short. Before the ancient era, it was extremely difficult to become a paragon of the Kunlun Origin Court. However, with your talent, you can also become a paragon in the immemorial era. A wisp of smoke shook his head. She slowly got up and walked back in the direction she came from. Follow me. Don't stray more than 5 steps away from me, she said without looking back. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused, but he still followed her obediently. The fated fate pearl was still hovering above his head, protecting him. The entire journey was silent. After walking for a full 18 hours, he still hadn't reached the end. A wisp of smoke did not speak either, which made Zhou Xuanji a little wary. But he was very patient. If a wisp of smoke did not speak, he would not speak either. We're almost there. Just when Zhou Xuanji was mumbling in his heart, a wisp of smoke spoke. Zhou Xuanji looked up and vaguely saw a gigantic shadow in the darkness ahead. What was that? Soon, he saw the gigantic shadow clearly. It was a stone statue that was thousands of meters tall. He could only see that it was humanoid, but he could not distinguish its true appearance. Behind the stone statue, there were 4 other stone statues that were thousands of meters tall. Their postures were different, but their bodies were similar. They are the Kunlun 5 permanent ones. They used to suppress the endless universe. Before they died, they returned to the origin of all worlds that they created. Their wills are immortal and protect this world. A wisp of smoke looked up at the stone statues in front of him and introduced them with a complicated expression. Zhou Xuanji was confused and asked, "Existences like them will also die of old age?" A wisp of smoke shook her head and said, "Theoretically, no. But they were too powerful. Because they were too powerful, they kept creating the endless universe and came into contact with some supreme power, which was why they were restricted by their lifespans. On one hand, they could muddle along in the endless universe forever. On the other hand, they could create great merit and explore the unknown, which resulted in the restriction of their lifespans. If it were you, what would you choose?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply immediately. He was not tired of living yet. Those ancestors must have been tired of living, which was why they disregarded everything. After all, the time that the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court lived was measured in hundreds of millions of years, not to mention how long they had been wandering in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji had not even reached 10,000 years, so he did not want to think about this problem for now. "Now, I will give you a chance to receive the inheritance. You can choose," a wisp of smoke said meaningfully. A wisp of smoke said meaningfully. She walked to the side and found a big rock to sit on. Zhou Xuanji could sense the strange energy contained in the 5 stone statues. "Can I let others receive the inheritance?" he asked. He did not need the inheritance. He had enough serendipity. "You can. But the inheritance cannot be forced. It's the inheritance that chooses the person, not the other way around," a wisp of smoke replied. A wisp of smoke replied. She placed her crutch flat on her lap and prepared to take a nap. Zhou Xuanji let out Mortal Sovereign. He told her about the inheritance. Mortal Sovereign hesitated for a moment but still walked forward. Zhou Xuanji did not dare to trust a wisp of smoke completely. But the serendipity was right in front of him, so he felt that he should give it a try. If a wisp of smoke wanted to harm him, she would not agree to let others receive the inheritance. Mortal Sovereign walked up to the stone statue and put her hand on the stone surface. Boom! She was bounced back. Fortunately, she quickly stabilized her body and was not in a sorry state. She looked back at Zhou Xuanji. "There are 4 more. Continue," Zhou Xuanji encouraged. A wisp of smoke curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. It was as if she was laughing at Mortal Sovereign for overestimating herself. Mortal Sovereign nodded and walked toward the last stone statue. Next, she was bounced back by 2 stone statues. She suffered internal injuries. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She continued to walk toward the 4th stone statue. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Could it be that she really couldn't do it? A wisp of smoke shook her head with a mocking smile. Autar Crimson Dust walked over to the 4th stone statue and touched it. In the next second, the stone statue burst into a brilliant light. Stone chips began to fall from the head of the stone statue. The stone chips quickly spread downward, revealing a beautiful face that could topple a city. How can it be? A wisp of smoke jumped to her feet with a look of disbelief. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Mortal Sovereign looked up at the stone statue in front of her with a look of anticipation and anxiety. Soon, the stone surface of the stone statue slid off completely, revealing a goddess that was thousands of meters tall. She was wearing a noble and beautiful golden dress and a jade crown. Her skin was fair and smooth. In this dim tomb of gods, she was so dazzling. Chapter 961. That's the only female of the Kunlun Sex 5 permanents. Her cultivation is exceedingly high. Her strength is ranked at the top of the Kunlun Sex 5 permanents. I didn't expect that this mortal god could be recognized. Could it be that she had been baptized before? She turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a doubtful tone. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Does ancestral voice count?" Hearing that, a wisp of smoke widened his eyes. She cried out in astonishment, Zhu Yin. How could this be? In the boundless universe, only the ancestral Buddha knows the ancestral sound. Does he know how to recite the ancestral sound to you? Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, although it's unbelievable, it's indeed so. From the looks of it, the ancestral Buddha was an incredible figure. He was suddenly very curious about the relationship between Shen Nianqing's previous life and the ancestral Buddha. How could she let the ancestral Buddha preach the ancestral sound to her? Other than you, has anyone else heard of the ancestral voice? It must be someone from the Kunlun origin court. A wisp of smoke suddenly became excited and asked. Zhou Xuanji heard and immediately understood what she meant. He thought for a moment and called out Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, and Chen Bantian. These four were his most outstanding disciples, so he could give it a try. As for Zhou Tanhua and his other relatives, he had other arrangements for them. The four of them were stunned by the scene around them. Zhou Xuanji began to explain to them what had happened. At the same time, Kunlun Wuchang's noble woman raised her hand and pulled crimson dust into her palm. Then, she held her in front of her chest. Noble woman curled up and her huge body turned into a ball of light. Inheritance. Zhao Zongjian was so excited that his breathing quickened and his eyes lit up. Before, he had always been able to stay by Zhou Xuanji's side. Now, the difference in cultivation was too great, and he had almost forgotten what it felt like to kill enemies for Zhou Xuanji. Go, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Even the calm Xiao Jinghong became nervous. Chen Bantian was the most excited, and he was the first to approach. He directly awakened the first stone statue. Next were Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, and Xiao Jinghong. All of them had successfully obtained the fortuitous opportunity. The four stone statues began to crack apart, revealing four dignified supreme beings. Every single one of them possessed impressive might, powerful beyond compare. Looking at Xiao Jinghong and the others being sucked into the orb of light, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can I receive the inheritance after receiving the ancestral sound baptism?" A wisp of smoke nodded and said, "It must be someone who frequently receives the baptism of the ancestral sound." Zhou Xuanji heard him and had a bold idea. "How many more inheritances do you have?" Zhou Xuanji asked. A wisp of smoke's expression instantly became strange. She looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Could it be that you have many subordinates who have been baptized by the ancestral sound?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Senior, if you help me, you will be helping the Kunlun origin court as well as these ancestors. This is called will inheritance. Do you want to leave the fertile water to outsiders?" A wisp of smoke frowned, falling into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji did not rush him but turned to look at Xiao Jinghong and the others. 5 balls of light floated in the air. The Kunlun 5 permanents were nowhere to be seen. Powerful auras were surging within the balls of light. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He didn't know how strong Sovereign Crimson Dust and the others would become after receiving the inheritance. "All right, I promise you. However, I can only give you 1,000 inheritances, and they are all weaker than the Kunlun 5. In this graveyard of gods, there is no inheritance stronger than the Kunlun 5. A wisp of smoke said with gritted teeth, which made Zhou Xuanji pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect a wisp of smoke to agree, and even offered 1,000. He smiled and said, "Then I will start choosing." His first choice was naturally the first batch of disciples who followed him. Those disciples were also the ones who had listened to his ancestral voice for the longest time. Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, the Little Black Snake, Chongming Demon Monarch, Meng Tianlang, and so on. Soon, he had picked out 1,000 people. Looking at these Emperor Sword Court disciples, a wisp of smoke took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. If she didn't guess wrongly, Zhou Xuanji must have mastered the ancestral voice. What serendipity was this? After Zhou Xuanji explained to the disciples, everyone became excited. "Grand Teacher, please show mercy." Serendipity inheritance. I didn't expect us to have a share too. Where's young Lord Tanhua and young Lord Xiaoxian? Why aren't they here? The graveyard of gods. How many sovereigns' corpses are buried here? I'm looking forward to it. Seeing how excited these disciples were, Zhou Xuanji felt gratified. No matter how powerful you become in the future, he said with a solemn face, remember your original intentions. Don't be arrogant, understand? Understood. The 1,000 Emperor Sword Court disciples replied in unison. A wisp of smoke nodded with satisfaction. Then, she got up and said, you little guys, come with me. The disciples couldn't help but look at Zhou Xuanji when they heard this. Go ahead, I will wait for you here, Zhou Xuanji said, nodding. If a wisp of smoke still wanted to kill him, she didn't need to target these disciples. If she couldn't hurt Zhou Xuanji's foundation, she would fight him to the death. There was no need. After the disciples disappeared into the darkness, Zhou Xuanji turned to look at Mortal Sovereign and the others. He could feel that Mortal Sovereign's aura had reached the level of a court great sovereign. The aura of Xiao Jinghong and the other three also skyrocketed like a hot knife through butter. At this rate, they can all become great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed. Emperor Sword Court had taken off after this serendipity. This trip was worth it. More than worth it. Zhou Xuanji looked elsewhere. He was thinking about where the Fated Pearl's aura was. The graveyard of gods must have a treasure of the same origin as the Fated Pearl. But now, he couldn't act on his own. He had to wait for everyone to finish the inheritance before looking for it. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword, sat on it, and waited patiently. Time went by bit. Mortal Sovereign, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Chen Bantian, and Lin Chang's aura kept growing stronger. Mortal Sovereign's aura had already reached the level of great sovereigns of the three courts. Xiao Jinghong and the other three began to break through to court great sovereign. One had to admit that the Kunlun 5 permanent sovereigns were really powerful. The inheritance alone could make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji didn't regret it at all. Although he was only a great sovereign of the 5 courts, his strength could compete with the great sovereigns of the 9 courts. What was there to regret? He didn't want to be disturbed by other people's Tao of cultivation. He wanted to walk his own great Tao. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. Mortal Sovereign stepped out of the light. Her aura had changed dramatically. Her red dress was glowing with divine light, looking very dazzling. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji could see the excitement in her eyes. I'm now a great sovereign of the 3 courts. I reached this realm without absorbing the court realm. Mortal Sovereign walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly. Zhou Xuanji rubbed her hair and said with a smile, with your aptitude, you should be this strong. Mortal Sovereign nodded. Suddenly, she noticed Zhou Xuanji's action, and her face blushed. She didn't resist and let him stroke her hair. Chapter 962. Xiao Jinghong and the others waited for another 3 days after the Hongqian supremacy's inheritance ended. Their cultivations had all reached the level of first court paragons, and they had been reborn. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied with their progress and smiled as he said, in the future, the Kunlun Origin Court and Emperor Sword Court will be under your protection. He didn't want these 4 people to be in charge of the Myriad Stars Domain's court realms. He had to make the Kunlun Origin Court stronger and become the strongest court realm under him. If they wanted to be the strongest, the number of grand sovereigns was the most important. Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists and said excitedly, in the future, we will be able to share master's burden again. He was not surprised that he could not see through Zhou Xuanji even with the cultivation of a court great sovereign. From how they saw it, Zhou Xuanji would definitely continue to improve, and he would become stronger at an unimaginable speed. Zhao Zongjian unsheathed his sword and said with a high-spirited smile, it's time for Emperor Sword Court to establish itself in the boundless universe. He didn't care about the Kunlun Origin Court. He only cared about Emperor Sword Court. Lin Chang'e and Chen Bantian were equally excited. They had already begun to imagine the future. Zhou Xuanji looked at Mortal Sovereign and said, from now on, the true Su court will be under your control, okay? Autar Crimson Dust nodded. He had no objections. Her cultivation was bestowed upon her by him, and coupled with his affection, how could she refuse? She no longer thought about Shen Yanqing. Only by cultivating in peace could he save Shen Yanqing. Anyway, Shen Yanqing would not die here, she would just be lonely. Loneliness, for a cultivator like her, was nothing out of the ordinary. Zhou Xuanji put them into the various worlds while he continued to wait for the wisp of smoke. The trace of smoke took the Emperor Sword Court's disciples to who knows where, and Zhou Xuanji was unable to use his divine sense to track them. He was not in a hurry. After all, there were so many disciples who wanted to receive the inheritance, and it would definitely take a long time. Another month had passed. A wisp of smoke finally appeared with over 1,000 disciples. Zhou Xuanji scanned with his divine will and found that most of the disciples had reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that a wisp of smoke did not lie to him. Patriarch. Ha ha ha, Patriarch, look at us. We've all become stronger. I am now an Origin Fusion Immortal Lord. Sigh, I'm still one step away from becoming an Origin Fusion God Lord. What a great opportunity. The disciples were very excited and quickly surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Each of them spoke incoherently to express their excitement. Zhou Xuanji smiled and looked at them silently. After a while, a wisp of smoke walked over, and the disciples made way for it. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Okay, I have given you the inheritance you wanted. It's time for you to leave." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and sent the disciples back to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. He took a step forward and asked with a smile, "So the greatest opportunity in the Graveyard of Gods is the inheritance of the Kunlun Five?" Nonsense. A wisp of smoke rolled his eyes. She could tell what Zhou Xuanji was implying. This guy was too greedy. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "Can you let me walk around alone? There might be some serendipity that you don't know about." A wisp of smoke laughed and said, "Then go ahead and search. I want to see what kind of great opportunity you can find." She was incomparably familiar with the Graveyard of Gods. How could she have a better opportunity than the Kunlun Five permanent inheritances? Zhou Xuanji nodded and turned to leave. A wisp of smoke followed behind him, waiting to see how he was going to find it. Of course, she was more worried than anything else. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would act recklessly and die here. She had already given him so many opportunities. She couldn't let him die here. She was still looking forward to how the Kunlun Origin Court would develop under Zhou Xuanji's leadership. Zhou Xuanji called out the Faded Pearl again. The Faded Pearl covered his head. It shone brightly and expelled the darkness. He silently recalled the aura he sensed on the star map and let the Faded Pearl lead him to find it. Soon, the Faded Pearl trembled and began to lead the way. Zhou Xuanji immediately caught up. A wisp of smoke saw the Faded Pearl and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Could there really be a better opportunity? Impossible. How could she not know? She quickened her pace and caught up. The two of them followed the Faded Pearl across the land. After walking for 2 hours, the Faded Pearl finally stopped. There was a huge pit in front of them. It looked like a desolate pit formed after a river dried up. Zhou Xuanji scanned it with his divine will but couldn't sense anything. So, he walked to the bottom of the pit, staring at the Faded Pearl. He squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He found some fine red sand hidden in the soil. The Faded Pearl spun at high speed, sweeping up gusts of wind. Boom, the ground shook, and the red sand at the bottom of the pit flew up automatically. The red sand gathered together and quickly formed a pearl that grew larger and larger. It looked very similar to the Faded Pearl. A wisp of smoke opened his eyes wide in astonishment. There really was one. Within the giant pit, countless red sand flew up from the soil, forming a red whirlwind. It was quite a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji sensed the aura of the Faded Pearl from the red pearl. He was shocked in his heart. There really was a second Faded Pearl. The fated pearl was already so heaven-defying, and there was more than one. What was the origin of this thing? Soon, the second fated pearl was formed. It was as big as Zhou Xuanji's fated pearl. The two pearls circled around each other and reflected off each other. A wisp of smoke couldn't help but ask, "What kind of treasure is this?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. I got it by chance." Although he hid it, he really didn't know the true origin of the fated pearl. A wisp of smoke frowned. She looked at the two fated pearls and fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji was worried that she would become bedeviled and reminded her, "Don't keep staring at it. Back then, I almost became bedeviled. Fortunately, I came to my senses in time. This thing will draw your attention to it unintentionally, and you will neglect your surroundings." Having heard that, a wisp of smoke looked away and said meaningfully, "It seems that this treasure is both good and evil. Don't get caught up in it." A treasure that she couldn't see through might be a blessing or a curse for Zhou Xuanji, so she was a little worried. "Don't worry. It has already recognized me as its owner and saved me many times. It shouldn't harm me," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. A wisp of smoke nodded and said, "You should go." Zhou Xuanji immediately stored the two fated pearls in his hand and asked, "How do I leave?" He tried to jump out of the burial of gods, but he couldn't do it. The space here was similar to the mysterious space he was in when he activated the godly bodiless mode for the first time. The space-time was extremely stable and indestructible. "Don't move," a wisp of smoke said softly. She raised her cane and waved it. Rings of light came out from the cane, creating a portal in space-time. She stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I hope that you can remember your original heart and lead the Kunlun Origin Court to become more powerful. Also, stay away from the origins of worlds. Some of the origins might be traps, and they might hate the Kunlun Origin Court. Don't go to your death." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 963. Zhou Xuanji remembered what a wisp of smoke had entrusted to him. No matter what, a wisp of smoke had helped him complete so many inheritances and was worthy of his respect. "Go in," a wisp of smoke said with a smile. His staff had already created a space-time hole. Zhou Xuanji nodded and stepped inside. When he disappeared, the smile on one wisp of smoke's face instantly disappeared. She took a deep breath and muttered, "What kind of heights will this kid reach?" She was looking forward to it, but also very worried. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast, and this kind of talent represented great danger. Zhou Xuanji returned to the snow-covered world. The mountain range below was no longer there, and what replaced it was a boundless land of snow. After returning here, Zhou Xuanji could already sense the universe outside. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he flew towards the ice city. Before leaving, he wanted to see Shen Nianqing again. If he had been strong enough, Shen Nianqing would not have ended up like this. Back on the altar, Zhou Xuanji saw Shen Nianqing meditating and cultivating. The youth in the raincoat and the green ox had gone somewhere. The entire ice city seemed very lonely. "You really didn't die," Shen Nianqing said without opening her eyes, and her tone was full of impatience. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You have quite a grudge against me. I wanted to save you in the future, but it seems like you will not appreciate it." Hearing this, Shen Nianqing opened her eyes and said coldly, "You don't have that ability." Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he could not be as powerful as she was in her previous life. Even her previous life could not save her, let alone Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You are right. But I will try my best to save you in the future." With that, he turned around and left. "Goodbye. I wonder when we'll meet again." Before Zhou Xuanji could finish speaking, he had already disappeared. Shen Nianqing was stunned. She suddenly felt lost. She looked at the lonely city of ice and muttered to herself, "Actually, I also want to leave. I really want to." Karma. After returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji flew straight towards the star's domain. He stepped on the Kunlun Soul Sword and traveled through the space-time tunnel while observing the two faded beads in his hand. His own faded pearl already had many colors and was very dazzling. The new faded fortune pearl was completely red, like a blood pearl. He wanted this faded pearl to recognize him as its master. But no matter how he called out, the red faded pearl remained indifferent. But he noticed one thing. The red Feng Fate pearl seemed to have been subdued by his Feng Fate pearl. When his Feng Fate pearl moved away from it, the red Feng Fate pearl would move closer to it. Even when he grabbed it, it would tremble non-stop. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He suddenly looked forward to the luck pearl's ability. Was the red fate pearl as powerful as the rainbow fate pearl? Could there be other fated pearls in the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to it. He now had another target. That was to collect the fated pearl. This was good as well. The path of cultivation was about having a goal. Otherwise, it would be easy to slack off. Nothing happened along the way. He successfully returned to the astral domain. His absence for a few months was nothing to the astral domain. In fact, no one even knew that he had gone out to search for opportunities. Jin Sheng and the others did not dare to disturb his cultivation too frequently. After returning to Stars Hall, Zhou Xuanji continued to study the destined encounter pearl. He called out Little Supreme Sovereign. Little Sovereign was stunned when he saw the red faded fate pearl. Is there really a second faded pearl? He was amazed. At the same time, he was very curious about what Zhou Xuanji had experienced. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything and told him everything in detail. Little Sovereign was shocked. He didn't expect that it was really the origin of the myriad worlds and the graveyard of gods. A wisp of smoke. I have never heard of it. Does every origin of the myriad worlds have a guardian? Little Sovereign speculated. A fanatical look appeared on his face. The will of the ancestors of Kunlun is still there. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, that starry sky map should have been released by Shen Nianxing. I wonder if the other origins of the myriad worlds also have faded pearls. He had a bold guess. Every origin of the myriad worlds from the Kunlun origin court had a faded pearl. But on second thought, it was impossible. The faded pearl was something that even the supreme incipient god couldn't see through. How could there be so many? In his heart, the supreme incipient god was mysterious and powerful. He was on the same level as the Buddha ancestor. Little Sovereign suddenly said in a serious tone, you have too many opportunities. You have to digest them properly. Don't go out and run around, lest you become eager for quick success and instant benefits. Do you understand? Zhou Xuanji hadn't comprehended the God-free state yet. He couldn't even see through his own faded pearl. Now that he had another faded pearl, Little Sovereign was a little worried. Don't worry, I know what to do, Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was also preparing to spend some time in seclusion. It would be best if he could pass the 10,000-year period of the wish-fulfilling sword. The wish-fulfilling sword was the only sword whose grade hadn't been announced. He had been looking forward to making a wish once in 10,000 years. Next, Zhou Xuanji began his seclusion. He first refined his cultivation. He had placed a restriction on the Stars Hall. The ancestral voice couldn't leak. At the edge of the Stars domain, a young man in green was walking up the Star River stairs. He had delicate features but strangely, he didn't have a mouth. It was Wu Yan, who had been ordered to find Zhou Xuanji. Wu Yan looked around with a curious look on his face. Very soon, he was stopped by a great sovereign. Little brother, are you also in the Stars domain? Do you know the Sword Emperor? The great sovereign asked with a chuckle. He was handsome and elegant, like a peerless prodigal son of the universe. Wu Yan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know him. The great sovereign raised his brow and asked with a smile, you don't know how to speak? He noticed that Wu Yan didn't have a mouth. But speaking with such cultivation has nothing to do with a mouth? This kid is really playing dumb. Wu Yan nodded. His eyes were clear, looking innocent and ignorant. The great sovereign shook his head and said, in that case, follow me. I will take you in to meet the Sword Emperor, who has recently become famous in the north. And so, Wu Yan followed the great sovereign into the star's domain. Recently, the star's domain was holding an auction. The star's domain and Zhou Xuanji's prestige attracted countless creatures to participate. The North Boundless was huge. The star's domain was already famous. Zhou Xuanji's battle with Daozong Xian had also established a great reputation. The combination of the two naturally attracted many people. Of course, it had something to do with Cardinal Heaven. The star's domain was one of the few domains that could resist the pressure of Cardinal Heaven. For many creatures, it was also a refuge. Zhou Xuanji released Mortal Sovereign, Sovereign Yiyu, Xiao Jinghong, and the others to let them experience the elegance of the auction. Now, he didn't need to show up in person. On this day, he moved Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Tianyuan, and Zhou Shaoxian into the hall to test their cultivation. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude was outstanding. Even without the opportunity of the Kunlun Origin Court, he had already begun to break through to the great sovereign of the court realm with the help of the ancestral voice. Zhou Shaoxian was a little weaker. Zhou Tianyuan was still young. Chapter 964. Father, are there any inheritances? Senior brother Xiao and the others have all become great sovereigns. You can't treat us badly. Zhou Shaoxian said coquettishly. Hard cultivation was really hard, especially when Zhou Tanhua was gradually pulling away from her. It was really uncomfortable. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and laughed. He had no desire for the inheritance. Zhou Tianyuan, sitting on the ground, was very honest. He didn't dare to interrupt. I am preaching Tao to you. Isn't this an inheritance? Although Jinghong and the others' inheritance is fast, it is more stable for the future. Do you understand? The inheritance of others will never be as firm as your own path. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. In fact, this was also his selfishness. He had too many expectations for his children. He didn't let them accept the inheritance of the graveyard of gods because he had too many expectations for his children. As for Xiao Jinghong and the others, such an inheritance was already a height that they couldn't reach. Zhou Tanhua nodded and said, Father is right. Besides, senior brother Jinghong and the others need those inheritances more than us. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips as she stared at her father. She seemed to be thinking of another trick. Tianyuan, you should also go and take a look at this auction. Broaden your horizons. I have the highest expectations for you. I hope you can be stronger than your father. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Tianyuan and said with a kind smile. Zhou Tianyuan and his son looked like him. If the three stood together, they might be recognized as biological brothers. Zhou Xuanji always wanted to pay attention to Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan nodded and said, I will not let you down, grandfather. His eyes were firm and full of confidence. Ever since he recognized Zhou Xuanji, he was no longer sloppy. He was busy cultivating all day long. His posture was no worse than his father, Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent Zhou Tianyuan away. He turned his gaze back to Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. He said meaningfully, I will teach you a divine ability now. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. As soon as he said this, Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian immediately became excited. Dragon Follower Domain, Daozong Xian was sitting in a dark palace. There were 2 rows of oil lamps in the palace, burning with dark blue flames. 2 blazing figures were standing in the palace. Their faces were indistinguishable. They were reporting the auction of the All-Stars domain. After listening to what they had to say, Daozong sighed emotionally. What a great sword emperor. He actually wants to go against the trend. On the surface, it looked like an auction, but in reality, it was an olive branch extended to the entire northern limitless, to make it bigger and stronger. The Longsong domain would not do such a thing, because that would attract spies from other domains. When the time came, the Longsong domain would not be able to withstand such a situation. So, Daozong Xian admired Zhou Xuanji's courage. But he also understood that the multi-star field was not necessary for Zhou Xuanji, which was why this guy dared to be so bold. Domain Lord, are we really going to let the multi-star domain continue to grow? Perhaps after the cardinal heaven tribulation passes, they will surpass us. At that time, will the Sword Emperor be as benevolent as you? A flaming figure said in a deep voice. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction toward Zhou Xuanji. Daozong Xian shook his head and said, let them enjoy the glory and attract the attention of the cardinal heaven experts. A tall tree catches the wind. The cardinal heaven experts would definitely know about the star domain's ostentatious display. Moreover, the cardinal heaven experts hated the Kunlun origin court the most, and the Sword Emperor could definitely attract their hatred. By the way, what's the news about Gujuagio? His son went missing in the North Boundless. Doesn't he want to cause trouble for the cardinal heaven experts? Daozong Xian changed the topic. His eyes flickered when he mentioned Gujuagio. No one knew what he was thinking. The other flaming figure replied, I'm not sure. Gujuagio has been keeping a low profile recently. I don't know why, but the South Boundless forces are approaching the North Boundless. Hunyuan Heaven seems to want to reinforce the cardinal heaven experts. Impossible. Daozong Xian cut him off decisively. He said meaningfully, the three heavens of the post-primeval supreme seem to be on par with each other and have been passed down for all eternity, but they are not of one mind. They want to kill each other more than anyone else, become existences like the primeval supremes, and create an era of their own. The two flaming figures felt that it made sense and nodded. Leave and continue to search for your target, Daozong Xian said as he waved his hand. Daozong Xian waved his hand. Immediately, the two figures disappeared from the hall. After that, Daozong Xian took out a bead. This bead was exactly the same as the red faded pearl. There was a faint black chi flowing within it. He stared at the red bead and mumbled, treasure, treasure, what are you trying to guide me to do? During the auction conference, auctions of all levels were held in the 100 Courtyards realm in the All-Stars domain. Tens of billions of living beings joined or left every day, and none of them were mortal. Although Zhou Xuanji did not show himself, his status had been rising. Although he did not fully control the All-Stars domain, Jinsheng was very ruthless. He kept the order among his subordinates stable and earned a good reputation. This day, Jinsheng was reporting to Zhou Xuanji about the supreme crystals and resources he earned during this period of time. He was very excited. After all, most of the treasures in the auction were not from them. They were just like throwing a brick to attract jade, leading a huge auction opportunity. Master, your strategy is too amazing. But I'm only worried about the enemies from other forces. If they sneak into the All-Stars domain, will they? Jinsheng asked, suppressing his excitement. He had such an idea before, but he did not dare to implement it. Moreover, the All-Stars domain had a bad reputation. If not for Zhou Xuanji's battle with Daozong Xian to a draw and his identity as the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court, everyone would not be attracted here. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, that's for the best. As long as we can seize them, we will have a reason to attack other domains. Jinsheng was stunned. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's ambition. How long has it been since he took control of the All-Stars domain and now he is thinking about other domains? Should I say that he is greedy or domineering? We should also let go of the recruitment. This matter must be taken seriously. Now, many creatures are fleeing everywhere. We must seize this opportunity. If we do it well, we can surpass the dragon follower domain in one fell swoop. Do you understand? Zhou Xuanji tapped the armrest and said with a smile. Jinsheng nodded. Thinking of the grand plan described by Zhou Xuanji made his blood boil. After that, he turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and was about to cultivate when a beautiful figure rushed in. It was Shen Nianqing. To be precise, it was Shen Nianqing's previous life. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said with her hands on her hips, "Smelly guy, I have something to trouble you with." Zhou Xuanji didn't open his eyes and asked directly, "Can I refuse?" Shen Nianqing glared at him and said, "No, I need your ancestral voice." "Don't ask, I helped you get the ancestral voice." As long as you help me, I will repay you. Zhou Xuanji opened one eye and asked with a faint smile, how will you repay me? I will help you kill an enemy. Anyone is fine. How about it? Shen Nianqing snorted, looking as if he had taken advantage of her. Chapter 965. Shen Nianqing's proposal made Zhou Xuanji ponder for a while. Until now, he still didn't know how strong Shen Nianqing was. Although Shen Nianqing often helped him, her position was erratic. It would be good if he could get a promise from her. Can you defeat Gujuejiao? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. When Shen Nianqing heard this, she was immediately annoyed and shouted, are you playing with me? If you don't want to do it, then I won't do it. I'll leave now. I'm really helping an ungrateful person. I've always been helping you. It's like I'm asking for your help. Filled with righteous indignation, she flicked her sleeves and left. Zhou Xuanji was helpless and immediately called out, I agree, why are you in such a hurry? Did I reject? Shen Nianqing suddenly turned around and said with a strange smile, then come with me. She waved her right hand and used her divine energy to sweep Zhou Xuanji away. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. With his current abilities, he could resist, but since he had already agreed, he would obey. The two of them arrived at an independent and unfamiliar void. Shen Nianqing stopped. With a wave of her right hand, the surrounding void turned into a magnificent world, with blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters, boundless ocean and vast desert. Begin speaking the ancestral voice. Shen Nianqing looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji nodded. He began to recite the ancestral voice. Shen Nianqing also sat cross-legged. Her hands kept waving, and bursts of red qi emerged, diffusing in all directions. Zhou Xuanji narrated the ancestral voice while observing her. He really wanted to know what she was going to do. He found that this red qi was not the mortal qi, but was of a higher level. He suddenly remembered the identity of Shen Nianqing. She was the real Shen Nianqing's previous life. Shen Nianqing was a mortal god, so what was her previous life? Zhou Xuanji remembered that little sovereign had said that mortal gods shouldn't have previous lives. They were all origin souls. Could it be that she was also a mortal god in her previous life, and her realm was far beyond that of a mortal god? At this thought, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Looks like you've already met her and are curious about my identity. Shen Nianqing's voice drifted over, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. He looked up and saw Shen Nianqing squinting at him expressionlessly. At this moment, Shen Nianqing made him feel so strange. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji spoke the ancestral voice and replied, yes, are you also a mortal god or the origin of a mortal god? Shen Nianqing shook her head and said, you can't imagine my identity, and I can't tell you for the time being. Once you know, you will be doomed eternally. So scary? Zhou Xuanji understood that there was no point in asking further. This woman would not tell him anyway. He focused his attention on the dreamlike world around him. He discovered that the world was solidifying. Was she creating a world? Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered something. When he first met Shen Nianqing, she couldn't even defeat some tyrannical great sovereigns. But now, every time he saw her, he felt that she was getting stronger. And it wasn't just a little bit stronger. It was a huge leap in strength. What was he going to do this time? It was definitely not as simple as just creating. The surface of Shen Nianqing's body suddenly glowed with red light. In the blink of an eye, Shen Nianqing directly turned into red smoke and dissipated, leaving no trace of aura. It was as if he had passed away in meditation. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Just as he was about to shut up, Shen Nianqing's voice sounded again, don't stop. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji could only continue. The world continued to evolve, becoming more and more real and heavy. It didn't take long for Zhou Xuanji to feel the birth of various rules. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled and continued to observe. In the starry sky of the stars domain, the stars hall was located at the top of the entire domain. Millions of divine generals were hovering below, waiting. These were the guards carefully selected by Jincheng. All of them were Origin Fusion divine lords. Some came from the star's domain, and some came from other universes to seek shelter. Now, these star guards took pride in guarding the star's hall. Because of this identity, their status in the star's domain was extremely high. The treatment they enjoyed was also better than before. On this day, a young man wanted to go to the star's hall but was stopped. It was Wu Yan. Wu Yan had been in the star's domain for a long time. He had always wanted to see Zhou Xuanji, but he didn't have the chance. This time, he came directly to the star's hall. Stop. Unauthorized people are not allowed to offend the star's hall. A guard shouted. The other star guards also glanced at Wu Yan. Their aura gathered together, forming an extremely powerful pressure that shook the space. Wu Yan was expressionless and didn't answer. He flipped his right hand, and a golden flag appeared out of nowhere. He waved the golden flag, and a violent golden gale blew. Before the millions of star guards could react, they were swept away and disappeared into the depths of the universe. In the blink of an eye, no one stood in front of Wu Yan. He walked in the air toward the star's hall step by step. His eyes were calm as he gazed at the star's hall. How dare you! Jin Cheng's violent cry came. He appeared above Wu Yan's head and slashed down with his saber. Boom! A formless energy barrier exploded and blocked Jin Cheng's saber. Wu Yan frowned. He waved the golden flag again, and the golden gale came. Jin Cheng only swayed a little but was not swept away. Humph, you dare to trespass the star's hall with your cultivation. He slashed down, crushing Wu Yan's energy barrier and slashed toward his face. Wu Yan's eyes focused, and his aura changed drastically. In the vast world, Zhou Xuanji was still narrating the ancestral voice. He frowned suddenly and felt a little uneasy. He spread out his divine will to see the situation in the star's domain, but he was blocked by the space-time barrier of this world. This time he was astonished. He didn't expect this world to be so hard. He looked up, trying to find Shen Nianxing. But since Shen Nianxing disappeared, she hadn't shown up again. Do you want to go back? Shen Nianxing's voice came. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Okay, anyway, I'm almost done. You can go back first. Shen Nianxing's voice came again. Next, he was isolated by a powerful force. In the next second, he arrived in the space-time turbulence. He didn't stop and immediately used God's supreme speed to rush toward the star's domain. Soon, he returned to the star's domain. The star's domain was still prosperous. He scanned with his divine will and found that all the courts were safe and sound. He breathed a sigh of relief and flew toward the star's hall. He suddenly discovered that the million star guards had disappeared. What's going on? His figure flickered as he teleported into the star's hall. He narrowed his eyes, looked ahead, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" He saw Wu Yan standing in front of his throne with the golden flag in his hand. Hearing his voice, Wu Yan turned around and looked at him faintly. Zhou Xuanji took out the Holy Ghost Curse sword and was ready to attack. Wu Yan just stared at him without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji walked toward him with his sword. Thump. Suddenly, Wu Yan half-knelt on the ground and placed his right hand on his chest, bowing to him. Chapter 966. What do you mean? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He scanned speechless with his divine will and realized that he could not see through this brat. This meant that in terms of cultivation, Zhou Xuanji was stronger than him. Speechless cupped his fist and raised the golden flag, intending to give it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while before waving his hand. The golden flag landed in his hand. In that instant, he saw that the million astral guards and Jincheng were all safe and sound. They were cursing and trying to escape. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Speechless gestured with his hand, and Zhou Xuanji somehow understood what he was trying to say. He was saying, I have no ill intentions. I just want to assist you. This flag is a greeting gift, and it's also to prove my power. Zhou Xuanji looked at the golden flag and realized that the owner recognition mark had been erased. It was now an ownerless item. He immediately forced his blood essence into the flag and made it recognize him as its owner. The entire process was quick. He led Jinsheng out and placed the 1,000,000 astral guards outside the Star Palace. Jinsheng was delighted to see Zhou Xuanji, but he was enraged when he saw Speechless. He was about to slash with his saber. Wait, he has no ill intentions. He's here to join me. He was only trying to prove his power. You are not injured, right? Zhou Xuanji cried out. Although he did not trust Speechless completely, he saw his sincerity. He could not allow the conflict to escalate. Having heard that, Jinsheng was stunned. He stared at Speechless with a deep frown. Speechless bowed to him with a sincere expression, looking harmless. Jinsheng still felt uncomfortable in his heart. He felt that this brat was up to something. How about this? Jinsheng, bring him to settle down first. Let him be a general of the Astral Guards and lead 10,000 Astral Guards. If he performs well, he can lead more Astral Guards in the future, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Although Jinsheng was displeased, he did not dare to object. Speechless did not feel that he was mistreated. He bowed to Zhou Xuanji before leaving with Jinsheng. Zhou Xuanji returned to his throne. He observed the golden flag and wanted to see how powerful it was. There were millions of restrictions within the golden flag, making it so that the creatures sealed within the flag could not escape. At the same time, it possessed great offensive power. With a light wave of his hand, the Hall of Stars trembled. He immediately summoned Little Supreme to see what kind of treasure it was. Isn't this the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner of the Four Directions? Little Sovereign exclaimed, his eyes widening. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, powerful? Nonsense. The four-sided profound flags are one of the most precious treasures in the boundless universe. When the four flags are gathered together, one can move unhindered through a region. Little Sovereign said in a powerful voice, his eyes blazing. He suddenly turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said gloomily, where did you get this serendipity from? Didn't I tell you to stop? He was both surprised and worried for Zhou Xuanji. This kid can't stay idle. I did stop, but others came to me, Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Little Sovereign was stunned. Then, Zhou Xuanji told him the whole story. After hearing this, Little Sovereign couldn't help but doubt his life. Serendipity really came to me. After coming back to his senses, he reminded, you have to keep a close eye on that kid. It's not necessarily a good thing for an unknown person to give you a gift. Zhou Xuanji didn't say anything about his origin and his powerful cultivation. It really made him feel uneasy. Well, he didn't harm the star's domain, so I can't deal with him directly. Let's observe him for a while. First, tell me about the magical effects of the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner. Zhou Xuanji nodded and then led the topic to the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and angrily said, how would I know? He had only heard of the four-sided profound flags and seen the scroll that recorded its shape. He had never seen it before, let alone used it. After saying this, he returned to the Lesser Supreme Sword. Zhou Xuanji was already stronger than him at his peak. He also believed that Zhou Xuanji could handle everything. So, he didn't bother to worry about it. My dreams are more interesting. Zhou Xuanji took the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner and began to study it seriously. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. A piece of news suddenly spread in the Northern Realm and quickly reached the star's domain. Sovereign Heaven had come out of seclusion. His cultivation had recovered. He had gathered billions of believers to attack the star's domain. At the same time, he had sent 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls to show his determination. As soon as the news came out, everyone in the star's domain was in a panic. The great sovereigns gathered together, wanting to meet Zhou Xuanji. After waiting for half a month, Zhou Xuanji finally let them enter the star's palace. Master, Sovereign Heaven wants to attack us. He has sent 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls. What should we do? Xiao Jinghong took the lead and spoke first. This was what Jincheng and the others had discussed. They let him say it to avoid angering Zhou Xuanji. Although Zhou Xuanji appeared very kind, he had preached several times. Everyone was inexplicably in awe of him. Maybe it was the influence of the ancestral voice. Zhou Xuanji, resting his hands on his knees, smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? I am not panicking. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Pass down my order, the star's domain will do as it should. I will never let the star's domain suffer any harm." He was very domineering and full of confidence. His words infected all the great sovereigns. The great supremes looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. Among the crowd, Speechless looked calm as he sized up Zhou Xuanji curiously. His gaze fell on the Golden River Kuan wind controlling banner behind Zhou Xuanji, and he nodded slightly. Zhou Xuanji noticed his little action and laughed in his heart. Was this kid acknowledging him? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't think too much. Go down and do what you need to do. I'm the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. Even if Cardinal Heaven wants to kill me the most, I have absolute confidence." "What are you afraid of?" 10 supreme martial artists of the 9 courts did sound frightening. This lineup was definitely enough to deal with the multi-star domain. Cardinal Heaven experts and other enemies could not come personally. Everyone could only bow and leave. After the star hall quieted down, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. He looked calm, but he was actually panicking. He pinned his hopes on Shen Nianxing. It won't be long before Shen Nianxing comes back. At that time, she should be even stronger. Not long ago, Shen Nianxing sent him a voice transmission. According to the time she said, she would be back in 10 days at most. Her tone was very excited. It was probably not just a small breakthrough. Thinking of this, he tried to compose himself. After 10 days, Shen Nianxing came back as scheduled. She went straight to the Star Hall and said with a teasing smile, "Smelly brat, Cardinal Heaven experts are coming to deal with you. Are you afraid?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied with a smile, "You are back, I am not afraid." From Shen Nianxing's tone, it was obvious that she didn't put the 10 supreme martial artists of the 9 courts in her eyes. Apart from them, you still have enemies who are ready to make a move. When I came back, I found that some space-time turbulence near the multi-star domain has been restricted. You must pay attention to this. Shen Nianxing stopped smiling and said seriously. Chapter 967. Really? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in astonishment. He actually didn't notice that someone was tampering with the All-Stars domain. It seemed that he had been too arrogant and careless recently. He looked up at Shen Nianxing and said, "Don't go, I have to rely on you." Shen Nianxing curled her lips and snorted, "You still know how to rely on me. How arrogant you were when I begged you before." In response, Zhou Xuanji only smiled. If Shen Nianxing wanted to abandon him, she would not come back. This girl said one thing but meant another. "Don't worry. With me around, no one can shake the multitude star domain." Shen Nianxing waved her hand and smiled, looking invincible in the world. With that, she disappeared from the hall. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he was curious about how powerful she was. It seemed like the world he had created earlier was extraordinary. Could it be that this girl was creating a courtyard realm? Impossible. Court realms were not as simple as just being big. Even though Zhou Xuanji controlled so many court realms, he could not open up a single one. The formation of a court required too many laws and divine power. Zhou Xuanji thought about it but couldn't figure out what Shen Nianxing was doing. He could only continue cultivating. One day, he would understand all of this. After Jincheng represented Zhou Xuanji to pass down the order, the atmosphere of terror in the multi-star territory was suppressed, but everyone was still worried. That was the cardinal heaven of the post-ancient prime three heavens. Even if he were to personally make a move, who would be able to stop 10-9 Hall's great supremes? Not even Daoist hidden heart in the dragon consort domain could do it. When Daozong's heart learned of this, he immediately sealed off the dragon follower domain, like a turtle withdrawing its head. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji's confidence affected everyone, making them look forward to Zhou Xuanji. Time continued to pass. The dangerous atmosphere of war was approaching the astral territory. On this day, a deafening roar resounded throughout the myriad stars domain. Sword Emperor, come out and face your death. I'll slaughter you first. Slaughter the stars again. The domineering voice laughed wildly, echoing throughout the realm of the 100 courtyards. Countless living beings could hear it. The enemy was here. A vast and boundless terrifying aura enveloped the myriad stars domain, causing all living beings to feel suffocated. But the feeling of suffocation disappeared as quickly as it came. A bunch of cowardly dogs dared to challenge me. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, filled with disdain. A ray of sword light flew out from the star's palace. It was Zhou Xuanji. Jin Sheng, Fiend Venerable Qiyu, Supreme Venerable Crimson Dust, Xiao Jinghong, and the other great Supreme Venerables flew out from the various halls. The million astral guardians came in formation, and their momentum was tremendous. Countless experts flew out from the various realms. Most of them had been homeless before, and now that they finally had a place to settle down, they were filled with hatred and wanted to stand up. In the depths of the starry sky, 10 figures exuding terrifying auras flew over with a boundless army of living beings. Supreme of the 9 halls. The ruler of the court realm was a peak existence even amongst Grand Supremes. 10 of them came at once. Zhou Xuanji's robes fluttered in the wind as he gripped his 2 swords. There were legendary swords floating above his head, and his Sword Emperor spirit exploded out, shaking the surrounding space. The grand sovereigns behind him were also brimming with killing intent. They weren't afraid of the Cardinal Heaven army and were instead filled with fighting spirit. They had to defend their homeland. If Zhou Xuanji lost, the multi-star territory would surely be destroyed, and they would become stray dogs again. You are the Sword Emperor. The great sovereign of the 9 halls, who was leading the Cardinal Heaven army, said. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was burly and looked like a divine tower. He was even bigger than the other great sovereigns of the 9 halls. Each of his 6 hands held a mirror. His crimson hair danced in the wind like flames. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Zhou Xuanji stepped out with an extremely tough attitude. He split into millions of great Li avatars, which turned into silver meteors and charged forward. It was a spectacular sight. You are courting death. The red-haired great sovereign roared furiously as he took the lead and charged at Zhou Xuanji. The other 9 great sovereigns of the 9 halls followed suit. The war broke out. Other than the 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls, there were still many great sovereigns in the Cardinal Heaven army. Their number was no less than that of the multi-star territory. Clang! Zhou Xuanji and the red-haired great sovereign clashed first. Exterminating divine light burst out from Zhou Xuanji's eyes, but it was absorbed by one of the red-haired great sovereign's mirrors. Zhou Xuanji then used the delusion sword C. Silver light burst out and swept in all directions, engulfing the Cardinal Heaven army behind him. Countless sword shadows emerged from the silver light, slaughtering the surrounding creatures in a frenzy. The great sovereigns of the 9 halls resisted with their own sovereign divine power. But those ordinary creatures couldn't. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji killed millions of enemies with a single move. Peerlessly powerful. This scene greatly encouraged Jin Sheng and the others. You have successfully angered me. The red-haired great sovereign laughed furiously. He waved his 6 mirrors, shooting out beams of crimson light one after another. Zhou Xuanji nimbly dodged them. However, these crimson light beams didn't dissipate. Instead, they intertwined with each other and erupted with a horrifying suction force. Zhou Xuanji was caught off guard. He was sucked into the crimson light directly, unable to move. The red-haired great sovereign came up to him and waved his mirrors at him. At the same time, the two armies clashed. Boom! 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 Explosions came one after another, as though stars were exploding in the universe. It was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji used godly supreme speed to break free. He came up to the red-haired great sovereign with the Holy Ghost curse sword in his hand and pierced into his back. The curse power gushed into his body like a broken dam, destroying his bones and muscles. The red-haired great sovereign was shocked. He had no idea how Zhou Xuanji came up behind him. Too fast. It was the first time he had encountered such speed. He immediately turned around and waved his mirrors, wanting to attack Zhou Xuanji. But the curse power exploded, hindering his movement. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. He immediately used the destiny manifestation technique. Billowing black clouds suddenly gathered. The red-haired great sovereign looked up, and his expression changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji dodged suddenly, and a great sovereign of the 9 halls appeared. The divine weapon in his hand hovered above the red-haired great sovereign's head. So fast. The great sovereign of the 9 halls was equally shocked. He immediately unleashed his sovereign's divine power to form a protective shield to defend against Zhou Xuanji's sneak attack. The destiny manifestation technique was activated. A silhouette appeared on the black clouds and slammed his palm toward the red-haired great sovereign. The red-haired great sovereign's body trembled. He couldn't move and was about to kneel down. "What are you doing?" the great sovereign beside him asked in shock. The red-haired great sovereign's eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't answer his comrade. His attention was already attracted by the silhouette on the black clouds. Not only him. It was the same for many other creatures. That silhouette was majestic and domineering. He was emanating a mighty pressure that dominated the battlefield. "Sovereign. Heaven," Jin Cheng said with a trembling voice. Fear was written all over his face. Zhou Xuanji appeared. Looking at the sovereign heaven silhouette on the black clouds, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that the sovereign was really cruel. He even killed his subordinates. This is the destiny manifestation technique. It will manifest your destiny and death tribulations. Take a good look. Zhou Xuanji said loudly. His voice traveled into the ears of every creature. Chapter 968. Destiny Manifestation Technique. It could manifest one's own death tribulation. The creatures on the cardinal heaven side were all frightened. They all recognized the figure on the black cloud. It was a cardinal heaven. In other words, Crimson Hair Great Sovereign would die in the hands of a cardinal heaven. What about them? Crimson Hair Great Sovereign was their leader. Thinking of this, the nearly 10 billion creatures were all terrified. Cardinal Heaven was tyrannical and cruel. They had seen it with their own eyes. They didn't have the confidence to think that the Cardinal Heaven wouldn't kill them. Nonsense. Just kill. Slaughtering the star's domain, the Cardinal Heaven will definitely reward us. A 9 halls great sovereign furiously shouted. His whole body was wrapped in lightning. Holding billions of lightning bolts in his hands, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled contemptuously. It seemed that these guys' hearts were already shaken. He immediately shouted, "How long are you going to watch? Come out and help me destroy them." Just as his voice fell, the great sovereign wrapped in lightning suddenly stopped. His expression froze. He was petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! All the creatures were frightened, including the star's domain side. What happened? They saw a figure appear on top of the stone great sovereign's head out of thin air. It was Shen Yanqing. She slammed down with her palm, smashing him into pieces and turning him into ashes. Interesting. The corner of Shen Yanqing's mouth rose as her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind another 9 halls great sovereign. It was the same palm, but this great sovereign was first petrified and then turned into ashes. He was directly killed. Shen Nianxing moved continuously, killing the 9 hall's great sovereigns with one palm strike after another. Boom! The Cardinal Heaven army retreated in fear, staying away from the battlefield. Even the great sovereigns did the same. Who is that woman? Impossible. What did I see? Oh my God. Run. That's a 9 hall's great sovereign. He died just like that. No wonder the Sword Emperor is so arrogant. He has someone behind him. The creatures were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to fight anymore. The Star's Domain side was stunned. Some of them had seen Shen Nianxing and knew that she was a special existence. She could meet Zhou Xuanji directly. At first, they thought that Shen Nianxing was Zhou Xuanji's lover. Only now did they know that this woman was Zhou Xuanji's backer. No wonder she was so arrogant and domineering. She was really strong. Those creatures who almost offended Shen Nianxing all had cold sweat on their foreheads. Xiao Jingheng lamented, how powerful. Master is always able to attract such experts to his side. Zhao Congjian, Lin Changge, and Chen Bantian nodded. Jin Sheng and the other authoritative figures of the Myriad Stars domain were all in shock. Speechless, he stared at Shen Nianxing and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. In less than 10 breaths, except for the red-haired Great Supreme, all the 9 courts Great Supreme were killed. Shen Nianxing turned her attention to the other Great Supreme. A one-sided slaughter unfolded. Zhou Xuanji began to watch the show. He discovered that Shen Nianxing's speed wasn't any slower than his Shen Wu. Was it purely the speed of his physical body, or was it a divine ability? He was once again interested in Shen Nianxing. Cardinal Heaven subordinates, listen up. You have already lost. If you escape, you will definitely die. Join the Stars domain and I will let bygones be bygones. If you fight for me, I will give you a safe place to live and let you be reborn. Zhou Xuanji suddenly spoke. His voice was loud and full of provocation. The creatures who were running stopped when they heard this. They all knew how the Cardinal Heaven treated their defeated subordinates. They were really going to kill them. For a moment, nearly half of the creatures stopped running. In this situation, they didn't dare to have any other ambitions. They just wanted to live. A great sovereign turned around in horror and cried, I am willing to surrender. Don't kill me. Shen Nianxing was too fast. He understood that he couldn't escape. If the great sovereign surrenders, don't kill them. Keep them alive. As long as they kneel down, it means that they have surrendered. Don't kill them. Zhou Xuanji shouted, hoping that Shen Nianxing would give him face. Shen Nianxing didn't disappoint him. She directly skipped over all the great sovereigns who knelt down. In this way, more and more great sovereigns chose to surrender. The war was over. Looking at the creatures kneeling in front of them, the people of the Myriad Stars domain all felt their blood boiling. The Sword Emperor is invincible. Ha ha ha, he didn't lie to us. This battle is too easy. Our Stars domain is going to rise. If we absorb them, our strength will soar. I think we can also swallow the Dragon Consort domain. The cry of victory soon spread to the Stars domain. In a short while, there were only kneeling creatures left in this universe. Shen Nianxing smiled and no longer chased them. Instead, she flew back to the Stars domain to rest. No one dared to block her flight. Zhou Xuanji, carrying the muddle-headed great sovereign, disappeared. He didn't need to deal with the rest of the situation himself. All the great sovereigns who could threaten Jin Sheng were dead. None of the remaining great sovereigns were stronger than him. After returning to the Stars Palace, Zhou Xuanji began to absorb the divine energy of the red-haired great sovereign. This guy was a great sovereign of the 9 courts. Zhou Xuanji might be able to break through to the great sovereign of the 6 courts in one fell swoop. The red-haired great sovereign was still in a state of fear. It wasn't that the fate manifestation technique was too strong but that the Cardinal Heaven made him too afraid. After 3 days, Jin Sheng arranged for the defeated ones to be scattered to various courts, completely breaking them up. Zhou Xuanji kept his promise and didn't humiliate them. This made them breathe a sigh of relief and rejoice. In fact, after joining the Cardinal Heaven, they regretted it. They followed the Cardinal Heaven and fought non-stop every day. They had no time to rest. Once they were defeated, they would die. The Cardinal Heaven hated traitors so much that they would send a large number of subordinates to hunt them down. So they didn't dare to escape. Today, they were defeated. They had no choice but to betray the Cardinal Heaven. Zhou Xuanji transmitted his voice to Jin Sheng to arrange the use of these creatures. Jin Sheng didn't meet him, but he knew about his plan. Jin Sheng was very excited about this. He could feel that Zhou Xuanji really trusted him and even put him in an important position. His position hadn't been replaced by Zhou Xuanji's original subordinates. This battle spread throughout the Northern Endless Realm. The Sword Emperor's name shook the Northern Endless Realm again. All the nearby domains sent people to the Star's domain to curry favor with him. The lords of various forces in the Northern Endless Realm knew how powerful the Star's domain was. In the Northern Endless Realm, there weren't many forces that could defeat a Cardinal Heaven army like this. After Longsong Domain learned about this, his heart skipped a beat. They had also defeated a Cardinal Heaven army before, but that lineup couldn't be compared to this battle. Daozong Xian even came to visit Zhou Xuanji in person. Inside the Star's palace, Daozong Xian looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in his eyes. He saw the red-haired great sovereign lying at Zhou Xuanji's feet. His sovereign's divine power was being absorbed by Zhou Xuanji continuously. Such an ending, Daozong Xian took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Sword Emperor, we haven't seen each other for such a short time. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Chapter 969. Stepping on the red-haired great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Dao brother, we are really embarrassing ourselves. We are still inferior to your dragon follower domain. Can't beat him?" Daozong almost cursed inwardly. The dragon follower domain could not stop 10-9 Hall's great paragons. But he still smiled and shook his head. "You're too modest. What do you plan to do next?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Do what you should do. Our pace will be the same as before. Of course, if the Cardinal Heaven still wants to target us, the war will continue." Daozong Xian had always turned a blind eye to the development of the multi-star realm, because he thought that it was seeking death. However, the appearance of Shen Yanxing made him feel a sense of crisis. With such a powerful backer, what would Zhou Xuanji do next? It must be to swallow up the dragon follower domain. After all, he had done this before. Although Daozong Xian was on good terms with him, it was only on the surface. The two of them did not have a deeper relationship. This time, Daozong Xian came to test Zhou Xuanji's stance. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Is that so? If there's anything you need help with, Sword Emperor, you can tell me anytime." Zhou Xuanji leaned forward and said meaningfully, "Since this is the case, then I will accept it. I have something that I need your help with. Here it comes." Daozong's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded with a smile. "It said that there's a Cardinal Heaven army's base nearby. Your dragon consort domain can go and destroy them. Of course, if you can't defeat them, you can retreat. The main goal is to probe their strength. It's best if you can destroy them," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He spoke very kindly, without any intention of threatening her. Daozong wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would fly into a rage out of humiliation. If Zhou Xuanji asked that mysterious woman for help, wouldn't he be dead for sure? He took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and said, "Don't worry, I will personally lead the army." Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and asked, "Do you want to stay as a guest?" The corner of Daozong Xian's mouth twitched, and he said, "There's no need for that. I'm here to congratulate you, and it's time for me to leave. Continue with your cultivation." With that, he immediately bowed and turned to leave. He moved very quickly, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would change his mind and force him to stay. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Seeing how fearful Daozong Xian was, he felt wonderful. However, all of this was thanks to Shen Nianxing. It was not reliable enough. He still had to work hard to cultivate and rely on his own strength. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and continued to absorb the supreme god force of the red-haired great sovereign. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of Crimson Hair Great Sovereign's divine power and broke through to the 6th Court Great Sovereign. Scarlet-haired Great Supreme Being was also destroyed in body and soul, no longer existing. The breakthrough in Zhou Xuanji's cultivation caused the 2 faded fate pearls to resonate. They flew out of Zhou Xuanji's body and intertwined above his head. This is, Zhou Xuanji looked over with narrowed eyes. Colorful lights were flashing in the star's palace, looking extremely resplendent. 2 extremely powerful forces were produced from the faded fate pearl. They collided with each other and fused together. Soon, they shot out 2 beams of light and entered Zhou Xuanji's body. These were 2 strange energies. They were very similar, but there were also differences. His faded fate pearl was milder, but the power of the red faded fate pearl was more sinister, causing him to shiver all over. He did not resist and used the invading immortal body to absorb the 2 energies. Somehow, he seemed to have sensed something. He took out a pitch-black long sword. This sword was called the Coercive Sword. It required the cultivation of the 6 Court Great Sovereigns to use. It had never appeared before. The Coercive Sword's form was domineering. It was like a blade emerging from a black claw's palm, constantly releasing black qi like raging flames. The black qi dissipated as soon as it left the blade. With the Coercive Sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji began practicing. The sword technique he was practicing was not organized, but because of his solid foundation in the sword's Tao, it looked like a profound sword technique. Enlightenment. Under the power of the 2 faded fate pearls, Zhou Xuanji began to comprehend the sword technique. It was a wonderful and comfortable feeling. Zhou Xuanji did not resist but recalled all his sword techniques. The star's palace trembled as the sword wind blew. The million astral guards outside also sensed a tremendous power. They subconsciously looked up and saw the astral hall trembling. All of them revealed expressions of awe and reverence. The Sword Emperor was breaking through again. Too powerful. I heard that the Sword Emperor is not even 10,000 years old. Really? I heard it from the creatures of the Kunlun Origin Court. The Kunlun Origin Court is indeed the origin of all things. They can even produce such a peerless genius. Ha ha ha, this is a blessing for us. If we follow him, maybe one day, we will all be able to leave our names in history. The Star Guards were discussing. After the previous war, they all had fanatical worship for Zhou Xuanji. Even if it was Shen Nianxing who turned the tide, Zhou Xuanji could attract Shen Nianxing. It was also a kind of strength. The strong would never associate with the weak. The news about the Sword Emperor's breakthrough began to spread wildly in the star's domain. Everyone was in awe. Such an expert could continue to break through. What reason did they have not to work hard? Inside a small star, Shen Nianxing was cultivating under a peach tree when she suddenly looked up. Her eyes were locked on the star's palace as her pupils dilated. "What aura is that?" she murmured, furrowing her brows. She had long known that Zhou Xuanji had many secrets, but she couldn't see through them. She probed with her divine will, but a powerful force isolated her divine will outside the star's palace. This made her even more curious. But she didn't go there so as not to interfere with Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. Her eyes flickered as she sighed softly. It seems that he is getting closer and closer to that goal. At the same time, inside the star's palace, Zhou Xuanji was focused on practicing his sword. He had gradually comprehended a new divine ability. It integrated all his sword Dao divine abilities, and the core was the divine rainbow Lord Dao. He wanted to create a sword Dao divine ability of his own. This divine ability was about to be completed. He suddenly put away his sword and sat down in front of his throne. He held the suppressive divine sword in his right hand and held it in front of him. The blade reflected his eyes. His eyes were so cold. This divine ability will be called Sword Emperor Absolute, Zhou Xuanji murmured with a smile. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he murmured. Although he had yet to unleash the full power of the Sword Emperor Absolute, he was confident that this would be his most powerful killer move. No one among great sovereigns could block this divine ability. He looked at the two faded fate pearls floating above his head. His eyes flickered as his heart was filled with curiosity. What was that power just now? It felt no worse than the ancestral voice. It should be said that it was another kind of ancestral voice that could lead him to create. The ancestral voice could only promote the cultivation of living beings. Both were infinitely mysterious. He raised his hand and took the two faded fate pearls into his hand before he began to observe them seriously. The two faded fate pearls had changed. A sword shadow was imprinted on their surface. The shape was very similar to the suppressive divine sword. Chapter 970. Zhou Xuanji held the two faded fate pearls and observed them for a long time. In the end, he was unable to fully comprehend the faded fate pearls. He put away the two faded fortune pearls, stood up, and walked out of Star Hall. He had already broken through to the 6 Hall's Grand Supremes and comprehended the Absolute Sword Emperor. Next, it was time for him to personally manage the Star's domain. After incorporating billions of Cardinal Heaven soldiers, the multi-star domain was in a state of expansion. Fortunately, there were enough court realms in the All-Stars domain, enough to break them up. Adding on Zhou Xuanji's prestige, not many surrendered people dared to act recklessly. Once they were discovered, Jin Sheng would execute them immediately. He used this method to tell the newcomers that fairness was not indulgence. Zhou Xuanji gathered the rulers of the various courts. They were in the starry sky below the Star's Palace. The majority of those who came were great supreme beings. They were very puzzled. Could it be that the Sword Emperor was going to hold a meeting here? Weren't they afraid that their plan would be leaked? Zhou Xuanji stood above everyone, and his legendary swords weaved together, forming a throne of swords. He sat on the throne and looked down at everyone. Jin Sheng was the first to kneel and pay his respects. The others also understood and knelt down. "Greetings, Sword Emperor," everyone said in unison. They couldn't help but feel excited in their hearts. Although they did not understand why Zhou Xuanji was doing this, at this moment, a wave of indescribable hot-bloodedness infected them. They seemed to see the rise of the multi-star domain, dominating the northern boundless continent, and Zhou Xuanji sitting on the supreme throne. At that time, their status would also rise. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the rest were kneeling among them. They were the most excited. Zhou Xuanji said, "I will talk about some of the arrangements for the multi-star domain." Everyone quieted down, anticipating what he would say. Cardinal Heaven experts are rampant and ruthless. They have already attacked us once and will definitely take revenge in the future. We can't just sit and wait for death. I hope that all living beings in the astral domains will work hard to cultivate and become stronger with the goal of protecting the astral domains. In addition, we have to expand and save those domains that are in fear. Zhou Xuanji spoke in a measured tone as he explained his plan. He wasn't afraid of being heard by all living beings. Instead, he intentionally let all living beings hear him. He governed with benevolence and chose to expand outwards in the name of benevolence. He was absolutely not afraid of being called a hypocrite. On the contrary, many creatures were pleasantly surprised. This was because many of their loved ones and close friends were still fleeing in the northern endless lands. If Zhou Xuanji could carry the banner of resisting the Cardinal Heaven in the northern boundless continent, it would be like taking advantage of the situation. Everyone would obey him. More and more creatures flew out of their respective worlds and looked up at Zhou Xuanji as he spoke. No one dared to interrupt, and they listened attentively to Zhou Xuanji's orders. If they wanted to expand, they had to stabilize their internal affairs. If the internal situation was chaotic, how could they pacify the external situation? After speaking for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji finally finished. 100 years later, I will preach to all living beings. After saying this, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask for the opinions of the Grand Supremes. Being autocratic might have many drawbacks, but it could unite people's hearts. Zhou Xuanji was willing to listen to their opinions, but that was in private. To the outside world, he had to show his strength. The stronger he was, the more confidence his subordinates would have in facing their enemies. As soon as he left, everyone started talking excitedly. That's awesome. This is what we should do. The Sword Emperor is the first Almighty who dares to publicly announce that he wants to contend with a Cardinal Heaven expert. Northern Limitless needs us. Ha ha ha, following the Sword Emperor is so cool. Let's annex the Dragon Follower domain first. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. The Grand Supremes discussed among themselves. After a long while, they left one after another. The news quickly spread to all realms in the multi-star domain. Some nearby scouts from the god domains also panicked and fled back to pass on the news. Zhou Xuanji was not only declaring war on Cardinal Heaven but also the entire Northern Limitless. However, to those creatures that were fleeing in all directions, this would be a blessing. Every Limitless had a powerful barrier that was very difficult to cross. Those who stayed in the Northern Limitless could only wait to be slaughtered by Cardinal Heaven experts. In the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji moved forward with a suppressive legendary sword in his hand. He was looking for the restriction that Shen Nianqing had mentioned. He swung his sword forward, and his sword chi swept across. Golden talismans appeared out of thin air, densely covering the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but raise his brow. So many? He immediately destroyed these golden talismans and continued forward. Relying on his own divine energy, Zhou Xuanji forced all the restrictions to reveal themselves. These golden talismans didn't contain any destructive power. They could even be said to be very weak. But because of this, Zhou Xuanji felt strange. Who was it? It should be the evil emperor's subordinate. A clear voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw Wuyan standing behind him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "I thought you were mute." Wuyan didn't have a mouth, but he had delicate features and didn't look out of place at all. He replied, "It wasn't convenient for me to speak before. But now that you are being targeted by the evil emperor, I must stand out." Evil Emperor. This name was like thunder to Zhou Xuanji's ears. The most powerful overlord in the Northern Limitless was the evil emperor. It was because of the evil emperor that the sovereign geniuses couldn't dominate the Northern Limitless. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why is he targeting me? Am I not helping him share the pressure?" Wuyan stared into his eyes and replied, "The evil emperor's domineeringness and pride aren't any weaker than Cardinal Heaven. It could even be said that the four overlords are the same. They can't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. You might already be a threat to him. He doesn't need help. He thinks that he can destroy a Cardinal Heaven by himself." Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown. He often heard of the evil emperor's name, but he wasn't clear about the evil emperor's strength. Some people said that he was comparable to the post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens, while others said that he was far inferior to a Cardinal Heaven. He couldn't even destroy a Cardinal Heaven who hadn't recovered to his peak. But there was also a saying that he had surpassed Cardinal Heaven and was just waiting for a Cardinal Heaven to recover to his peak. Only then would he have a pinnacle showdown, stepping on the corpse of the post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens to become the most powerful. No matter which one it was, the evil emperor wasn't someone Zhou Xuanji could deal with. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Then what do you think I should do?" Wuyan replied, "Get rid of these marks first. At the same time, send some people to guard it. Otherwise, once the evil emperor is free, he can directly kill us through these marks. He can destroy the star's domain with a single palm. Even Shen Nianqing can't resist it." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched. The evil emperor is so powerful? He can destroy the star's domain with a single palm. This is too exaggerated. The divine ability you just comprehended is very amazing. If you study it carefully, you can step into the undying realm. In the future, you can even compete with the four undying overlords, Wuyan said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji looked at him deeply. This kid can even see through the Sword Emperor? It seems that Wuyan has been observing him. What is your purpose? Zhou Xuanji asked, changing the topic.
Chapter 161. Li Mu rejected the White Demon King's unreasonable request without hesitation. He was a bailiff, not the director of a zoo. Don't send any snakes, insects, rats, and ants to him. If his desire had not been perfected, he could bring the green snake with him. He could suck her whenever he wanted and it would help his cultivation. However, he had already condensed his desire. What use did he have for her? Thinking of the green snake swaying in front of him all day, Li Mu was extremely vexed. The green snake glared at Li Mu and said through gritted teeth, "Do you think I want to follow you? If my father hadn't forced me, I wouldn't even want to look at you." What a coincidence. Me too. Li Mu did not have the patience to hear her out. He looked at the green bull demon and said, "Sorry, brother bull. I really can't help you with this matter." The green bull demon sighed and did not force him. He said, "The Demon King has already decided to send her to the Yamen to atone for her crimes. If it's not convenient for Brother Li to bring her along, you can take care of her." Constable Zhao took a step forward and said, "I will tell the county lieutenant of this matter. However, I can't guarantee whether he will agree or not." The green bull demon handed him an envelope and said, "This is a letter from the Demon King to County Lieutenant Shin. Please pass it on for me." When he left, he still left the spiritual jades behind. Li Mu refused many times but to no avail. He could only accept them for the time being. Although these spiritual jades were the White Demon King's thanks for making a trip to the cave and had nothing to do with the green snake, she was still the White Demon King's daughter. At most, Li Mu would save her snake life when she was in danger. The next morning, everyone ate breakfast at the inn and prepared to return to the county capital. The green snake had stayed the night before. In the morning, she still did not treat Li Mu well. Her attitude made Li Mu feel very reassured. This way, Lu Hanyan would definitely not misunderstand. There was no need for Li Mu to deliberately keep his distance from her. Li Mu went upstairs to pack his luggage. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he heard an angry shout. "You beggar, you really don't want face when I give it to you. It's your fortune that the young master has taken a liking to you. Isn't following the young master better than being a beggar?" Li Mu turned his head and saw a man dressed like a servant standing beside a luxuriously dressed young master on the street not far away. The man was arrogantly scolding the young master. At the corner of the street, there were two beggars, one old and one young. The beggar girl had fallen to the ground and was covering her face. Her eyes were filled with fear. The noble young master looked at the beggar girl and said, "She is a little dirty, but she is still a beauty. Bring her back to the mansion, wash her clean, and then send her to my room." The old beggar hugged the luxurious young master's leg and begged for mercy anxiously, but was kicked away. That luxurious young master wanted to kick a few more times to vent his anger, but suddenly, a huge force came from his butt. His whole body flew out and landed face first on the ground. Even one of his front teeth was knocked out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked angrily behind him. He saw a young man standing there. The young master covered his mouth and pointed at Li Mu. He said angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Beat him to death." The servants looked at Li Mu, but didn't dare to rush forward. After all, those people were wearing the county government's uniform. They couldn't afford to offend them. Some of the sharp-eyed ones had already sneaked away to call for reinforcements. After being a constable for so long, Li Mu couldn't bear to see this kind of thing happen. He first helped the old beggar up, then the young girl, and asked, "Are you all right?" The old beggar stood up with difficulty and shook his head. He said, "Thank you, benefactor. We are fine." Li Mu then realized that this old and young pair were the beggar father and daughter who had taken shelter from the rain in front of the tea house that day. Constable Zhao walked up and looked coldly at the young master. He said angrily, bastard, who gave you the guts to kidnap a civilian girl in broad daylight? Get out of the way, get out of the way. A few constables from the county government squeezed through the crowd. A middle-aged constable saluted Li Mu and the others. He said, "We have made a fool of ourselves in front of you. Leave the rest to us." He glanced at the young master who was still lying on the ground and said to the two constables behind him, "Take him back." The two constables immediately walked forward and took the young master away. The middle-aged constable looked at Constable Zhao and said, "You all have solved the plague in Yang County. The county magistrate is very grateful. He will host a banquet in the restaurant at noon. I hope you all will do him the honor." Constable Zhao waved his hand and said, "No need." The middle-aged constable didn't force them. He said, "Then we will take our leave." Lin Yu's face was filled with indignation as he said, "Just now when that man was molesting the girl, these constables were watching from afar. After we taught him a lesson, they immediately ran over. They were obviously helping him out. How can such people be constables?" Constable Zhao sighed and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like county magistrate, like subordinates." Lin Yu didn't understand. He asked, "Are we going to let him go just like that?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "This is Yang County, not the county government." As long as nothing big happened, Green Snake stood beside Li Mu and sneered. She said, "This is human. Your laws can't even be enforced by you humans. What right do you have to control us?" Li Mu ignored her. He took out the silver and put it in the old man's hand. He said, "Take this money. Leave Yang County and don't come here again." The old man and the girl knelt down and thanked him. Li Mu sent them out of the city before he waved and left. Lin Yu was silent all the way. Constable Zhao glanced at him and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Lin Yu lowered his head and said, "Constables are supposed to uphold justice for the people and punish the strong. But now they are in cahoots with evil people. I don't know what's the point of being constables." Constable Zhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's because of those people that it's more meaningful for you to be constables. If you don't even have people like you, being a constable is really meaningless," Green Snake was thinking. After a while, she asked Li Mu, "What does he mean?" Li Mu didn't explain. He only said, "You will know in the future." After returning to the county government, Constable Zhao reported the situation in Yang County to Commandant Xin. He also mentioned the matter of the White Demon King. Commandant Xin didn't refuse to let Green Snake atone for her crime in the county government. The county government still had to give face to the North Demon King. Coincidentally, he arranged for Bai Tingxin to be under Constable Zhao. She was in charge of the same area as Li Mu and the others. Li Mu had a headache about this. Fortunately, Green Snake would only stay in the county government for a month. After a month, she would go back to where she came from. Everyone had contributed a lot to this trip to Yang County. Lin Yu and the old official were allowed to enter the Huang house. They both chose spiritual jades that were helpful for cultivation. Li Mu's contribution was the greatest, so he could enter the Xian house. He was already familiar with the Xian house. Now, Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan both had their own magic weapons. Li Mu also didn't lack spiritual jades. He thought for a while and chose a sword that was suitable for Xiao Bai. She had already transformed. She could learn human Taoism and use human weapons. When Li Mu returned home, Lu Hanyan wasn't there. Wan Wan and a beautiful girl were playing on the swing in the courtyard. In Li Mu's impression, Xiao Bai had always been a cute little fox. When he was free, he would hug and squeeze her in his arms. She had transformed into a human without any warning. Li Mu couldn't completely adapt to it. Another reason why he couldn't adapt was that she was too beautiful after transforming. Monsters could not choose their appearance after they transformed. Their appearance after they transformed was related to many factors. The most important factor was their race and their appearance before they transformed. This point was also recorded in the monster records of the 10 continents. According to the aesthetic standards of humans, foxes were probably the most beautiful among the monsters that had transformed. Most of the fox demons who transformed were handsome men and beautiful women. In the folklore, most of the fox demons who seduced humans with their beauty were described as fox demons. When snake demons transformed, their appearance was generally not bad. Their figures were even better. This point could be seen from the Bai sisters. Not to mention their appearance, their slender and graceful waists were something that few women could compare to. There was a saying since ancient times that snake demons were good at dancing. No one could twist their waists better than them. Compared to the fox and snake demons, most of the transformed rat demons were shifty-eyed and not very good-looking. Tiger demons and ox demons, regardless of their gender, were very muscular. This was unavoidable. Li Mu couldn't describe Xiao Bai's beauty with words. When a woman's beauty reached a certain level, there was no distinction between superior and inferior. For example, Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and even the Bai sisters. It could only be said that each had their own merits. Those who preferred colder temperaments would prefer Li Qing. Lu Hanyan was full of femininity. The white snake and green snake sisters had seductive figures. It was impossible to say who was more beautiful. However, if Xiao Bai was added, the scales in many people's hearts would tilt. Young master. Benefactor. Li Mu walked in from outside. The two girls stopped swinging and quickly ran over. Li Mu asked, "Where's young miss?" Wan Wan said happily, "Young miss is in the shop. I'll go find her. Young miss has been very worried about you these 2 days. She goes to the yamen several times a day." After saying that, she quickly ran out. Li Mu finally adapted to Xiao Bai's current appearance. He handed the sword to her and said, "This is for you. Take it as a gift for your transformation." Xiao Bai took the sword and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Then she looked up at Li Mu and said, "Benefactor, you said that I would repay you after I transformed. Now that I have transformed, how do you want me to repay you?" Li Mu was just delaying at that time. He didn't expect her to transform so quickly. He waved his hand and said, "Other than giving yourself to me, anything is fine." Xiao Bai thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll help you have a child." In Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, there was a heroine who repaid her kindness in this way. Li Mu glanced at Lu Hanyan, who had walked to the door. He looked at Xiao Bai seriously and said, "Promise me that you won't watch Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio again." Chapter 162. With Xiao Bai's successful transformation, Li Mu's worries came. Before the transformation, she only wanted to give herself to Li Mu, but now she wanted to bear his children. Lu Hanyan was standing next to him. Li Mu said to Xiao Bai earnestly, "Actually, there are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude. You don't have to give yourself to him or bear his children. I saved your life once, and you can save me in the future. Your task now is to cultivate well and avenge your grandmother in the future." Xiao Bai was changed the topic by him. Thinking of her dead grandmother and clansmen, she nodded seriously and said firmly, "I will cultivate well and avenge my grandmother." Li Mu saw the smile on Lu Hanyan's face. He really should have let her see how he had righteously rejected the 2 snakes. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. After dinner, Lu Hanyan came to Li Mu's room very early. The two sat on the bed hand in hand. Lu Hanyan suddenly asked, "How are you going to treat Xiao Bai in the future?" Li Mu said, "She is homeless now. Let her stay at home for the time being. The Celestial Fox clan will leave after repaying their debt of gratitude. This is their tradition." Lu Hanyan said, "How are you going to repay your debt of gratitude? Do you really want her to bear your children?" Li Mu smelled a hint of jealousy again. He said with a smile, "I want you to bear my children, Lu Hanyan turned from jealousy to shyness. She gently pinched Li Mu and said, "Let Wan Wan bear your children. She loves children the most." After returning from Yang County, Li Mu's life returned to a rare peaceful state. There was nothing much to do in the yamen. He just read books every day until he went to the yamen. Then he went home to cook with Lu Hanyan and cultivate together. His life was very comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the yamen was idle and had nothing to do. The snake swayed in front of Li Mu's eyes, which annoyed him. He could feel that the snake's hatred for him had not dissipated, and it was probably plotting something. Not long after he sat down and read a few pages of the book, Bai Tingxin came in from outside and asked, "How did you and my sister meet? I always feel that your relationship is not right. Ever since she came home last time, she has been absent-minded." "Li Mu, I just happen to know her. How is it a coincidence? Go back and ask your sister." Bai Tingxin had a suspicious look on her face. She paced back and forth in front of Li Mu and said, "You guys didn't tell me. There must be a problem." Li Mu thought about it and said, "Speaking of your sister, I also have a question." Bai Tingxin asked, "What is it?" Li Mu asked, "Why is your father a white snake and your sister a white snake, but you are a green snake? You couldn't have been picked up from the outside, could you?" Bai Tingxin said angrily, "You are the one who was picked up from the outside." She ignored Li Mu and walked outside alone, with a suspicious look on her face. After asking that question, Li Mu did not see Bai Tingxin for 2 days. Just when he thought that the demon could not stand the boredom of the yamen and ran back to the mountain, he saw her again in the duty room. Bai Tingxin looked at Li Mu and said, "Let me tell you, of course I am my father and mother's daughter. My grandmother is a green snake. I didn't take after my father, I took after my grandmother." Li Mu did not know the hereditary rules of the snake race. He just wanted to live a quiet life for 2 days, but now his quiet days were over. She had been swaying in front of Li Mu for the whole morning, deliberately not letting him read in peace. Li Mu put down the book and said, "Can you be quiet for a while?" Bai Tingxin said, "No." Li Mu said, "Why don't I tell you a story so that you won't bother me in the future?" Bai Tingxin moved a chair and sat opposite Li Mu, saying, "You go first." Once upon a time, there was a green snake. What happened next? She liked to annoy people. And then she died. Bai Tingxin was obviously not satisfied with the story, so Li Mu threw her a copy of The Legend of the White Snake published by the Yunyan Pavilion for her to read. The White Demon King did a good job in educating his children. This green snake could read and write. She held the book and read it with great interest. In order to stop her from bothering him, Li Mu simply gave her the complete collection of strange stories from a Chinese studio. Soon, Bai Tingxin was addicted to the novel and could not extricate herself. Li Mu's ears were finally quiet. After Bai Tingxin finished reading the last strange stories from a Chinese studio, she asked Li Mu, "You humans all talk about love. What is love?" Li Mu was not interested in talking about love with her. He said, "You'll understand when you grow up." Bai Tingxin closed the book and said, "Is love really that good? I also want to find someone to talk about love with." She walked out of the guard room and walked around the yamen. Then she turned back and said, "You're the most good-looking person in this yamen. How about you and I talk about love?" Li Mu said without hesitation, "Nothing. I have someone I like." Bai Tingxin glanced at him and said, "Then don't talk about love. Who cares about you? I'll find someone better looking than you." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from outside. "Lady Lu is here. Li Mu is on guard duty. You can go in." Lu Hanyan walked to the guard room. When she saw Bai Tingxin, she was slightly stunned. She asked Li Mu, "Is it almost time to go to the yamen?" Sometimes she would come to the yamen and wait for Li Mu to go home together. Li Mu stood up and said, "Let's go." Although it was not time to go to the yamen, he had nothing to do in the yamen. Arrestor Zhao would not say anything if he went back 15 or 30 minutes earlier. Bai Tingxin looked at Lu Hanyan and asked, "Is she the one you like?" Lu Hanyan looked at Bai Tingxin and asked, "Who is this?" Li Mu said, "Ignore her. Let's go." Bai Tingxin rolled her eyes and suddenly hugged Li Mu's arm. She twisted her body and said, "That night in bed, you said you liked me the most. Now that you have a new lover, you don't want to talk to me anymore." Li Mu pulled his arm out of her chest and held Lu Hanyan's hand. Under Bai Tingxin's gloating eyes, they walked out calmly. He and Lu Hanyan had been together for so long and had experienced so many misunderstandings. How could there be no trust between the two of them? Lu Hanyan walked out of the yamen hand in hand with him. Then she looked at Li Mu and asked, "How did you offend her?" Li Mu said, "A snake demon. She suffered a little in my hands. Since then, we have been enemies." Lu Hanyan said in surprise, "Why is a snake demon in the county yamen?" Li Mu said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you when we go back." When they talked about Bai Tingxin, they had to talk about Bai Yinxin. When they talked about the process of Li Mu and Bai Yinxin getting to know each other, they had to talk about Su He. It was not until after dinner that Li Mu told Lu Hanyan everything clearly. After listening to him, Lu Hanyan's attention was no longer on Bai Tingxin. She asked Li Mu, "You have another snake demon friend and a female ghost friend?" Li Mu immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand anything. Heaven and earth can testify to my feelings for you. I'm just friends with them. If I lie to you, I'll be struck by lightning." Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from above Li Mu's head. He was startled. When he looked up, he found that the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds in a short time. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and then there was a series of roars. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. His throat moved, and he said, "Believe me, I don't have that ability. I didn't say that I don't believe you." Lu Hanyan held his hand and suddenly felt a chill on her face. When she looked up, she said in surprise, "It's snowing." Li Mu looked up at the sky and saw snowflakes falling from the sky. Although the winter in Beijing was cold, it rarely snowed in the past. This year's snow came exceptionally early. Furthermore, it was strange. There were no signs at all. After only a quarter of an hour, the dark clouds in the sky inexplicably dispersed. The snowflakes that fell to the ground also melted without a trace. If it were not for the wet marks on the ground, no one would know that it had just snowed. Wanwan and Xiaobai had already run out excitedly and were ready to make a snowman. But the snow suddenly stopped, and they walked back to their rooms in disappointment. Early the next morning, Li Mu went to the yamen and found the atmosphere in the duty room very solemn. Just as he walked into the duty room, Constable Zhao immediately said, "Get ready. We're going to Yang County in an hour." They had just returned from the plague in Yang County a few days ago, and now they were going to Yang County in such a hurry. Li Mu asked, "What happened in Yang County?" Constable Zhao said solemnly, "Last night, a malicious spirit appeared in Yang County. It slaughtered the entire family of the county magistrate, more than 10 constables, and a wealthy businessman and his son." Li Mu was shocked. The entire family of an imperial court official was slaughtered, and the county magistrate was massacred. How many years had it been since such a terrible case had happened in Great Zhou? He asked subconsciously, was it done by Chu Jiang of Gojozian? No. Constable Zhao shook his head. Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "According to the news from Yang County, the county magistrate and the wealthy businessman and his son colluded with the officials and merchants to cause a woman to die unjustly. But they didn't expect that before the woman died, she was full of resentment. That night, she turned into a peerless malicious spirit and slaughtered all those who harmed her. With the county magistrate's defensive power, even a fourth-level ghost would not be able to break through. After a normal person died, they would at most turn into a Yin spirit with heavy resentment. Even with Su He's help, people like Lin Wan, who had died unjustly, were only second-level resentful spirits. Li Mu asked in disbelief, "What's that malicious spirit's realm?" Constable Zhao was silent for a moment, then said, "Fifth level." Li Mu's face was full of disbelief. He blurted out, "How is that possible?" Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had cultivated for many years, but he was only at the fifth level. How could someone immediately reach the fifth level after just dying? Constable Zhao said, according to the surviving constables in the county magistrate's office, before the woman died, she looked up at the sky in grief and shouted a sentence. Li Mu suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What sentence?" Constable Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Earth, you can't tell good from bad." What is earth? Heaven, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish to be heaven. Li Mu stood in a daze, his mind buzzing. Chapter 163. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who commit evil enjoy riches and have a longer life. Earth, you cannot tell good from bad. What is earth? Heaven, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish to be heaven. The woman's last words were from Do Yi's Injustice. Li Mu had recited Do Yi's Injustice once in the Yunyan Pavilion. Later, he was worried that he would be struck by lightning if he cursed at the heavens, so he never dared to recite it again. How could a woman from Yang County have recited it? Li Mu's first thought was that this woman came from the same world as him. Soon, he realized something. He looked at Constable Zhao and asked, "That woman who died of injustice, is she the little beggar we met in Yang County?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "We haven't investigated clearly yet." Li Mu muttered, "She must be." At this moment, he finally understood the reason for the inexplicable heavy rain in the county city that day. In the other world, Do Yi's Injustice was fictional. Most of the people who died of injustice would not have their day of redress. Even more so, they would not be able to sense the power of heaven and fulfill their vows one by one, but this was a mysterious and strange world. This world had all sorts of inexplicable and mysterious powers. The heavenly Tao of this world had a unique operating pattern. Although it was difficult to understand, it truly existed. Whether it was supernatural powers or Daoist techniques, they all used incantations or mantras to communicate with heaven and earth. Cultivators used Daoist vows to communicate with heaven and earth. If they went against their vows, they would really be punished by heaven and earth. Here, the gods were watching. One had to be careful with one's words. One could not simply curse heaven and earth. One of those two sentences must have been like Daoist techniques and mantras. It could communicate with the power of heaven and earth and cause heaven and earth to resonate. It could raise a Yin spirit to such a terrifying level. The reason Li Mu could not be like that woman was because he did not have any resentment. His overflowing resentment, coupled with heaven and earth's resonance, created such a peerless evil spirit. While Li Mu was still struggling to calm down, one of the constables suddenly wondered, "That's strange, why do these two sentences sound so familiar?" Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, "I remember now. That day when I was listening to a storyteller at the newly opened tea house in the prefecture capital, this sentence was said by the storyteller. The main culprit of this case is the storyteller. Boss, should we capture the storyteller first?" Catch my ass." Constable Zhao could not help but smack him hard on the head and scolded angrily, "The main point is that storyteller. The main point is that the woman was wronged and died. Her resentment shocked the heavens and earth, and she was recognized by the heavens and earth. You still dare to arrest people? Do you want to create another evil spirit and slaughter the county government?" The bailiff trembled and hugged his head, not daring to say another word. Constable Zhao took a deep breath and said, "The county magistrate of Yang County has done all sorts of evil deeds and will be punished by the heavens. However, he is still an official of the imperial court. Li Mu, Lin Yu, you two get ready. In a moment, you will follow the two officials to Yang County." Li Mu asked, "Are we going to get rid of that evil spirit?" Constable Zhao sighed and said, "It is not certain who will get rid of who. We need to be wary of King Chujiang. With such an evil spirit appearing in the world, King Chujiang will definitely try his best to rope her in. Once she is subdued by King Chujiang, it will be a catastrophe for the entire North County." Li Mu thought about the clear eyes of the little beggar and could not help but clench his fists. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. The Thousand Illusions Venerable had said the same thing to him. At that time, Li Mu had scoffed at it. Now, he deeply understood that this seemingly bright world had always been hiding an unknown darkness. It had been like this since ancient times. A county magistrate was killed and the county government was massacred. This kind of thing had only happened a few times since the founding of the Zhou dynasty. It would definitely attract the attention of the imperial court. The North County could not suppress this matter. The county government had already sent the news from the relay station to the central county. It was believed that the imperial court would quickly react. The evil spirit had caused the Yang County government to be destroyed. This time, the North County magistrate and the county lieutenant would lead the 6 constables and more than 10 constables to the Yang County to maintain the peace of the Yang County. What they had to fight was not only the evil spirit but also King Chujiang and his ghost generals, who might take advantage of the situation. Li Mu had an hour. He had to go home and tell Yu Hanyun. After a while, Yu Hanyun stood in the courtyard and said unhappily, "You just returned home for a few days. Why are you leaving again?" Li Mu held her hand and explained, "A big case suddenly happened in the Yang County. We have to go immediately. Otherwise, more people might be in danger." Yu Hanyun asked, "How many days will you be gone this time?" Li Mu said, "I don't know yet. But as long as the matter in the Yang County is solved, I will immediately rush back." Yu Hanyun sighed and silently helped Li Mu pack his luggage. She hugged him gently and leaned her head on his chest. She said, "Be careful." After cuddling with Yu Hanyun for a while, Li Mu rushed to the county government as fast as he could. This time, the county magistrate and the county lieutenant had to go to the Yang County. He could not be late like last time. When he rushed back to the county government, not everyone had arrived. What surprised him was that Li Si was also standing in the crowd. Li Si pointed at his face and signaled to Li Mu with his eyes. Li Mu wiped away the lipstick mark on his face and pointed at Li Si's face. There was a huge lipstick mark on both sides of his face. Li Si reached out and rubbed his face. Li Mu asked, "Are you going to the Yang County too?" Li Si sighed softly and said, "Father-in-law said that my cultivation came too fast. He wants me to go out and train more so that I can protect Miao Miao in the future." Li Si's magic power was forcefully increased by his courage and soul. He had the magic power to condense the soul but did not have the strength to condense it. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He indeed needed to train. A figure walked in from outside. When Green Snake saw the scene in the courtyard, she asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Li Mu said, "The Yang County. I want to go too." She said happily, "Finally, I have something to do. I've been bored to death these days." Constable Zhao walked forward and said, "This trip to the Yang County is very dangerous. Your life may be in danger. For Miss Tingxin's safety, you should stay in the county government." Bai Tingxin frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm too weak?" Constable Zhao said helplessly, "I didn't mean that." Bai Tingxin snorted and glanced at Li Mu. She said, Li Mu will protect me. You promised my father. Li Mu shook his head and said, I can't even protect myself, let alone you. Bai Tingxin looked at him and said, that's not what you said when you were in bed. Ugh, Li Mu covered her mouth and said, go if you want to. If you really encounter any danger, I can only save your life. If you lose an arm or a leg, you will bear the consequences. These two snakes, one green and one white, were two extremes. They were both born of the same mother. Bai Yinxin was as innocent as a little white flower. Why was her sister so green? Bai Tingxin took away Li Mu's hand and said angrily, next time you cover my mouth, I will bite you and poison you. Li Mu glanced at her and said, don't talk nonsense next time. This snake demon obviously had no sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. She would talk about sex all the time. People who didn't know would think that she had no fear of sex demons. After hooking up with Yu Hanyan, she hooked up with the White Demon King. After Bai Tingxin messed around with Li Mu for a while, she ignored him and walked around the courtyard. Sometimes she stopped in front of the constables and looked at them carefully. Everyone was scared by her stare. Because of her background, they didn't dare to say anything. Bai Tingxin looked at them and muttered carefully. This one is too old. This one is too ugly. This one is old and ugly. This one is too fat. This one is too thin. After walking around the courtyard, she came to Li Mu and Li Si again. She first looked at Li Si and shook her head. You look okay, but you are too thin. You don't have enough yang qi. I can tell you that you are not a virgin. Finally, she came to Li Mu and circled around him. She poked his arm and patted his chest. She said, you're not tall, not thin, and you're fleshy. Your yang qi is more than all of them combined. Your yang qi must still be there. She licked her lips and said to Li Mu, why don't you abandon that big-breasted woman and be with me? My family has countless spiritual jades. You can use as much as you want. My father also has many treasures. You can choose whatever you want. If Yu Hanyan heard this, Wan Wan and Little Bai might have eaten snake soup today. Li Mu smiled and whispered in her ear, sorry, I like big-breasted women. Bai Tingxin lowered her head and looked at her flat body. She said unwillingly, what is so good about that woman? Other than her big breasts, there is nothing good about her. Li Mu ignored her. He knew that Yu Hanyan was good. There was no need for him to tell her. The crowd waited in the courtyard for another 15 minutes. Two figures came in from outside. One of them was County Lieutenant Shin, whom Li Mu was familiar with. The other was a middle-aged man. Although there was no fluctuation of mana, Li Mu felt that he was unfathomable. There was no need to guess his identity. He was County Lieutenant Qin Miaomia's father and Li Si's father-in-law. He was one of the two Destiny Realm Masters in the county government. His strength was one realm higher than County Lieutenant Shin. Arrestor Zhao first told County Lieutenant Shin about Bai Tingxin. County Lieutenant Shin looked at her and did not say anything. County Lieutenant Shin waved his hand and a white light shot out from his sleeve. It turned into a huge flying boat and floated above the crowd. He jumped onto the bow of the boat and said, come on up. Everyone jumped onto the flying boat. County Lieutenant Chen made a Dharma seal. Li Mu sensed that there was an invisible air shield around the flying boat. Then, the flying boat soared into the sky and headed out of the city. Li Mu stood on the flying boat. It was very stable. The scenery under his feet was moving backward rapidly. The speed of the flying boat was more than twice as fast as a high-level teleport talisman. After half an hour, the flying boat descended from the sky and landed in the county government of Yang County. Chapter 164. The sun was shining brightly today, but everyone was shivering as they stood in the courtyard of Yang County's Yamen. In front of Li Mu and the others were 19 corpses. 13 constables, the county magistrate's family of 4, and the corpses of the Wang family's wealthy father and son were all here. These people's eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with terror. It was obvious that they had suffered a great shock before they died. 19 people died with their eyes wide open. They looked up at the sky in horror. It was a terrifying scene. Some of the less experienced bailiffs lowered their heads after a glance, not daring to take a second look. Even Green Snake, who had always been fearless, hid behind Li Mu, his face a little pale. Li Mu used his heavenly eye to check and saw that the bodies of these 19 people were empty. From their expressions, it seemed that the moment they saw the female ghost, their 3 souls and 7 spirits had been sucked away, leaving behind such a miserable state before death. Although the county magistrate of Yang County did not have a high cultivation base, he was still a spirit condensation cultivator. Even his primordial spirit did not last for more than an instant in front of that peerless evil spirit. County Premier Chen's face was as calm as still water. He glanced at the corpses and asked loudly, "Who's in charge of the county government of Yang County now?" Like Yangshuo County, Yang County was just a small county. There were no magistrates and no military officers. As soon as County Magistrate Chen finished speaking, a low-ranking official ran forward and quickly said, "Your Excellency, the county magistrate and the arrestor have been killed by the evil spirit. I'm the county jailer. If you have any questions, you can ask me." County Prime Minister Chen took a deep breath and said, "Tell me the truth about the whole thing." The official shuddered and said with a trembling voice, "It's like this. Squire Wang and his son usually have a close relationship with the county magistrate. The Wang father and son always give the county magistrate a lot of filial piety during the holidays. The county magistrate also takes care of them a lot. Yesterday, the young master of the Wang family kidnapped 2 women and brought them back. One of them is the daughter of a farmer in Yang County, and the other is a pretty little beggar." He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "After the young master of the Wang family kidnapped the farmer's daughter back home, he wanted to rape her but accidentally killed her. The farmer complained to the county magistrate, and the Wang father and son had already given the county magistrate a large sum of benefits. They blamed the little beggar for the woman's death." The jailer's face was pale and he said in a trembling voice, They secretly killed the little beggar's father and buried him in the mass grave. They also wanted to execute the little beggar in the prison and make it look like she committed suicide for fear of punishment. Before the little beggar died, she pointed to the sky and cursed. After she died, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside, and it snowed heavily. Later, she turned into an evil spirit and killed the county magistrate's family, the father and son of the Wang family, and those bailiffs. County Premier Chen clenched his fists and said angrily, "Bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion outside the government office. A bailiff ran in and said hurriedly, "Your Excellency, it's not good. Many people have broken in." County Premier Chen stepped out and the people who broke into the government office suddenly seemed to have an invisible wall in front of them. They could not take another step forward. County Premier Chen looked at them and asked, "I am the County Premier of the North County. What do you want to do by breaking into the government office in broad daylight?" Hearing that he was an official of the county, the people discussed and knelt down. "Your Excellency, I have a grievance to report." "I have a grievance too." "Your Excellency, please help us." County Premier Chen looked at the chaotic scene and spoke again. His loud voice echoed among the people. "Line up in order and speak one by one." The people who had just arrived at Yang County from the county did not expect that the first thing they would face when they arrived at Yang County was a crowd of angry people. The 19 corpses were temporarily placed in the inner hall. County Premier Chen personally opened the government office to let the people of Yang County complain. A middle-aged man walked into the hall first. After kneeling down, he said loudly, "Your Excellency, I want to report Wang Luan of the Wang family and the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan." A year ago, Wang Luan ordered people to kidnap my daughter and sully her innocence. She could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide by jumping into a well. I reported Wang Luan to the government office. The county magistrate of Yang County, Chen Chuan, not only did not help me, he even gave me 20 beatings and said that I framed a good person. He said that my daughter fell into a well because she lost her footing. County Premier Chen glanced at Constable Zhao and asked, "Do you remember?" Constable Zhao put down his pen and said, "Yes." County Premier Chen looked at the middle-aged man and said, "After I investigate this case, I will give you justice." Next, an old man walked up and said, "I want to report Wang Bo of the Wang family and the county magistrate of Yang County, Chen Chuan. The Wang family took over my second son's land, but the county magistrate gave my land to the Wang family." County Premier Chen nodded and said, "Next. I want to report the wife of the county magistrate of Yang County, Chen Chuan. I want to report the daughter of the county magistrate of Yang County, Chen Chuan. I want to report the son of the county magistrate of Yang County, Chen Chuan. I want to report the arrestor of Yang County, Chi Yu. I want to report the arrestor of Yang County, Wei Peng." In the front hall of the county government office, County Premier Chen asked questions while Constable Zhao recorded them. Li Mu stood in the inner hall and listened for a while before he walked out. The people of Yang County were none other than the father and son of the Wang family, the family of the county magistrate of Yang County, and the arresters who died. These people relied on the county magistrate of Yang County, Chen Chuan, to bully people and commit all kinds of crimes. They were involved in more than 10 cases of murder. The lives of the people of Yang County were no different from grass in their eyes. These people, without exception, all died in yesterday's incident. In the county government office of Yang County, those who were lucky enough to survive were ordinary runners. Bai Tingxin followed them out with a pale face and said, "You humans are too scary. I will never absorb human yang qi again." The grievances of the people of Yang County lasted until the afternoon. There were still many people lining up outside the county government office. After questioning one person, County Premier Chen closed the office and ordered the rest to come back the next day. Constable Zhao looked at the thick stack of case files and rubbed his aching wrists. He said, "Humans can be bullied, but not the heavens. Their deaths were retribution. Their deaths are not to be regretted." County Premier Chen asked, "Is there any news about the evil spirit?" County Magistrate Chen said, "Several people died in Yang County during the day. They were all evil tyrants and unruly people. The evil spirit's purpose seems to be very clear." He sighed and said, "She did what should be done by the imperial court." County Premier Chen shook his head and said, "The imperial court will soon know what happened in Yang County. Chen Chuan's wife is the sister of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. If it weren't for this person, Chen Chuan would have lost his position as county magistrate. He wouldn't have run amok in Yang County and caused such trouble." None of the people of Yang County, including Li Mu and the others, sympathized with the people who died. But the imperial court would definitely not tolerate the evil spirit's existence. Although the imperial court usually did not want to provoke a fifth realm cultivator, slaughtering the entire family of an imperial court official and massacring the government office had crossed the line. The higher-ups would not tolerate her. The evil spirit did not leave Yang County. She continued to kill people. Although the people she killed were all evil people, the North County government could not stand by and do nothing. County Premier Chen, who was also a fifth realm cultivator, left the county government office early the next morning to find the evil spirit. However, he was always one step behind her. If a fifth realm evil spirit deliberately hid her aura, it would be difficult for cultivators of the same realm to find her. Once the county magistrate of Yang County died, the county government office was taken over by the county government office. The people who had been bullied before no longer had any worries. In the past few days, there were many people who came to the government office to complain. Li Mu and the others were handling these matters at the government office. The crimes committed by County Magistrate Chen Chuan and the others were too numerous to be recorded. In the process of recording, Li Mu was so angry that he had a headache. He did not think that the evil spirit did anything wrong. Instead, he felt happy. These people deserved to die. The laws of the Great Zhou could not control them. If the imperial court did not punish them, the heavens would punish them. From a certain perspective, they did not die at the hands of the evil spirit, but died from the wrath of the heavens. The initial power of ghosts came from resentment. The stronger the resentment, the stronger the ghost would be after death. If their resentment was earth-shattering and resonated with the heavens, there was a very low probability that they would turn into a peerless evil spirit in a short period of time after death. That little beggar was kidnapped by a young ruffian. She was a victim, but she was framed as a murderer. The injustice she suffered was comparable to Do Yi's. Before she died, she was filled with resentment. Coincidentally, she shouted that sentence that had the effect of a mantra, causing the heavens to change and turning into a peerless evil spirit. Li Mu was actually a little flustered. If he looked closely, this evil spirit was created by him. If the imperial court wanted to settle the score, he and the Yunyan pavilion would not be able to escape. However, if he had the chance to choose again, Li Mu would probably still tell the story of Do Yi's death. If there was no Do Yi's injustice, if there was no rain in the county capital, and if there was no beggar hiding outside the Yunyan pavilion, perhaps there would be one less evil spirit in this world, but there would be one more wronged soul. And those who should have gone to hell could continue to harm the world. In these few days, the evil spirit was still on the move. In other places of Yang County, there were more and more ghosts causing trouble. It was obvious that there was a mastermind behind the scenes who wanted to throw Yang County, and even the entire North County, into chaos. The imperial court's reaction to this matter was faster than Li Mu had expected. In just 5 days, an imperial envoy came from the Middle County to Yang County with a piece of news. Any cultivator of the Great Zhou dynasty who could slay this evil spirit would receive a heaven-level talisman or a heaven-level elixir. They could also choose an earth-level magic treasure. This kind of reward was enough to make countless cultivators in the North County and the surrounding counties go crazy. Stupid. In the Yang County Yamen, County Minister Chen looked coldly at a feminine man and said, Chu Jiang of Guozhouzian's ghost generals are also looking for that evil spirit. Is the imperial court trying to push this evil spirit to Chu Jiang of Guozhouzian? Chapter 165. The feminine man sneered and said, How dare a fifth realm brat call himself a king? No matter what the reason was, she killed an official of the imperial court and massacred the county office. She has violated the imperial court's bottom line and dignity. We must destroy her soul. County Minister Chen waved his sleeves and left. The two parted on bad terms. Constable Zhao walked forward and asked, Sir, what should we do now? County Minister Chen said, Organize the complaints of the people in Yang County and send them to the county office. Send people to suppress the evil spirits in Yang County and be careful of Chu Jiang of Guozhouzian's subordinates. County Minister Chen walked forward and said, Although she died unjustly, she did violate the imperial court's bottom line. If we can't bring her to justice, it will be North County's fault. It will be hard to explain to the imperial court. I'm worried about Chu Jiang of Guozhouzian. County Premier Chen's expression was solemn as he said, King Chu Jiang definitely has some sort of objective for coming to the northern county. The longer he stays here, the greater his plans will be. Presently, he already has 16 soul realm ghosts under him. If he subdues even this fierce spirit, then his forces will definitely increase greatly. We have to be careful of him. County Minister Shen nodded and asked, I heard that they asked for help from the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. Did they reply? They were rejected. County Premier Chen snorted coldly and said, A fifth realm ferocious spirit can only be subdued by the peak masters. The talisman sect heard that this woman died because she was wronged. Before she died, she resonated with heaven and earth and turned into a ferocious spirit. She refused to help and they could not even enter the mountain gate. In the past few days, Li Mu's task in Yang County was to organize the files. He heard about the evil spirit every day. County Minister Chen had been chasing her but couldn't catch up. The imperial court also sent an imperial envoy to supervise North County's government and get rid of this evil spirit that violated the imperial court's bottom line. They also offered a large reward to attract cultivators from North County. A large portion of the cultivators sympathized with the evil spirit's encounter and were unwilling to help. However, the generous reward had indeed attracted a large number of people. However, they had joined hands to encircle and annihilate that fierce spirit many times, but they had not succeeded once. All the cultivators who surrounded the evil spirit were sucked dry of their magic power. Although their lives were preserved, their cultivation foundation was destroyed, and they could only become mortals in the future. It was said that the imperial court had once sent people to Mount Baiyun for help, but they were rejected by the ancestral court of Fu Lu school. Taoist cultivation focused on following the heavenly Tao. Naturally, they would not attack a vengeful spirit that was recognized by the heavenly Tao. If the Fu Lu school did not attack, no one in the North County could do anything to the evil spirit. As more and more villains died by her hands, in addition to absorbing the magic power of those cultivators, her strength also increased day by day. The imperial envoy had already sent someone to ask for reinforcements. Presumably, more powerful cultivators would arrive here soon. Bai Tingxin had been quiet for the past few days. She was on guard against everyone around her. She slipped into Li Mu's duty room and asked anxiously, "Do you think that evil spirit will come looking for me?" Li Mu raised his head and looked at her. He asked, "Why would she look for you?" Bai Tingxin said worriedly, "Didn't you say that she killed a lot of bad people in the past few days?" I used to absorb people's yang qi. Will she come to kill me?" Li Mu finally knew the reason why she had been afraid for the past few days. He comforted her, "Don't worry, she won't come looking for you." Bai Tingxin was slightly relieved. She asked again, "Why?" Li Mu said, "The people she killed were all evil people who had committed many crimes. They deserved to die. Although you also made mistakes, your crimes do not deserve to die." Bai Tingxin was relieved. She asked curiously, "How does she know who are evil and who are good people?" Li Mu explained, "People who have killed people will have evil spirits, resentment, blood, and will definitely lack righteousness. Ghosts are the most sensitive to these. Naturally, they can distinguish. If you have these on you that night in the bamboo forest." Li Mu did not finish his sentence. Bai Tingxin asked, "What happened that night in the bamboo forest?" Li Mu put down the dossier and gave her a meaningful smile. He said, "What do you think?" If she was really an evil demon, Li Mu would have taken her life that day in the bamboo forest. Bai Tingxin understood Li Mu's answer. Her face turned pale, and she ran out quickly. Li Mu picked up the dossier again and sighed softly. If the little beggar had turned into an evil spirit and left Yang County after taking her revenge, she could have gone to Yudu or a place where no one could find her to cultivate. She could have continued to exist in another form. However, she had chosen this path. Even if she killed people who deserved to be killed, the imperial court would still erase her completely for the sake of dignity and face. Yang County, on a remote mountain path. More than 10 cultivators surrounded a ball of black fog. That evil spirit is inside. Everyone, let's attack together. Let's kill this ghost together and split the rewards equally. These cultivators rushed forward and attacked the black fog with all kinds of Fu magical treasures, divine arts, and spells. The black fog endured these attacks, and its surface tumbled as if it was boiling. Just as everyone was about to launch a second round of attacks, the black fog suddenly spread out and enveloped them. The noisy mountain path quieted down in an instant. The black fog swallowed everything and tumbled violently. After a moment, it shrunk back. More than 10 people lay on the ground, unconscious. They had no magic power left in their bodies. Not far away, a monk's staff had just given off a golden light, which dissipated in an instant. 2 blood-red light spots appeared in the black fog, and then an emotionless voice said, "Do you want to kill me too?" Amitba. The monk touched his bald head and said, "Miss, you've misunderstood. I just want to ask for directions. May I know how to get to Yang County Town?" No more sounds came from the black fog. It ignored the monk and went far away in an instant. What a heavy aura of resentment. The monk looked sad and murmured, "If this continues, I'm afraid she'll lose her mind and completely fall into the devil's path." He glanced at the direction where the black fog disappeared. He did not chase after it, and slowly walked down the mountain. 15 minutes after his figure disappeared, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared here. The black figure looked at the fainted cultivators on the ground and curled his lips. His body turned into a cloud of black fog and pounced on them. Yang County Town Office. Li Mu just learned that more than 10 cultivators had died in the hands of the evil spirit. This was the first time she killed the cultivators who surrounded her. Before this, she would only suck their magic power dry. "Look, this is the evil spirit you sympathize with." The feminine man pointed at County Governor Chin and County Lieutenant Shin and scolded, "Don't think I don't know that when we surrounded the evil spirit, you were not willing to help at all. Now that 15 people are dead, are you satisfied?" County Governor Chen's face was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "The aura of resentment on her is too heavy. She has killed too many people. I'm afraid she has lost her mind." County Lieutenant Shin shook his head and sighed, "If that's the case, we must capture her as soon as possible." The feminine man snorted and said, "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you still can't capture the evil spirit, I'll report everything here to the imperial court, Amitba." Suddenly, a Buddhist chant was heard. A monk walked in from outside and said, "The deaths of the 15 people were not caused by this evil spirit." The feminine man looked at him and asked coldly, "Who are you?" County Lieutenant Shin walked forward and looked at the monk. He asked, "Master Xuandu, is there something else?" Xuandu saw Li Mu and nodded at him. He then explained, "I saw it with my own eyes. The evil spirit only sucked the 15 people's magic power and did not kill them. The culprit should be someone else." The feminine man frowned and said, "Why should I believe your one-sided story?" Xuandu said, "I can swear in the name of Buddha." "Don't give me that. I don't believe in Buddha. It's useless for you to swear in the name of Buddha." The feminine man looked at County Governor Chen and said, "I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, if the evil spirit is not captured, you have to think about how to explain it to the imperial court." Xuandu chanted the Buddhist chant again and said, "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? That evil spirit is very powerful. If we can guide it." The feminine man waved his hand and said, "This is the imperial court's business. It's not up to a monk like you to interrupt." Xuandu looked at him and said, "Please don't interrupt me." The feminine man said coldly, "So what if I interrupt you?" Xuandu said, "I'm trying to reason with you." The feminine man said, "There's no reason for me to reason with you. What this penniless monk hates the most are unreasonable people." Xuandu shook his head and didn't look at the feminine man again. He walked to Li Mu and said, "Benefactor Li, please help me with the monk's staff." Then he looked at Bai Xin beside Li Mu and said, "Snake demon girl, please help me with the alms bowl." "Thank you." She did not know when County Governor Chin had entered the room. County Governor Chin looked up at the sky and seemed to be thinking about something. When Li Mu looked up, Xuandu had already disappeared in front of him. Then he heard the sound of fists hitting flesh and Xuandu's familiar scolding. "Damn it, I gave you face, but you don't want it. I'm telling you, I've been tolerating you for a long time. What's wrong with the imperial court?" So what if the imperial court doesn't care about the lives of the people and can't distinguish between right and wrong? Li Mu had already known Xuandu's character. When he was still willing to reason with him, it was better to reason with him. When he was no longer willing to reason with him, it would be useless no matter how much he begged him. He would choose to use his fists to tell him what the real reason was. At this time, County Governor Qin was nowhere to be seen and County Governor Qin was absent-minded. The constables who were standing in the yard also chose to leave. Bai Yinxin held the alms bowl and stared blankly at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open. The alms bowl fell from her hand and hit her feet, but she didn't notice it at all. Chapter 166. In the blink of an eye, the feminine-looking man was lying on the ground, motionless. Buddha is merciful. Xuandu wiped the bloodstains on his hands. His expression of compassion had returned to his face. He said in a low voice, "You can't be unreasonable." County Minister Qin, who had disappeared, appeared in the yard again. He bowed to Xuandu with one hand and said, "Master Xuandu, please." Xuandu took back the Buddhist staff from Li Mu's hand and picked up the alms bowl from the ground. He smiled at Li Mu and walked into the hall of the county office. The unconscious feminine-looking man was carried back by someone. Li Mu was about to return to the duty room when he heard a cry of pain. Green Snake held onto Li Mu's shoulder and lifted one of her legs. She was about to cry and said in pain, "My leg." Xiandu's alms bowl was a magic treasure. It was not light. An adult would have to use all his strength to barely carry it. The alms bowl had fallen and hit her foot. It seemed that she was not lightly hit. Li Mu saw her painful expression and cold sweat on her forehead. He asked, "Is it very painful?" Green Snake gritted her teeth and said, "Nonsense, I'll try hitting you." Li Mu shook his head indifferently and said, "Then you can feel the pain yourself." After that, he turned and walked to the duty room. Green Snake's face was full of hatred. She limped into the duty room after him. In the hall of the county office, County Minister Chen looked at Xuandu and said with a smile, "Master Xuandu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your mana has improved a lot." Xuandu smiled and asked, "Who was that unreasonable person just now?" County Minister Chen said, "He was an imperial envoy from the imperial court. He was in charge of supervising the murder of the county magistrate of Yang County." Xuandu furrowed his brows and said, "Has the imperial court fallen so far that such a person who is unclear about good and evil, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, can become an imperial envoy?" County Magistrate Chen shook his head and said, "The officialdom is far more complicated than Master Xuandu can imagine. The wife of the county magistrate of Yang County is the sister of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. I'm afraid he's the one behind all this. I've already handed the people's petition to the county magistrate. The county magistrate will personally go to Zhong County to meet His Majesty." Xuandu put his palms together and said, "Those who win the hearts of the people win the world. I hope the imperial court can give justice to the girl and the people of Yang County. Grand Master, please believe in the imperial court and His Majesty." County Governor Chen heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The most important thing now is to find that evil spirit. We can't let her continue to do whatever she wants. We have to find the culprit behind this and return peace to Yang County." After saying that, County Governor Chen suddenly said, "I wonder if Master Puji can help to convert this evil spirit." Xuandu said, "Uncle Master has been in seclusion since last month to meditate on freedom. I don't know when he will come out." County Governor Chen sighed and said, "Master Puji's dharma is profound. If he can help, he will definitely be able to eliminate the evil spirit's chi of yin and convert her. If the imperial court sends someone else, I'm afraid her soul will dissipate." In the duty room where Li Mu was, he put down his pen and rubbed between his eyebrows. His head was buzzing. Bai Tingxin's foot was hit by Xuandu's alms bowl. It seemed to be a little serious. She was in so much pain that she lay on the table and cried. Her crying annoyed Li Mu. She was a snake demon in human form. Even if her legs were broken, she would not be like this. The problem was that Xuandu's alms bowl was not an ordinary object. It had been blessed by the light of Buddha for many years. She was hit by the alms bowl. Even if she ran her mana to heal herself, it was useless. Li Mu had a headache because of her noise. He simply walked out of the duty room. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, Li Si also walked out of the duty room. He glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you going to help her?" Li Mu was surprised and said, "Didn't you say that if I don't like a woman, I shouldn't be too nice to her and it's best not to provoke her? Besides, if I get too close to her, how can I explain it to Han Yan?" Different from when he was in Yangqiu County, Li Mu was now considered a man with a family. When he met other women outside, he had to be careful with his words and actions. He always thought of Lu Hanyan and remembered Li Si's teachings. Li Si rubbed between his eyebrows and said, "It's mainly because of her noise that I have a headache. Besides, if she continues crying like this and others see her, they will think that you did something to her. Do you think you can explain it like this?" Li Mu thought about it carefully and felt that Li Si's words made sense. If he let her continue crying like this, he was afraid that someone would really misunderstand. There were already people who misunderstood that he had hooked up with the White Demon King. In this way, the matter between him and the snake would be even more unclear. Therefore, Li Mu walked into the duty room and said to the sobbing Bai Tingxin, "Can you go somewhere else and cry? I can't read the file if you cry like this." Bai Tingxin raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She cried even louder. Li Mu covered his ears and gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll take it that I'm scared of you." He squatted down and held Bai Tingxin's ankle. Feeling the intense pain from her foot, Bai Tingxin's tears rolled down her face. She scolded, "I'm already like this, and you're still bullying me. Li Mu, you're not human." After scolding, she felt a tingling sensation from her foot. It didn't seem to hurt as much. This feeling made her feel comfortable to the bone. She almost couldn't help but moan. After a few short breaths, her pain completely disappeared. The golden light on Li Mu's hand disappeared. He stood up and looked at Bai Tingxin faintly. "I'm human, you're not." The place where she was hit didn't hurt as much. Bai Tingxin stood up and jumped around in disbelief. She found that no matter how she moved, it didn't hurt. Of course, she couldn't feel the comfortable feeling that made her intoxicated. She rolled her eyes and fell back into the chair. She frowned and said, "Ouch, it hurts." A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead. There must be something wrong with this snake's brain. Even if he used the Buddha's light to heal her bruises, it couldn't withstand her torment. She reaped what she sowed. Li Mu didn't plan to help her anymore. Just as he was about to sit back in his seat, he heard another ear-piercing cry. Li Mu reached out and covered her mouth. When Bai Tingxin's eyes widened, Li Mu's hand suddenly hurt. He quickly withdrew his hand. Bai Tingxin said fiercely, "I said, if you touch my mouth again, I'll bite you." Then, she realized something and asked Li Mu, "Which hand did you use to touch my foot?" Li Mu raised the hand that was bitten by her. Bai Tingxin was stunned for a moment. She covered her mouth and ran out. She ran faster than when she wasn't injured. Li Mu immediately realized that she was faking it. Although the personalities of this pair of sisters were very different, they were the same in their love for freeloading. Arrestor Zhao walked in from outside. He looked back at Bai Tingxin, who was covering her mouth and running away. He looked at Li Mu in surprise. "It can't be." Li Mu asked, "It can't be what?" Arrestor Zhao was shocked. "Miss Tingxin is pregnant." "Does the White Demon King know?" It wasn't easy for Li Mu to explain it to him. Arrestor Zhao was a little disappointed and said, "I thought you guys did it." If that's the case, the relationship between the county government and the White Demon King will be even closer. Maybe he'll help us this time. Li Mu didn't want to continue this topic. He asked, how's the situation in Yang County? It's not optimistic. Arrestor Zhao shook his head and said, the evil spirit is killing more and more people. Although the people she killed were all evil people, if this continues, the evil spirit on her body will become stronger and stronger. In the end, it might affect her mind. An evil spirit without a mind can't distinguish good from evil. It's a bigger threat to the North County than Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. His expression was serious as he continued, what's worse is that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has noticed the crisis in Yang County. The deaths of more than 10 cultivators were done by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's people. Their goal is to muddy the waters in Yang County and force the evil spirit to stand against the government. At that time, the evil spirit might really stand with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and become more difficult to deal with. Li Mu thought for a while and asked, what will happen if the evil spirit falls into the hands of the imperial court? Arrestor Zhao said, even if she has been wronged, she has committed an unforgivable crime. The chief culprits like the county magistrate of Yang County are already dead. She can't escape the dissipation of her soul. He sighed and said, the evil spirit isn't something we can worry about. The county magistrate will deal with it. Those evil spirits under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon must be eradicated as soon as possible. We don't have enough people here. You and Miss Ting Xian will be in charge of a few villages in the east of Yang County. The situation in Yang County changed again and again in the past few days. Up until now, that ferocious spirit wasn't the most difficult to deal with. Even though she'd killed many people, and they were all treacherous villains that deserved to die, King Chu Jiang was different. Many cultivators had already died at their hands, and they'd shifted the blame to that ferocious spirit. While they were taking the opportunity to harvest the cultivators' souls, they also wanted to pull the evil spirit to their side. After Arrestor Zhao finished explaining Li Mu's task, Xuandu came in from outside. He bowed to Li Mu with one hand and said with a smile, benefactorly, long time no see. Li Mu said, Master Xuandu, long time no see. How is the abbot? Xuandu said, benefactorly saved my life. The abbot has completely recovered. He often misses benefactorly. It was not a good thing to be missed by Xuandu and the abbot of Jinshan Temple. Li Mu smiled and changed the topic, Master Xuandu, are you also here for the evil spirit? Xuandu said, I wanted to send the evil spirit back to Jinshan Temple and use Dharma to reform her. I didn't expect her cultivation to be so profound. I'm not her opponent. If I could trap her, I'm afraid I'll need Benefactor Li's help. Li Mu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Xuandu and said, I want Master Xuandu to promise me one thing. Xuandu said, what is it? Li Mu sighed and said, that girl suffered a lot when she was alive. Even when she became an evil spirit, she never hurt innocent people. I hope you can save her. Xuandu didn't hesitate for long. He put his palms together and said, Amitba. I promise you. Damn you, Li Mu. You touched my feet and my mouth. You. Bai Tingxin walked in angrily and pointed at Li Mu. She was about to speak when she suddenly saw Xuandu standing beside Li Mu. Xian Du revealed a benevolent expression and smiled at her. Ah! Bai Tingxin screamed, turned around, and ran out quickly. Chapter 167. Xuandu seemed to have left a huge psychological shadow on Bai Tingxin. When she came to the room for the second time, she poked her head out and looked around. When she saw that only Li Mu was there, she walked in with relief. That monk left. He left. Bai Tingxin patted her flat chest and said, that monk is too scary. I hate monks and their bowls. She moved a chair and sat in front of Li Mu. She stretched out her leg and said, my leg still hurts. Can you treat it for me again? Demons seemed to enjoy the feeling of Buddha's light entering their bodies. Bai Yinshin was like this, Bai Tingshin was like this, even Xiao Bai liked to snuggle in Li Mu's arms and let Li Mu use Buddha's light to expel the demon aura for her. Of course, after she transformed, she could no longer enjoy this treatment. I'm not your doctor. If it still hurts, you can use your mana to heal yourself. Li Mu rejected the green snake and said, I still have errands to run. You can play here by yourself. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's subordinates took advantage of this incident to wreak havoc in Yang County. Li Mu was responsible for the stability of several villages. Arrester Zhao originally wanted him and Bai Tingshin to be in charge together so that they could take care of each other. However, Li Mu had Bai Yi in his hands. Unless Chu Jiang of Gojoseon personally came, his ghost generals were not afraid at all. Bringing Bai Tingshin with him would be a burden. Seeing Li Mu leave alone, Bai Tingshin quickly chased after him and shouted, Zhao said to let me go with you. Wait for me, Yang County, inner office. The feminine man woke up from his bed and felt that his bones were falling apart. He roared, where is that damned monk? Men, take him down. Two figures walked in and said, Sir, you're awake. The feminine man looked at the two divinity realm cultivators and said angrily, you're only back now. Where the hell did you go? The two of them looked at each other and said, didn't my lord ask us to capture that evil spirit? The feminine man struggled to get up and asked, did you catch that evil spirit? A theurgy cultivator replied, no, the two of us aren't her match. The feminine man gritted his teeth and said, trash, don't bother about that Een spirit. Go and capture that monk. He dared to murder an official of the imperial court. I want his head to roll. Another divine arts cultivator said, we can't capture that monk. He's a disciple of Heart sect and has already cultivated a golden body. We can't beat him or capture him. The feminine man took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He said, no matter what, we have to give Lord Assistant Minister an explanation for this matter. Investigate it for me. Investigate the birth of that evil spirit. Investigate it thoroughly. Yang County, a village in the east. A black fog escaped from the village, but it was cut down by a sword light that came from behind. Li Mu killed a vengeful spirit that was harming the common people with a single sword strike and collected the scattered soul force. In another direction, there was a black fog that was about to escape into the distance. Li Mu wanted to give chase, but Bai Tingshin's voice came from behind. Don't move, let me do it. She quickly gave chase and shot out a green light. The green light entered the black fog, which churned for a while before gradually calming down. She extracted the soul force from the black fog and condensed it into a small ball. She ran to Li Mu and said, for you. Li Mu said, I can deal with it myself. Bai Tingshin stretched out her hand and said, I don't care. I killed that ghost anyway. Li Mu took the soul ball and didn't waste time talking to her. His palm emitted a golden light and touched Bai Tingshin's hand. Bai Tingshin closed her eyes and revealed a satisfied expression. After a while, Li Mu retracted his hand. She opened her eyes and said with dissatisfaction, how can you be so fast? The previous times were much longer than this time. Li Mu said, this ghost's soul force is too weak. When you catch a powerful one next time, it will naturally take longer. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon took advantage of the situation. In the past few days, many ghosts appeared in Yang County, causing chaos in all the villages. Li Mu and the others followed the orders of the county governor to get rid of these ghosts. Li Mu was still in the soul condensing stage. Although the soul power of these evil ghosts was not much, it was better than nothing. Many little drops make an ocean, so it was still somewhat useful. Bai Tingshin saw that Li Mu needed the soul force, so she offered to help Li Mu kill the ghosts and retrieve their souls. Of course, it was not for free. Every time she killed a ghost, she would contribute a portion of soul force to Li Mu. She would ask Li Mu to use the Buddha's light to make her feel comfortable. After careful consideration, Li Mu realized that this was a profitable deal. He only needed to pay a little bit of magic power to get a free long-term job. Why not? The cooperation between the two continued happily. Most of the time, Li Mu needed to stand by and watch. Bai Tingxin would help him kill the ghosts and retrieve their souls. She would condense the soul force and send it over. This was the first time Li Mu felt that it was not a bad thing to have this snake by his side. Unfortunately, these ghosts were too weak. If he could kill 1 or 2 soul realm ghosts, it should be enough for him to condense the remaining 2 souls. Li Mu suddenly thought of something and a bold idea emerged in his mind. He sent a message to Madame Chu. Do you know where the 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojosian are? The ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojosian were not gathered in one place. Like the green-faced ghost and Madame Chu, they had their own nests. The current Li Mu, with the help of Madame Chu, could easily deal with these 4th realm ghosts. Since Chu Jiang of Gojosian could send his subordinates out to do evil, Li Mu could also take the initiative to find them. Madame Chu said, I don't know all of them. They are scattered all over the 13 counties in the North County. I only know a few of them. Although Li Mu did not want to be remembered by Chu Jiang of Gojosian, he had already killed one of his ghost generals. Killing 1 or 2 was still killing. He might as well use them to help him condense his soul. After making up his mind, Li Mu stood up and said to Bai Tingxin, you go back to the county office first. I'll go out and do something. Bai Tingxin said, I'm not going. I want to go with you. Li Mu said, be good. Wait for me to go back. I'll let you feel comfortable for 2 hours. It's a deal. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Tingxin disappeared in front of Li Mu at an incredible speed. Without her dragging him down, Li Mu did not have so many scruples. With a thought, Bai Yi flew out of the scabbard. Li Mu jumped on the sword and turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing into the sky. In a valley in the north of Yang County. This valley was shrouded in smoke and miasma all year round. Very few people came close. It was rumored that there were man-eating evil spirits in this valley. Although no one had ever been eaten, the nearby people would take a detour when they came here. Even hunters and woodcutters would not come close to this place. Outside the valley, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Li Mu felt the extremely dense yin qi in the valley and said, you really know how to pick a place. Madame Chu revealed herself and said, that red-haired ghost is here. She released her aura. After a while, thick fog rolled in the valley. A short man walked out of the thick fog. The man was short and only reached Li Mu's waist. He had conspicuous red hair. When he saw Madame Chu, he was shocked and said, Madame Chu, you're not dead. He sized up Madame Chu and said in joy, not only are you not dead, but you've also advanced to the soul realm. Why are you looking for me? Have you thought it through and agreed to dual cultivate with me? Madame Chu did not answer. What greeted the man was a sharp sword that shone with a cold light. The short man was shocked and said, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of His Highness' punishment? He hurriedly dodged and was slashed a few times by Madame Chu. His face was filled with anger and he said loudly, fine, if you want to play, I'll play with you. He stuck one hand into his chest and pulled out a huge mace from his body. Holding it with both hands, he waved it with the power of thunder. After the red-haired man had a weapon, Madame Chu could not gain the upper hand. Li Mu hid in the dark and watched. Although they were both at the 4th realm, Madame Chu had just advanced and her magic power was not as good as this red-haired ghost's. In the same realm, the difference in strength would be great. Those that Li Mu knew, such as Su He, Xuandu, and Commandery Officer Shin, were all at the peak of the 4th realm. The Tiger Demon and the Green Bull Demon were slightly weaker. Madame Chu, who had just advanced, would not be able to last long under their hands. According to Madame Chu, this crimson-haired ghost was a Soul Realm ghost cultivator, and he was ranked at the 14th position amongst the 18 ghost generals under King Chu Jiang. With Madame Chu's cultivation, it probably wouldn't be long before she lost. Li Mu walked out from behind the tree and formed a hand seal. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and hit the red-haired ghost's head. All his hair stood on end. Although his soul was not directly destroyed, the aura on his body instantly withered. His originally solid soul body immediately became a little illusory. When Li Mu was in the soul-tempering realm, he could already kill third-realm demons with lightning techniques. Now that he was in the soul-condensing realm, although he could not kill fourth-realm demons instantly, this move could be used as a sneak attack. It could be used as a surprise attack and cause considerable damage to fourth-realm demons. Li Mu's sneak attack was successful. The red-haired ghost's body faded and his aura withered. Madame Chu instantly turned the situation around. The red-haired ghost was flustered and exasperated. He looked at Li Mu and said angrily to Madame Chu, "You actually colluded with humans. His Highness will not let you off." Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck his head. The red-haired ghost could not dodge in time and his body became even weaker. He was angry and shocked and hid back into the fog. Madame Chu did not waste the opportunity and chased after him with her sword. Li Mu felt waves of magic power coming from the fog. After a while, Madame Chu walked out of the fog with a solid soul ball floating in her palm. The 14th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was dead. Madame Chu handed the soul ball to Li Mu and said, "The 12th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is also in Yang County. Also, the Rakshasa ghost and the long-tongued ghost are in Yu County, which is adjacent to Yang County." Chapter 168. In the north of Yang County. A figure descended from the sky and landed on a cliff that was about 1,000 feet tall. A cloud of mist surged out of the Biyao sword. Madame Chu appeared and said to Li Mu, "There's a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon called the Big Head Ghost. He's ranked 12th among the 18 ghost generals. His strength is even stronger than the red-haired ghost. He lives in a cave under this cliff." Li Mu looked at the cliff below and said, "Go down and lure him up. I'll ambush him from above." Madame Chu nodded and flew down the cliff. She descended several dozen feet, and a pitch-black hole appeared on the cliff face. The hole was hidden under the weeds. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice it. The inside of the hole was eerie. Madame Chu entered with her sword. Soon, a wave of magic power came from the hole. Not long after, Madame Chu escaped from the hole in a sorry state and floated up the cliff. A ghostly figure with a huge head chased out of the cave. This ghost's head was huge, and his body was only half the size of his head. His eyes were like lanterns, and there was a huge dustpan-like mouth on his face. Traces of black liquid flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He grinned his terrifying huge mouth and clicked his tongue. "It's actually Madame Chu. She's even advanced to the soul realm. If I can devour her, my strength will be able to enter the top 5 ghost generals and be put in an important position by His Highness." The big head ghost raised his head to take a look and quickly chased after them. However, just as he flew up the cliff, a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck his head. Madame Chu disappeared. A young man holding the sword she was holding just now was looking at him with a smile. This was the last consciousness of the big head ghost. The purple lightning directly erased his intelligence and turned his body into soul power. Li Mu stretched out his hand. The soul power of the big head ghost turned into a soul ball and was absorbed into his body. Madame Chu's magic power was much weaker than Su He's at that time. When he was possessed by Su He, Li Mu's thunder dharma and various mystiques could rival those in the creation realm. However, by borrowing Madame Chu's dermic powers, Li Mu could only be invincible in the fourth realm. This was the most accurate assessment he had of his own strength after several battles. With the help of Dao techniques, he could unleash a shred of fifth-tier power. Killing a normal fourth-tier cultivator was not a problem. However, if he encountered a true fifth-tier cultivator, his power would still be insufficient. With this kind of strength, it was difficult to deal with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, but it was easy to deal with the ghost generals under his command. According to Madame Chu, apart from the first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, the strongest of the other ghost generals was only at the peak of the fourth realm. Half a year ago, the first ghost general had just reached the specter realm under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's nurturing. The middle three realms of ghost cultivators were the Bale Soul, Specter Soul, and Origin Soul. They corresponded to the Taoism's mystiques, Creation Realm, and Dongxian, and the Buddhism's Golden Body, Dharma Idol, and Freedom. Madame Chu, the red-haired ghost, and the big-head ghost were Bale Souls. Suhi was a Bale Soul that was very close to the Specter Soul. With Li Mu's current strength, it was nigh impossible for him to defeat a Specter Realm Phantom General. He collected his thoughts and looked at Madame Chu. Next. Madame Chu thought for a moment and said, 50 li from here, in Yu County, there's an abandoned old mansion. The Rakshasa ghost is there. He's ranked 9th among the 18 ghost generals. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Li Mu's eyes burned with passion. He could condense all three souls if he killed another Bale Soul. Let's go. Yu County. In an unknown village, a ferocious-looking man was kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling as he pleaded, "Grandpa Ghost, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." In front of him, there was a human-shaped black mist. One could only vaguely make out the silhouette of a human within the black mist. There were two blood-red rays where the eyes should be, and they seemed to be able to draw one's soul away. The villagers were kneeling on the ground. Even though their faces were pale, there was a hint of delight in their eyes when they looked at the ferocious-looking man. The ferocious-looking man who was kneeling on the ground had lost his usual ferocity. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and there was a pungent smell coming from beneath him. "You deserve to die." An inhuman voice sounded from the black mist. As soon as the voice sounded, 3 silhouettes floated out from the ferocious-looking man's body. They turned into specks of light that were absorbed by the black mist. After absorbing the specks of light, the blood-red rays at the top of the black mist seemed to become even more glaring. The black mist swept away, and the villagers were still kneeling on the ground. After another quarter of an hour, a brave man stood up and ran to the side of the ferocious-looking man to take a look. He shouted, "Dead, he's dead." When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. "He's finally dead. We can live a good life in the future. The heavens have eyes. It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead." The last trace of fear they had for the ferocious spirit disappeared with the man's death. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction that the black mist had disappeared. The black mist drifted all the way until it was blocked by a black-robed figure in a remote mountain. A voice quickly sounded from under the black robe, "I am the #1 ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Your Excellency has killed so many people. The imperial court will definitely send experts to eliminate you. No matter how high your Excellency's cultivation is, you won't be able to defeat the great Zhou court. Why don't you pledge allegiance to His Highness Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? His Highness will guarantee your safety." Scram. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a cold and emotionless voice came from the black mist. The black-robed man said, "Your Excellency, you have to think carefully." The aura in the black mist became extremely unstable. The black-robed man's expression changed and he immediately moved out of the way. Looking at the black mist drifting away, the fear on his face gradually disappeared. How could such a thing happen? His face was filled with disbelief as he muttered, it's only been a few days and she already has such a terrifying cultivation. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before even His Highness won't be her match." In the forest, 2 more ghosts floated out. One of them said with a trembling voice, "This ghost's pressure is even more terrifying than what His Highness gave me." The black-robed man looked at him and said, "That's because she doesn't know how to cultivate. If this continues, I'm afraid her intelligence will be assimilated by the ferocious spirit and she will completely become a ferocious spirit that only knows how to kill. At that time, the northern county will be interesting." One of the ghosts laughed and said, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more beneficial for us?" The black-robed man stretched out his hands, and a soul ball condensed in each of his palms. He put the soul ball into the bodies of the 2 ghosts and said, "The green-faced ghost is dead, and Madame Chu is missing. There are only 16 of the 18 ghost generals left. This is the soul power of the cultivators I've collected over the past few days. The 2 of you are only a step away from the soul realm. When you go back, refine it well and try to advance to the soul realm as soon as possible." "Thank you, my lord." The 2 ghosts were so excited that their soul bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground to thank him. At this moment, another soul shadow rushed over from behind. Before it arrived, it shouted loudly, "My lord, bad news, bad news." The black-robed man said coldly, "What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Was the ferocious spirit captured?" "No, no." The soul shadow said with a trembling voice, "The red-haired ghost, the big-headed ghost, and the Rakshasa ghost, they were killed." "What?" The black-robed man's expression changed when he heard this. He grabbed the soul shadow's neck and said angrily, "What did you say? Say it again." The soul shadow said in fear, Their soul lamps were extinguished." Just as he finished speaking, black fog kept surging out from the black-robed man's body. That was a sign that he was extremely angry and his magic power was out of control. They had spent countless resources to create the 3 soul realm ghost generals. They had only created 15 ghost generals of this level in 5 years. The death of these 3 ghost generals was equivalent to their 1 year of hard work being in vain. How did that person know where they were? The black-robed man's voice was extremely cold and suppressed to the extreme. "There must be a mole among us." Chapter 169. Yu County. In an ancient tomb somewhere in the mountains, a cloud of gray mist covered an area of dozens of feet. Li Mu formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the gray mist gradually dissipated. Whoosh! A blood-red tongue suddenly flew out from the mist. It was extremely fast and created a gust of wind. It went straight for Li Mu's head. Clang! Li Mu slashed out. The Biyao sword struck the tongue and produced a metallic sound. Sparks flew from the tongue and it suddenly retracted. The mist was completely blown away by the gust of wind, revealing a thin ghostly figure inside. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's 18 ghostly generals. Apart from Madame Chu, 4 of them were in Yang County and Yu County. The red-hair ghost and the big-head ghost in Yang County had already been killed by Li Mu. A few hours ago, the Rakshasa ghost hiding in an abandoned house in Yu County had also been killed by the Biyao sword. The last long-tongued ghost lived in this ancient tomb. It was not weak and was ranked 7th among the 18 ghostly generals. It had been resisting Li Mu for a long time. The thin ghostly figure was covered in black gas, only revealing 2 eyes. His eyes were glowing fiercely as he looked at Madame Chu and said angrily, "Damn it, Madame Chu, you actually betrayed His Highness. Have you ever thought about your end?" Madame Chu floated above and said coldly, "Worry about your fate first." After saying that, she urged Biyao to meet the attack head-on. The long-tongued ghost used its tongue as a weapon. Its tongue was extremely flexible and could be hard or soft. It was actually on par with Madame Chu, who was wielding the Biyao sword. This was even after Li Mu had exhausted most of its spiritual energy. After all, as the seventh ghostly general, its strength was much higher than Madame Chu's. Li Mu stood far away. Occasionally, he would send down a bolt of lightning. Although the long-tongued ghost dodged most of the time, it was still flustered. Madame Chu seized the opportunity and gradually gained the upper hand. The long-tongued ghost tried to escape several times but was forced back by Li Mu's lightning technique. He was struck by Madame Chu's sword again. He couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. He asked, "Damn it! Do you dare to fight me for real without looking for help?" Madame Chu sneered, and the momentum of her sword became even sharper. The long-tongued ghost had already lost more than half of his mana, and was gradually losing ground to Madame Chu. After being stabbed a few more times, he was accidentally struck by a bolt of lightning, and his soul was already extremely illusory. Just as he was about to fall into despair, a monstrous killing intent suddenly came from the distant horizon, followed by an extremely angry voice. "You're courting death." Sensing this extremely familiar voice, the long-tongued ghost heaved a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Lord Soul, save me." When Madame Chu felt this incomparably powerful aura, her expression changed drastically. Taking advantage of the moment when the long-tongued ghost relaxed, she pierced her sword through his chest and absorbed all of his soul energy. Then, she quickly flew to Li Mu's side and said anxiously, "Benefactor, leave quickly. He's the first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He has already become a ghost spirit." A ghost spirit was equivalent to a cultivator in the creation and golden body realms. In terms of aura, he was slightly weaker than Master Puji of the Jinshan Temple. Li Mu held the Bai sword in one hand and formed a seal with the other. He said quietly, "Heaven and earth are limitless, borrow the power of the universe. The power of the universe is born from the heart, and it grows endlessly. Heavenly Lord Tai, as the law commands." The Bai sword buzzed, and countless sword shadows appeared behind Li Mu's back. Tens of thousands of swords moved together and slashed towards the black shadow in the distance. The black shadow's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless black gas. After the sword shadows slashed past, the black gas gathered together again. The art of soul division. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. According to honored Master Thousand Illusions memories, soul cultivators who mastered this secret magic would be able to split their soul body into smaller parts when their life was in danger. That way, they would be able to avoid large-scale attacks. Li Mu did not hesitate to flee on his sword. The demon-slaying protection spell was the strongest move he could use at the moment, but it could not do anything to the first ghost general. Other than running away, he had no other choice. Using the army formula, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 1,000 feet away and sped in a certain direction. "You can't run away." After witnessing the death of the long-tongued ghost with his own eyes, and in just a few short months, only 12 of the 18 ghost generals remained, the black figure known as Lord Soul was enraged. He quickly chased in the direction Li Mu had fled in, his extremely cold voice echoing in the air. "I will grind your bones and scatter your ashes, extract your soul, and refine it. I will make your soul suffer the pain of being burned by ghost fire every day." Li Mu heard the threat of the first ghost general behind him and fled even faster. He pulled away from the black shadow again. Although he could not defeat the other party, he could not easily catch up. After killing 4 of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals, the first ghost general was obviously furious. He chased and cursed. Those who did not know better would think that Li Mu had dug up his grave and scattered his ashes. Li Mu channeled his mana, and the distance between the two was pulled apart again. He looked behind him and shook his head. "It's just 4 ghost generals who died. Is there a need to fight so hard?" Madame Chu thought for a moment and said, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon seems to value the 18 ghost generals very much. For the past 5 years, he has always wanted to raise all of us above the soul realm and give us all the soul power he obtained, 18 soul realm. Li Mu thought for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, he can't be thinking of setting up the 18-in prison formation, right? Over the past few days, Li Mu had digested a lot of the memories left behind by Venerable Thousand Illusions. He also had some understanding of some demonic methods. The 18 Hell Grand Formation was an extremely formidable Devil Dao Grand Formation. It was set up by 18 ghost cultivators at the ferocious Soul Realm, and coupled with King Chu Jiang taking the lead, it was capable of trapping a 6th realm expert at the profound insight realm to death. The 18 ghost generals corresponded to the 18 hells. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had painstakingly cultivated the 18 ghost generals. If it wasn't because he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, then it was because he wanted to complete the 18-in prison formation. Of course, 5 of his 18 ghost generals had already died at the hands of Li Mu, and 1 had become Li Mu's ghost. There were only 12 of the 18 ghost generals left. At most, he could set up the 10 ghost trapping formation, and there would be 2 more substitutes. Without 8 ghost generals, the power of the formation would be reduced by more than half. It would only be left with less than 30%. No wonder this ghost general wanted to kill him. If it were Li Mu, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. There were ghosts chasing closely behind him, and he couldn't shake them off for a while. Li Mu changed direction and flew towards the mountains in the distance. As soon as he was chased by the first ghost general, he already had a plan in mind. The first ghost general's murderous aura was monstrous. Li Mu flew straight to a familiar mountain. Just as the ghost general was about to reach the mountain, a powerful demonic aura suddenly came from the mountain, followed by a cold snort. Scram! The ghost general's body quickly came to a halt as he stared at the mountain peak with a look of dread. In the north region, there was only one person who could have such a demonic aura. He floated in the air and clasped his fists. He said, "Greetings, White Demon King. I am the first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. I have no intention of disturbing you. This person killed 4 of my ghost generals. Please hand him over to me." An emotionless voice came from the mountain. "If you don't scram in 3 breaths, you can stay here forever." Does the Demon King want to go against His Highness? 1. White Demon King, you, too. Before the word 3 came out, the ghost swept up a black fog and flew away without looking back. Li Mu landed somewhere in the mountain and clasped his fists. He said to the middle-aged man in front of him, "Thank you for saving me, White Demon King." The White Demon King asked, "How did you offend Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" Li Mu said, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon ordered his subordinates to do evil in Yang County. I killed a few of his ghost generals." The White Demon King had a strange expression. He said, "Most of the ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon are at the 4th realm. I didn't misjudge you to be able to kill them at the 2nd realm." Li Mu smiled embarrassedly. The White Demon King did not mention this matter again. He said, "Tingxin has troubled you these days." "It's no trouble." In front of the White Demon King, Li Mu naturally could not despise his daughter. He said, "In the past few days, Miss Tingxin has also helped the people get rid of evil and killed several evil ghosts. Tingxin is stubborn. Little brother, you have suffered." The White Demon King looked into the distance and said, "That ghost hasn't left yet. I'll get 2nd brother and 3rd brother to escort you back." Bai Yinshin ran out from behind and said, "I want to go too." When he saw Bai Yinshin, Li Mu's legs went weak out of reflex. The White Demon King asked, "What are you going to do?" Bai Yinshin said, "I'm worried about Tingxin outside. I want to protect her." In the end, the White Demon King agreed to let Bai Yinshin go with him. This made Li Mu feel a little guilty because the way the 2 sisters looked at him was the same. The current Bai Yinshin was already a core formation realm demon cultivator and was not weak. Under the White Demon King's instructions, she escorted Li Mu back to Yang County with the Green Bull Demon, the Tiger Demon, and the Rat Demon. Chapter 170. The green bull demon and the tiger demon had already condensed their cores for many years. When the two of them joined forces, they could even suppress Suhi. With Bai Yinshin and the rat demon, the two core condensation demons, the first ghost general did not appear again. Although he was a fifth realm ghost and might not be afraid of them joining forces, he was still afraid of the White Demon King. Bai Tingshin waited anxiously at the entrance of the county office. When she saw Bai Yinshin, she said in surprise, "Sister, why are you here?" Bai Yinshin snorted and asked, "Don't you want me to come?" Bai Tingshin quickly said, No, the green bull demon and the tiger demon followed Li Mu to the county office to escort him and bring the rat demon to admit his guilt. If other demons spread the plague in North County and cheated the people of their psyche power, they would not end well. However, County Magistrate Chen had to give face to the White Demon King. The rat demon stayed in the county office to make up for his mistakes, just like Bai Tingshin. Li Mu found Arrestor Zhao and asked, "How big is the credit for killing a ghost general in the vicious soul realm? Can I enter the earth room to choose a treasure?" Fourth realm vicious soul. Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "According to the rules, if you kill a fourth realm demonic ghost, you can choose a treasure from the Xian house. You were able to enter the Xian house the last 2 times because the county magistrate made an exception." Li Mu asked again, "If I can't kill one, what about 4? Arrestor Zhao was stunned and said, "Well, I have to ask the county magistrate." Not long after, he walked out of the front hall and said, "The county magistrate asked you to enter." Li Mu walked into the front hall of the county office and saluted, "Greetings, county magistrate." County Magistrate Shen held the gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "If you can kill one of King Chu Jiang's ghost generals in the vicious soul realm, then when we return to the county magistrate's office, I will make an exception and allow you to enter the earth room to choose an item." Li Mu was delighted and asked, "If I can kill 4 of them, does that mean I can choose 4 treasures?" Commandery Captain Shen glanced at him and said, "I am a man of my word. If you can kill Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, I will give you the earth room." It was more appropriate for the county governor to say that. As a county lieutenant, he did not have such authority. However, Li Mu had no intention of killing Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He released Mrs. Chu and said, "Show me the evidence." Madame Chu waved her hand, and 4 images appeared in the air. Cultivators in the Jushen realm could replay what they had experienced as if they were taking a selfie. Cultivators in Dongxian were even more powerful with the dark light technique. They could cross space and observe the scene in another place in real time. Li Mu pointed at the 4 images and said one by one, "This is the red-haired ghost, the 14th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the big-headed ghost, the 12th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the Rakshasa ghost, the 9th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the long-tongued ghost, the 7th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon." County Magistrate Shen spat out the wine in his mouth and said in surprise, "You killed 4 more?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Mrs. Chu happened to know where these 4 ghost generals were. They had done a lot of evil anyway, so I killed them." "Good." County Magistrate Shen stood up and said, "I was right about you. When we return to the county office, I will allow you to choose 4 treasures in the earth room. Thank you, sir." Li Mu walked out of the front hall with satisfaction. When he arrived at the county office, he finally experienced the joy of being a constable. Not only could he get rid of evil for the people, but he could also gain soul power. When he returned to the county office, he would be rewarded handsomely. Double the reward, double the joy. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw the 2 snakes. Bai Tingshin glanced at Li Mu and said, "You said it. 2 hours." In order to not let the green snake drag him down, Li Mu promised her that he would let her enjoy the light of Buddha for 2 hours after they returned. It was not good to go back on his word now. He walked in front of Bai Tingshin and said, "Let's go." Bai Yinshin asked suspiciously, "What 2 hours?" Bai Tingxin whispered a few words in her ear. No. Bai Yinxin shook her head and said firmly, you have already transformed into a human. You have to learn human etiquette. Haven't you heard that men and women should not touch each other? Li Mu agreed with Bai Yinxin. He had accumulated the soul power of the 4 ghost generals in his body. He wanted to refine them as soon as possible so that he could condense the 3 souls as soon as possible. He did not want to waste time on Bai Tingxin. Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, I don't care. I am not a human. I will not learn their etiquette. Bai Yinxin grabbed her wrist and said, I am your sister. I have the responsibility to discipline you on behalf of father. Don't, sister. Bai Tingxin looked at her pitifully and said, I helped him catch so many ghosts in exchange for this. I have been waiting for a long time, Bai Yinxin said firmly, no. I said no and it means no. Bai Tingxin hugged her arm and shook it gently. She said, how about I give you an hour? Bai Yinxin glared at her and said, do you think I will be tempted by you? After a while, Li Mu walked into the room. He turned around and asked, which one of you will go first? Bai Tingxin said, you are the elder sister. You go first. Bai Yinxin said, the elder sister should give way to the younger sister. You go first. Li Mu thought for a while and asked for their opinion, why don't you go together? The 2 sisters each had an hour. They would still waste 2 hours. It was better to go together. This way, he could save an hour. In terms of time management, Li Mu was very serious. After the 2 snakes discussed, they felt that there was no difference between who would go first and who would go later. They did not raise any objections. Li Mu wanted to just stay in the room. However, Bai Tingxin said that she wanted to go to the inn where she was staying. That way, she could lie down. Lying down was obviously more comfortable than sitting. Li Mu did not want to go through so much trouble. However, on second thought, there were too many people in the county. There might be people talking behind his back. It was better to go outside. He nodded and said, then let's go to your place. Seeing the 3 of them walk out of the county office, a county yamen constable poked his head out of the room and said, tsk. It's good to be young. Another constable added, it's useless to be young. You also need to be handsome. Another constable said, it's not enough to be young and handsome. Women these days still like men with strength. Young, handsome and strong. Highly regarded by the county governor. Not everyone is Li Mu. So, Li Mu has already taken the 2 daughters of the White Demon King. Isn't it obvious? Yang County. On the street, Li Si put his arm around Zhang Shan's shoulder and asked, why are you here? Zhang Shan said, it's because Lady Lu is worried about Li Mu. She left for so many days without any news. I came to take a look. What can happen to Li Mu? I'll take you to the county office to find him. Li Si had just opened his mouth when he suddenly realized something. He pointed ahead and said, there's no need to go to the county office. Isn't that him, Li? Zhang Shan raised his hand and waved at Li Mu. Seeing him enter the inn with 2 young women, he was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, Li Mu actually brought other women to the inn. And there are 2 of them. An hour later, Li Mu came out of the room on the 2nd floor of the inn. When he walked down the stairs, his legs went weak and he almost fell down. Fortunately, a pair of hands reached out from the side and caught him in time. Li Mu turned his head and was about to thank him. When he saw the person, he was stunned and asked, why are you here? Zhang Shan shook his head and said, Li Mu, you disappoint me. Do you know how worried Lady Lu is about you? You actually brought women to a place like this, Li Mu explained, you're mistaken. They're not human. Zhang Shan said, I saw it with my own eyes. You don't have to lie to me. Although I work for Lady Lu, we're brothers. I'll help you hide it this time, but there won't be a next time, Li Mu said helplessly. It's not what you think. Zhang Shan sighed and said, do you think I'm easy to fool? Or did you just sit in the room with those two women for an hour and drink tea and chat? In fact, Li Mu really only sat there for an hour. He didn't even drink tea. He didn't want to waste time explaining and shook his head. Go back and tell them that the matter in Yang County will take some time. When it's settled, I'll go back. In a first-class room on the second floor of the inn, Bai Yinxin and her sister showed a satisfied expression at the same time. Bai Tingxin moaned comfortably and said, Sister, I feel that my cultivation has improved a little. Why don't we capture him and bring him back to help us improve our cultivation every day? Bai Yinxin glanced at her and said, Stop dreaming. Father won't let you do that. Is there any way to do this every day? Bai Tingxin held her chin with one hand and suddenly said, Why don't I just marry him? If I marry him, we can be together every day. Bai Yinxin glanced at her. She used to have such naive thoughts like her sister. Today, she already knew that marriage wasn't something that could be casually said. Every time she thought of the situation at that time, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. In the past few months, she missed the experience of that time. She missed the house and the water and even thought of Li Mu more often. She looked at Bai Tingxin and said, If you marry him, you won't just do this every day. You'll have to wash his clothes and cook for him. You'll also have to sleep with him and give birth to his children, so it's so troublesome to get married. Then I'd better not get married. Bai Tingxin suddenly changed her mind and said, Forget it. Even if I want to marry him, he won't like me. He already has a woman he likes. Bai Yinxin was stunned and asked, What? He has a woman he likes. Bai Tingxin was surprised and said, Why are you making such a fuss? For some reason, Bai Yinxin suddenly had a sour feeling in her heart and asked, What does the woman he likes look like? Bai Tingxin's face showed jealousy and said, She's very beautiful. She has big breasts and a perky butt. Why do men like women like that? It'll be great if I'm a fox. Fox spirits have great figures. I can charm him to death. Chapter 171. After Chu Jiang of Gojoseon lost another 4 ghost generals, the situation finally calmed down. The evil spirits no longer harmed the people in and around Yang County. The evil spirit also left Yang County and began to appear frequently in Yu County. In just 2 days, it took the lives of a few more villains. After Li Mu sent Zhang Shan out of Yang County, he received another piece of news when he returned to the county office. The experts sent by the imperial court had arrived in the North County. It was said that they were in the creation realm. They were already on their way to Yu County to hunt down the evil spirit. Constable Zhao was about to leave the office when he said, The experts sent by the imperial court have already gone to Yu County. We're about to head there with the county minister. Do you want to come along? It's rare to see a battle of this level. It's a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. Li Mu nodded and walked out of the county office with him. They boarded the flying boat and headed straight to Yu County. Yu County and Yang County were neighbors. After about half an hour, the flying boat stopped in the air. County Minister Qin stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. Li Mu sensed a strong wave of mana coming from the wilderness in the distance. There were 2 auras, both of which were extremely powerful. One of them had a murderous aura that sent chills down one's spine even though it was so far away. The other aura did not lose out at all in terms of aura. The flying boat landed in the distance. Li Mu saw a man in green floating in the air. Opposite him was a ball of black fog that emitted a terrifying aura. Above the man in green's head, a long sword was shining with green light. It danced in the air and slashed at the black fog. Li Mu could feel the sharpness of the sword aura even from afar. When the sword aura slashed at the black fog, a part of the black fog dissipated. However, the aura within it became more and more violent. County Minister Chen's expression changed slightly. He said, "If this continues, I'm afraid she will completely lose her consciousness. There's no other way but to kill her." Li Mu looked at the black fog and sighed. 10 days ago, she was still a young girl in the prime of her youth, but now she had become like this. The death of the county magistrate of Yang County and his evil officials was not enough to be regretted. A portion of the black fog dissipated, and it seemed to have aroused the anger of the evil spirit as it swept towards the azure-clothed man. The green-clothed man formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the black fog. He said softly, "Freeze." The surrounding time seemed to have stopped, and the black fog suddenly stopped in mid-air. The green-robed man raised his hand and pressed forward. In the void, a huge transparent palm was formed and slammed towards the black fog. The black fog collapsed, but it condensed back together in the blink of an eye. However, its aura was weaker than before. Commandery Captain Shen shook his head and said, "Although her mana is strong, she doesn't know anything about ghosts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been defeated so easily." County Minister Chen looked worried and said, "The resentment in her body is getting stronger. The stronger the resentment, the stronger her strength will be. If she continues to be pressured like this, something might happen." A golden light flashed in Li Mu's eyes. When he looked at the black fog again, he realized that the color of blood was even stronger. At this moment, the azure-robed man formed a seal. The azure-robed man's flying sword shined brightly and condensed into a huge azure-robed sword in the air. He waved his hand and the huge sword slashed down at the black fog with lightning speed. There was no change in the black fog, but a cloud of thick black gas suddenly appeared under the ground. The black gas condensed into a huge knife and met the green light sword's shadow. When the knife and the sword met, they were instantly annihilated. A strong blast of air spread out from the center of the collision. The clothes of the people in the distance were fluttering because of the blast of air. Li Mu looked at the black-robed man who appeared beside the evil spirit and quietly retreated behind County Minister Chen and Commandery Captain Shen. The first ghost general did not notice Li Mu. Instead, he looked at the evil spirit and said, "See, this is the face of the imperial court. They don't care how much injustice you have suffered. They watched helplessly as the corrupt official harmed you. If you kill the corrupt official for revenge, they will destroy your soul. Instead of dying in their hands, why not join us and fight against this hypocritical and unfair world?" Commandery Captain Shen looked at the black-robed man and slowly walked out. His eyes were full of killing intent. In the next moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, everyone present felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. Rumble. They looked up and saw that there were dark clouds gathering quickly in the sky. Lightning flashed and there seemed to be countless thunderbolts brewing in the dark clouds. Heavy snow fell from the sky, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. County Minister Chen and the azure-clothed man's faces suddenly became extremely serious. Boom! A huge purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and struck the azure-clothed man directly. The thunderbolt was extremely fast. The azure-clothed man hurriedly recalled his flying sword to block it. The flying sword dimmed under the purple thunderbolt. The azure-clothed man fell rapidly. When he landed on the ground, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The first ghost general was stunned for a moment and said with joy, "That's it." County Minister Chen was shocked and murmured, "Taoist techniques." In the black fog, a red light emerged and an inhuman voice was heard, "All of you must die." County Minister Chen looked regretful and said, "She has completely lost her consciousness." After the strange phenomenon occurred, the evil spirit's aura was rising rapidly. The azure-clothed man looked at County Minister Chen and said angrily, "What are you waiting for?" County Minister Chen appeared beside him and said, "If you did not trigger her resentment, how could this happen?" The azure-clothed man said coldly, "It's useless to say this now. She has lost her humanity. If we don't get rid of her today, there will be endless trouble in the future. Let's work together and get rid of her as soon as possible. The ghost general sneered and said, "You can try." In the blink of an eye, 2 more thunderbolts fell from the dark clouds. A bronze bell flew out from the azure-clothed man's sleeve and covered his head. The thunderbolts fell on the bronze bell and only made a bell sound before they disappeared. An ancient shield appeared in County Minister Chen's hand. He threw the ancient shield out and the shield expanded rapidly. The thunderbolts fell on the shield and disappeared without a sound. The dark clouds covered a large area, and several bolts of lightning struck towards the heads of Li Mu and the others. The thunderbolts were white and were not as powerful as the ones that attacked the azure-clothed man and County Minister Chin. County Lieutenant Shin made a gesture and a translucent light shield appeared. The white thunderbolts hit the light shield and were absorbed by the light shield. Li Mu looked up at the thunderbolts outside the light shield and a mysterious feeling arose in his heart. It was as if the thunderbolts would disappear with just a thought. So he really thought so. A few thunderbolts disappeared suddenly before they hit the light shield as if they had never appeared. Arrestor Zhao was puzzled. He scratched his head and asked, "Why did they disappear?" County Lieutenant Shin, who was trying his best to maintain the light shield, suddenly turned around and looked at Li Mu with surprise and astonishment. Li Mu looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the mysterious feeling rose again. It was as if the dark clouds in the sky would disappear completely with just a thought. Li Mu looked at the ghost general who was fighting with County Minister Chen and a thought came to his mind. A thick purple thunderbolt suddenly fell and struck the ghost general's head. The ghost general's body broke into pieces and then reformed. He dodged the thunderbolt that was enough to seriously injure him. He looked back at the black fog and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" The black fog surged. In the fog, 2 blood-red eyes suddenly looked in the direction of Li Mu. The moment it saw Li Mu, the black fog began to churn violently as if it was boiling. In the next moment, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the black fog actually disappeared into the distance in an instant. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The ghost general saw this and was stunned for a moment before he fled without hesitation. The evil spirit escaped and he was the only one left. He was no match for the 2 creation realm cultivators. County Minister Chin and the man in green did not chase after him. They stood where they were and looked a little surprised. After a while, County Minister Chin shook his head and said, "The evil spirit is too strong and has the help of the ghost general. We can't subdue her with just the 2 of us. Let's go back to the county office and discuss further." Li Mu had just returned to the county office when Arrestor Zhao came in and said, "His Excellency is looking for you." Li Mu knew that what happened just now had attracted County Lieutenant Shin's attention. Although he did not want others to know that he was the cause of the evil spirit's appearance, he also knew that the reason why the Yamen had not investigated this matter was because the matter of the evil spirit had not been solved. When the matter in County Yang was settled, they would definitely investigate the Yunyan Pavilion. At that time, if Li Mu did not take the initiative to come forward, Lu Hanyan would have to bear all the responsibility. Arrestor Zhao brought Li Mu over and left. Li Mu walked into the front hall and found that County Lieutenant Shin and County Minister Chin were both there. County Lieutenant Shin looked at him and said, "Sit down." Li Mu found a chair and sat down. He knew County Minister Chin and County Lieutenant Shin well. Instead of waiting for the imperial court to find out, it was better to be honest with them. County Lieutenant Shin asked directly, "What happened just now?" Li Mu said directly, "It was me." County Minister Chin was shocked and said, "How could you control the Taoist magic arts of the evil spirit? Unless it was you who created this Taoist magic arts." Li Mu explained in detail, "I was the one who told the story of Do Yi's injustice in the tea house. At that time, I also didn't know that that line of the play would trigger a vision of heaven and earth and create this kind of Taoist technique." Sure enough. County Lieutenant Shin's face showed that he understood and said, although you didn't create this Taoist magic arts were created because of you. That evil spirit was also born because of you. Li Mu asked, will the imperial court hold me accountable for this? County Minister Chen thought for a while and said, the county governor has already gone to the capital to meet the emperor, but there is no result yet. Although this happened because of you, it is not your fault. If the imperial court holds you accountable, the county government will do its best to protect you. I have a perfect plan. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Xuandu walked in from outside and looked at Li Mu. He said, if Benefactor Li becomes a monk in the Jinshan temple, you will be a disciple of Buddhism. Although the evil spirit was born because of you, it is not your fault. If the imperial court holds you accountable, we Buddhists can take care of it. Chapter 172. County Commandant Shin thought for a while and said, that's a good idea. Li Mu, you can think about it. Even if the county government can't protect you, the heart sect can. After you escape this disaster, you can return to the secular world and it won't affect your marriage. Xuandu looked at County Commandant Shin but did not say anything in the end. County Minister Chen shook his head and said to Li Mu, you don't have to worry too much. In recent days, the matter of the evil spirit has spread to all the counties. The people know who is right and who is wrong. The most important thing now is to convert the evil spirit. If her spiritual intelligence is completely eroded by the evil spirit, for the safety of the people in North County, we have to get rid of her. She can still be saved now, County Commandant Shin reminded him, the stronger her resentment, the stronger she will be. If we push her too hard, it will be counterproductive. County Commandant Shin thought for a while and looked at Li Mu. He said, whoever started the trouble should untie it. That evil spirit was born because of Li Mu. I'm afraid only you can convert her. Li Mu nodded and said, I'll try. There's no time to lose. We have to settle this before the imperial court sends more experts. If this continues, we won't be able to deal with it. County Commandant Chen said again. Xuandu stepped forward and said, I'm willing to go with Benefactor Li to find the evil spirit. County Commandant Chen and County Commandant Shin had reached an agreement with Li Mu and Xuandu about the evil spirit. County Commandant Chen stayed in the county government and delayed the creation realm expert from the imperial court. Li Mu, Xuandu, and County Commandant Shin left the county government to find the evil spirit. The three of them stood on the flying boat. County Commandant Shin sighed and said, dozens of years ago, someone died with great resentment and turned into an evil spirit. Her strength was comparable to that of the sixth realm, Dongxian. However, after she took revenge, she did not stop. Instead, she brought disaster to the world. Thousands of innocent people died in her hands. That time, even the mighty Transcendence Realm expert was alarmed and killed her personally. This poor monk has also heard of this matter. Xuandu said, with the resentment of a mortal, they would at most turn into an evil spirit after death. That woman was wrongly killed by the authorities and turned into a malicious spirit. In reality, she was controlled by the demon sect, which is why she has such a terrifying cultivation level. This time, it's completely different. A mortal pointed at the sky and cursed before she died, and she was actually recognized by the heavens and earth. She has a 5th level cultivation level. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, unable to distinguish good from bad, misjudging the wise and the foolish. Xuandu looked at Li Mu and praised, pointing at the sky and cursing the earth. In today's world, only Benefactor Li has such courage. Li Mu said awkwardly, Master, you flatter me. He wasn't that noble, nor was he that angry. At that time, he just wanted to help the Yunyan Pavilion attract more business. He didn't expect that just a few words would cause such a serious consequence and bring him a lot of trouble. County Captain Shin said regretfully, I thought that the incident decades ago would teach them a lesson. I didn't expect the same thing to happen decades later in the North County. Amitabha. Xuandu shook his head and said, the people of this world are ignorant. They repeat the same mistake over and over again. This poor monk has saved countless people, ghosts, and demons over the years, and I finally realized that it's easier to save demons and ghosts than it is to save people. After leaving the county captain Shen took out a compass. The needle on the compass spun quickly and finally pointed in a direction. Soul Realm ghost cultivators were able to conceal their auras and avoid the detection of talismans and magic treasures. However, the resentment of the ferocious spirit surged into the sky and it had killed many people, so it was surrounded by blood qi and baleful qi. Even if it was a few tens of kilometers away, it could still be easily noticed. The flying boat flew forward for a few miles and finally landed on a barren mountain. This was obviously a mass grave. There were protruding tombs everywhere. Some tombs had wooden tablets in front of them, but most of them were just lonely mounds. In front of one of the mounds, there was a cloud of black fog. The fog was tumbling and countless human faces appeared on the surface. These people looked ferocious and were roaring silently at Li Mu and the other two. Amitabha. Xuandu said mercifully, Lady, there is no end to the sea of bitterness. Turn back and you will be saved. A painful voice came from the black fog, I can't turn back anymore. After this voice came out, the tone changed. Two red lights shot out from the black fog and said coldly, Die, 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 all of you will die. County Captain Shen shook his head and said, the murderous aura has already corroded her mind. She will soon become an evil spirit that only knows how to kill. Xuandu put down his Buddhist staff and said, if you want to save her, you have to get rid of the murderous aura outside her body. Seeing the black fog coming towards them, Li Mu took a step forward. The black fog suddenly stopped in midair. A painful voice came from the black fog again, No, no, I can't hurt benefactor. Now! Xuandu suddenly said. His body emitted a golden light. County Captain Shen threw out a few flags. These flags were inserted deep into the ground. The flags flashed and formed a formation that trapped the black fog. When the black fog came into contact with the golden light, it made a chi sound and a painful roar came from the black fog. In the next moment, lightning flashed above the three of them. Dark clouds gathered again and snowflakes began to fall. Li Mu raised his head and glanced at the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and so did the lightning. He sighed. His palm emitted a faint golden light. He reached out his hand to the black fog and said, Stop. If this continues, there will be no turning back. The red light flickered and the black fog rolled violently as if it was struggling. Benefactor, finally, a small trembling hand reached out from the black fog and slowly grasped Li Mu's hand. The golden light flowed through their hands and into the black fog. The black fog slowly dissipated and a young girl appeared. It was the young beggar that Li Mu had seen twice. She was surrounded by murderous aura and blood qi. She slowly knelt in front of Li Mu and cried, Father is dead. I am also dead. I have killed so many people. Benefactor, what should I do? Li Mu squatted down and gently stroked her hair. He said, You are not wrong. It is us who have wronged you. It is the imperial court who has wronged you. Wah! The young girl threw herself into Li Mu's arms. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried so sadly that she wanted to die. She was a soul. As soon as her tears fell, they dissipated in the air. County Commandant Shen looked up at the sky and sighed. He looked guilty. Xuandu chanted the name of Buddha and looked sad. He looked at Li Mu and said, If she goes back with you, she will be punished by the imperial court. The murderous aura in her is too strong. It can't be removed in a day. Why don't I take her back to the Jinshan temple and use the dharma of the monks to slowly remove the murderous aura in her body and help her transcend? The murderous aura in her body was too strong. Li Mu's Heart Sutra could not remove it in one go. Going back to the Jinshan temple with Xuandu and using the dharma to slowly purify her was the best choice for her. Li Mu looked at the young girl and asked, "Are you willing to go back with Master Xuandu?" The young girl nodded and said, "I will listen to you, benefactor." Li Mu looked at her and said, "The murderous aura in your body is too strong. It will affect your mind and it will not be good for your future cultivation. Go back with Master Xuandu first. He can remove the murderous aura in your body and protect you." The young girl looked at the grave under her feet and said, "I want to erect a tombstone for my father." County Commandant Shen waved his hand and summoned a huge rock in the distance. Li Mu used his mind and Bai flew out. After a few strikes, the huge rock turned into a tombstone. At the young girl's request, Li Mu used Bai to carve 2 lines of words on the tombstone. "Tomb of my late father, Mr. Su. Unfilial daughter, Xiao Yuli." Su Xiaoyu was the young girl's name. The young girl knelt in front of the tombstone and kowtowed silently. After getting up, she knelt in front of Li Mu and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. She said, "Benefactor, I will repay your kindness in the future." Amitba. Xuandu picked up the Buddhist staff and said, "Miss Xiaoyu, let's go." Xiaoyu bowed to Li Mu and left with Xuandu. In the end, Xuandu looked back at Li Mu and said, "If the imperial court makes things difficult for Benefactor Li, the door of the Jinshan temple will always be open for you." Watching Xuandu leave, County Commandant Shen put his hand on Li Mu's shoulder and said, Li Mu, you have really impressed me. I am looking forward to seeing what kind of waves you will make when you go to Zhong County." Li Mu sighed and said, "After this, I am afraid I will not be able to be a constable for long." "You won't." County Commandant Shen said with certainty, "Without people like you, the great Zhou court would be a pool of stagnant water. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Many people can see through this, but how many would dare to point at the sky and curse like you and say it out loud?" Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief that he could save the little beggar. He thought of something important and asked, "Sir, why can Xiaoyu use that Taoist technique but I can't?" County Commandant Shen's eyes were deep as he said, "Taoist techniques are mysterious and vast. Until now, no one has been able to see through all of its mysteries. Although that Taoist technique was created by you, to use it, one needs to communicate with heaven and earth through grievances. You don't have her grievances, so naturally you can't use it." Li Mu was a little disappointed. The might of that Tao technique was even stronger than the Lin character. Perhaps even little Jade had not displayed its full might. She had created such a powerful thing, yet he himself was unable to use it. When the two returned to the county government on County Commandant Shen's flying boat, County Commandant Shen walked out of the front hall and looked at County Commandant Shen. County Commandant Shen glanced at Li Mu and nodded slightly to him. County Commandant Shen smiled and walked into the front hall again. He said to the man in black, "It's time to find that evil spirit." Chapter 173. The man in blue and County Minister Chen left the government office. 2 hours later, they came back. County Minister Chen walked into the government office and said regretfully, "There is no trace of her in the 13 counties in the North County. She either left the North County or was killed by a strong cultivator passing by. What a pity. She is also a pitiful person." The man in blue said with disdain, "This is the dirty business of the North County. Why are you sighing? If you are strict, how could such a tragedy happen?" County Minister Chen asked, "Fellow cultivator, you have lived in the Central County for a long time. Don't you know that there are some things that we can't do anything about?" The man in blue sneered and said, "You can't do anything before, but you can deceive people afterwards." County Minister Chen was puzzled and asked, "Fellow cultivator, what do you mean?" These things have nothing to do with me. As long as the evil spirit doesn't cause trouble, my mission is completed. The man in blue didn't continue the topic and said, I was ordered by the imperial court to kill this evil spirit. Now that the evil spirit has been suppressed, I have to return to the central county. See you later. He saluted County Minister Chen with his fists and flew up into the sky. County Minister Chen walked out and asked, did he see through it? Who knows? County Minister Chen smiled and said, some things are hard to be confused about. Hurried footsteps came from the back of the government office. The feminine man ran out and asked anxiously, where is he? County Minister Chen looked at the man with the bruises on his face and said, he left. The case hasn't been solved yet. How can he leave first? The feminine man revealed an angry expression and said, I've already found out that the evil spirit appeared in the northern county because of a tea house called the Yunyan Pavilion. I ordered the northern county to arrest everyone involved in the Yunyan Pavilion and wait for their punishment. County Minister Chen looked at him and asked, what happened to the tea house? The feminine man said coldly, the tea house told a story. Is it a crime to tell a story? A normal story is naturally innocent, but that story created a peerless evil spirit, causing the county magistrate's family to be annihilated, causing so many innocent people to suffer. Have you ever thought about the purpose of the tea house telling this story? Who is behind it? What is their motive? Who is the story mocking? What are they trying to subvert, destroy, and insinuate? The feminine man's face was gloomy as he said, those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy riches and have a longer life. What kind of audacious person is this? How dare he speak such arrogant words? How dare he talk about politics and criticize the imperial court? If we don't kill him, we won't be able to establish our prestige. That fierce spirit is created by the world. Could it be that Dr. Feng wants to destroy the world? A calm voice came from the entrance of the county government. The effeminate man turned around and saw a white-haired old man walking in. The feminine man was startled and said in shock, Censor Qi, why are you here? The old man said calmly, I am here on His Majesty's orders regarding the North County's ferocious spirits. Li Mu sat in the duty room and looked at Bai Yin-shin and Bai Yin-shin. He could already confirm that demons were easily addicted to the Buddhist light triggered by the Heart Sutra, just like how Li Mu was addicted to dual cultivation with Lu Hanyan. He had experimented with ordinary sutras on them. From the sisters' reactions, he concluded that the deciding factor that made them addicted was the Heart Sutra and not the Buddhist light. In his previous life, when he was seriously ill, his mother went to all kinds of temples for him. She even bought a pile of Buddhist classics. Not only did she recite the sutras every day, she even asked Li Mu to do it with her. Li Mu braced himself and read a small portion of those Buddhist sutras. After his mother died, he never read them again. In the past few months, Li Mu had tried countless times. Among all the sutras he remembered, he found that only the Heart Sutra could resonate with the world in this world. Up until now, he had not understood all the mysteries of the Heart Sutra. The white snake and the green snake sisters looked at Li Mu with longing in their eyes. Li Mu was unmoved. Except for Lu Hanyan, any woman, ghost, or demoness who was addicted to him would be troublesome. Bai Tingshin's lips moved, as if she finally could not help but say something to Li Mu. Constable Zhao walked in happily from outside and said, Li Mu, the imperial court is here. Hey, don't be in a hurry to pack your things. This time, it's a good thing. Constable Zhao stopped Li Mu from running away and said, the imperial censor is here on the orders of Her Majesty. Her Majesty's first imperial edict is to exonerate the little girl. Not only that, she also asked the North County government to erect a statue of the county magistrate and his family. She asked them to kneel in front of the yamen and accept the curses of the people. It's a warning to the officials of the county. After Constable Zhao finished speaking, he said respectfully, Long live the Empress. Li Mu was concerned about something and asked, the imperial edict didn't mention me, right? Constable Zhao shook his head and said, no. Just as Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Then, 3 people walked in from outside. One was County Lieutenant Shin, the other was County Minister Shin, and the last person was an old man with white hair. Li Mu had never seen him before, but when he saw the old man, his gaze could not help but freeze. In Li Mu's view, this old man clearly did not have any cultivation, but Li Mu felt a familiar aura from his body. It was the aura of psychokinesis. Li Mu carefully sensed that around the old man's body, he sensed a thick psychokinesis that was almost condensed into a solid substance. After the old man walked into the duty room, Bai Xin and her sister frowned. They only felt uncomfortable all over and quickly walked out. County Lieutenant Shin walked forward and looked at the old man. He said to Li Mu, "This is Imperial Censor Qi. He is here on Her Majesty's orders to solve the matter of the evil spirits in the North County." Li Mu stood up and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Imperial Censor Qi." Imperial Censor Qi looked at Li Mu and said, "I didn't expect that the person who could say such an earth-shattering thing would be such a young man. It really makes me feel ashamed." This imperial censor from the Middle County did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter. Li Mu was slightly relieved. Imperial Censor Qi did not say much to Li Mu. He only asked him to make a copy of the original story of Do Yi's Injustice. After Li Mu finished copying, he handed it to County Lieutenant Shin and asked, "There's nothing more to do in the Yang County. Can I return to the capital?" County Lieutenant Shin nodded and said, "There's nothing else for you to do here. You can go back first." Because of Miss Xiaoyu's matter, Li Mu had been feeling very depressed these days. The dead could not be brought back to life. The current ending was already considered the best. Her Majesty's Imperial Edict had concluded this matter. She was brought back to the Jinshan Temple by Xuandu to be redeemed. The county magistrate of the Yang County and the others would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Li Mu guided Xiaoyu back and killed the 4 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He obtained enough soul power to completely condense the 3 souls and enter the spirit concentration realm in half a month. For him, the condensing of the 3 souls did not require much effort to collect emotions. It was far less complicated than the refining of the 7 souls. The time it took was also far less than refining the soul. He went back to the duty room to pack his things. Bai Tingxin leaned against the door and asked, "Are you leaving?" Bai Tingxin was punished by the White Demon King because she used to absorb the yang qi of others. Now that her sentence was over, she could return to the mountain. Li Mu carried his bag and waved to her. "See you again if fate wills it." "Wait." Bai Tingxin immediately ran in and said, "Since you're leaving, why don't you?" Li Mu thought for a while and said, "This is the last time." Bai Tingxin beamed with joy and said, "Wait, I'll go get my sister." The White Demon King had done Li Mu a favor. This was the last time to repay the favor. Li Mu did not want to stay a moment longer after using up a portion of his mana to fulfill Bai Tingxin's wish. After leaving the county, he flew on his sword and went straight to the county. In the duty room, Bai Tingxin waved her hand in front of Bai Yinxin and asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Bai Yinxin stood up and said, "Nothing, let's go back." Bai Tingxin held her hand and walked out of the county office. She said, "Cultivating in the mountain is so boring. Let's come out and play with Li Mu in a few days." The 2 walked out of the county office. Soon, the feminine man also walked out of the door and said, "Back to Zhong County." A magic cultivator behind him said, "If we go back like this, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to the assistant minister." The effeminate man pursed his lips and said, "His Majesty sent the censor here. What can I do? The assistant minister can't blame us. It's his brother-in-law's fault for stirring up public resentment, deep in a desolate mountain in the North County." A black-robed man knelt at the entrance of a cave filled with ghastly qi. After a long time, a fleeting voice came from the cave. "What's the matter?" The black-robed man buried his head deeper and said, "Your Highness, I didn't do my job well. I didn't succeed in recruiting that evil spirit." The cave was silent for a while before a voice came out. "That evil spirit wasn't part of the plan. It's better to have her, but it's okay to not have her. As long as the 18 ghost generals can be gathered." The black-robed man trembled and said, "Something happened to the 18 ghost generals." The voice in the cave suddenly sank. "Other than the green-faced ghost and Madame Chu, what else happened?" The black-robed man's voice trembled. "Red-haired ghost, big-head ghost, Rakshasa ghost, and long-tongued ghost were killed by a human cultivator." The cave was silent for a long time before a voice said, "That means, only 12 of my 18 ghost generals are left. Do you know why I planned for 5 years?" The black-robed man knelt on the ground and quickly said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I'll gather the 18 ghost generals as soon as possible. Please give me half a year, there's no time." A sigh came from the cave and suddenly asked, "How long have you been with me?" The black-robed man immediately said, 5 years. The voice in the cave said, 5 years, I really can't bear to. The black-robed man was stunned and his expression changed. He turned into a ball of black mist and fled without hesitation. However, the next moment, a terrifying suction force came from the cave and sucked the black mist in. In the depths of the cave, 2 balls of light flashed and sighed, "With your soul power, it should be enough to gather the 18 ghost generals." Chapter 174. After returning to the prefecture capital, Li Mu finally had a few days of peace. All the constables who went to Yang County had half a month of vacation after returning. In this month, they spent most of their time outside. Li Mu finally had enough time to stay at home and spend time with Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan. However, while he was free, Lu Hanyan was busy. The Yunyan Pavilion was especially busy these days. The tea house was filled with customers from morning to night. In this half a month, the story of the evil spirit descending from Yang County, washing the county government with blood, killing corrupt officials, and killing evil officials had spread throughout the North County. The North County government did not deliberately hide this matter, so it was not difficult for the people to find out the inside story. It was said that the evil spirit was just an ordinary girl. Because she heard Do Yi's injustice in the Yunyan Pavilion tea house, she was wronged by the corrupt official of Yang County. Before she died, she imitated Do Yi and cursed at the sky, swearing that she would become a vengeful spirit after death. Her resentment and her vow moved the heavens and earth, causing them to pity her and turn her into a vengeful spirit. Taking revenge was simply too satisfying. After the news spread, countless people rushed to the Yunyan Pavilion, asking to hear Do Yi's injustice. Li Mu originally had some misgivings, but Constable Zhao personally went to the Yunyan Pavilion and passed on the orders of the county governor. Not only did the North County have to promote the story of Do Yi's injustice, but they also had to adapt it into an opera. It was said that the Empress was behind this. From this, Li Mu could see the determination of the Empress to clean up the officialdom. She wanted to use Do Yi's injustice and Su Xiaoyu's matter to intimidate the officials of the 36 counties in the Great Zhou. She wanted to make these officials respect the lives of the people at all times and reduce the number of wrongful cases. This was beneficial to gathering the people's hearts and gathering their willpower. As for the county magistrate of Yang County, he was set as a negative example. A stone statue of him was placed in front of the Yang County government. It would be cursed by the people and would be recorded in history forever. This action caused the imperial court's popularity in the Yang County and even the northern county to rise to unprecedented heights. Every day, the people who came to pay their respects to the state temple in the county city would line up several miles away from the entrance of the state temple. Some people would even wait outside the next night just to be the first to enter the next day. In recent days, the number of people in the state temple had exceeded that of any other Taoist temple. As for Li Mu, he also experienced the feeling of being famous. The North County officials obviously had to follow the emperor's orders and spread the news. However, the reason for this was actually a scandal in the Northern County and even the imperial court. After all, this happened in the Northern County. Strictly speaking, it was because the county governor and the county minister didn't do enough. If the county city had restrained the county magistrate earlier, this kind of injustice wouldn't have happened. Therefore, they could only find another way and push Li Mu out, creating the image of an upright minor official who was not afraid of power, dared to resist the darkness, and fought against the ugly forces. It was just the right time to shift the focus. It was Li Mu who said that Do Yi was wronged. That evil spirit was born because of Do Yi's injustice. Coincidentally, Li Mu was a constable in the county office and was someone from the imperial court. He could represent the county office and the imperial court. This way, as long as the imperial court handled this case well and didn't cause too much resentment, Li Mu's light would cover the darkness of the Yang County office. Furthermore, this case that was originally the fault of the Northern County and a stain on the imperial court had become a good thing that was worth flaunting. It was also a way to gather people's hearts. Li Mu didn't want to be high profile, but when he walked on the streets, the people around him looked at him with admiration. He didn't need to take the initiative to guide them, and there was an endless stream of psychokinesis gathering on his body. He had nothing to say. This psychokinesis came from the trust of the people. If it could be maintained for a long time, it would be a very strong force. Even if it was immortal, with such strong psychokinesis, they could make demons retreat. Li Mu walked to the entrance of the county office. When the two constables saw him, they immediately said, "Greetings, Constable Li." After returning to the county office, County Magistrate Shen promoted Li Mu. Currently, he didn't have any constables under him and was directly responsible to County Magistrate Shen. Li Mu smiled at the two constables and walked into the county office. One of the constables looked at him and said with admiration, "When Constable Li first entered the county office, I knew that he was brave, but I didn't know that he was so brave." Not only did he scold the imperial court, he even dared to scold the heavens and earth. The other constables said enviously, "Constable Li is really a winner in life. He's only been here for 2 to 3 months and he's already been promoted to constable. He even has so many beauties by his side. I heard that the female shopkeeper of the Yunyan Pavilion and the 2 daughters of the White Demon King are his women." Li Mu walked into the front hall. As expected, County Magistrate Shen was drinking. When he raised his head and saw Li Mu, he was slightly excited. He waved his hand and said, "Li Mu, you're here. Come and drink with me." "No, no." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I'm actually here to receive my reward. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." County Magistrate Shen put down the wine pot and said, "You killed 4 of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals. I've already reported to the county magistrate and allowed you to enter the earth room to choose 4 things. I guess the imperial court will also reward you, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few days." Li Mu was already familiar with the Xian room in the county office's treasury. However, this was his first time in the earth room. There were much fewer things here than in the Xian room. On the shelf where the fulu was placed, there were only a few pieces of earth fulu. Under normal circumstances, only Fortune Realm and See-Through Realm cultivators were able to write Earth rank talismans. Earth rank talismans were divided into 3 ranks, and the talismans here were all Earth rank low grade. County Magistrate Shen introduced them one by one. This is the Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman. A thunder technique is sealed in it. It can kill 4th realm demonic ghosts. It shouldn't be of much use to you. After all, you can kill ghost generals of the vile soul realm without the help of the Fulu. After refining the soul energy of the 4 ghost generals, Li Mu's 3 spiritual souls were very condensed. He could advance to the congregate realm at any time. When that time comes, he would be able to release purple thunder with his own mana. Of course, he would not use this opportunity on the Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman. County Magistrate Shen continued, this is the sword talisman. A sword technique is sealed in it. It has the power of a creation realm cultivator. It can also kill fourth realm cultivators. You don't have to think about it. This is the 5 elements escape talisman. Activating this talisman will allow you to use the 5 elements escape technique for 2 hours. This is the Earth low-grade divine travel talisman. Activating it with the congregate realm cultivator will allow you to travel at a speed comparable to that of Dongxian cultivators. However, it can only last for 1 hour. County Magistrate Shen introduced them one by one. After careful consideration, Li Mu chose the low-grade divine travel talisman. The Earth low-grade Fulu could unleash the power of a creation realm cultivator and could kill fourth realm cultivators instantly. However, Li Mu could also suppress fourth realm cultivators with the help of Madame Chu. All the offensive Fulu were useless to him. However, the Earth low-grade divine travel talisman was of great use to him. If he had this talisman with him that day, he would not have been chased by the first ghost general for so long and had to seek help from the White Demon King to escape. After choosing the Fulu, Li Mu looked at the row of Dharma treasures. The value of an Earth low-grade Dharma treasure was higher than the Fulu and elixir pills of the same grade. After all, the latter two could only be used once. If the Dharma treasure was cherished, it could send away several owners. Therefore, the Dharma treasures placed in the Earth low-grade Dharma rooms were only mystic-level superior-grade Dharma treasures. Of course, a Dharma treasure of this grade was much better than Li Mu's Bai. Bai was only a mystic-level inferior-grade Dharma treasure. However, its significance to Li Mu could not be measured by its grade. Li Mu did not choose a weapon. Instead, he chose an auxiliary flying boat Dharma treasure. Although sword kinesis flight was elegant, it could not carry people. The flying boat's speed was not slow. It could be big or small. It was a type of Dharma treasure that cultivators loved to use as a means of transportation. When Li Mu thought about how he could use it to take Lu Hanyan, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai on a scenic tour in his spare time and sleep on the boat when he was tired, he did not hesitate to choose it. County Lieutenant Shen walked to the next row of wooden shelves and continued to introduce. These elixirs can be divided into 4 categories. The first category is to strengthen one's foundation and improve one's Dharma power. The second category is usually used for healing. The third category is used in fights. After it explodes, it will be extraordinarily powerful. The last category is for special purposes such as the soul-nurturing elixir and the demon transformation elixir. You will not be able to use them. Li Mu picked up a milky white porcelain bottle and asked, "What is the demon transformation elixir?" County Lieutenant Shen explained, "This elixir can dissolve the demon aura on demons. Cultivators will not be able to discover their demon identity unless they deliberately open their third eye. Some of the officials and nobles in Zhong province who like demons will let them consume this elixir to prevent them from being accidentally injured by cultivators." Li Mu put away the elixir and said, "I'll take this." With this elixir, the demon aura on Xiao Bai's body could be completely dissolved. She would not have to hide her aura and stay at home every day. She could happily go shopping and listen to music with Wan Wan. County Lieutenant Shen looked at him and said, "If you want it, I'm afraid 1 elixir is not enough." Chapter 175. That's enough, only Xiao Bai could use this kind of elixir. Li Mu glanced at the many porcelain bottles on the shelf and asked, "Does the county government have any elixirs that can help ghosts condense their bodies?" County Magistrate Shen looked at him thoughtfully. After a while, he asked, "You even have ghosts in your house?" Li Mu said, "I'm just asking." County Magistrate Shen's eyes seemed to have a deeper meaning. He said, "Ghosts don't need elixirs to condense their bodies. Third realm evil spirits can condense their bodies by themselves. Ghost cultivators in the soul realm can condense their bodies no different from ordinary people. It's said that ghosts in the 9th realm can reverse life and death and reconstruct their bodies. However, I've only heard of it. I've never seen it, then forget it. Li Mu originally thought that if there really was such an elixir, he could save one for Su He. Since there was no such elixir, he didn't want to waste this opportunity to choose. Fu Lu, Dharma treasure, and elixir, he chose one of each. Last chance, Li Mu chose high-quality spiritual jades. The Fu Lu and Dharma treasure were his, the demon transformation elixir was for Xiao Bai, and the spiritual jades were for Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan. Everyone had a share. County Magistrate Shun looked at the shelves and said, "Fortunately, you don't have to pay for the reward given by the imperial court. Otherwise, this earth pavilion would have been emptied by you." Carrying the heavy spiritual jades back home, Li Mu immediately realized that Jianghu County magistrates had advised him to come to the county government for his sake. Compared to the county government was really rich. Not only could it satisfy his cultivation resources, but it could also support a large family. After tasting the benefits, Li Mu began to think about the remaining 12 ghost generals under his command. Li Mu hadn't used up all of the soul power from the 4 ghost generals. He still had some left and had successfully helped Lu Hanyan condense her first soul. After killing 2 more ghost generals, the 2 of them would be able to advance to the conglomerate realm. When their spiritual power reached the peak of the Jushen realm, they could begin to cultivate together. With the help of the pure yang and pure yin bodies, they could break through to the middle realm. Li Mu gave half of the spiritual jades to Lu Hanyan and said, "Leave the Yunyan pavilion to Zhang Shan. Cultivate well and try to reach the Jushen realm." Lu Hanyan held the spiritual jades in her hand as she cultivated. Li Mu walked to Xiao Bai's room and handed her the porcelain bottle. He said, "There is a demon transformation pill in here. After you eat it, the demon aura in your body will be dissolved and you won't be seen by other cultivators. You can go out and play with Wan Wan in the future." Li Mu originally wanted to wait for Xiao Bai to transform before teaching her the Buddhist scriptures. Later, he learned that the Heavenly Fox clan had their own unique cultivation methods. Their cultivation methods were enough for them to reach the 9th realm. They didn't need to cultivate these unorthodox methods. The 4 paths of Buddhism, Taoism, demon, and ghost could all be cultivated to the 9th level. As for the other paths of cultivation, they had long been eliminated by the cultivation world, either due to the lack of subsequent cultivation methods or their own flaws. Although the Fox Demon clan was also a demon, they didn't walk the demon path. A clan that was independent of the Buddhist, Taoist, demon, and ghost paths and had their own 9th realm inheritance was extremely extraordinary. Once a fox demon could reach the upper 3 realms, it would definitely cause a commotion in the cultivation world. Xiao Bai sat cross-legged on the bed and took the porcelain bottle. She said obediently, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu said, "Take it now. I'll protect you." The higher the grade of the pill, the stronger the spiritual energy it contained. Taking it would be dangerous and required someone to protect her. Xiao Bai swallowed the demon transformation pill and the aura in her body began to surge. Li Mu sat cross-legged behind her and placed his hand on her back. He used his own dermic powers to help her calm down the surging spiritual energy in her body. The spiritual energy in her body gradually calmed down and the demon aura also gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Li Mu couldn't detect any trace of demon aura from her body. Without using his heavenly eye, he couldn't see her true form. After transforming, Xiao Bai cultivated even more diligently. Li Mu knew the reason why she was cultivating so hard. The human cultivator who injured the rat demon's wife was in the transcendent realm. Only by cultivating the 4th tail would she have any hope of revenge. He left half of the remaining spiritual jade for her and stroked her head. He said, "Cultivation needs Zhang Yu Qi. You don't have to work so hard." Xiao Bai rubbed her head against Li Mu's head and curled up in his arms. Before she transformed, she loved to lie in Li Mu's arms like this and let Li Mu gently stroke her fur. Li Mu was already used to it. Now, being snuggled up by such a delicate girl, Li Mu couldn't be the same as before. Xiao Bai also seemed to realize something. In the next moment, Li Mu felt his arms lighten and there was only a piece of clothing left. A small white head poked out from under the clothing. Xiao Bai whispered, "This way, Sister Lu won't quarrel with benefactor." Although the girl and the little fox were both her, Lu Hanyan clearly wouldn't be jealous of a fox. Xiao Bai's growth surprised and pained Li Mu. As usual, he gently stroked her fur. Xiao Bai closed her eyes and quietly nestled in his arms. Before long, Lu Hanyan walked in from outside. Seeing Xiao Bai in Li Mu's arms, she said in surprise, "Xiao Bai, why did you change back? Come, let me hug you." Xiao Bai obediently came out from Li Mu's arms and jumped into her arms. Lu Hanyan hugged her and lovingly stroked her head. Then she said to Li Mu, "Someone from the yamen just came and asked you to go to the county yamen." Li Mu thought that there was a case. When he arrived at the yamen, he went straight to the front hall and asked County Magistrate Shin, "Sir, what happened?" County Magistrate Shin burped and walked to the back hall. He said, "It's nothing. Someone wants to see you. Go and see for yourself." Li Mu walked to the back hall and saw a familiar figure. After being stunned for a moment, he strode forward and asked, "Why are you here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked around expectantly. Hanja shook his head and said, "Don't look. She's not here." Li Mu looked away and punched Hanja's shoulder. He asked, "Why did you go down the mountain?" Hanja glanced at him and said, "It's because of you." Li Mu was stunned. "Me?" Hanja looked at him and said, "I went down the mountain this time under the orders of the headmaster and the chief to see you." Li Mu was not convinced. He said, "Are you saying that the headmaster of the Lu school asked you to see me?" As far as Li Mu knew, the chief of the Lu school was a transcendent powerhouse, a true upper realm powerhouse. To Li Mu, the powerful and invincible thousand illusions Shangren was just a slightly stronger ant in front of a transcendent powerhouse. How could such an existence know about him? You don't have to doubt it. I was indeed ordered by the headmaster to come to the county yamen to see you. Hanja looked at him and said, "It's not just the headmaster. In all of Mount Baiyun, in the ancestral court of Lu school, there is no one who doesn't know your name. In the cultivation world, besides you, there is no second person who dares to point at the heavens and curse the earth." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Enough nonsense. What business does the Lu school's headmaster have with me?" Hanja asked, "Do you want to become a disciple of the Lu school?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't want to." Several months ago, in Yangqiu County, the chief of the 5th branch of the ancestral court of Lu school, Daoist Yan Jinko, and the chief of the 5th branch of the Xuanzong, Daoist Miao Dun, both invited Li Mu once, but he refused. At that time, Li Mu wanted to be free. This time, although the reason for his refusal was different, the result was the same. Hanja didn't expect Li Mu's reaction to be so calm. He asked in surprise, "Why?" Li Mu said, "I'm doing well in the county yamen. I have no interest in joining any sect." Hanja looked at him and asked, "Don't you want to see her?" Li Mu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is she doing well?" Hanja shook his head and said, "I don't know. After junior sister Li advanced to the divine power stage, she left the sect." Li Mu didn't expect Li Qing to advance to the divine power stage so quickly, nor did he expect her to leave the Lu school. Hanja sighed and said, "I've never seen anyone cultivate as hard as she does. Among the younger generation of disciples, her cultivation can be ranked in the top 5, but her effort in cultivation is undeniably number 1. Until now, I still don't know why she's working so hard in cultivation." She didn't say where she went. No. The sect doesn't have many restrictions on the divine power stage disciples. Everyone has their own destiny. Junior sister Li is focused on the Tao. Perhaps she went to find an opportunity to advance. Let's not talk about this. Hanja waved his hand and said, let's talk about you. I just heard from the constables that you've hooked up with a rich woman and 2 snake sisters. Chapter 176. Li Mu waved his hand and said, don't listen to their nonsense. Hanja said, I think they are telling the truth. They don't seem to be lying. A young girl walked in from outside and looked at Li Mu curiously. She asked Hanja, Senior brother Hanja, is he your friend who created the Taoist technique? Hanja nodded and introduced her to Li Mu. This is junior sister Qin, senior brother Qin's younger sister. She insisted on following me down the mountain. Speaking of senior brother Qin, Hanja couldn't help but feel sad. Li Mu patted his shoulder and said, I'll go call Zhang Shan and Li Si. Let's go out and have a drink. Hanja smiled and asked, they are also in the county capital? Reuniting with old friends was something worth celebrating. Although Li Mu and Hanja didn't get along well, they had gone through a few life and death situations together and had formed a friendship. Zhang Shan was usually at the Yunyan Pavilion. They could go there to find him. Li Si was a bailiff of the county government, but he rarely came here. He spent all his time with Chen Miao Miao. The 3 of them arrived at the county minister's manor and asked the guard at the door to pass on the message. After a while, Chen Miao Miao walked out with Li Si. Hanja looked at Li Si and then at Chen Miao Miao. After a moment of shock, something seemed to have collapsed in the depths of his eyes. Chen Miao Miao sent Li Si to the door and said, go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. As the 4 of them walked towards the Yunyan Pavilion, Hanja asked in disbelief, that girl just now was, Li Si said, her name is Miao Miao. She is my fiancée. Hanja was stunned for a while before he shook his head and said, I really didn't expect you to find such a girl. With your ability, I thought you would, Li Si sighed, I didn't think about it before. Maybe this is fate. Hanja let out a sigh. It's only been a few months and all of you have families. I'm the only one who's still alone. Junior sister Qin, who had been following beside him, raised her head and glanced at him. Then, she lowered her head again and didn't say anything. Li Si thought for a moment and asked, do you want me to introduce you to a few? Hanja said happily, sure. Li Si said, Miao Miao still has a few cousins. Hanja's expression changed. He looked at Li Mu and said, Li Mu, you have a lot of beautiful women around you. Why don't you introduce one to me? She doesn't need to be as beautiful as Lady Lu. Someone like junior sister Qin is enough. Junior sister Qin gritted her teeth and snorted. Although Li Mu had a lot of beautiful women around him, Lu Hanyan was his, Wan Wan was his, and Xiao Bai was also his. The only ones he could introduce to Hanja were Xiang Xiang and Rong Rong from Spring Wind Pavilion. However, Hanja would definitely not marry a prostitute. He shook his head and said, I don't know a beautiful woman suitable for you. Hanja thought for a moment and said, if you don't have a woman, a banshee will do. Do your 2 snakes have any cousins who can transform? I heard that snake demons are good at dancing. I like those who can sing and dance. Li Mu shook his head and said, no. Hanja looked at him disappointedly and said, you are still so stingy. Junior sister Qin snorted and stomped her feet. She walked forward alone. Hanja sighed and said, you said that I'm not ugly and my cultivation is not bad. Why can't I find a dual cultivation partner? Li Si patted his shoulder and said, it doesn't matter if you can't find one now. You will have a chance in your next life. The few of them chose a restaurant beside the Yunyan Pavilion to have their meal. This restaurant was the property of the Su clan. The Su clan's property spread all over the county. Manager Su had taken care of them since Yunyan Pavilion opened. After Hanja sat down, he said to Li Mu seriously, you should seriously consider what I just said. Becoming a disciple of Fulu School will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. In recent years, this is the only chance for the headmaster to personally ask. Li Mu smiled and said, I have already thought it through. In order to condense his last soul, he needed to stand among the common people. Moreover, compared to the Green Lamp ancient temple and the mountain, Li Mu preferred to stay in the yamen. Hanja sighed and shook his head. I knew I couldn't persuade you. The headmaster should have sent junior sister Li earlier. Li Mu raised his wine cup and changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Drink, drink. Hanja's alcohol tolerance was not high. This was something that Li Mu and the others already knew. After drinking a few cups, his chatterbox was completely opened. Li Mu, oh Li Mu, I used to think you were the most cowardly. Now I know I was wrong. Pointing at the heavens and cursing the earth. Who in the great Zhou's cultivation world is more daring than you? You don't know, but a senior brother from the third branch imitated you and cursed the heavens and the earth. In the end, he was struck by lightning and his cultivation was crippled. He almost couldn't be saved. Your name has already spread throughout the 7 branches. We all think that you are the bravest man in the North County. No, in the entire Great Zhou, the various races of the 10 continents and 3 islands all worship the heavens and the earth. Among them, cultivators worship the heavens and the earth the most. Dao techniques, supernatural powers, demon techniques, and ghost techniques all borrowed the power of the heavens and the earth. Whether it was demons, ghosts, spirits, or human cultivators, they all revered the heavens and the earth. When mortals encountered injustice, they would often curse the heavens and the earth for being heartless. However, not many cultivators dared to do so. After all, their power was bestowed by the heavens and the earth. If they disrespected the heavens and the earth, they would easily be punished by the heavens. Li Mu didn't think of this at the time. He thought that there shouldn't be many stupid cultivators who would imitate him. In a dilapidated temple outside the county city, a slovenly Taoist priest in a dirty Taoist robe formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the sky with the other. He shouted, Earth, you can't tell good from bad. What is earth? Heaven, you, rumble. A purplish-black bolt of lightning descended from the clouds. The Taoist priest's figure disappeared from the spot. The dilapidated temple collapsed with a loud bang, leaving behind only ruins and a huge scorched pit that was dozens of feet deep. In the open space outside the dilapidated temple, there was a flash of light. The Taoist priest's staggering figure appeared. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Another bolt of lightning descended, striking the Taoist priest's head. The Taoist priest jumped up and down in the open space. He shouted, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't strike me. I won't dare to curse again. More than 10 bolts of lightning descended before the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The Taoist priest sat in a scorched pit. His face was full of shock. He muttered, Taoist magic. It's really Taoist magic. It's a pity that I can't learn it. I have to be struck for nothing, he sighed. His face was full of envy. He said bitterly, why can't it be me? Damn it. How can it be so easy for others to create Taoist magic? When can I transcend? No, I have to ask for advice. Could it be that there's some technique in it? Yuntai County, south of the North County. In a tea house in the county city, the rhythmic voice of a storyteller was heard. Before Doi died, she made 3 great wishes. Blood splattered everywhere, snow in June, and drought for 3 years. Heaven and earth felt wronged. Her 3 vows came true one by one. There were no empty seats in the tea house. If one looked carefully, there were not only ordinary people, but also the county governor of Yuntai County, the county minister, the county lieutenant, and the county magistrate. The storyteller had never seen such a scene before. His heart trembled. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he still had to control his emotions and tell the story honestly. After the story of Do Yi's injustice, everyone in the tea house was in a heavy mood. The county governor of Yuntai County looked at the people behind him and said, "I hope you will take note of what happened in the North County and Yang County. Such things are not allowed to happen in Yuntai County." Yes, more than 10 county magistrates nodded solemnly. Before the evil spirit appeared in the North County, no one would have thought that such a thing would happen. The county magistrate's family was slaughtered. The county magistrate of Yang County was massacred. It was a wake-up call for all of them. If such an evil spirit appeared in their area because they didn't care about human lives, their political achievements would be secondary. What they were afraid of was that the evil spirit would kill them and their families would be wiped out. They would be blamed by the imperial court and their statues would be placed in front of the government office. They would be cursed by tens of thousands of people. A county magistrate sighed and said, "This story, Do Yi's injustice, describes the corruption of some local officials and the fact that they were wrongfully imprisoned. It's a story, but it's a reflection of reality. You and I know about these things, but no one dares to say it. I didn't expect a small official in the North County to be so brave." Another county magistrate added, "I heard that he's also a cultivator. A cultivator actually dares to point at the heavens and scold the heavens and earth. I don't know if he's young and ignorant or just hot-blooded." Another old county magistrate sighed and said, "Emperor Wen used 50 years to create a peaceful era for the Great Zhou. The people's faith reached the peak of the founding of the country. In just a short decade, half of Emperor Wen's efforts were destroyed. Although Her Majesty wants to win back the people's hearts, there are many obstacles in the imperial court. This incident in the North County is enlightening. I hope it can awaken some people's conscience. Don't destroy the hundreds of years of foundation of the Great Zhou for the sake of the imperial court." The evil spirit in the North County seemed to be a matter of the North County, but the meaning behind it was extraordinary. Among them, there was the Empress' determination to clean up the government. There was also the competition between the various forces in the imperial court. Although the result was unknown, this incident was a turning point in the imperial court and would be recorded in the annals of history. Nanyang County, Yunzhong County. Hanyang County, Jiangyin County. Jiujiang County, Yushan County. The story of Do Yi's injustice was passed down in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. Perhaps some people had already forgotten the name of the small official in the Yang County, but they would not forget that in the North County, there was a hot-blooded small official who dared to face injustice and scold the heavens and earth. Zhong County. Great Zhou Imperial Palace. A young female official walked into the deep palace and placed a file on the table. She said softly, "Your Majesty, this is the file sent by the North County." Behind the table, a white and slender hand opened the file and said softly, "Li Mu." Chapter 177. In the deep palace, there was no sound at all. One could hear a pin drop. A moment later, a dignified voice came from the curtain behind the table again. "What do you think?" The young female official stood with her hands down and said, "He's so courageous at such a young age. He can distinguish right from wrong. If he's nurtured, he can be a good official. It's a waste to let him stay in the North County." Behind the table, the slender hand put the file aside and picked up another memorial. "You can make the arrangements." The young female official crossed her hands and bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." North County City, Restaurant. When Li Mu picked up his wine cup, he sneezed a few times and rubbed his nose. When he looked across, he saw that Hanja was already lying on the table like a pile of mud. Zhang Shan and Li Si helped him out of the restaurant. Li Mu said to junior sister Qin, "I'll leave him to you." Junior sister Qin nodded and asked Li Mu, "Are you really not going to Fulu school?" "I'm not going." Li Mu smiled and said, "Help me thank the sect master for his good intentions." "All right then." Junior sister Qin carried Hanja on her back and said, "We're leaving." Li Mu watched the two of them leave and suddenly felt a little melancholic. Li Si asked, "What's wrong? Do you miss your boss?" Li Mu did not answer. Li Si patted his shoulder and said, "The more you can't get someone, the harder it is to let go. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't always think about the past. Cherish the present." Seeing Han Zhi, Li Mu could not help but think of Li Qing. However, it was not like what Li Si had said. In order to prove that he cherished the present, Li Mu personally cooked soup for 4 hours and sent it to Lu Hanyan, who was busy in the Yunyan pavilion. Lu Hanyan was reviewing the manuscript. Without raising her head, she said, "Put it aside first. I'll drink it later." "It'll be cold soon." Li Mu picked up the spoon and brought it to her mouth, saying, "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Lu Hanyan opened her mouth and drank a mouthful of soup. Suddenly, she looked at Li Mu and asked, "Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Did you do something wrong?" Li Mu felt inexplicably guilty. Then, he shook his head and said, "What guilt could I have? I was kind enough to feed you, but you actually doubted me. You can drink the rest yourself." After deceiving Lu Hanyan, Li Mu returned home and prepared to go into seclusion for a few days to fuse his 3 souls into one and completely form his primordial spirit. Although the 3 souls and the primordial spirit were both soul bodies, they were fundamentally different. Before forming the immortal soul, if one's physical body died, he could only become a ghostly cultivator and could not be called a human. Even if one's cultivation reached a high level in the future and reconstructed his body, it would still be fundamentally different from a real mortal body. When ghosts possessed the bodies of living people, it was called possession. When the primordial spirit devoured the souls of others, it could borrow their bodies to be reborn. For cultivators who formed the primordial spirit, as long as their primordial spirit was not destroyed, they were not really dead. Li Mu used a few days to finally fuse his 3 souls into one and form his primordial spirit, stepping into the assembled spirit realm. After that, the cultivation would not be so complicated. Step by step, when the accumulation of mana was enough, he could break through to the middle 3 realms. It was just that this process would be very long. Li Qing's rapid progress was because she had more than 10 years of accumulation before she reached the assembled spirit realm. Under normal circumstances, with Li Mu's cultivation speed, it would take several years to reach the peak of the assembled spirit realm from the early stage. Other than yin and yang dual cultivation, the fastest way to increase the speed of cultivation was to use spiritual jades. Li Mu prepared to go to the county office to see if there were any suitable tasks that he could use to exchange for spiritual jades. At the entrance of the county office, Li Mu met a beggar. After taking a closer look, he found that the beggar was somewhat familiar. Li Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Senior, what are you doing here?" The slovenly Taoist priest brushed the messy hair on his forehead and said in surprise, "Why is it you again?" He looked at Li Mu and clicked his tongue. "The first time this old man saw you, you were just an ordinary person. The second time I saw you, you were about to condense your soul. It's only been 2 months, and the third time I saw you, you've already condensed your soul. Your path of cultivation is not small at all, it's nothing." Li Mu said politely and asked, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" "You came at the right time." The Taoist priest pointed inside the county office and said, "There is a person called Li Mu. Is he in your county office? Call him out. I have something to ask him." Li Mu was stunned for a moment and said, "I am." The Taoist priest stared at him and asked, "You are Li Mu, the guy who pointed at the sky and cursed the earth but was not struck by lightning?" Li Mu nodded and said, "That's me." Come. The Taoist priest pulled Li Mu to the steps of the side door and sat down. He said expectantly, "Tell me, how did you create that Taoist technique of yours? Do you have any experience to impart to me?" Li Mu was pulled to sit on the steps. He shook his head and said, "I don't have any experience. I just told a story." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said in annoyance, "Damn it. You can create Taoist techniques by telling a story. I have tried for 20 years and didn't even get a fart." This old bastard, in the end, he did not dare to curse the heavens. He covered his mouth and muttered a few words. He sighed and said, "There is no justice, no justice." Li Mu was puzzled and asked, "Senior, do you want to create your own Taoist technique?" The Taoist priest glanced at him and said angrily, "If you don't create your own Taoist technique, how can you transcend?" Li Mu used to guess that the Taoist priest's cultivation should be above the creation realm. Now, he was almost certain that he was a strong person in Dongxian, and not an ordinary Dongxian. It was very likely that he was a cultivator at the peak of Dongxian like the Thousand Illusions Venerable. From Dongxian to transcendence, it was the transformation from the middle three realms to the upper three realms. Ordinary guidance cultivation could not cross this gap. Only by creating one's own Taoist technique, gaining the recognition of heaven and earth, and being tempered by the power of heaven and earth, could one break through the barrier of Dongxian to transcendence. This was the reason why Miss Xiaoyu's cultivation was at the fifth realm when she had just died. Although this Taoist technique was created by Li Mu, it was not comprehended by Li Mu himself. Li Mu was only borrowing Taoist techniques like the 9 syllables. Otherwise, his current cultivation would be far beyond the spirit condensation realm. If one day, he could cultivate to Dongxian, he would also need to comprehend his own Taoist technique before he could go further and step into the upper three realms of cultivation. Li Mu cupped his hands at the Taoist priest and said, "Senior, I hope you can comprehend your Taoist technique and transcend as soon as possible." The old man sighed and said, "There's no point in staying in the North County. Kid, I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his body gradually faded in Li Mu's eyes and finally disappeared completely. Li Mu looked at the place where the old man was sitting with a face full of envy. The lower three realms of cultivation was only the most basic stage. With his cultivation at the third realm, he could only pray for sunshine and rain in a small area, take things in the air, and draw some fulu. For example, walking on water and sitting on fire, controlling the wind and spitting out flames, chi restriction, and other techniques could only be learned after reaching the transcendent realm. In order to shorten the time needed to advance to the transcendent realm, Li Mu had to perform more meritorious deeds for the yamen in order to obtain enough spiritual jades. Li Mu walked into the front hall and only saw Constable Zhao. He looked around and asked, "Where's Lord Shin?" Constable Zhao said, "He's drunk and resting in the back hall." "Why are you looking for Lord Shin?" Li Mu said, "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if the yamen has any errands for the next few days." Constable Zhao lamented, "Everyone else avoids their jobs like the plague, but you're the only one who can't wait. No wonder it took me 20 years to get to the position of constable, but you only took 2 months. You can't compare people, you can't compare." Li Mu said, "My luck played a large part. Don't worry, I won't be jealous of you." Constable Zhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "However, I have to remind you that even though you've been in the limelight this time and have become famous throughout the great Zhou dynasty, you can't be careless. There are some things that you have to know." Li Mu sat opposite Constable Zhao and asked, "What things?" Constable Zhao asked, "Do you know why the imperial court spread the news about Yang County?" Li Mu nodded and said, "It's because His Majesty wants to intimidate the local officials and unite the people." Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. This seems to be a matter of our North County, but it actually involves the struggle between the old and new parties." Li Mu had always been in the North County and didn't know much about the imperial court. Hearing this, he asked, "What are the old and new parties?" Constable Zhao explained, "The new party is the party that supports Her Majesty the Empress. The old party is the nobles led by the Shao clan. They have always wanted Her Majesty to remain in the Shao clan. In the past few years, the two parties have been fighting openly and covertly, causing the entire imperial court to be in turmoil. It also has a great impact on the local areas. The people have suffered greatly. Li Mu asked, "What does this have to do with me?" "Of course it has to do with you." Constable Zhao glanced at him and continued, "His Majesty used this matter to unite the people of the North County and intimidate the local officials of the 36 counties. Naturally, the old party doesn't want to see this happen. The first imperial envoy to the North County was sent by the old party. They don't care about the people of the North County at all. The more the people of the imperial court are divided, the more advantageous it is for them. When His Majesty completely loses the people's hearts, it will be time for them to force His Majesty to return the throne." Li Mu frowned and said, "For the sake of the struggle between the parties, they don't even care about the lives of the people." Constable Zhao said, "A woman ascending the throne is not a legitimate position. Although the old party doesn't dare to openly oppose His Majesty, they have done many things in secret. Their power is intertwined and deeply rooted in the imperial court. Even His Majesty can't do anything about it." He looked at Li Mu again and said, "To a large extent, the incident in Yang County has won the hearts of the people for His Majesty. This is something the old party doesn't want to see. Although they won't do anything to you openly, you still have to be careful." Li Mu pursed his lips and said, "I'm just a constable. I don't want to get involved in these things. In life, there are too many things that are beyond one's control." Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "Whether you are willing or not, after this incident, in their eyes, you will be Her Majesty's man." Chapter 178. Li Mu did not belong to the new party or the old party, nor did he belong to the Empress. If one had to say who he was, he should be one of Lu Hanyan's men. He was only used by the new party to achieve some political goals for the Empress. The conflict between the new party and the old party was about the ownership of the imperial power. The conflict was mainly in the Middle County, which was thousands of miles away from the North County. No matter how far the old party's influence stretched, it could not reach here. He was not worried about being involved in the conflict thousands of miles away. He was just curious. The Great Zhou was not the Great Tang, nor was it the Zhou dynasty. The Shao royal family had been passed down for so long. How could the imperial power suddenly be controlled by a woman with a different surname? This matter was not described in detail in the history books. It was only mentioned in a few sentences. As for the gossip about the Empress, no one knew if it was deliberately spread by the old party, but the people had always been talking about it. For example, when she was still the crown princess, she was not liked by the crown prince. When the previous emperor died and the crown prince ascended to the throne, she was still a virgin. Another example was that not long after the crown prince ascended to the throne, she used despicable means to murder the crown prince. She deceived everyone and obtained the approval of the ancestral temple. She obtained the emperor's qi and transcended. She intimidated the Shao royal family and seized the imperial power from them. In recent years, there had been a lot of criticism about a woman becoming the empress. However, there was one fact that could not be denied. That was, the ruler of the most powerful country in the ancestral land was a young woman. The Empress of the Great Zhou ascended to the throne at the age of 25. It had only been 3 years since then. She was only 9 years older than Li Mu, but she was already the most powerful woman on the continent. At the same time, she was also a powerhouse in the 7th realm. Li Mu was still young after all. If the slovenly Taoist priest thought of this, he would probably have a mental breakdown. He no longer paid attention to these things that had nothing to do with him. He said to Constable Zhao, "Lord Shin is awake. Please help me ask for leave. I want to go back to Yangqiu County." Constable Zhao waved his hand and said, "I will tell Lord Shin. Be careful." In the past 2 days, 3 Jushen cultivators died mysteriously. It's not very peaceful outside. The Yunyan Pavilion had 4 shops in Yangqiu County, but only 2 in the county capital. Now that the shops in the prefectural capital were on the right track, Lu Hanyan wanted to go back to the county to take a look. Li Mu offered to accompany her. While Lu Hanyan was inspecting the store, he could go to Clearwater Bay to see Su He. The 3 humans and 1 demon returned to Yangqiu County City from the county city. The flying boat that Li Mu had exchanged from the Earth Pavilion last time was finally of use. Although Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan had been cultivating for a few months, this was their first time in the sky. They hugged Li Mu's arm tightly before they dared to look down from above. The speed of the flying boat was extremely fast. The journey that would have taken more than half a day only took 4 hours this time. Lu Hanyan went to the store to check the accounts while Wan Wan and Xiao Bai accompanied her. Li Mu left the county town and headed towards Clearwater Bay. Just as he walked into Su He's illusion, Li Mu sensed 2 streams of yin qi. 2 female ghosts, 1 big and 1 small, were sitting cross-legged outside the wooden house, cultivating. Compared to the last time Li Mu saw them, their auras had improved significantly. They were probably not far from the 3rd realm. "Young master, you're here." Sensing Li Mu's aura, the older female ghost immediately woke up from her cultivation. When she saw Li Mu, she stood up abruptly and exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu still did not sense Su He's aura. He asked, "She hasn't come out of seclusion yet?" The female ghost said, "Sister Su came out once and taught us some cultivation methods. Then she went into seclusion again. She said that she would need a few more months to come out of seclusion completely." Su He's seclusion this time was longer than expected. The 1,000 illusions Venerable Master's cultivation was too high. Even a fragment of his soul contained immense soul power. Su He was already close to the peak of the 4th realm. When she came out of seclusion after refining the 1,000 illusions Venerable Master's soul power, she would probably be a 5th realm ghost. The first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and Miss Xiaoyu, who had enjoyed the benefits of creating new Dao techniques, were in this realm. Li Mu was a little disappointed that he did not see Su He. However, there was nothing he could do. He walked to the edge of the lake and stared at the dark green water in a daze. He did not forget that there was still a huge threat to Su He at the bottom of the lake. Once the female corpse came out of the lake, she would definitely devour Su He and complete herself. Similarly, if Su He could refine the intelligence born from the corpse and obtain a body to live in, her strength would also double. The current Li Mu was much stronger than before. He dove into the water again. The altar at the bottom of the lake appeared before his eyes. After digesting the 1,000 illusions Venerable Master's memories, the mysterious runes on the altar no longer held any secrets. This was an exquisite corpse-nurturing array formation. It used this water vein to seal the corpse in the altar here. The altar had obviously been used once before. After Su He died, his body accidentally fell into it, and the spell formation was activated once more. Over the past 20 years, the corpses in the spell formation had already gained sentience, and possessed the Tao of the 4th stage. As if sensing Li Mu's gaze, the female corpse lying quietly on the altar opened her eyes again. At the same time, Li Mu felt a strong suction force erupting from the altar. It seemed to want to suck his soul over. However, the current Li Mu was no longer the rookie who had only condensed 1 spirit and 2 spirits. His 6 spirits had been completely refined, and his 3 spirits had become primordial spirits. This suction force couldn't shake them in the slightest. The female corpse opened her eyes and met Li Mu's gaze. Both man and corpse were very calm. Li Mu couldn't enter. She couldn't come out either. Unless this water vein was cut off and the bay of clear water dried up, the altar wouldn't have any spiritual power to pour in. That would be the time for the female corpse to come out. With the experience of the 1,000 illusions Venerable Master, Li Mu could easily see that the upper limit of a corpse trapped in this array formation was the 5th realm. When she was nourished by spiritual power and evolved into the 5th realm flying stiff, she would be able to come out of the altar without the bay of clear water drying up. Based on the aura on the female corpse and the speed at which the altar gathered qi, it would take her about 10 years to reach the 5th realm. And within half a year, Suhi would be able to reach the fifth realm. At that time, the altar's array formation would no longer be able to trap her, and she would be able to leave at any time. The female corpse underwater was no longer a threat to Suhi. After coming out of the water, Li Mu dried his clothes with spiritual power. After giving the two female ghosts some pointers on their cultivation, he left the Bay of Clearwater. Although the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master was Li Mu's disaster, he was also his good fortune. He almost caused Li Mu to lose his second life. But it was also because of him that Li Mu had the experience and knowledge of Dongxian cultivators when he was only in the soul-refining realm. In his mind, other than the evil arts, he also knew a lot about Buddhism, Taoism, demons, and ghosts. It was easy for him to guide the two resentful spirits in their cultivation. After leaving the Bay of Clearwater, Li Mu didn't return to the county. Instead, he went to the Jinshan temple. He sent a little monk to pass the message. After a while, Xuandu walked out and said happily, "Benefactor Li has finally thought it through and wants to convert to Buddhism." Li Mu said, "I'm here to see Miss Xiaoyu." Xuandu said regretfully, "Miss Xiaoyu is doing well in the temple. It's just that the killing intent in her body is too strong. She still needs some time to dispel it." He brought Li Mu to the front of the temple. Li Mu saw a young girl wearing monk robes. She was kneeling on a praying mat with many acolytes. She was chanting Buddhist scriptures. Every time she chanted, the killing intent in her body would decrease by a bit. As she was chanting, she suddenly felt something. She slowly turned her head and saw Li Mu. She quickly ran over and said happily, "Benefactor." Li Mu smiled and asked, "Are you used to this place?" The young girl nodded and said, "I'm used to it. The masters and the little masters are very good to me." Seeing Xiao Yu's current appearance, Li Mu was relieved. Before he came, he was worried that she would not be able to let go of her hatred and that it would affect her temperament. Now it seemed that letting Xuandu bring her to the Jinshan temple was a very correct decision. Before she died, she used her own resentment to perform that Taoist technique for the first time. She benefited greatly from it and directly advanced from the yin spirit to the fifth level. If she lost her temperament and fell into the devil's path, Li Mu would also have to bear a large part of the sin. After seeing Xiaoyu, Li Mu taught her some ghostly techniques. Although her cultivation was high, she did not know how to use it and did not know how to cultivate. In the future, her mana would not increase. Knowing the path of ghostly cultivation, she could continue to cultivate. Xuandu looked at Li Mu and asked, "The imperial court did not make things difficult for Benefactor Li regarding Miss Xiaoyu's matter, right?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and said, "His Majesty intends to use this matter to intimidate the local officials and make them restrain the power in their hands. They will not dare to bend the law for personal gain and disregard human lives." Xuandu put his palms together and said with relief, "Amitabha. It seems that this matter has finally woken up some people in the imperial court." Li Mu thought of something and asked, "Is Master Puji not in the temple?" Xuandu smiled and said, "Uncle Master went to the ancestral court of the Aksayan clan to comprehend the state of Mahasvara. I don't know when he will be back." "Benefactor Li, are you looking for Uncle Master?" Mahasvara was the sixth level of Buddhism, corresponding to the Dongxian of Taoism. There were not many such experts in the ancestral court of the Aksayan clan. No wonder the Jinshan temple had such a high status in the Aksayan clan. Li Mu said, "There is something I would like to ask Master Puji. Since the abbot is not here, I can only trouble Master Xuandu." Xuandu said, "Benefactor Li, please speak." The White Demon King had helped Li Mu a lot. Just being sucked by the Bai sisters a few times was not enough to repay the favor. Li Mu's Buddhist cultivation was very low and could not send the Buddhist light into the ice coffin. However, Xuandu was at the peak of the fourth level and was only one step away from the fifth level of Dharma. With his help, there might be a chance. After hearing Li Mu's words, Xuandu nodded and said, I have heard of the White Demon King's good name. Since it is about the White Demon King, I will accompany you. Li Mu and Xuandu came to Yang County. They first found the rat demon and asked him to pass on the message. An hour later, the White Demon King came over on a cloud. Xuandu put his palms together and said, "Greetings, White Demon King." The White Demon King returned the greeting and said, "Master Xuandu, I have heard a lot about you." Then, he looked at Li Mu and asked, "Little brother, what is it?" Li Mu said, "This time, I came with Master Xuandu for the White Demon King's wife. Master Xuandu's Buddhist teachings are profound. Perhaps he can awaken her soul." The White Demon King was touched but still shook his head and said, "In the past 10 years, I have invited Dharma and Mahasvara monks, but even they could not do anything." Li Mu smiled and said, "Let's try. The situation can't be worse." The White Demon King thought for a while and nodded. "Then I will have to trouble the two of you." Not long after, they came to the ice cave. Xuandu saw the woman in the ice coffin and said in surprise, "I did not expect the White Demon King's wife to be a dragon." Chapter 179. Li Mu had seen the 2 horns on the head of the woman in the coffin last time, but he did not think that she was a dragon. This kind of legendary race was too far away from them. It was not an exaggeration to say that the dragon race of the 4 seas was the strongest race in the 10 continents and 3 islands. When dragons were just born, they had the strength of a human of the 4th level. They could ride the clouds and summon the rain. Although they were not as strong as humans because of their small numbers and difficulty in reproduction, they were still the overlords of the sea. The White Demon King's wife was actually a dragon. Xuandu walked to the bottom of the stone platform and looked at the ice coffin. He said, "This coffin is quite mysterious. It's like there are 2 worlds inside and outside the coffin." The White Demon King nodded and said, "Grandmaster is wise. Inside this coffin is a world created by a supreme cultivator. It is completely isolated from the outside world. If it wasn't for this, my wife's soul would have already dissipated." Xuandu shook his head and said, "But this way, the mana of outsiders cannot enter the coffin." He leapt onto the stone platform and said, "Let me try." He pressed one hand on the coffin and his palm emitted a golden light. However, it was blocked by the coffin and could not enter the coffin at all. After a while, Xuandu retracted his palm and shook his head lightly. Even though the White Demon King was already mentally prepared, he still could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. Li Mu walked onto the stone platform and said to Xuandu, "Master Xuandu, please lend me your mana." This was not the first time the 2 of them worked together like this. Xuandu pressed one hand on Li Mu's shoulder and a steady stream of mana flowed into Li Mu's body. His peak 4th level mana was hundreds and thousands of times stronger than Li Mu's. Li Mu silently chanted the Heart Sutra and pressed his hand on the ice coffin. The Buddhist light triggered by the Heart Sutra was still blocked by the ice coffin. Li Mu focused and began to shrink the range of the golden light. The golden light on his entire palm gradually shrunk to the size of a thumb. Below the stone platform, the green bull demon's eyes suddenly widened. The golden light, which had been completely excluded from the coffin lid, actually went in a little. Although it wasn't even half an inch, it was still a huge breakthrough. The White Demon King's breathing slowed down as a strong sense of hope appeared in his eyes. Even an eminent monk of the 6th realm, the Freedom Realm, would not be able to penetrate the light of Buddha through the coffin lid. Yet, Li Mu, who was at the 3rd realm, did it. Perhaps he could really create a miracle. Li Mu focused his mind and focused all his magic power on a single point. In the end, he could only make the golden light penetrate an inch into the coffin lid, not even half the distance. His forehead was full of sweat, and his clothes had long been soaked. Finally, at a certain point, he reached his limit. His body swayed, and he almost fell. The White Demon King immediately supported him and channeled a strand of magic power into his body. He asked, "Little brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Mu looked at the ice coffin and said, "If I want to penetrate this ice coffin, I'm afraid I'll need the help of at least an eminent monk of the Dharma phase realm." The White Demon King's face was filled with excitement. He said, "I'll go to the Heart sect immediately. No matter what price I have to pay, I have to invite an eminent monk here." Amitabha. Xuandu suddenly chanted and said, "Demon King and Benefactor Li, please wait for me for a moment. I'll be back soon." With that, he jumped off the platform and walked outside. Li Mu leaned against the cave wall to rest. Suddenly, he felt a strong wave of magic power coming from outside the cave. He and the White Demon King rushed outside the cave and saw Xuandu sitting cross-legged on the empty ground outside the cave. His hand seals kept changing, and a strong power of heaven and earth surrounded him. The White Demon King said in shock, "Master Xuandu is about to break through." As soon as he said that, Xuandu's body suddenly shone with golden light. A wheel of light appeared behind him. The light was so blinding that one could not look directly at it. Not long after, a golden shadow suddenly appeared behind the wheel of light. The shadow was dozens of feet tall. It was a monk sitting cross-legged. One could vaguely see Xuandu's appearance. The White Demon King said in shock, "Dharma phase." The huge golden shadow quickly solidified. Then, it suddenly shrank and entered Xuandu's body. Xuandu opened his eyes. Two blinding golden lights shot out from his eyes and gradually dissipated. He slowly stood up and said to Li Mu, "It's done now." The White Demon King cupped his hands at Xuandu and said, "Congratulations to Master Xuandu for reaching the Dharma phase realm." A moment later, on the ice cave's platform, Xuandu placed his right hand on Li Mu's shoulder again. A Buddhist dharmic power that was many times purer than before surged into Li Mu's body from his palm. The golden light in Li Mu's hand began to slowly spread into the ice coffin. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3 inches. At a certain moment, Li Mu felt the pressure on the ice coffin decrease greatly. The golden light finally broke through the ice coffin and shone on the woman in the coffin. After a moment, the woman's eyelashes trembled as if she was about to open her eyes, but in the end, she did not. Li Mu's body was exhausted. He could only stop temporarily and rest against the ice coffin. Xuandu said, "She doesn't have much soul power left." Although Benefactor Li can stabilize her essence soul and prevent it from dissipating, he still needs a huge amount of soul power to wake her up. The White Demon King looked at the woman in the coffin with a thoughtful expression. Amitabha. Xuandu chanted a Buddhist proclamation and said, "I know that the Demon King is kind to save your wife, but you must not fall into the evil path." The White Demon Monarch sighed and said, "Don't worry, Grand Master. I have never let down the heavens, the earth, and my heart. Even if I were to sacrifice my soul, I would never do anything against the evil path." The simplest and fastest way to obtain a large amount of soul power was to create a zombie disaster in Zhou County like Venerable Thousand Illusions and secretly harvest the soul power of more than 1,000 people. From the White Demon King's education to Bai Yinshin and her sister, he was probably not such a demon. But this way, he would not be able to collect so much soul power unless he sacrificed himself in exchange for his wife's life. Unless there was a way for him to collect enough soul power without committing heinous acts. An idea flashed through Li Mu's mind, and he suddenly said, "I have a way to let the Demon King obtain a large amount of soul power." The White Demon King immediately looked at him and asked, "What way?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has 12 ghost generals under him. They commit all kinds of evil in the North County. Killing them and taking their souls can not only eliminate evil for the people but also obtain soul power." 12 ghost generals? Xuandu said in surprise, "Why did I hear that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has 18 ghost generals under him?" Li Mu explained, "Because of some reasons, there are only 12 left." Xuandu shook his head and said, "I'm afraid the soul power of the 12 ghost generals is not enough. What if there's Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" Li Mu continued, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is the biggest threat in the North County. The county government has wanted to get rid of him for a long time. If the Demon King wants to get rid of him, the county government will definitely support him. No matter how strong Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is, can he defeat the Demon King and the county government working together? Xuandu thought about it and said, this is a perfect plan. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is a big threat in the North County. If the Demon King and the county government plan to work together to kill him, I will not sit by and watch. The White Demon King thought for a moment and cupped his fists at Li Mu. He said, I'll have to ask you to contact the county government. Li Mu nodded and said, of course. The county government wanted to kill Chu Jiang of Gojoseon more than the White Demon King. If there was such a good thing, County Magistrate Shen would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. How could he not agree? No matter how strong Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was, he was only at the 5th realm. The White Demon King, Xuandu, and County Magistrate Chen were all at the 5th realm. When the time came, the county governor would definitely take action. This way, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon would not be able to protect himself. How could he care about Li Mu killing his ghost generals? The White Demon King looked at Li Mu and said gratefully, Brotherly, you have helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. Li Mu waved his hand and said, if the Demon King can help the county government to get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and return peace to the people of the North County, then you should thank me. The White Demon King was silent for a moment and suddenly said, I have an idea. Li Mu said, please speak, Demon King. The White Demon King looked at Li Mu and then at Xuandu and said, I would like to become brothers with the two of you. What do you think? Li Mu was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect the White Demon King to make such a request. He was a 5th realm Demon King, one of the strongest in the North County. To be able to sit on the same level as the county governor and become brothers with a mere constable at the 3rd realm, it could be considered condescending. Before Li Mu could react, Xuandu laughed and said, the Demon King is very emotional. I admire you. To be able to be brothers with the Demon King is a great joy in life. The White Demon King also laughed. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and asked, Brotherly, what do you mean? Li Mu cupped his fists and bowed, saying, Li Mu greets my two brothers. Although the White Demon King was a demon, he had a benevolent heart and was very emotional. Li Mu admired him. Although Xuandu was sometimes violent and always wanted Li Mu to become a monk, he was upright and plain-spoken. When it was time to be merciful, he would be merciful. When it was time to be violent, he would be violent. Li Mu admired his character very much. More importantly, both of them were 5th realm experts. Li Mu had just provoked Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and was now embroiled in the battle of the imperial court. He was just a constable with no strength or background. He could only carefully survive in the cracks. Now, it was different. At least in the North County, he had two reliable backers. The next time he saw Bai Yinxin and her sister, he would be a generation older. Would they dare to be impudent in front of him? Among the 2 humans and 1 demon, the White Demon King was the oldest, Xuandu was the second, and Li Mu was the youngest. He could enjoy the protection of his 2 brothers without any qualms. The White Demon King suddenly looked behind him and said, Don't hide. Come out. 2 figures walked out of the cave with their heads lowered. They were Bai Yinxin and her sister. Bai Yinxin looked at Li Mu and Xuandu and asked in confusion, Father, why did you bring him and this monk here? What's here? Don't be rude. The White Demon King looked at them and said, This is your uncle Xuandu and this is your uncle Li Mu. When you see them in the future, be more polite. The 2 sisters' beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Bai Yinxin looked at Li Mu and said in disbelief, Uncle. Li Mu patted her head and said with a smile, Good niece. Chapter 180. The White Snake and Green Snake sisters found it hard to accept the sudden appearance of an uncle, especially Li Mu's increase in seniority. However, the White Demon King was usually very strict with them, so they didn't dare to show anything in front of their father. Bai Yinshin looked at the ice coffin on the stone platform and asked doubtfully, "Father, who is she? Why is she here?" The White Demon King looked at the woman in the ice coffin with gentle eyes and said, "She is your mother." Mother? The two sisters were shocked at the same time. The White Demon King said, "Since you found this place, I won't hide it from you." Li Mu and Xuandu left the ice cave of their own accord, leaving the space for the family. Xuandu walked out of the cave and suddenly said, "Third Brother's Sutra is very mysterious. I have never seen it before. There are many sutras in the heart, nirvana, suffering, and speech Buddhist sections. If you have the heart to create a sect, there will be a fifth Buddhist sect in the ancestral state." Xuandu's high evaluation of the Heart Sutra exceeded Li Mu's expectations. In the ancestral state, there were 4 Buddhist sects: heart, nirvana, suffering, and speech. The teachings of these 4 sects were different and their cultivation methods were also very different. However, the fundamental difference was that the 4 sects followed different scriptures. The Heart sect followed the Meditative Heart Sutra, the Nirvana sect followed the Nirvana Sutra, while the Ku sect and the Yen sect followed the Abstinence Sutra and the Mahavirakana Sutra, respectively. These 4 scriptures were all top-level scriptures. The ancestors of the 4 sects used them as the foundation to create the 4 Buddhist sections. In Xuandu's eyes, the Heart Sutra was so mysterious that it was enough to create a sect. Li Mu smiled embarrassedly and said, "I don't have the heart to create a sect. I just want to be a constable and do my job well." Xiandu had a look of pity on his face. Although Li Mu's cultivation level was not high, he was able to create such a powerful scripture. If he focused on Buddhism, there was a high chance that he would become a patriarch of a sect. Many years later, there would be a 5th Buddhist sect. Not only that, but he was also able to resonate with the heavens and earth with his words before reaching the age of 20. This was unprecedented in the Taoist sections. Xuandu was meditating not far away, stabilizing the realm he had just broken through. Li Mu had just forcefully sent Jin Guang into the ice coffin, so he was somewhat exhausted. He leaned against a tree to rest. After an unknown period of time, he felt an itch on his face. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Tingxin sweeping a green foxtail on his face. Li Mu's face darkened and he said coldly, "Impudent." Bai Ting's heart skipped a beat. He curled his lips and said, "That's just my father's idea. Don't even think about making me call you uncle." Li Mu looked at the green snake who was in the rebellious stage and said, "It seems that I need to tell Brother Bai to discipline his daughter." Green Snake's expression changed. "How dare you?" Li Mu smiled and asked, "Why don't you take a guess?" Bai Tingxin rolled her eyes and smiled again. She hugged his arm and shook it. "I'm just joking with you, Uncle Li Mu. Don't mind me, everything had its vanquisher." It seemed that if he wanted to subdue this green snake, he still had to use the White Demon King. Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Go play somewhere else. I want to rest." Bai Tingxin did not leave. Instead, she extended her hand to him. Li Mu asked, "What are you doing?" Bai Tingxin said matter-of-factly, "It's the first time an elder meets a junior. Don't tell me you didn't prepare a gift." Li Mu shook his head and said, "It's not the first time we met. It's different in the past." Bai Tingxin explained, "I didn't call you uncle before. If you didn't prepare a gift, teach me the spell that uses lightning to strike people." Li Mu refused, "That's a Taoist technique. I only teach it to my own people. I don't teach it to outsiders." Li Mu had taught the confrontation formula to Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and Wan Wan. He had not even taught it to Xiao Bai yet, let alone this snake. Bai Tingxin was disappointed. "I treat you as an uncle, but you treat me as an outsider." Li Mu thought about it and took out a piece of spiritual jade. He said, "This spiritual jade is for you. Take it as a gift for our first meeting." Bai Tingxin looked at him and asked, "Uncle, can't you be more sincere?" Li Mui thought that after becoming sworn brothers with the White Demon King, this green snake would not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. He did not expect that not only did she not restrain herself, she became even more aggressive. He thought about it and said, "I don't want to. Let's talk on our own terms. I call you Dad Big Brother, and you call me Li Mu. We'll also address each other as equals." "Of course not." Bai Tingxin said firmly, "Won't that mess up the seniority? I'll call you uncle. It's only right for an uncle to help his niece cultivate. I'm about to condense my Yao core. Uncle Li Mu will definitely help me, right?" Li Mu knew what Bai Tingxin wanted. He was severely exhausted and had just recovered a little. If he helped her once, he would be drained dry again. Li Mu stood up with the help of a tree. He said, "I can't help you. Goodbye." Bai Tingxin pressed on Li Mu's shoulder, and Li Mu sat down again. Bai Tingxin was surprised. She said, "So you don't have any strength?" Li Mu leaned on the tree and said, "I'm exhausted because I saved your mother. If you still have a bit of humanity, let me have a good rest." "But I'm not human to begin with, Tingxin." The White Demon King's voice came from behind. Bai Tingxin's expression changed. She immediately helped Li Mu up and said with concern, "Oh, Uncle Li, are you okay?" "Let me help you up." The White Demon King walked forward and said, "Third brother, I'll leave the county office to you." Li Mu smiled. "Don't worry, Brother Bai. The county office has long wanted to get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. They won't let go of this opportunity." The White Demon King looked at Bai Yinxin and said, "Yinxin, you go with Uncle Li to the county capital. If there's any news, you can report back immediately." Bai Tingxin heard and immediately said, "I want to go too." The White Demon King looked at her and said, "Your sister has something important to do." "What are you going to do?" Bai Tingxin ran over and held Bai Yinxin's arm. She said, "I'm about to condense my Yao core. If anything happens, I can help sister." The White Demon King thought for a moment and said, "You can come along. But no matter what happens, you have to listen to sister and Uncle Li. You can't be willful. Otherwise, you can only cultivate in the mountains in the future." Bai Tingxin nodded repeatedly. I know. Lu Hanyan was still in Yangqiu County. Li Mu took the flying boat and separated from Xuandu outside the city. Only the Bai sisters were left with him. Then, he realized a problem. Although they had followed him this time because they had something serious to do, how was he going to explain to Lu Hanyan that he had only gone out for a stroll and there were 2 snakes by his side? Thinking about it carefully, the trust between him and Lu Hanyan had reached a point where there was no need to say anything more. When Li Qing was mentioned, she would still be jealous. However, no matter how jealous she was, she would not be jealous of her niece. After figuring this out, Li Mu walked towards the Yunyan pavilion with ease. Wanwan and Xiao Bai sat in the tea house. The table in front of them was filled with all kinds of pastries. When she looked up and saw Li Mu enter, she immediately stood up and waved her hand. "Young master." Her gaze swept past the Bai sisters behind Li Mu. When she saw Bai Tingxin, her face turned pale. She immediately hid behind Xiao Bai and said in shock, "There's a snake." "A huge snake." Bai Tingxin was shocked. How did she see through me? As the time of cultivation grew longer and her transcendence energy became more profound, Wanwan's spirit eyes could finally unleash the effects of this kind of physique. Bai Yinxin had already condensed her Yao core. Her demonic aura was not obvious, so she could not see through her. Bai Tingxin was only at the 3rd realm, so she could see through her at a glance. Li Mu walked to Wanwan's side and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. She's one of us." After he finished speaking, he asked Xiao Bai, "Where's Sister Hanyan?" Xiao Bai retracted her gaze from the Bai sisters and said, Sister Hanyan is upstairs. Lu Hanyan happened to come down from upstairs. She had seen Bai Tingxin once, but not Bai Yinxin. She asked doubtfully, Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said to the Bai sisters, This is your aunt from now on. Bai Yinxin opened her mouth but did not call out in the end. Bai Tingxin, on the other hand, smiled and said, Hello, Aunt. Lu Hanyan looked confused. She could only say to Li Mu, Come up with me. After a while, Wan and Xiao Bai sat on the first floor and ate pastries. Bai Tingxin picked up a piece of mung bean cake and put it into her mouth. She glanced at Xiao Bai from the corner of her eyes and whispered in Bai Yinxin's ear, That girl is so beautiful. Even I like her. Bai Yinxin looked to the side and said, Of course a fox demon is beautiful. She's a demon too. Bai Tingxin looked surprised and said, But she doesn't have any demonic aura. Bai Yinxin said, It's your fault for not cultivating properly in the past. If you've condensed your Yao core now, why can't you tell? Bai Tingxin thought for a while and said with a sudden realization, So he already has a beautiful fox demon at home. No wonder we couldn't charm him in the past. Bai Yinxin looked at her and reminded, Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you're still as impudent as before, Father won't let you out. Okay, I know. Bai Tingxin sighed helplessly and said, He's not much older than us. Why should I call him uncle? I'm really unwilling. In the room on the second floor, Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and asked, Where did your two nieces come from? Therefore, Li Mu told her about the White Demon King and Xuandu becoming sworn brothers. He asked again, Heaven and earth can bear witness to my feelings for you. Don't tell me you're jealous of your nieces. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and asked, Do you think I'm a jealous woman? In fact, she was really jealous just now. After all, these two women were younger and prettier than the other. Although their figures were not as voluptuous as hers, their slender waists were envied by all women. Jealousy was jealousy, but she was unwilling to admit it when Li Mu said it out loud. Thinking about the White Demon King, she was touched and said, The White Demon King is really devoted to his wife. You should learn from him. Li Mu said, I'm also devoted to you. Lu Hanyan snorted and said, What about Constable Li? You're still carrying the sword she gave you. Are you still thinking about her? Chapter 181. Li Mu was speechless when Bai Yijin was implicated for no reason. Although Lu Hanyan would always ask some strange questions, she was generally reasonable and would not harp on a question. Li Si once said that there might be women who did not eat, but there were definitely no women who did not get jealous. Their jealousy meant that they cared. It was not necessarily a bad thing to be jealous occasionally. They stayed in Yangqiu County for a night. At noon the next day, Li Mu brought them back to the county town. After sending them home, Li Mu immediately went to the yamen. He still had an important task to take care of. Whether or not the county yamen could work with the White Demon King to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon depended on the attitude of the higher-ups. Arrestor Zhao poked his head out of the duty room and said, Li Mu is back. Li Mu walked forward and asked, Is Lord Shen here? Arrestor Zhao thought for a while and said, If it is not something important, it is best not to look for Lord Shen. Li Mu was surprised and asked, Why? Arrestor Zhao sighed and said, Today is the death anniversary of Lord Shen's parents, wife, and son. 4 years ago today, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon killed Lord Shen's entire family. Every year on this day, Lord Shen would lock himself in his room and not see anyone. Li Mu thought for a while and said, If that is the case, then it is even more necessary for me to see him. He came to a room at the back of the yamen and knocked on the door. After a long time, a voice came from the room. I am on leave today. If there is nothing important, do not disturb me. Li Mu stood at the door and said, If it is not convenient for you today, Li Mu will come again tomorrow. However, this may be the best chance to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. If we delay for too long, I do not know if there will be any changes. Crash. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave when he heard the sound of tables and chairs being overturned and porcelain breaking. The door was suddenly opened. Commandant Shen grabbed his shoulder and said, "Come in and talk." The room was extremely messy and reeked of alcohol. Li Mu found a chair and sat down. He said, "The White Demon King has already agreed to help the county yamen eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Master Xuandu, who has just advanced to the 5th realm, has also agreed to help, yes." Li Mu nodded and said, "But the White Demon King has a condition." Commandant Shen asked, "What conditions?" Li Mu said, "He wants the soul energy of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and his ghost generals." Commandant Shen waved his hand and said, "I can agree to this on behalf of the county yamen." The county yamen had wanted to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon for a long time. However, they could not find where Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was hiding. Among the 18 ghost generals, only the first ghost general had seen Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He was also the only one who could directly come into contact with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Secondly, it was utterly impossible to do anything to King Chu Jiang by relying solely on the strength of the county. However, if the county yamen and the White Demon King worked together, Xuandu's power could eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon without any suspense. The arrival of Bai Yinxin and her sister represented the White Demon King's sincerity. After learning of the White Demon King's intention to cooperate from Li Mu, Commandant Shen did not delay and immediately went to discuss with the county governor and the county minister. Since Li Mu killed the 4 ghost generals of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, incidents occurred frequently in the 13 counties of the North County. However, the incidents did not involve ordinary people, but cultivators. In just a few days, several Jushen cultivators had mysteriously disappeared. An hour later, Commandant Shen returned to the county yamen and said to Li Mu, "As long as the White Demon King agrees to help, he can take all the soul energy of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and his ghost generals." The county yamen and the White Demon King had the same goal in dealing with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. The White Demon King wanted Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's soul energy. The county yamen wanted the peace of the North County. They both wanted Chu Jiang of Gojoseon to die. Commandant Shen continued, "You'll be in charge of contacting the White Demon King. We'll contact the spies we planted in Chu Jiang of Gojoseon as soon as possible and find a way to find his hiding place." Li Mu nodded and said, "Leave it to me. You have contributed greatly to this matter." Commandant Shen glanced at Bai Yinxin and her sister in the duty room and said to Li Mu, "Well done." There's no need to explain." Commandant Shen smiled and said, "This is your ability. Others can't be envious of you. If you can really get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, you'll have made a great contribution. The imperial court won't be stingy with your reward." Commandant Shen still had to find a way to contact the spies planted in Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He left after giving Li Mu a few instructions. In this matter, Li Mu was the link between the county yamen and the White Demon King. If they really wanted to solve the problem of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, they still had to rely on these experts. Li Mu walked into the room. Bai Tingxin immediately asked, "Uncle, where will my sister and I stay?" Li Mu took out an ingot of silver and was about to speak when Bai Tingxin said, "You don't want us to stay in an inn, do you? It's dirty and messy, and the food isn't good. Do you have the heart to let your poor nieces stay in such a place?" Li Mu thought about it and said, "I can help you find a better inn." Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, "If my father knew that you treated us like this, he would be very sad." To be honest, the White Demon King was really sincere to Li Mu. Thinking about it carefully, even if a distant relative came, according to etiquette, it wouldn't be good to arrange for them to stay in an inn. If the White Demon King knew, even if he didn't say it out loud, he would inevitably have a grudge in his heart. Li Mu said helplessly, "Then come home with me first." Lu Hanyan didn't have any objections to Bai Yinxin and her sister staying at home for a few days. As the hostess, she was very enthusiastic and personally cooked a table of dishes. Bai Tingxin, who had never tasted any delicacies in the world, bit her tongue. Bai Yinxin's performance was completely different from when Li Mu first met her. When she first met Li Mu, her performance was not much better than Bai Tingxin's. However, after condensing the demon core and stepping into the fourth realm, her temperament was much more mature than before. Lu Hanyan prepared 2 rooms for them, and the 2 sisters only wanted one. Late at night, Bai Tingxin stood at the door and saw Lu Hanyan enter Li Mu's room and close the door. She didn't come out even after the lights were turned off. She walked back to the room and shook her head. "It's over, sister. Now you have no chance at all." Bai Yinxin glanced at her indifferently and asked, "Are you itching for a beating again?" Bai Tingxin said with melancholy, "Sigh, I'm just thinking for you. You've never seen a man before, and now that you've finally met one, you think he's the best in the world. But there are many men in the world. There must be better ones in the future. You can't give up an entire forest for a tree." Bai Yinxin glanced at her and asked, "Where did you learn this from?" Bai Tingxin took off her shoes and rolled onto the bed. She said, "I figured it out myself. When I condense the demon core, we'll go out and explore Jianghu. Maybe we'll meet our Su Xian." She rolled on the bed alone and suddenly got up. She asked, "Sister, you don't really like him, do you?" Bai Yinxin shook her head and said, "I don't know." Bai Tingxin said with certainty, "You don't know, but you like him. After all, he's the first human you met." She hugged Bai Yinxin's arm and leaned her head on her shoulder. She said, "You just haven't seen enough men. In a few months, I'll take you to the outside of North County. When you see more men, you'll know that Li Mu is just a so-so." During the few days that Bai Yinxin and her sister were temporarily staying at home, Wan Wan and Little White took them out to shop every day and used their own private savings to buy them a bunch of gifts. The 3 demons formed a deep sisterly friendship. Li Mu had just arrived at the county office when Constable Zhao informed him. "The county commandant said to find him when you come to the office." He walked into the front hall. County Commandant Shen waved his sleeves and closed the door. Then he said, "The county office has contacted the spy." Li Mu looked at County Commandant Shen and asked, "Can the spy be trusted?" County Commandant Shen nodded and said, "He was planted by the county office. We have a way to check if he's lying. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has been dormant in North County for 5 years. There's indeed a conspiracy." Li Mu raised his eyebrows and asked, "What conspiracy?" County Commandant Shen said in a deep voice, "He nurtured the 18 ghost generals to form a formation. This formation is called the 18 Prison Formation. It's an extremely vicious formation of the demon sect. He wants to use this formation to refine the people of a county and use it to break through to the 6th realm." Li Mu had guessed this since a long time ago. He possessed the memories of Daoist Thousand Illusion, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the 18 Nether Prison Grand Formation. King Chu Jiang had spent so much time and gone to great lengths to nurture 18 Soul Realm Ghost Generals, so his intentions couldn't be any more obvious. He continued to ask, "Which county did Chu Jiang of Gojoseon choose?" County Commandant Shen said, "Yangqiu County." Chapter 182. Yangqiu County was plagued with disasters. First, there was the Thousand Illusions Venerable, and now, there was Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Both of them had targeted Yangqiu County. If Li Mu remembered correctly, there was still some time before Zhang County magistrates could leave his post. He was unsure if he was lucky or unlucky to encounter such a situation before leaving his post. The great formation of the 18 Hells was not to be underestimated. A formation that required Chu Jiang of Gojoseon to spend 5 years to prepare must be extraordinarily powerful. The great formation of the 18 Hells, formed by 18 level 4 evil spirits, was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Even a powerful cultivator from Dongxian would be trapped within. Once the formation was completed, even if a few level 5 cultivators worked together, they would not be able to break it from the outside. Only by stopping the formation from its source and preventing Chu Jiang of Gojoseon from successfully setting up the formation could they destroy his plan. Li Mu continued to ask, when does Chu Jiang of Gojoseon plan to make his move? 7 days later. County Magistrate Shen was surprised. How do you know? Li Mu explained, 7 days later, it just so happens to be the day of the Yin month. King Chujiang will definitely choose that day's Yin hour to make his move. The power of the 18 Yin prison formation is at its greatest at that time. County Magistrate Shen was surprised. Our spy only told us the time and location, but not the reason. Do you know a lot about the great formation of the 18 hells? Li Mu nodded and said, I have read about it in an unorthodox Daoist book. This formation is extremely powerful. Once Chu Jiang of Gojoseon succeeds in setting it up, all the people in the county will be sacrificed to him. Don't worry. Since we already know about it, we will not let Chu Jiang of Gojoseon succeed. County Magistrate Shen clenched his fists. His expression was fierce as he gritted his teeth and said, this time, I will kill him with my own hands. After returning from the county yamen, Li Mu informed Bai Yinshin and her sister to quickly return to the mountain and inform the White Demon King of this matter. The county government could not openly make contact with the White Demon King. This would arouse the vigilance of the Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. The alliance between the two factions had to be carried out in secret. In addition, Li Mu himself had to make a trip back to Yangqiu County. Not only did he have to inform Xuandu, but he also had to inform Zhang County magistrates so that they could cooperate with the county government and make preparations. The county lieutenant and the county deputy prime minister couldn't do it personally. If they left the county town, they would definitely attract attention. Li Mu was just a small constable, so no one would deliberately pay attention to him. Outside the Jinshan temple, Li Mu and Xuandu stood in an open space. Above their heads, dark clouds gathered and flashed with lightning. Suddenly, heavy snow fell from the sky. It was bone-chilling. When the snowflakes fell on his body, Li Mu felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. This was a Taoist technique that came from Li Mu, but he couldn't perform it himself. This Taoist technique didn't require any hand gestures or mantras. It used resentment as a guide to communicate with the heavens and earth. It was different from any Taoist technique that Li Mu knew. Li Mu sighed. Looking at the girl floating in the air, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. If he was the one who performed this Taoist technique for the first time, he would probably be at the 5th realm by now. However, he couldn't possibly have Xiao Yu's resentment. Some things were predestined by the heavens. The girl's figure floated down from the sky, and the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually disappeared. She slowly floated over and said, when the time comes, I will go with you, master. I should be able to help you with something now. Xuandu nodded and said, that's good too. After the resentment dissipated, although Xiao Yu's strength had decreased, she was still at the 5th realm. In this way, the county office could gather a total of 5 5th realm masters. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon couldn't escape even if he had wings. After leaving the Jinshan temple, Li Mu went directly to the county office. When he arrived at a room on duty, Li Mu stopped in his tracks and slowly walked in. In the room on duty, there was a figure sitting in the seat that originally belonged to Li Qing. It was a female cultivator with the cultivation of the soul-condensing realm. She looked up at Li Mu and asked, what's the matter? This time, Li Mu didn't wear his official uniform. He looked at the female cultivator and said with a smile, I'm looking for Zhang County magistrates. The female cultivator stood up and said, Lord Zhang is busy with official business. If you have any grievances to complain about, you can tell me first. If necessary, I will tell Lord Zhang. Li Mu. Li Mu didn't answer. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Li Mu turned around. A middle-aged man smiled and said, it's really you. I heard that you've only been in the county office for 2 months and you've already been promoted to constable. You've really made our county office proud. Li Mu smiled and cupped his fists. Constable Zhou, the female constable, looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "Is this the Constable Li who scolded the imperial court?" Constable Zhou looked gratified and said, "Yes, Constable Li came from our county office. When he was transferred, you hadn't come yet. When he returned to the county office, everything had changed." Li Mu smiled at Constable Zhou and said, "Is Lord Jiang here? I have something to talk to him about." "Yes," Constable Zhou said hurriedly, "Lord Jiang is in the back office. I'll inform him." A moment later, in the back hall of the county office, Jianghu County magistrates made a cup of tea for Li Mu and said with a smile, "It seems that I was right to suggest you go to the county office. You've been promoted to constable so quickly. Come, have some tea." Li Mu sipped the tea. Jianghu County magistrates also picked up the teacup and said, "Li Mu, you have a conscience. When you came back to the county to visit your relatives, you didn't forget to visit me. You're not like that ungrateful Zhang Shan. He ran away before I was transferred." Li Mu put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Actually, I came here this time to inform Lord Jiang of something." Jianghu County magistrate sipped the tea and said, "Go ahead." Li Mu waited for him to finish drinking the tea and put down the teacup before saying, "Lord Jiang, please sit tight." Jianghu County magistrates was stunned at first. Then he immediately stood up and said, "I suddenly remembered that the imperial court ordered me to leave office today. I'll pack my things now. The mountain is high and the road is long. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Li Mu said helplessly, "Lord Jiang, don't be in a hurry to pack your things. It's too late to pack now." Jianghu County magistrates held the chair and looked at him with bright eyes. He asked, "Could it be that Qianhuan Shangren is still alive?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "How could that be?" Jianghu County magistrate sat down and sighed with relief. He said, "Don't scare me. I'm timid and can't stand being scared." Li Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's not a big deal this time." Jianghu County magistrates leaned back in his chair and said, "What is it?" Li Mu asked, "Lord Jiang, have you heard of Chu Jiang of Gojouzian?" Jianghu County magistrate's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What happened to Chu Jiang of Gojouzian?" Li Mu said, "Chu Jiang of Gojouzian is going to sacrifice all the people of Yangqiu County in 7 days. The county magistrate asked me to inform you so that you can make preparations." Jianghu County magistrate stood up abruptly and said, "The imperial court ordered me to go to Zhong County as soon as possible. The carriage is ready. You can tell the next county magistrate about this matter." Li Mu added, "Don't worry, Lord Jiang. At least 5 Fifth Realm cultivators will be involved this time. Yangqiu County will be safe. If this matter is handled properly, Lord Jiang will be rewarded again." Jianghu County magistrate sat down again and stroked the short beard on his chin. He said, "I've thought about it. As long as I'm in Yangqiu County, I'm still the local magistrate of Yangqiu County. If Chu Jiang of Gojouzian wants to harm the people of Yangqiu County, he'll have to step over my dead body first." Li Mu cupped his fists and said, "Lord Jiang is righteous." Although the 18 Hell formation was very powerful and could cover the entire county after it was set up, it would take a long time to prepare before the formation was set up. If Chu Jiang of Gojouzian wanted to unleash the greatest power of this formation, he had to choose a time when the 18 Hell formation would be set up. If the plan was known in advance, it would be impossible to set up the 18 Hell formation. From now on, Jianghu County magistrates would send people to keep an eye on all the important locations in the county. Even if Chu Jiang of Gojouzian set the time in advance, he would be able to discover it immediately. What happened next had nothing to do with Li Mu. In a battle of that level, cultivators in the condensed spirit and transcendent realm would be injured if they were grazed by it. Li Mu only needed to wait in the county yamen for news. Deep in the mountains in the southeast of Beijing, "Welcome, Your Highness." 18 ghostly figures knelt in 3 rows. In front of them stood a stalwart man. The man had a cold expression. He wore a black robe embroidered with a golden dragon and a jade crown. He exuded a powerful aura. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon looked at the 18 ghostly figures and exhaled. He said slowly, "After 5 years, I've finally waited for this day. We congratulate Your Highness on your success." All the ghosts said loudly. King Chu Jiang swept all the ghosts with his gaze, and then he suddenly looked at one of them and asked, "Soul Reaper Ghost, how long has it been since you became this king's ghost general?" Among the ghosts, a ghost general raised his head and looked at Chu Jiang of Gojoseon with a mocking expression.